Thank you.
That boy, yeah, that boy there. I'm a rich white country club man. That boy down there, you got some muscles on you. You boy, yeah, you're a nice boy down there. Now I think everybody noticed it. You could kind of. Show Ben Ferguson with you. Hello.
Hey, Ben, how you doing, man?
Good,
hey,
sir.
Listen, Democrats, to me, are destroying the country on multiple fronts. Legal immigration, it's all of that. But the one thing I believe that will fire Republicans up is our kids. 6 words, Ben. Leave our kids the hell alone.
On their kids' new life at their new school. So, and this is a problem with conservatives. When we walk away, we don't go back and try to fix it. That's why they get away with this. Hold on for me. You bring up a great point. I want to continue to discuss it. Ben Ferguson filling in for the great one, Mark Levin. Don't forget, you can follow me on my podcast. Grab it during the break.
Here's important new information from the Diabetes Solution Center for you, a family member, or a loved one suffering with diabetes. If you have lost your provider, or if you need a provider for diabetic supplies, you may qualify to receive your diabetic testing supplies now with little or no out-of-pocket cost, regardless of your age. All you need is Medicare or private insurance to be potentially eligible. Call the Diabetes Solution Center right now for details. Just takes a couple of minutes. Our friendly, knowledgeable agents will give you free, no-obligation information, handle all the insurance paperwork, and make sure your supplies are delivered directly to your door for free.
Call U.S. Medical Supply 24 hours a day. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. Call right now. 888-303-9136.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-222-0511. 800-222-0511. 800-222-0511. Again, that's 800-222-0511.
At your
your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. As the auto workers union strike against the Big Three is set to roll into a 12th day tomorrow, President Biden says he will head to Detroit to hit the picket line with auto workers. WWJ-TV's Ray Strickland says the strike could start impacting repair shops like Wetmore's in Ferndale, Michigan, where he spoke to the service manager.
Like much of the country, Wetmore's is paying close attention to the negotiations between the union and the automakers. Dave says he hopes they can reach a deal sooner rather than later.
Hopefully they can come to an agreement here real soon so we don't have to worry about this issue.
And Dave says the shop is good on supplies for now, but he says if this strike goes on for a few months or up to a year, that could all change.
It's a deal between Hollywood writers and the union studios, that is, but it's not a done deal. All of the details of the tentative contract have not been released, but sticking points included pay and artificial intelligence. Syracuse University TV and pop culture professor Robert Thompson.
Late night will probably be, along with daytime talk shows, the first thing back. There's talk now that they should be on the air by maybe the week of October 2nd, maybe the week of October 9th.
Some Lahaina residents are allowed to return to their properties, many for the first time since the Maui town was demolished by a wildfire over a month ago. Noreen Wales lost her home.
This is the first time I'm going to see it, so it's pretty bad.
The wildfire killed nearly 100 people and destroyed over 2,000 buildings. A government shutdown deadline is Saturday if Congress can't pass spending bills to prevent it. President Biden blames the holdup on some Republicans who want spending cuts, which he says would affect the black community and women and children. More from CBS's Weijia Jiang.
He also put the blame squarely on the group of far-right Republicans who are holding out on funding the government because they want deep spending cuts. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has failed numerous times now to convince those lawmakers to compromise, a task that may be even tougher now that former President Donald Trump is urging conservatives to shut down the government if they don't get, quote, everything they want.
Days after being indicted on federal bribery and fraud charges, Democratic Senator Robert Menendez of New Jersey says he will not resign.
All people are presumed innocent until proven guilty. All people. I ask for nothing more and deserve nothing less.
Menendez and his wife are scheduled to be arraigned in Manhattan on Wednesday morning. This is CBS News.
If you need to hire, you need Indeed, because Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News now.
In the KRMS Radio Newsroom, I'm Mike Anthony. A Wathena, Kansas man seriously hurt in a near drowning early Friday evening in Camden County. The Marine Division of the Highway Patrol says it happened in Miller Hollow Cove at the 21-mile marker when 31-year-old Jared Hawkins entered shallow water head first to retrieve an object. Hawkins was pulled from the water by bystanders before being taken to the Lake Regional. 3 arrests reported by the Morgan County Fugitive Apprehension Security Team. The Sheriff's Office indicates that 37-year-old Amanda Rhodes, 22-year-old James Dorr, both from the Gravois area, were picked up on 2 felony probation violation warrants each. Dorr being held on a $10,000 bond, Rhodes being held without bond. Also picked up by the Morgan County Fast Team, 26-year-old Zachary Brown of Versailles. He was put on a 24-hour hold pending a violation of bond conditions on a traffic-related offense. He's now being held on no bond. All 3 expected to be pulled into court this next week. And on your mark, get set, run. The order of the day for a good cause on Saturday, October 21st in Osage Beach. The Lake of the Ozarks Oktoberfest on the calendar. The event will take place starting at 9 o'clock at the Sanctuary Brewery to benefit Wonderland Camp. Wonderland Camp serving disabled kids, teenagers, and adults. That's your Lake News now.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Repeat customer Ron visits Driftwood Spa every month.
Today I came for a haircut. Haley cut my hair, and then we went for massage. And Melissa did a fantastic job like she always does. It's just an excellent place just to come and relax. You leave totally refreshed, invigorated.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Clear skies tonight with a low temperature of 61 degrees and light west winds. Tuesday, sunshine with a high temperature of 86 degrees. Wednesday, showers and thunderstorms early in the day, otherwise sunny, high of 82. Thursday, plenty of sunshine, high temperature around 85. Current water temperature sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 78 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 69.
He's here. Now, broadcasting from the underground command post, deep in the bowels of a hidden bunker, somewhere under the brick and steel of a nondescript building, we've once again made contact with our leader, Mark Levin.
Hour 3, Ben Ferguson filling in for the great one, Mark Levin, who's celebrating Yom Kippur. He will be back with you mañana. If you just joined us tonight, we are talking about new poll numbers that are out, and one very interesting aspect of poll numbers right now deal with minority voters in America. Now, the last election, African Americans went for Joe Biden. Why? They love government aid and government handouts, and Joe Biden said, I'm going to give you more COVID cash, COVID money. It was pandering 101. This was because at that point, we'd shut down the entire economy because of COVID. What did it look like before that? We had a president by the name of Donald Trump who had the lowest unemployment rate in history that had been reached for minorities, for African Americans, for Asian Americans, for Hispanic Americans. Life was looking really good for minorities in this country. He said, I don't want to give you handouts. I want to give you a hand up, and I want you to have a career. I want you to be successful. I want you to own small businesses. I want to get the government out of your life. I want you to be able to succeed on your own. I want you to not be living in poverty. I want you to be a individual that is successful living the American dream. Now, that resonated with minority voters until COVID hit. And once COVID hit, then it became all about the free money, right, the free cash. And I and many others, the great one, warned you that this was not free money, and this money was going to cost you countless dollars down the road with inflation and interest rates and what we've seen now. I think there's a lot of Americans, if you said, hey, if you could go back to, $1.89 gas and you could lower the price of food, would you give back that $600? Hell yeah. Wasn't worth it. But at the time, that's what Biden and his friends were doing. They were buying votes. Well, there's something interesting that's happening right now in the minority community. New poll numbers are out, and this is concerning Republicans, or I should say Democrats, in a big way. What's concerning them so much right now is this new NBC News poll that's out that says that Biden's approval rating among black voters is down significantly. Listen.
This, as our new poll shows, the president's approval among black voters is down 17 points since the first year of his presidency. Mr. Biden is also down by double digits among Latinos, voters without a college degree, and independents. And as we mentioned, 59% of Democratic primary voters tell us they want to see a challenger to President Biden.
59% of Democratic voters say they want a challenger to Joe Biden. He's down 17 points with African Americans. Now, this also is an issue of enthusiasm, and I want you to understand what enthusiasm means just so I can get through the political BS for you. Traditionally, when the party that is in power, there is less enthusiasm from that group of voters because you have the power, and there's more enthusiasm for the underdog who's fighting to get you out of office, okay? So you can go back in history of polling and you can see that. Right now, there is a significant separation. Usually there's a slight separation, right? The party that's in power, there's more contentment. You think you're fine. You're not as worried. And the party that's lost power, there's more enthusiasm because you want to win back the White House or the House or the Senate. But the numbers are usually pretty close, 3 to 4 percentage points. That's changing this time. Republican voters are significantly more enthusiastic about the 2024 election than Democrats. Not just a little bit, which would be normal, significantly more. Listen to this data from, again, NBC News with this new poll.
There's also this. We found an enthusiasm gap between the two parties. We asked folks on a scale of 1 to 10, how enthusiastic are you about the presidential election? And you can see Republican to Democrat, there is a gap right there. Where's the lag for Democrats? We found a couple places. Non-white voters, you could see significantly less enthusiastic than white voters. And then how about this age gap? The youngest group of voters who Democrats have been trying to get excited and motivated, nearly 50-point gap there.
So really an uphill battle to try to make sure voters don't stay home if you're Democrats.
Yeah, and she's exactly right. We also have another part of this poll, and that is the disapproval rating of Joe Biden. This is concerning Democrats as well. Listen.
There's just this simple question of job approval. Barely 40% approve of Joe Biden's performance.
And we have to note 56%. That's the highest disapproval rating for President Biden since he took office. That's significant.
Yeah, so let's take a look at what's driving that too here. In one big area, no surprise, it is the economy. Look at this contrast. This is April of 21, months after Biden took office. Nearly half the country was satisfied with where the economy was then. Now, barely 1 in 4 Americans satisfied with the economy.
Just 28% of Americans say they are satisfied right now with the economy and where it is. Now, let's go back to minority voters real quick, okay? The poll numbers say, and this is among minorities, right, black voters, it's down 17 points since the first year of his presidency. That is significant. Then there's other data that's come out. Jim Clyburn is the guest on Meet the Press, and he's asked about, hey, just 31% of Americans have a favorable view of Kamala Harris. That's even lower than Joe Biden. And what does he say the reason is for that? Racism.
I know that you are saying you don't look at the polls too much, but our poll does show her favorability is actually lower than President Biden and even than former President Trump. Why do you think she's not resonating more with voters? What do you think the issue is?
Because when you compare the first woman of color and first woman to be vice president of the United States and compare that to all of the history before, you will get that. I think that during this campaign, she will demonstrate, as she did in that hall last night, that she knows exactly what she's doing. She has the capacity and the capability to be president of the United States if called upon to do so.
I know that you're...
I mean, I love this, right? It's because she's a woman, Jim Clyburn. You don't like Kamala Harris, you're a racist. It's because she's a woman of color and the first woman to be vice president. And so that's the reason why people don't like her, because she's black. You're a racist, so you better support her because she's black. I don't think that's going to bring people around. I may be wrong. But I don't think yelling that if you don't like Kamala Harris, you're a racist, is going to bring a bunch of voters over and go, oh, yep, you're right. Jim Clyburn said it. Spot on, right? Right? Spot on here. Yep, I'm sorry. You figured it out. I'm a racist. I hate black women. That's what he's saying. If you don't support Kamala Harris, and that's part of, if you remember what they did, the media did, and what Democrats did, never forget, with Barack Obama. Right? Remember when he was running, it was like, well, if you don't support Barack Obama, that's your racist tendencies coming out. You couldn't disagree with him because of policies. You couldn't disagree with him because of what he stood for. No. If you disagreed with him, because of the color of his skin, and you're a racist. And they shame people into voting for Barack Obama because people are like, well, I'm not a racist. I'll prove it. Here, I'll vote for that guy. There, see, I voted for that guy. Now you can't tell me I'm a racist. Jim Clyburn's like, hey, if you don't like Kamala Harris, then it's because she's a black woman. So you hate women, and you're a racist. That's what you are. You are a racist. 1-877-381-3811. 381-3811. Let me go to Paul. Welcome. You are on the Mark Levin Show. Ben Ferguson filling in for the Great One. Hi.
Ben,
Paul, how are you?
Awesome, man. It's great to hear you and great to be on your show. I'm doing great tonight. Hey, a couple points, really, and you've touched upon a lot of this. The fact that they want to impeach Joe Biden, I think that's a great idea because there's plenty of evidence for it. Clearly, there's plenty of evidence. Anybody says there's not, I don't know, they're blind or what their problem is. But I think you got to keep them in office. I don't think they should get them out of office because if they got them out of office, look who the replacement is. The idiot that you were just talking about. She's an absolute moron. Yeah. I mean, to have her as president, I think between the two of them,
and that's the reason why there's been real talk in Democratic circles about replacing her.
And
I mean, she's whether you like it or not, she is a huge drag on the ticket.
She is, and she's terrible. I mean, she's as bad as making speeches as he is. You hear that speech that she made, about time. Well, there's something about time. Well, we have time, and what in the world are you talking about? She's as bumbling as he is.
Yeah, I don't. Hold on now. Come on, let's be realistic here. She's not the smartest chick you've ever seen in politics, but she's not as dumb as Joe Biden is right now. All right, let's dial back the crazy. Joe Biden's on a different scale right now with not being able to put together coherent sentences. But this idea, as Clyburn says, that, hey, this is a guy that 31% of Americans have a favorable view of Kamala Harris, even lower than Biden. It's because she's, quote, a woman of color and first woman to be vice president. So she'd be just fine as the president. Look, if you're at the White House tonight, you're concerned over this. In a way that would make many of you very, very, I mean, you got to be sitting around going, we need a vice president that brings something to the table because there's no way that you can vote for Joe Biden in this election and not think, hey, there's a real chance that his running mate, okay, there's a real chance that his running mate is going to end up being the president of the United States of America. And I also say this. I know why Kamala Harris was picked. It's because she looked at Joe Biden on stage and called him a racist. This is the same guy, by the way, just called an African-American LL Cool J a boy this week, right? So it's real. Like, the racism is real. And they basically like, all right, crap, we gotta go with this, right? Like, this is what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to find a black woman, get Kamala Harris on here so she'll shut up about the race baiting. All right, that's what we'll do. We'll get them to shut up on the race baiting, and that'll be it. Well, that'll fix it, right? We'll shut up on the race bait issues, and that'll fix all this, and we'll be fine. I'm going to say it now. I'm going to say it again. This is a point that Kamala Harris dropped out. She was one of the first to drop out. Never, ever, ever, ever forget that. In that primary, the Democratic primary. And she race baited to get her job as the vice president. And now they're wanting to dump her because they're sick of her because she brings nothing to the table. I don't blame Joe Biden's team for wanting to dump her. She's a liability. She's not an asset. And it's pretty damn clear that she's a huge liability and not an asset to the team. Right? She is a liability. I'll say it again. She is a liability, plain and simple. And 3811, 877-381-3811. Ben Ferguson filling in for the Great One. We'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
When you call Consumer Cellular's customer support to discuss our affordable and flexible phone plans, it's like you're calling the Declaration of Independence or a hot dog at a baseball game. Because Consumer Cellular's customer support is based entirely in the United States. And Consumer Cellular's customer support agents are from where you're from. The same small town that you're from. The one that stretches from California to Maine, Minnesota to Corpus Christi, Texas. The one that cares about its neighbors and lights fireworks. Legal ones, in the street. So the next time you want to make a phone call that feels like an American flag waving at an air show at magic hour, give us a call. even if it's for no reason at all except to exchange barbecue sauce recipes like a couple of Americans. Or make jokes about Canadians. LOL, just kidding. We love Canadians. They're our neighbors. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. But right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
The SU.
Protect your vehicles with Versatube Building Systems from Menards and get 11% off. Versatube offers a great variety of metal carports, sheds, shelters, and garages to give you plenty of outdoor storage options. They're easy to assemble with Versatube's slip-fit frame system. Right now, all Versatube Building Systems are 11% off. Good through October 1st. Savings are mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Is your bathroom looking old and worn out? Want to update it, but you don't know where to start? Then let BCI Bath & Shower show you how to turn that old bath into an aisle of beauty and functionality. Our residential bathroom solutions provide the best value on the market, and our customer service is second to none. Our cost-effective BCI Bath & Shower family of products has what you need.
Remodeling our bathroom was a big decision for us.
They didn't make a mess out of our house at all. And at the end of the day, we had a beautiful new bathroom. And it was a great experience the whole way through.
We have the best monthly payment programs in the industry, with payments as low as $68 per month or no interest, no payments for 18 months. For a limited time, be one of the first 100 callers who schedule a free in-home consultation and receive $500 off. Call 800-721-9985 for a free no-obligation price quote. That's 800-721-9985. Factory-trained and certified installers made in the USA and discounts for seniors and military. BCI Bath & Shower, the leader in affordable bathroom products. That's 800-721-9985.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. They can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align, because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit makeawish@wish.org.
Paid actor portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
Like what you hear so far? Find out more about Mark Levin by going to his website, marklevinshow.com.
Welcome back. It is the Mark Levin Show. Ben Ferguson filling in for the great one, Mark Levin. It's really nice to have you with us. He'll be back with you tomorrow. And if you just join us, what is the number one issue for you this election cycle? Is it the economy or is it border security? And if you don't vote for Joe Biden, is it because you're a evil person and you think he's just too old? And if you don't like Kamala Harris, is it because you're racist? That's now what Democrats are saying. It really is amazing, isn't it? I mean, it is. To me, it is amazing how fast they will scream racism if you don't do what they tell you to do. And Kamala Harris, if you don't like her, that's your fault. That's your fault because you're a racist. Kamala Harris's favorability is a disaster. James Clyburn, now you're racist.
I know that you are saying you don't look at the polls too much, but our poll does show her favorability is actually lower than President Biden and even than former President Trump. Why do you think she's not resonating more with voters? What do you think the issue is?
Because when you compare the first woman of color and first woman to be vice president of the United States and compare that to all of the history before, you will get that. I think that during this campaign, she will demonstrate, as she did in that hall last night, that she knows exactly what she's doing. She has the capacity and the capability to be president of the United States if called upon to do so.
So you're a racist if you don't vote for him or her. You're a terrible person. It's interesting, isn't he, calling African Americans, I guess, racist? Because Biden's approval rating among black voters is down 17 points since the first year of his presidency. Susan, you're on the Mark Levin Show. Ben Ferguson with you tonight. Hi.
Ben, you're doing a great job filling in for the great one.
Thank you.
And I'm going to definitely check out your podcast.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
But my biggest issue, and partly is, I grew up, my grandparents fled a communist country with their youngest child, and my mom was basically brought up like, first generation, and just loved this country, appreciated so much. And now when we see the stranglehold that the communists, especially the Chinese Communist Party, has made at so many levels in our country, that is my biggest thing. And Donald Trump handled them beautifully. He handled 90% of things beautifully. And his results, now I'm from the business world, we go by results. And he had he kept his friends close and his enemies closer and was able to put them, at bay and better, and to weaken them so that we can let the good Chinese people become free and not have American companies.
They're enslaved right now because
labor.
of companies that, look, Nike, for example, they don't exist with the profits they have hidden for slave labor over in China, and everybody knows it. But what do? We look the other way, and we don't call them out on it. We're for all the woke people in the Democratic Party, you guys sure do like your Nikes. They're Nikes. Are they really worth child labor?
Yes.
Are they really worth slave labor? But they will look the other way every single time. That's the Democratic Party. We like cheap stuff from China. We don't want it manufactured in America. We want to screw the American worker, but then we'll tell you we're in favor of union labor, right? We'll tell you we're in favor of the unions and the union workload and the union labor, right? We stand with you, UAW, and then we'll screw you as soon as we can. 877-381-3811. Ben Ferguson filling in for the great one. You can sit.
If you're a business owner with salespeople, how in the world could you say no to this offer? The top 20% of your salespeople close 80% of the business. 80% of all sales are closed after the 5th attempt, and 83% of all salespeople don't even ask for the sale once. Did you know that 90% of all salespeople have never even read one sales book? How many sales are being lost each month simply because your salespeople are not professionally trained how to sell? Hi, this is the world's top sales trainer, Jason Evans. I'm going to give you a free 45-minute video of pure sales training techniques techniques that will increase your company's sales within days, guaranteed. This could double, even triple your company's sales. This video is closing, handling objections, and more. Just call us and leave us a voicemail with your email address, and we'll send you this amazing video for free. Call 800-500-8320. This is how to close from A to Z for any product or service, regardless of industry, whether you sell face-to-face or over the phone. Call 800-500-8320. That's 800-500-8320.
Paid for by Power Sales University. Individual results may vary.
When the winter chill hits, the question isn't whether you've got a cozy blanket, hot cocoa, or a roaring fire. No, the real question is, does your winter plan include a sun-drenched beach? As you know, this year we sold our first Beat the Winter Blues trip in 3 weeks to Punta Cana, but we still had a number of people that wanted to go with us. They wanted to go to an all-adult luxury resort that was very safe, an exclusive place that was easy to get to at a great price. So we put together a Beat the Winter Blues trip to Costa Mujeres, January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino. Now this resort is less than 1 year old. It's north of Cancun in a very uncrowded, exclusive area. We only have a few seats left. This all-adult paradise, 5-star, all-inclusive resort has 4 gourmet restaurants, many pools, super soft beach, and your ticket includes airfare, room, airport transfers, top-shelf drinks, gourmet food, even your tips are all part of our package, all for just $17.99 per person. We'll leave nonstop out of St. Louis on Frontier. Check it out on the radio station website and click on Beat the Winter Blues for details and to sign up. You only have a short time to book at this price. Call Kim at Direct Travel in the Outlet Mall, 309-205-5749. And let's beat the winter blues January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino and Costa Mujeres with your friends from the lake. Presented by KRMS Radio and TV.
The Home Service Club sponsors this paid advertisement. Attention homeowners. Broken AC, $4,600. Water heater, $1,500. Fridge on the fritz, $1,000. You need home warranty coverage from the Home Service Club. For around $1 a day, if any of your covered appliances and systems break down, HSC will either do the repair or replace them. HSC has over 15,000 pre-screened, highly rated technicians with the fastest response time in the industry. HSC provides coverage for up to 47 different appliances and systems in your home. Call for a free, no-obligation quote from a trusted HSC service specialist about a home warranty for your entire home, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. 800-926-1595, plus $75 off your first year. 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595. That's 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595.
During this unprecedented time of worldwide economic challenge, it's so important that you keep a close eye on your retirement and be ready to take the steps necessary to protect your money. Having a portion of your IRA or 401k backed by physical gold and silver offers Americans the diversification needed to hedge against economic volatility and potential turmoil. Savvy retirement savers are those with the foresight to safeguard with genuine stores of value, like physical gold and silver, which in the past have soared during periods of misery for the rest of the economy. Diversify your hard-earned savings today by calling Birch Gold Group and get your free information kit to teach you how precious metals can protect your family's financial future. Birch Gold is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau and has thousands of satisfied customers. Call them 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152.
Radio's cleanup hitter.
Believe what I say or I'll hurt you.
Mark Levin is on the radio. Mark Levin, the thunder on the right. Call in now, 877-381-3811.
Welcome back. It is the Mark Levin Show. Ben Ferguson filling in for the great one. It's always an honor to be with you tonight. And when Biden took office, inflation was 1.4%. Gas was $2.39 a gallon. Today, inflation is more than doubled at 3.7%, and gas is now at $3.84 a gallon. What is Biden saying about his time in office? Rewriting history? Listen.
So I'm running again, and you may have noticed a lot of people are focused on my age. Well, I get it, believe me. I know better than anyone. But there's something else I know. When I came to office, this nation was flat on its back. I knew what to do. I vaccinated the nation and rebuilt the economy.
Yeah, I rebuilt that economy and I was vaccinating everybody. Psycho. When you took office, inflation was 1.4. You've skyrocketed above that to 3.7, and you've skyrocketed gas prices to 3.84, and you want me to believe that you rebuilt it? Are you insane? Like, that's what you're doing. And you've destroyed our country at the border. Even Dick Durbin, listen to Dick Durbin on CNN, asked about the surge and the crisis at the border and the pressure it's now putting on Biden. Listen.
Do you expect border crossings to keep rising?
Well, I can tell you it's a very serious challenge that we've never seen before, at least in this volume.
Do you
I mean, really? That's it? Like, oh, I can tell you it's a very serious challenge that we've never seen before. It's rising. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Dick Durbin. So, I mean, thank you so much for that. Way to clarify all that for us. ABC News, I have to give them some credit, and I never give them credit unless they deserve it, and they deserve it on this one. They ran their report this weekend and told the truth for once about how bad the economy is. As Joe Biden's out there telling you, I rebuilt the American economy and I vaccinated everybody.
Americans overwhelmingly say they are not feeling good about the economy and that the president is to blame. Just 30% approve of his performance on the economy, a career low, largely dragged down by pocketbook issues for families, like food prices that have risen 4.3% since last year. Our poll showing more than 9 in 10 Americans rating them negatively. Voters across the country telling ABC News they are frustrated.
Costs a lot more to buy a loaf of bread these days.
We're all trying to survive. We can't even work 2 jobs at this point and try to make it.
I don't think that anybody is really paying attention to the working man.
That's Joe Biden's economy. I rebuilt it, by golly. I did. I rebuilt the whole damn thing. And I vaccinated all of you. Every single one of you I've vaccinated. That's my legacy. I'm glad he's talking about it, by the way, because it will remind people this is not a guy you want to vote for. If this is what he's going to do, right? If this is what you want to do. But hey, at least we got a president that's coherent, and his age doesn't matter. 21 minutes ago at the White House, this is what our president sounded like.
Folks have the audacity to say I cut funding for, heard something I wanted on the internet, that I cut funding for HBCUs. That's the furthest thing from the truth, but then again, a lot on the internet.
There you go. There's your Biden mumbling moment. Folks, I have the audacity to say I cut funding for, I heard something on one of the on the internet. I guess we have several internets now, because he heard on one of the internets. I'm quoting exactly, by the way. I heard something on one of the on the internet, on one of the internets, that I cut funding for HBCUs, but that's furthest thing from the truth. Then again, a lot on that internet. That's the exact quote of the President of the United States of America from just a few moments ago. And what's your message for the car companies before you go to Detroit with the auto workers there? When Joe Biden, confused, yelled back at a reporter a couple hours ago, stay under the speed limit. Yeah, his age is not an issue, folks. Joanne, you're on the Mark Levin Show. Ben Ferguson filling in for the great one. How are you?
Oh, Ben, I'm fine. And the woman before me was terrific in telling you that you're great. She went over to join you, but I did too. I wrote on there. I'm the one that just wrote on there that the only thing you're doing wrong, you're like a mini Levin, but the only thing you're doing wrong is you're not saying hello every so often.
I'll work on that. I got to get approval for copyright reasons there.
Oh, you're right. It's hysterical. I mean, my friends, we laugh about it all the time. I got everybody hooked on Mark. Anyway, so now, listen, I just want to say a couple of quick things because you're running out of time. And you're also like Mark in that you don't let us in enough. We need to get in. You need a few more of us in there so we can talk a little bit.
I'm taking notes, Coach. I'm taking notes. All right, I'm ready. Go. All right, we go. As the great one would say, go.
I'm on your page, so you'll be hearing from me. Okay, thank you. Listen, real quick, we really have to get over these mumbling, bumbling bags of, I'm going to call them jelly beans, just to be nice, and including Kamala behind him. Because you know what? All I know is right now, this is my main point tonight, if I say nothing else, we are the laughing stock of the world, and please, make no mistake about that. I mean, please, really, with him. And the only other thing is, I would love to have been a fly on the wall last week when Xi Jinping and Putin had a private meeting. I don't know who heard about it or who didn't, but I saw it. I read it, I heard it, I saw it. And you know what? I would love to have been a fly on that wall because they are laughing their rear ends off. They're laughing their rear ends off right now at us.
There's one thing I will say about, you mentioned a moment ago about should we be laughing? I am worried right now about national security more than I've been in probably 10 years because of the number of people that are coming across the border right now that have ties to terrorism. We're catching people on the terrorist watch list now on a regular basis. All right, so understand that's happening. I fear that we're going to have a terrorist attack in the not-too-distant future, and we're going to find out for damn sure right afterwards that they came across the open southern border. And anyone, by the way, that says to me, Ben, that's absurd. No, you can't say that. That's ridiculous. I don't believe it's ridiculous. Okay, I want to make that clear. I do not believe that this is ridiculous at all. I think it's reality. And it frustrates me because two reasons, let me say this, why it frustrates me. One, because we know it's a threat to our national security, having an open border. We should have learned our lesson after 9/11, but we've forgotten the lesson of 9/11. We have an administration that makes deals with terrorists like we just did with Iran, sending them back. What was it, $6 billion for 5 people paying ransom and sending back God knows who of the Iranians wanted back? We pay ransom now for Americans. This does not make us safer. To terrorists who kill American soldiers in Iraq and Afghanistan on a daily basis. That's what Iran did. The people that are chanting death to America, we just gave them $6 billion back that they had not had access to. That's who you're dealing with, and that's the incumbency of this administration. But we should know that an open border allows, okay, an open border allows for terrorists to exploit this country's vulnerabilities. And that, to me, should be an issue. I firmly believe that. I believe that we really, 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 really should have a conversation about not just the number of illegal immigrants coming across the border, okay? We're talking about, for goodness sakes, our national security with terrorists. With terrorists, folks, with terrorists. What the hell is wrong with these people? 1-800 or 1-877-381-3811. Let me go to Larry in Augusta, Georgia. I'm just jealous every time I hear Augusta as a golfer. That just makes my day, Larry. I hope you played it. If you haven't, you got to sneak on there. Take your chances. How are you, sir?
I've been watching, but never actually played the course. A local talk show guy named Austin Rhodes He gets to play it every year. But anyway, I was going to reiterate people not talking about our national debt. And right now they're debating the budget, okay, and
Larry, I got a bad connection with you. Hold on. I'm going to try to come back to you, okay? Let me go to David in New Jersey. You're on the Mark Levin Show. Ben Ferguson with you. Hello.
Thank you for taking my call. As someone who's been voting since 1995 for Republicans and someone who enlisted because of September 11th, I need for every American citizen who's listening to let the Republican Party leadership know, whether it's McConnell or the guy living in the one-bedroom suite with Frank Lutz. Scalise is taking chemo, so he's busy. The Republican Party leadership, including Mittens Romney's niece, are not doing a finger to help our republic. They have got to do something to control the southern border. And by the way, saying they want to cut the spending so the check can bounce less, as a former Navy sailor, I take it the utmost ridiculous nature that the Republican Party leadership is serious about anything. Are they even going to cut funding for NPR? Kevin McCarthy, will you cut funding for NPR, you little spineless coward? Thank you for taking my call. God bless America.
Thank you, David. Good to talk to you. 1-877-381-3811, 1-877-381-3811. Ben Ferguson filling in for the great one. Don't forget, grab my podcast. I love to keep up with you guys during the week. You can download the Ben Ferguson podcast, and we'll stay in touch that way. More coming up.
Mark Levin.
Have you been waiting to buy gold as an investment? Lots of commercials out there, but who can you really trust? I didn't want to make a bad investment, but didn't want to miss the boat either. Sound familiar? Fortunately, I've got great news. If you have an IRA or 401k and want to buy physical gold to diversify your investment, eliminate fear and uncertainty from the process, get the new Gold IRA Company Integrity Checklist. It helps you evaluate and choose the best gold IRA company. To get your free IRA Company Integrity Checklist today, text Levin to 68592. That's LEVIN to 68592. Now, I trust Augusta Precious Metals and invested myself. Use this checklist to choose the best gold IRA company for yourself and see if you agree. To get your free Gold IRA Company Integrity Checklist today, text LEVIN to 68592. Again, text LEVIN to 68592. Text date and message rates may apply. Performance varies. Consult your financial professionals before making investment decisions and get risk disclosures at AugustaPreciousMetals.com.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt? Civic Tax Relief can help protect you from the IRS. Call Civic Tax Relief for free information now. Find out about the Fresh Start program that is now available through Civic Tax Relief. Civic Tax Relief's special tax hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
Just call 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-312-9970. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-312-9970. 800-312-9970. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-312-9970.
If inflation is taking a toll on your pocket with the dollar shrinking daily, it's time to join AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. With AMAC, you can save from 10 to 65% on products like cell phones and plans, health and wellness products, travel and lodging, vision, dental, prescription drugs, and so much more. Go to amac.us/mark. The savings alone will more than pay for your subscription. They even have an advisory service for Social Security and Medicare that will answer any questions that you have. Join AMAC today at amac.us/mark. Thinking of or in the middle of retirement? AMAC Financial Planning and Retirement Planners can help you learn more about life insurance, IRA rollovers, and investment advice from its referral partners. Head to amac.us/mark and discover savings that help make dreams come true. The Association of Mature American Citizens, better for you, better for America.
Mark Levin.
Ooh, he sounds like he's tall.
On the Mark Levin Radio Show.
It might seem crazy what I'm about to say. Sunshine, she's here. You can take a break.
Welcome back. It is the Mark Levin Show. Ben Ferguson filling in for the great one. He will be back with you tomorrow. In the meantime, I want to get some of your reaction to this election and the new poll numbers. The poll numbers do not look good for Joe Biden. This is the first time the media is kind of starting to say, okay, we're freaking out a little bit. We're freaking out at the idea that we might lose this thing. The poll numbers that they keep worrying about are poll numbers that now show in a head-to-head matchup that Joe Biden is down by 9 or 10 points. Now, that can change. I want to be clear. We're over a year away. But this number for him is the lowest of his presidency, with a unemployment rate that is starting to move in the wrong direction for him, and inflation numbers that are through the roof, gas prices that are extremely high again, and interest rates at a 21-year high. 1-877-381-3811. Andrea in Pennsylvania, you're on the Mark Levin Show. Ben Ferguson with you. Hi.
Hi, Mr. Ferguson. How are you?
I'm doing well, ma'am. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm a first-time caller, and I just stumbled over your radio station. And all I hear is division, division, division. The Democrats or the Republicans, both of them are no better. The Democrats make mistakes and Republicans make mistakes. Mitch McConnell is no better than Joe Biden with their health problems. There should be an age limit when it comes to who runs in Congress and who sits on the Supreme Court. Yes, we have a border problem.
So hold on one second. Let's go back to the age thing real quick. You're saying that you believe Joe Biden's too old to be president. So what is the age then that you think is the cutoff if you could be king for a day?
I say the age cutoff should be at least 71.
Okay.
Anything
so let me ask you this.
71.
Based on what did you come up with that number?
Well, because 71 people are living longer, and sometimes at 71 you do have a sense of direction. You do have a sense of what's right, what's wrong. 71, I think it's a great age to just say, okay, after 71.
So why not 70 then compared to 71? Why the one extra year?
Well, because sometimes after 71, I've worked with some guys at the Naval Academy. They 71 and they still kicking and going.
So in other words, you're admitting you just arbitrarily picked the age 71, not based on science, not based on life expectancy, just because you know a guy that you work with that you say 71's probably the number.
I know plenty of people that's still doing.
So at 71, kick him out to pasture, right? Like, let's just get rid of him.
Well, I tell you what. How old is Mitch McConnell?
I don't know. I can Google it if you really need to know.
Well, go ahead and Google it.
All right.
Okay.
So Mitch McConnell's 81. He was born in 1942.
Needs to step down.
Okay, so Mitch McConnell's gone by age, but you would have gotten rid of him a decade ago. So Ronald Reagan would have never been president if we had it your way. Joe Biden would have never been president if we had it your way. Donald Trump would have never been president if we had it your way. So, again, this goes back to the core issue of you just picked an arbitrary number and you decided that's too old for you. My only question is, what happens when you hit 71? What are they going to do with you?
Well, when I hit 71, I hope to be retired by then.
What if you're not? Should they automatically retire you?
Listen, I'm a single mom. I've been working, driving a dump truck for 26 years.
Well, you shouldn't be able to drive a dump truck at 71. You're too old for that.
Well, wait a minute. It's some guys on my job. Just listen, if you're incompetent to do your job.
I've met a lot of 21-year-olds, though, that are incompetent and 31-year-olds that are incompetent.
Biden is, and Mitch McConnell. And
okay, so you want, in other words, all right, let me recap this very quickly. You don't like either side, and you don't like old people in politics, and you want to get rid of all of them. So one other question. Who do you think should be president if you just got rid of all of them?
Well, sir, to be honest, I don't know.
I had a feeling that was going to be the response, and I think that's the most truthful thing you've said so far. You don't know. Thank you for summing that up perfectly for me. I'm out of time. Mark Levin will be back with you tomorrow. Love to keep up with you. Download my podcast if you would, the Ben Ferguson Podcast. Have a great night.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-466-8813. 800-466-8813. That's 800-466-8813.
If you're struggling to keep up with conversations, avoiding restaurants because you can't understand the waiter, if you've got the TV volume way up, then you really need these. These tiny but powerful little hearing aids are the Nano CIC Rechargeable, priced at only $297 for a full pair. And no, these are not simply amplifiers. These are ultra high quality, ultra reliable hearing aids, priced thousands less than other hearing aids. They fit right in your ear, nothing shows on the back of your ear, and at only $297 for a full pair. When you order today, Nano will give you a 45-day money-back guarantee. Order right now and Nano will give you a free portable charging case and even ship them to you for free. Here's the number. Call now.
800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. That's 800-984-7197.
At your service since 1951. News Talk KRMS Osage Beach and KRMS FM HD3 Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. President Biden heads to Detroit tomorrow to meet with striking auto workers. And as WWJ-TV's Alicia Bergio reports,
as day 11 of the United Auto Workers strike against the Big Three continues to gain momentum, still no sign of either side willing to make a deal. And outside the Stellantis parts distribution plant here in Warren, auto workers are not afraid to have their voices heard.
Former President Trump will skip a GOP presidential debate on Wednesday to also travel to meet with auto workers in Detroit. Striking Hollywood writers have reached a tentative new contract with the big studios. KCBS-TV's Jeff Newen reports.
I very much trust our guild.
Charlotte and James Oliver are married Writers Guild members who also work as a team, which means they're not necessarily a dual-income family.
We're paid as an individual as writing as a team.
They're anxious to get back to work after the WGA and the major studios and streamers reached a tentative 3-year deal Sunday night.
Just in, SAG-AFTRA members have approved a video game strike authorization vote. The union says that the vote was just over 98% in favor of walking out. This comes as actors covered under the same union are still on strike. Time is running out to avoid a government shutdown. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is facing an uphill battle with his fellow Republicans, while President Biden says the GOP should deliver on its budget deal. CBS's Weijia Jiang.
The White House is calling this a Republican shutdown and warns that without a solution, at least 4 million federal workers won't get paid. Food safety inspections could be delayed and cancer research could be stalled. President Biden said the cuts would disproportionately impact the Black community and put food assistance to 7 million women and children at risk.
Former President Trump urges congressional Republicans to shut down the government if they don't get everything they want. A nationwide shortage of rest stop space for large trucks results in many drivers parking on the sides of off-ramps, sometimes with deadly consequences. CBS's Chris Van Cleve with more.
The Department of Transportation is providing grants to expand truck parking in several states, while a bill giving states an additional $755 million to expand existing truck parking languishes.
4-day school schedules are becoming more common around the country. CBS's Wendy Gillette reports.
Nearly 900 have signed on out of more than 13,000 districts nationwide, up from around 660 4 years ago. Districts say it saves money and allows for easier recruitment of teachers. But some parents with traditional 5-day work weeks complain it's difficult to manage childcare.
This is CBS News.
You need to hire? Indeed is with you every step of the way, helping you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News now.
In the KRMS Radio Newsroom, I'm Mike Anthony. This year's Highway Safety and Traffic Conference, taking a look at safety in Missouri, continues. Local and national safety experts and advocates are in Columbia talking about a wide variety of topics, including the new distracted driving hands-free law in Missouri, a presentation on expanding Interstate 70, and the impacts of cannabis on highway safety. The conference is being hosted by MoDOT and the Missouri Coalition for Roadway Safety. It'll come to a close on Wednesday. A Wathena, Kansas man seriously hurt in a near drowning early Friday evening in Camden County. The Marine Division of the Highway Patrol says it happened in Miller Hollow Cove at the 21-mile marker when 31-year-old Jared Hawkins entered shallow water headfirst to retrieve an object. Hawkins was then pulled from the water by bystanders before being taken to Lake Regional. And the Highway Patrol reporting 5 arrests and 2 traffic accidents in the lake area over the weekend. Both of the accidents in Morgan County. One of them on Route 135 sent 4 people to the ER with serious injuries. The other happened on Route FF, sending 1 person with minor injuries to the hospital. All 5 of the arrests were for alleged drunk driving, 3 of them in Camden County, the other 2 in Miller County. I'm Mike Anthony. That's your Lake News Now.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group, we want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Clear skies tonight with a low temperature of 61 degrees and light west winds. Tuesday, sunshine with a high temperature of 86 degrees. Wednesday, showers and thunderstorms early in the day, otherwise sunny, high of 82. Thursday, plenty of sunshine, high temperature around 85. Current water temperature sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 78 degrees. And at studios, right now, it's 67.
Christian Faith Publishing is looking for Christian authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Christian Faith Publishing reviews each and every book submitted to them, and they give you their feedback. And if they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So whether you've written an inspirational work, a novel, a children's book, poetry, or a biography, and want to get it published, you need to call Christian Faith Publishing and do it immediately.
Call 800-615-7736 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-615-7736. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-615-7736. That's 800-615-7736. Work with a publisher who shares your core Christian values of integrity and honesty. Call Christian Faith Publishing at 800-615-7736 for your free author submission kit.
Live from the city that never sleeps. 17 miles from Madison Square Garden, New York City. It's America at Night with Rich Valdez. America's favorite late-night talk program featuring interesting guests from around the world and calls from across America. And now, here is your host, Rich Valdez.
Hi there, good evening, and what's up, America? I am Rich Valdez, Valdez with an S, at Rich Valdez on all of the social media, and happy to be here with you this Monday night. There's a lot of news out there. If you want to give us a call and talk about some of it, feel free, 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ. And a poll that came out over the weekend shows Trump with a double-digit lead over Biden. That's how it's being reported by Fox News. Listen to how it's being reported by the Washington Post. WAPO ABC poll: Biden faces criticism on economy, immigration, and age. A finding that shows Trump leading Biden by a wide margin does not match other recent polling, however, suggesting it is an outlier. When their poll doesn't have their guy looking good, they say it's an outlier. I got to tell you, it's their own poll. It's so funny. But that's the story. Let me give you some numbers on this. Here we go. So the Washington Post and ABC News released a poll on Sunday, which found that if the 2024 presidential election were held today, Trump would win 52% to 42% over Biden. Yep, you heard that right. Trump wins by 10 points if the election were today. Respondents also held a poor view of Biden's handling of the economy and the U.S.-Mexico border, in addition to his age. Would you look at that? They don't like Sleepy Joe. Anyway, the Post downplayed the results of its own poll after it showed Trump with such a commanding lead. And I read you the headline from both of these because I like to be like Fox, fair and balanced. And now, what's funny about this is that Trump's the guy that's 4 times indicted, twice impeached, facing, I don't know, 71 felony counts, 400 years in prison, or 91 felony counts, forgive me. I mean, it's just laughable. And Joe Biden's the guy squeaky clean. He's never done anything wrong, right? He's never done anything wrong because there isn't a politician out there who's ever done anything wrong unless it's Trump, right? Or is there another one, right? I think there's actually news that we talked about. We had a guest on it and everything last week. Yeah, Senator Bob Menendez, a United States senator who's been indicted for bribery. Yeah, we talked about that. And he came out swinging. You know, he took to the microphones today to say, I am innocent until proven guilty. Now, what's funny is him and his wife were indicted. And he didn't say, we are innocent. He said, I am innocent. I thought that was really telling. But I want you to hear Menendez talking about how he earned all this money. Because, you know, when they found money stuffed away in his clothing, just packs of cash, gold bars, all sorts of stuff given to him by people that he's done political favors for, which, you know, for many suggests that there may have been a bribe there. Lo and behold. Anyway, Menendez was there saying, look, I have lawfully earned this money as a senator. Listen to this.
For 30 years, I have withdrawn thousands of dollars in cash from my personal savings account, which I have kept for emergencies and because of the history of my family facing confiscation in Cuba. Now, this may seem old-fashioned, but these were monies drawn from my personal savings account based on the income that I have lawfully derived over those 30 years. I look forward to addressing other issues at trial.
All right, so there's Senator Bob Menendez again. Now, he was, investigated federally a couple of years back, and there was a hung jury there in New Jersey. Then now they're doing this out of New York, and it seems to be a more serious case. Now, what I think is important is the fact that we have to take some sort of heart in this, right? Now, there's 2 sides to the coin. I don't want to underestimate this. So it's my supposition that Bob Menendez, and I take exception to some of his stuff, but he's always been pretty good with Israel, pretty good on Iran in terms of, being against the Iran deal for the most part, realizes the threat that autocracy brings because he's, son of Cubans. But he's, definitely left of center. So there's a lot of issues we don't see eye to eye on. And I met him years ago. Wasn't the nicest guy to me. So be that as it may, I do realize that he's a difficult cog in the Washington, D.C. bubble. Obama and him didn't have a great relationship. Some suggest that Joe Biden is Obama 2.0. If that's the case, then maybe Joe Biden doesn't have a great relationship with him. I don't know. What I do know is that if you want to get rid of Joe Biden, this is a good stepping stone, right? To say, there's a Democrat politician out there that's facing corruption charges, and it looks really bad. That, to me, sets the stage to say, first it was a senator, next it was a president, right? We happen to catch this guy with 20 different shell accounts, all giving money to the same, 4 or 5 people, last name Biden. And everything kind of led back to Hunter and Joe. So I think we'll continue to unravel that stuff. But it seems to be like the writing is on the wall that somebody somewhere in Washington is actually doing the right thing, even if they're doing the right thing for the wrong reasons, for some sort of political motivation or payback. Well, what's interesting in this case is that while Menendez is maintaining his innocence, and that's his right, one of his colleagues in the lower house, my least favorite congresswoman from the Bronx and Queens, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC, all out crazy herself, she decided to go on Face the Nation this weekend, and she wasn't as complimentary as some have been for good old Bob Menendez. Listen to what she had to say about the good senator.
Senator Bob Menendez of New Jersey, as you know, has just been indicted on bribery charges. Should he resign? And what do you think of his statement that it has to do with him being a Latino?
Well, I think the situation is quite unfortunate, but I do believe that it is in the best interest for Senator Menendez to resign in this moment. As you mentioned, consistency matters. It shouldn't matter whether it's a Republican or a Democrat. The details in this indictment are extremely serious. They involve the nature of not just his, but all of our seats in Congress. And while, as a Latina, there are absolutely ways in which there is systemic bias, but I think what is here in this indictment is quite clear. And I believe it is in the best interest to maintain the integrity of the seat. I want to emphasize that all people they must be extended the presumption of innocence until proven guilty.
So there we have it. AOC all out crazy. She says, well, we might have to protect his seat by getting rid of him. He should resign. I love it when this happens. Honestly, there's zero confidence in him right now. They're just after the power. She follows up with saying, obviously he's innocent until proven guilty, but she doesn't come to his aid or defense or anything like that. She goes straight in for the kill, saying, look, we need to protect that seat in New Jersey. Otherwise, the Republicans will take it. It's soft. It's a soft target. So all I'm saying is things are looking up, right? Things are looking up, even if they're for the wrong reasons, whether it's for her political expediency, whether it's or the Democrats' political expediency, or if it's another bigger political move to start setting the stage to maybe indict Biden on something that looks ugly, or at least use that as a threat and say, look, we got Menendez. We can come after you, too. It's time for you to take a hike, old man. Maybe that'll happen. Who knows? It seems to me that the Democrats are behind pushing Biden out. And that's why these polls are coming out from the Washington Post with Trump leading by 10. If Democrats didn't want that to happen, it wouldn't happen. When the media says negative things about Biden, the media is setting the stage for a softening of Biden, for an exit of Biden. Anyway, straight ahead, I want to talk about what's killing America. And what's going on with the radical left, and why and how are they continuing to destroy so many of our cities? We're going to do that with Jason Rantz. He's coming up next. Plus, your calls a little bit after that. 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Yep, I'm looking at the pages right now.
Thomas's translation company just lost its only 2 Spanish speakers. Without the right replacements, he'll be in problemas.
Yeah, we'll have those ready. Tonight's gonna be a late one.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed Instant Match, we immediately show you quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
It's time to gear up for the NFL season.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, where?
Head over to NFLshop.com today for the largest collection of officially licensed gear from all your favorite brands. NFL Shop is your ultimate destination for jerseys, t-shirts, headwear, and more. Kick off the new season in the best selection of NFL gear anywhere. Show off your team pride with styles fit for the whole family. To shop now, go to NFLshop.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-353-9057. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-353-9057, 800-353-9057, or biglou.com.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
All right, amigos, welcome back. And we're talking about this poll with Joe Biden. Trump is up by 10. Biden's down by 10. And he would lose today by 10 points. That's remarkable to me that this is coming from the Washington Post. And speaking of Washington, I want to talk about Seattle, Washington also in a moment. But I want to bring in our guest. Jason Rantz is a big-time talker in Seattle. You see him on the Tucker Carlson show back in the days all the time. I think he was the most frequented guest on the program. He's a terrific broadcaster, and he's got a brand new book. We're going to talk about that as well. We're going to do a deep dive with Jason Rantz, and he's here with us. Jason Rantz, welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you so much for inviting me back. I appreciate it.
You bet. So we were talking right before you came on. We were talking about this poll, the Washington Post poll that has Trump ahead by 10. And of course, in their subhead, in the of the actual poll in the article in the Washington Post, they put that, well, it's clearly an outlier, but it still suggests that people are uncomfortable with his policies and his age. And I thought it was funny, but I try to read between the lines sometimes, and I think, WAPO is putting out a poll against Biden that it's definitely something the Democrats want out there. It's not them just being honest journalists, or do you think I'm wrong?
No, I think they do want it out there. I think there's a lot of panic there, particularly when it comes to the third parties. There was a story today about that. And now, Hillary Clinton is warning the Biden camp about that, and they're kind of freaked out. And so this kind of jarring poll, and yes, it is very clearly an outlier. However, it does continue to keep the trend in the direction of Trump, right? There's no doubt about that. All the polls show it either tied or him up by a couple points. Now, I believe if he's down by 3 points, it's a winner for him, because I don't think polls are very good at reaching Trump supporters, and I still think there are people who don't want to say that they'll end up voting for Trump, particularly if they're independent or moderate Democrats, because they know what life has been like under Joe Biden. They don't like it. And if this is the wake-up call that the Democrats need, so be it. I don't know if they're going to really be able to respond, because they're still handicapped by their guy. He's not a strong candidate. People don't want him on the top of the ticket. And they continue to, frankly, just lie about what everyday Americans are experiencing and witnessing. You can't tell us Bidenomics when people are struggling. You can't tell us there's no border crisis when now you even have Democrats calling it out.
I think you're 100% right there. And it's not just Bidenomics and the border crisis, but all of that kind of leads into crime that's taking over so many big cities. In New York City, you've got crime that is being managed. I mean, the cops are being very, very active, thankfully, but it's still out of control. People are on mopeds running around like madmen. And it's not exclusive to New York City. I mean, I saw this article last week. Your part of town. The Seattle City Council voted 6-3 on Tuesday to recriminalize public drug use. And when I read this, I thought I was reading The Onion, or Babylon Bee. And they're going to give the city attorney's office the authority to prosecute these crimes. Now, if you decriminalize this, obviously you're inviting public drug use. And now that it's rampant and destroying humanity, now you say, oh, you know what, maybe we should go back to prosecuting this crime. I think pro-crime progressive prosecutors that coddle criminals are literally destroying the fabric of our society. What was the logic behind this?
Well, one might say it's what's killing America, which is a good portion of my book is focused on all of this. I mean, so you've got several different issues at play here. For one thing, just to be clear about what Seattle did, they didn't really recriminalize. They took a step in the right direction, there's no doubt. A few years ago, the state Supreme Court in Washington, which is very, very far to the left, legalized drugs by declaring unconstitutional our felony possession law. And as a result of that, all the state legislature had to do was add one word to the law, which was knowing possession. Knowing was the word. They chose not to do that because they wanted to give decriminalization a try. You had Oregon basically do the same thing, except that was done via an initiative. And it's been a total failure. So 2 years later, after record high overdose deaths, the city of Seattle decided to move forward with a new state law that basically said, okay, you can now prosecute. They're not going to prosecute because we don't have enough cops to implement, and we don't even have the full policy. They passed a policy that doesn't actually exist yet. And what they've signaled is that they're going to give multiple shots to people to escape any kind of consequence if they indicate an interest in drug treatment. I believe in drug treatment over criminal penalties unless a serious crime has been committed. But there are people who are just choosing not to engage at all with the treatment that's being offered. And they just continue to create more victims out of the crimes that they're committing. At the same time, you have DAs, again, not just to your point, it's not just in certain cities. It's happening all across the country. Prosecutors are just refusing to prosecute. And you've got judges who aren't very judgmental. And as a result, you've got all of these criminals who are able to escape any kind of consequence. And guess what? All that does is embolden them to continue that kind of behavior. And ultimately, they take a step further and further and further until ultimately they end up committing a crime that they're not going to be able to take back.
Man, I tell you, it's I love talking to you because you always have the skinny on everything, and the way things are presented, you'd think that they're out there, trying to make a difference, and it sounds like they're not going to make any difference. That this was just some political sleight of hand.
Yeah, I honestly, in the short term, I don't expect anything is going to change. Now, long term, again, step in the right direction. We'll see how this next council election goes. We have all the incumbents, their positions are up. Not everyone is running again. And we can take a step again in the right direction, or we can go farther to the left. I'm cautiously optimistic, but I've been burned by that optimism in the past. So I'm just going to wait until November and see where things go. But I mean, when you look around the country, some cities have taken that right step and others have not. You look at San Francisco where they booted from office their DA, Chesa Boudin. They recalled the school board directors. But then you have Chicago, which went with Brandon Johnson, who is farther to the left than Lori Lightfoot. So depending on the community that we're talking about, there are some glimmers of hope. But part of the reason why I wrote What's Killing America is I don't think people are connecting the dots on their own. I think that it's really easy to fall for some of the progressive nonsense, the talking points that they put out there, because on paper, oftentimes it sounds very virtuous and like it's actually possible and even innovative, but they're failing. And if you don't know what specifically is failing, you just know the end results, you're not going to be able to change anything.
Well put. Folks, we're on with Jason Rantz. He literally wrote the book on this stuff. It's called What's Killing America? Inside the Radical Left's Tragic Destruction of Our Cities. We're going to get into the book straight ahead. Stick with us. Jason Rantz is our guest. I am Rich Valdez. It's America at Night. Don't go anywhere. Don't move a muscle. We are coming right back.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next?
How do you get in front of companies or get a patent?
Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors just like you for 35 years.
And thousands of people contact them every month.
With 65 offices, you can meet with an InventHelp representative near you who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. And they offer 3D animations and prototyping services.
Has your heater or air conditioner busted? Appliance broken? Computer crashed? Then you need an ARW home warranty. Home system and appliance repairs and replacements can cause stress and cost you thousands of dollars per year. With an A-plus BBB rating and a top-rated home warranty company on Consumer Affairs and Trustpilot, ARW Home provides superior service, featuring the industry's lowest service call fee. ARW Home has warranty plans that cover your kitchen and laundry appliances, heating and air conditioning systems, electrical and plumbing systems, and much more. Call 800-941-4085 to customize your plan. Plus, ARW has partnered with Azurian to protect your new and used tablets, laptops, TVs, and other home tech from accidental damage and wear and tear. All plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call 800-941-4085 for your free quote. That's 800-941-4085.
Attention business owners, listen carefully to this important message. Are you tired of struggling with monthly bookkeeping or always being behind? Maybe you're fed up with paying your CPA ridiculously high hourly rates for subpar services. At Finance Pal, we know your pain. We're small business owners who understand your tax and accounting needs. At Finance Pal, we take over your books and design a program custom tailored to fit your needs. Whether it's bookkeeping, payroll, bill pay, inventory tracking, or taxes, we have you covered. We handle some or all of these services for one flat, affordable, low monthly fee. Stop worrying about your books and drowning in paperwork. Let us worry while you focus on growing your business. The setup is easy, and we give you the tools and technology to make your monthly finances streamlined and organized.
Call now at 800-509-1764 for a free business assessment. That's 800-509-1764. 800-509-1764.
Finance Pal, the only friend your business needs.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
All right, America, welcome back. And we're talking about a stunning new book about how America's biggest cities are being destroyed by progressive policies and woke Democrats. A lot of Americans really don't know how badly the biggest cities that are run by Democrats are really deteriorating. And too many Americans have been complacent for way too long, assuming that the craziest elements of the radical left would stay confined to the East and West Coast. But crime, addiction, homelessness, left-wing school indoctrination, so-called inclusive housing policies, outrageous taxes, and so much more, they don't stay in the big cities like Los Angeles, Chicago, Portland, New York, Seattle, San Francisco. The effects of the left-wing ideology that we see out of there is spreading like wildfire, in my opinion. And it alarms me, and it should alarm you, too. Now, Jason Rantz is a big-time radio host. He's a journalist. You see him on Fox News very regularly. And he's written this book. He's breaking it down, and he was there on the front lines. He's in Seattle. and he's with us now. Jason Rantz, welcome back. Let's dig into the book. I'm reading the introduction here. The book is called What's Killing America? Inside the Radical Left's Tragic Destruction of Our Cities. Jason Rantz, what was the impetus for you in particular, being that you're already out there writing articles, you're on TV, you're on the radio? Why did you want to write a book and chronicle all of this?
I wanted to write a book because ultimately, whether we're talking about radio or television, there's only so much you can get into in one segment. Yeah. And when we have seriously a country that's on the line, I think it deserves just a deeper dive where it can, all the information that you might need in order to help save your individual city is just there for you. It's spelled out. There are many instances in which we will notice what's going on. Homelessness is out of control. The drug crisis is out of control. Fill in the blank, because so much is out of control. But you won't necessarily know why it is the way that it is. Local media does not connect dots for individuals. They'll do very transactional stories. Here's the latest crime that occurred. Here's when it occurred, and then they move on. But they don't say, actually, this could have been prevented had we not passed this piece of legislation, or had we not, at the prosecuting attorney's office, decided to adopt this strategy. And as I was saying, if you don't know the what behind everything that's happening, you're not going to be able to argue to rescind those laws, walk back those strategies. If you don't know why the radical left believes what they do, it's very hard to have a true debate, an actual argument as you're talking with your friends and neighbors about the future of your community. I can go outside right now. I'm in New York today. I can go outside, talk to 10 random people and ask them what harm reduction is. Mm-hmm. Not a single person will be able to tell me. Right. And yet harm reduction is a strategy that is responsible for the drug crisis that we have in this country, and it is being implemented in every single Democrat-run city, county, and state. It's adopted by the Biden administration. I can do the same thing with Housing First. No one knows what that is, but guess what? It is why we have a homelessness crisis that's out of control. And it's happening in all those same exact places, and it's being implemented nationwide by the Biden administration. How do we fight back if we don't know these things? How do we fight back when we don't know how to read or sort of decode the language of the progressive left when they're pitching their so-called compassionate ideas and innovative ideas? You're not going to be able to win the battle unless you know what it is we're dealing with. And so What's Killing America just basically gives you everything you need to know in order to understand the current crises, why we're experiencing them, what actually works, and how we can start winning these battles.
Jason Rantz, I want to make sure people get out there and buy a copy of the book, What's Killing America? The Radical Left's Tragic Destruction of Our Cities. And I want you to dig into the two examples you just made because I think they're interesting, harm reduction and housing first. I have never even heard this term housing first. I have heard of harm reduction, but for the audience, explain them.
Yeah, so let's start with housing first because this is the main policy that we're dealing with. Housing first means, as it says, we put a homeless person in housing first, and then we go after whatever was the reason for why they were homeless to begin with. On paper, it sounds great. I mean, they're homeless, they're without home, let's give them a home, and they're no longer homeless. The problem is they don't actually treat the underlying condition. This is all called low barrier housing, which essentially means there's no condition of entry. So long as you're not violent, if you are an addict and that's the reason why you're homeless, you can still use while in the subsidized housing. There's no mandate that an individual gets the treatment that they so desperately need. And so what you end up happening is that they're just still kind of homeless. Nothing's really changed except we've put them on a government subsidized housing program forever, which doesn't help them, doesn't help the community because it's not like they're staying in their home. They're still leaving the house and committing crimes. And then, of course, the only people it benefits, the homeless industrial complex, which is making a ton of money to keep these people in the housing. Now, harm reduction, very similar in that we're trying to reduce the harm of illicit substances. So rather than have someone share a needle, which can pass bloodborne disease, or share a crack pipe because of the bacteria, we hand them out clean versions of that. So we're basically enabling their addiction.
Right.
And again, they'll tell you that this is, well, you got to be where they are. You got to go to them first. And then when they gain trust, then they'll take you up on your offers of treatment. They don't offer the treatment. And just I directly quote left-wing, radical left activists talking about harm reduction, and they don't even really hide it. That they don't want to stigmatize drug users, so they don't want to offer treatment because it might be too judgy. They'd be too judgmental, and ultimately we're just killing these people, and it's immoral. Our tax dollars are going to it. On top of that, right now, chances are 97% of the people listening right now have their dollars going to purchase crack pipes, clean needles, or something called booty bumping kits, which was a blast when I got to explain that on Fox News the other day.
Wow. Well, we'll do that in the next segment, folks.
Don't Google it, folks. Do not Google.
It might scare you. What's killing America? Inside the radical left's tragic destruction of our cities. We're on with the author, Jason Rantz. And again, this is stuff I think we know, but we just don't know all of the details of it. I think you've spelled it out really, really well in this book. Check out the book. Get a copy. Get an extra copy to give to a friend that needs to know what's going on in America. The book, again, What's Killing America? Inside the Radical Left's Tragic Destruction of Our Cities. Jason Rantz is the author. We're coming right back with him. Don't move a muscle.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
The lights are off. Everything is quiet. You're ready to sleep. But your brain isn't. It's going a mile a minute, stressing about every detail of your life. Like that awkward thing you said when you were 13, or whether you chose the right career, or that unanswered text you sent earlier. Sound familiar? Whether they strike before bed or any time throughout the day, racing thoughts are a pain. Therapy can give you a place to work through all those thoughts and come up with solutions so they don't keep you up at night or stop you from enjoying the rest of your day. With BetterHelp, just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist based on your needs and preferences. Connect by phone, video, or chat from wherever you are. Switch therapists anytime and use flexible week-to-week scheduling to book appointments. Get a break from your racing thoughts with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/open today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/open.
You can live out your MasterChef dreams when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Hustle up, we've got 8 more floors to go before lunch.
Sarusha's window washing business is reaching new heights.
Wipe, and let's roll.
They need more certified cleaners to keep online reviews crystal clear.
Team, I know we're hustling, but watch for streaks. Candace, can you give me a hand over here?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Attention taxpayers, ready for some bad news? With $80 billion in new funding from Congress, the IRS has launched their most aggressive hiring campaign ever to ramp up enforcement. If you're ignoring your taxes, don't delay another minute because your paycheck, your bank account, even your home or business could already be at risk. Now, here's the good news. Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm, can get to work immediately, helping to protect you from the IRS. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their tax attorneys and licensed professionals are experts at resolving tax problems. Let them help determine if you qualify for the Fresh Start Initiative or other powerful IRS tax assistance programs. Take control. Call Optima Tax Relief now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Sleep.
is America. This is Night. This is Rich Valdez.
All right, familia, welcome back. And you guys remember a couple of months ago over the summer that there was a story that came out that said that there were crack pipe vending machines. I think they were in New York City, and they sold out of crack pipes within hours of being placed in public, display. And I thought to myself, man, that's crazy. But when our guest, Jason Rantz, the author of What's Killing America, Inside the Radical Left's Tragic Destruction of Our Cities, when he mentioned that in addition to some of the crazy products that people are handing out in our government to help people, like clean syringes and crack pipes, there's also something called what kind of kit was it, Jason Rantz?
Booty bumping kits.
What do you do with those?
Okay, so it is so you get a syringe, you remove the needle, you fill it with water and meth, and you inject it rectally. And apparently that is the quickest way to get a really significant high. It's an indication that someone is very, 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 very desperate and very addicted. And rather than help that person, we are giving them the tools that they need, taxpayer funded, to continue. And no one really knows about that.
Wow, I've never heard of such a thing. The last time I heard of something like that was when college kids were taking boxed wine and, going through the back door. And I thought that was crazy. I was like, well, the things kids are doing in college. I'm only 45. I never heard of such a thing when I was, in that age. Anyway, that's crazy. So these people are injecting themselves in their rear end to try to get more high than they normally would get with this rectal dose of methamphetamine. That's absolutely crazy. And this is something that the government is helping and supporting.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is going on all across the country. People don't realize how bad it is. And oftentimes when they find out, they're like, oh my gosh, how did we allow that to happen? Well, it's because you didn't know. And you don't know what you don't know. People have families, they have lives, they've got jobs. It's hard to pay attention to all of this. And so that's another reason why I wrote What's Killing America. And, it's broken down into two sections. So the first section is crime, homelessness. These are the policy choices and laws that impact our everyday lives. And then part two focuses on how the policies are forcing us into certain kinds of lifestyles. So the truth about EVs and the cost to electric vehicles and how it's never going to truly work out. The war on cars, the war on housing, all of these big issues get their own chapter so that we can, again, just see what's going on all across the country. And I hope people realize bad policies spread. They don't stay in these big cities. It's not Las Vegas. What happens there doesn't stay there. A horrible policy in Chicago ends up getting statewide with cashless bail. A horrible policy in Seattle ends up going statewide with a ban on vehicular pursuits by police. We have countless examples, and that's not even getting into the education system and how it's been corrupted by the radical left. Until we truly understand what's going on, we can't fight back. And I guarantee you, folks, there's no escaping this. Don't think that you're living now farther away from D.C. or Atlanta or L.A. or San Francisco, that it's not going to follow. It follows.
This is not very heartening news, Jason Rantz. What's Killing America? Inside the Radical Left's Tragic Destruction of Our Cities is his brand new hardcover book. This book hits the shelves tomorrow. You can pre-order it now and get the guaranteed price. I'm looking at Amazon.com, but you can get it wherever you want to get your books. Again, What's Killing America? Inside the Radical Left's Tragic Destruction of Our Cities. Jason Rantz, I know that you can't give everything that's in the book away. You got to leave us wanting more. But give everybody listening a good synopsis of what they're going to take away after going cover to cover on this book.
I think what people will take away first and foremost is they're going to be disgusted and astonished at what's been going on that they didn't know about, myself included. Like when I started to do the research into my immigration chapter, just hearing some of these horror stories that people in this country experienced, or going into education and gaining access to a whole bunch of secretly recorded videos and audio clips of teachers, like what they were saying, I was blown away. And I have a fairly high bar of what shocks me because I do this for a living, as do you, right? We're surrounded by this stuff.
Yeah, usually you're disappointed, but not surprised.
Exactly. So when I get shocked, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is bad. So I imagine people will take that away. Then I'll be honest, they're going to get angry. They're going to get angry that this is happening without their permission, without their consent. But then ultimately, I think they're going to feel optimistic that they can now do something to change the direction. We are not too far gone. Well, I think there's some cities, unfortunately, I think San Francisco is at this point too far gone. But understand, in this book, I'll take you through the fights that recently the left took on against the radical left, because I don't think it's Democrats are the problems. I think radical Democrats are the problems. And liberal San Francisco pushed back. I just think they waited a little bit too long before they got rid of Chesa Boudin and the school board directors like they did. And what I fear is going to happen is that too many people will finally realize what's going on in their big city, small city, mid-sized city, then decide to push back. But by then, it'll be too late. And so I want to give people the tools that they need, the knowledge that they need to be able to fight back ahead of time. And as our friend Mark Levin will tell you, it's not easy as a conservative author to get any kind of promotion outside of talk radio and Fox News. And so there's been a nice little concerted effort to make sure that the books don't end up getting promoted. And so please, again, go online to purchase, call your bookstore. If they don't have it, ask them to order it. All of that matters, and first week sales are the most important, and the book goes on sale in just a couple hours.
Folks, you heard it best. I was actually with the great one, Mark Levin, yesterday, the day before yesterday, and it is tough to push books out there, but when you make some noise, people know. And if you're listening and you care about America and you want to share this with somebody, I recommend giving one as a gift, keeping one for yourself. What's Killing America? Inside the Radical Left's Tragic Destruction of Our Cities. I'm getting a copy for myself. I want to make sure that you guys get one too. Jason Rantz, tell everybody how they get a copy of the book.
So you can go wherever it is you get your books. So from Books A Million and Amazon to Walmart and Barnes & Noble, Target if you dare. They're available everywhere online. And then again, in most major bookstores, you'll see it. Feel free to give them a call to make sure they have it before you make the trek. And I would appreciate it.
You bet. Follow him at Jason Rantz on social media. Jason Rantz, you're a gentleman, a scholar, a patriot. I thank you for being here. I want you to give a shout-out to Jason Antebbe and all of the KTTH family for me. I haven't been on in a while.
Absolutely. We will.
Bet. All right. Take care, my man. Folks, there is more to come straight ahead. We'll continue with your calls and more as we move forward. Don't go anywhere.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Be more cyber zen. Get NordVPN. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers, secure your devices from malware-infected downloads, and block access to malicious websites. With NordVPN, enjoy internet without trackers, without malicious websites, without malware-ridden files. Be more cyber zen. Take advantage of our special offer now at NordVPN.com.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Thursday Night Football is on, and it's only on Prime. Watch the NFL's biggest stars play in the most exciting matchups all season long. With Al Michaels, Kirk Herbstreit, and the best broadcast team delivering all you need to know to kick off your NFL weekend. Not a Prime member? Sign up for a 30-day free trial to stream the game. Thursday Night Football. It's on Prime. Restrictions apply. See Amazon.com/WatchTNF for details. Sponsored by the NFL.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
I want to listen to you, Rich, all the time.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
The polling right now for 2024 for the presidential race is tied. Is that something that surprises you or worries you?
No, it doesn't yet. I mean, we're a long way out, and I think there is, a kind of, looking and almost shopping mentality in voters. Like, oh, who am I going to have to vote for? And wait a minute, I'm not happy with that. They're never happy with what the choices are. I've seen that for many years.
Well, no duh, Hillary. And, of course, that's Hillary Clinton with Jen Psaki on MSNBC over the weekend. And I keep bringing up this poll, and not because it's favoring Trump, but because of how the Washington Post portrayed it when their perceived guy, in my opinion, they want things to look favorable for Democrats most of the time. And when they don't, I believe it's because it's the beginning of a hit job. It's not honest journalism. They don't really do that. And even though they did it, they had to put a caveat on it saying, well, it's an outlier and blah, blah, blah. And, something Jason Rance mentioned, too, is that while it is an outlier, it is definitely what they want people to know. There's a lot of concern with Democrats over Biden, and you're starting to see it in polls. And I think it's encouraging to me because I'm seeing it at all different levels. I don't always get to speak with everybody, but the people that I do speak to, I just ask. And, I have a friend I've known since high school. She's been my attorney in the past, and every now and again we'll talk. We don't see eye to eye on anything. Matter of fact, she was an attorney for an organization that represented Black Lives Matter, but she's a very old friend of mine. And every now and again we'll talk about politics. And something she mentioned to me was, I said, well, what about your guy, Joe Biden? And she said, please, that's not my guy, all right? She's like, seriously, we don't need people that old in the White House and blah, blah, blah. And she had been concerned for a long while about his age. I'm talking maybe like two and a half years ago. So this is a real thing that's affecting liberal Democrats, progressive Democrats. There's a lot of disdain out there, and people are concerned. So we're going to see what happens while we're out there shopping. And by the way, Hillary, that's exactly what you do. Right? You're always shopping for a candidate. You want to see who's going to really be the best representative of your values in the White House. That's literally how voting works. That's why we campaign. Anyway, folks, more to come straight ahead. We're going to talk healthcare, the headlines, your calls, and more. 833-4-VALDEZ. Don't move a muscle. It's Rich Valdez. We'll be right back.
Hey, airline travelers, let's say you have a problem and you need to change or cancel an existing airline reservation. What do? Well, Skywatch is a free service that can help anyone with any airline reservation fix it. Whether you want to cancel it, change your dates, or add passengers, we can help fix your airline reservations so you get exactly what you need. We've updated our computer database and now have access to every airline around the globe. So now you can make one phone call regardless of who booked your airline tickets, and we'll change it, cancel it, and fix it for you. We know the insider secrets to fixing reservations that the airlines don't want you to know about. So if you need to cancel, change, or modify an existing airline reservation, call Skywatch right now. It's a free call, so let us fix it for you. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. That's 800-930-9129.
At your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Writers Guild of America members have reached a tentative agreement with studios, but the terms are not yet known. CBS's Elise Preston heard from entertainment attorney Jonathan Handel.
What does this mean for everyone else?
We are in a labor moment. We had dual Hollywood strikes for the first time in 63 years. We have the auto workers out. We almost had UPS out. Workers, even non-unionized workers, are sick and tired and have found a straw that broke their back in terms of income inequality in this country.
It was only last week that studio heads were brought in to try to end the strike that lasted nearly 5 months.
SAG-AFTRA actors are still on strike, and the union's video game performers have authorized a strike if contract talks fail, setting the stage for another possible Hollywood walkout. President Biden heads to Detroit tomorrow to meet with striking UAW members. This as auto workers at GM, Ford, and Stellantis plants remain on the picket line across the country. More from WBBM TV's Sharday Gray in the Chicago area.
In Naperville at the Stellantis plant, more auto workers joined the cause, like Don DeJack, who has been working at Stellantis as a driver for 15 years. He's had to make hard choices.
It's been a big sacrifice. It's been hard on my family because I never got to see my kids grow up. I was transplanted up here.
Auto workers say they'll switch shifts to keep their presence out here.
If Congress cannot pass spending bills by midnight Saturday, the government will shut down and at least 4 million federal workers won't get paid. CBS's Weijia Zhang has details.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has failed numerous times now to convince those lawmakers to compromise, a task that may be even tougher now that former President Donald Trump is urging conservatives to shut down the government if they don't get, quote, everything they want.
8 people are injured on a JetBlue flight near Jamaica while heading to Fort Lauderdale, Florida. CBS's Chris Van Cleve reports.
The airline says it experienced sudden severe turbulence as it neared Florida. The flight landed safely in Fort Lauderdale, but 7 passengers and 1 crew member were taken to the hospital for evaluation. The hospital tells CBS News those people were treated and released.
The restarting of student loan payments in October is creating some concern over consumers and their retail spending. More from CBS's Jason Brooks.
Investment firm Jefferies surveyed consumers with student debt and found that 54% of respondents plan to spend less on apparel and accessories and 46% less on footwear.
On Maui, some Lahaina residents returned to their destroyed properties more than a month after wildfires tore through the area, killing at least 97 people. Some searched through the charred ruins for mementos. This is CBS News.
If you need to hire, you need Indeed, because Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News now.
In the KRMS Radio Newsroom, I'm Mike Anthony. This year's Highway Safety and Traffic Conference, taking a look at continued safety in Missouri, continues. Local and national safety experts and advocates are in Columbia talking about a wide variety of topics, including the new distracted driving hands-free law in Missouri, a presentation on expanding Interstate 70, the impacts of cannabis on highway safety, speed, community partnerships, and how to reduce traffic fatalities. The conference opened up on Monday. It'll come to a close on Wednesday at the Holiday Inn Executive Center. Highway Patrol reporting 5 arrests, 2 traffic accidents in the lake area over the weekend. Both of the accidents in Morgan County. One of them on Route 135 sent 4 people to the ER with serious injuries. The other happened on Route FF, sending 1 person with minor injuries to the hospital. As for the arrest, all 5 were for alleged drunk driving, 3 of them in Camden County, 2 of them in Miller County. And it was a beautiful day for a parade, a homecoming parade for School of the Osage. Indian band members, cheerleaders, athletes, students, families, and others converged Monday on the Bagnell Dam Strip in Lake Ozark for the annual homecoming parade. The Indians will hit the field for their homecoming game Friday night against Hallsville. You can hear it on 104.9 Classic Country. That's your Lake News Now.
This news brought to you by Waterfront Brands and the Hydro Hoist Factory Store.
Since 1964, Hydro Hoist Boat Lifts has led the market with award-winning innovation in engineering by providing unrivaled protection for all watercraft. The Ultra Lift, also available in front mount and shallow water, have lifting capacities up to 32,000 pounds with custom molded high-impact polyethylene tanks and all steel parts above the water in standard installation. The Ultra Lift series is America's #1 boat lift. Hydro Hoist of the Ozarks, located at 448 South Main Street in Laurie, offers factory direct pricing. Call 573-346-7505 or visit boatlift.com.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Clear skies tonight with a low temperature of 61 degrees and light west winds. Tuesday, sunshine with a high temperature of 86 degrees. Wednesday, showers and thunderstorms early in the day, otherwise sunny, high of 82. Thursday, plenty of sunshine, high temperature around 85. Current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 78 degrees, and at studios, right now, it's 64.
The following ad contains shocking material. Listener discretion is advised. Is someone in your family playing a dangerous game of Russian roulette? Over 43,000 people die a year from drug overdose. 120 people a day. 5 people every hour. 1 person every 12 minutes. 88,000 people die every year from alcohol abuse. Over 240 people a day, 10 an hour, 1 person every 6 minutes. Somebody you know may be next. Learn how to help someone you love get away from the drugs, alcohol, and bad influences. With the FMLA, people can take a leave of absence from their job and still keep it. Call Quit Drugs 321 now at 800-338-6906. 800-338-6906. 800-338-6906. That's 800-338-6906.
From the city that never sleeps. 17 miles from Madison Square Garden, New York City. It's America at Night with Rich Valdez. America's favorite late night talk program featuring interesting guests from around the world and calls from across America. And now, here is your host, Rich Valdez.
Hi there, good evening, and what's up, America? I am Rich Valdez, Valdez with an S, at Rich Valdez on all of the social media. And our phone number, if you want to join us on the air, feel free to join the program, 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ. This is our number 2. If you're just joining us, welcome. And you've got families that are in crisis as the cost of specialty drugs continues to go up. And we're going to dig into that. But it reminds me of how Joe Biden's out there, and whenever people push back, because inflation, you're not doing great on the economy, he starts with, it's working. I remember his little whisper campaign saying the Bidenomics is great, and then they'll start talking about how they're working diligently to lower the cost of insulin and this, that, and the third, which are important and great. but they don't address the issues that are being presented. Now, Karine Jean-Pierre, she goes off on a tangent talking about drug prices and everything else under the sun about Bidenomics, saying that no, we're bringing prices down on just about everything. Listen to this.
This president has been so zeroed in, so laser focused on lowering costs for Americans, and we've done that. And a lot of the policies that the president has put forward are indeed popular. I mean, Bidenomics has worked so well that you have Republicans in their own districts, in their own states, taking credit for things that the president pushed forward, policies that the president has pushed forward, legislation that they didn't even vote for. If you think about the American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act.
I don't know where to start. This president is so zeroed in, she says. I'd say this president is a zero. But popular policies? I don't know which policy is popular of Joe Biden's. He's losing by 10 percentage points to Trump in this poll that came out yesterday. I think he's underwater by almost 70%, 60, I think it's 66%. Of Americans don't think the economy is going well, and they disapprove of his handling of the economy. So I don't know. I don't see the popularity of it, but you know what? I want to bring in somebody who knows more about this than me. She is an ophthalmologist. She's a physician. She was a congresswoman from New York, and she's our guest right now. Nan Hayworth, welcome to the program.
Rich, it's a privilege to be with you, and I guess, the message from the White House is, and from all the Democrats who are asked these questions, because of course they're all being asked, and it is that Americans just don't understand how good we have it. It's like, don't believe your lying eyes. Don't believe what you're experiencing in your life. Somehow you don't understand. It's amazing. And
it's not me, it's you, right?
Right. Yeah. It's somehow, it's always that way with our colleagues across the aisle. Somehow we haven't messaged it right, they say. We haven't reached into people's fantasy lives enough, and managed to negate what they're seeing in real life, experiencing in real life. And certainly, apropos of what you mentioned in terms of our topic together, Rich, there is, speaking as a physician, of course, too, there's a lot of opportunity to do things better in terms of relieving the extraordinary cost, especially of specialty drugs and biologics, the things, frankly, that you see advertised on TV all the time these days, and they are costing U.S. citizens, premium payers, and taxpayers a lot more than they really should.
Well, let's talk about these specialty drugs in particular. What are these drugs in particular, so that we can have a fair understanding? Absolutely.
So, as I mentioned, Rich, if you turn on any TV station these days, and by the way, they're amazing medications. Things like Humira, for example. Pretty much every medication you see now advertised for psoriasis. For skin problems, for GI problems, people who have inflammatory bowel disease, Crohn's disease. You see there have been so many special molecules, and they're big molecules that are made by our bodies in various ways, or are adapted from molecules that we make in our own bodies, but they're big molecules. They're miraculous to manufacture. They're very different from what we had a couple of generations ago, which were the smaller, and of course a molecule is a teeny tiny speck of chemical, basically. But what we have, insulin is a fairly small molecule. What we give for hypertension, for high blood pressure, very important medications. Most of them are small molecules, but big molecules that we use for immune problems, that of course are highly prevalent, and we didn't have good treatments for them 20, 30 years ago, and now we do, but they're very expensive to purchase and to administer, and some of that is understandable, but unfortunately a lot of it these days is avoidable, and it hasn't been avoided yet.
So when we're looking at the cost of these going up, I guess it's some of it is the recouping of research and development that has to get back in, since it's a more complicated drug. But is that why the price is going up, or is that just why it's expensive? Is it inflation? Is it a scarcity issue? Why is it increasing?
It's a great question. Research and development for any intervention medically, and I, of course, know this well, and I have worked with the pharma industry for part of my career, and the research and development is definitely very, very expensive. The United States has some of the highest standards in the world for evidence, although interestingly enough, and it's a whole different topic, but COVID vaccines managed to skirt some of that testing, and a lot of us docs have been pretty troubled about that. But in terms of these biologics, they do have lots and lots of testing, and that's great. But the challenge is that, and of course we do incentivize the development of these miracle cures by allowing patents, and of course everybody's heard of patents on all kinds of things. The United States has had patents on things that people invent ever since this country was founded. And that's a way of allowing inventors, and in this case, of course, pharmaceutical companies, allowing these inventors to benefit from the work that they have done, and that, of course, encourages others to do the same thing, and then they too will benefit, and the world will benefit from whatever they produce. But it's also possible for, and in fact, it's all too tempting, and it is done. For these pharmaceutical companies to use patent law to have market positions that allow them to charge an awful lot of money for these medications for decades, instead of, say, a reasonable period of time, 10 years or so. It can be extended to 30 years when and in fact, in the case of Humira, that's pretty much the case, and that's one of the things we talk about in this piece I wrote for Real Clear Health. But there are competitors who would like to, introduce their products, their molecules, so-called biosimilars, for a lower price. And, they should be able to do it. It's a reasonable thing to do. But for, manipulation of the legal system by the pharmaceutical manufacturers, and not actual, new innovation or anything that, would warrant it, these biosimilars are having trouble entering the U.S. marketplace. In Europe, it's a much different story, interestingly enough. And European patients and those who pay these things, European taxpayers, depending on how their countries pay for medications. Most countries have forms of government support, taxpayer support. They benefit from that. But in the United States, we have not really been able to do that yet.
How much of this can we blame on Biden in terms of the cost and the red tape?
I'd like to say everything. I'd like to say everything, because he is sadly at the forefront of a lot of terrible things that are happening to the taxpayers and workers and families of the U.S. now. But honestly, Rich, this is a problem that's been going on for a very long time. So we can't really blame President Biden for this. But what we can do is encourage all of our policymakers, both sides of the aisle, And, the pharma industry, and again, if you're in Congress, you've talked with folks from the pharma industry, and it's okay to talk with anybody. Lobbyists are part of what we do. But really to try to encourage our members of Congress and our senators to take steps to allow some legal reforms in the patent industry that would make it easier for less expensive versions that are identical in terms of what they can do for our bodies, to allow those to enter the marketplace faster. There's a great organization called FreeOp, and it's headed up by the really smart scholar, and I'm sure you know him, Rich, Avik Roy. And FreeOp and Avik Roy have written some great pieces analyzing just exactly what we need to do in our healthcare, in the way, and look, it's inevitable, Rich. The ideal solution to any pricing problem is to open markets more. So, fundamentally, that's what we want to do. But we know that the government, the U.S. government, is always going to have a big presence in our healthcare. So there are ways that we can change our regulations to allow innovation to happen more easily, to allow a variety of products that are more affordable to compete with, the first-to-market patent holders after a reasonable period of time. And right now, unfortunately, we don't have that. But if we encourage our members of Congress and our senators to pursue that kind of thing, then that'll be better for all of us. And of course, President Biden could be a champion for it too. Right.
This is one of those things where whoever jumps on board first gets to win and take the political clout that comes with it.
And you're right, Rich. And it's a complex subject, so it's a challenge for the people who pay out of pocket for these medications really know what we're talking about, and there are folks who don't have insurance that may pay for some of these medications, and they're paying for them themselves, and they really feel that pain. For most of us, insurance covers a lot of the cost. There are some patient assistance programs, but the general cost to Americans as a whole runs into the many billions of dollars.
Well, I want to talk about that in the next segment, if you don't mind. And I just want to remind everybody that we're on with former Congresswoman Nan Hayworth. She's MD, medical doctor, and we're going to talk about this debate and the red tape that exists between bringing biosimilars into the marketplace versus, not doing that, and how it's affecting Americans and in their pocketbooks as well. Folks, stick around. If you have a call, 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
These statements and information are for educational purposes only and are not a solicitation for the purchase of any insurance or financial product. All guarantees are based on the claims-paying ability of the insurer. Paid for by Bank on Yourself.
Are you putting your retirement savings in a 401k or IRA? Then I have one word of advice. Stop. You've been lied to by the Wall Street fat cats who get paid whether you win or lose. They say risk your life savings in the stock market, but studies show people who follow that advice will outlive their savings by a staggering 10 years. They say max out your contributions to 401ks, but the man who invented the 401k now says it's a monster that should be destroyed. They say defer paying your taxes to retire in a lower tax bracket, but retirees who fell for that lie are paying higher taxes than ever. Now get a free report exposing the wealth-killing lies you've been told and discover the proven retirement plan alternative Wall Street fat cats hope you never hear about. You can get guaranteed competitive growth every year and tax-free retirement income. Get your free report now at bankonyourself.com/thrive. That's bankonyourself.com/thrive. bankonyourself.com/thrive.
Get ready to wake up.
Let's go
to Sunday morning football because the NFL is back across the pond with two huge matchups.
How do you like that?
We're talking Jags-Bills.
You gotta love this team.
And Ravens-Titans.
This place is on fire. Whoa.
So set your alarm.
Caught for the touchdown.
Then rise shine, and watch the NFL London Games, October 8th and 15th, only on NFL Network.
A lot of schools talk about training the cybersecurity workforce of the future, but do they really deliver? My Computer Career has been supplying the IT workforce with thousands of skilled, certified pros for 15 years. Train with the experts in support, networking, or cybersecurity and start your career in months, not years. Upskill even faster. On campus or live online. Qualified students may get financial aid, including the GI Bill. My Computer Career. Accredited, acclaimed, effective. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu.
Okay, everyone, gather round. It's time for corny jokes about passing the torch.
The team at Kirian's Welding was fused together solid.
Thanks for all the late nights and early shifts.
But double retirements mean the crew must bond with some certified new hires.
You've both gone the extra millimeter.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
So the battle for more affordable options, whether it's biologics or biosimilars, continues. And the big issue is Big Pharma wants to make sure that they make their billions because they need those billions to continue to do the research and development to come up with these wonder drugs. And, of course, competitors want to come in and give a more affordable option. But with so many of the manufacturers of these biologics filing multiple patents, it makes it difficult for competitors to come in because they're protecting their investment for as long as they can. And I guess the question becomes, how long is long enough and too long? How do we regulate that? And that's why we're talking with former New York Congresswoman Nan Hayworth. She's a medical doctor and is explaining this to us. And in the minute or two we have left, Nan Hayworth, how do we fix this?
Well, Rich, it's going to take, I think, probably patient advocacy groups, especially, all of the serious diseases, and there are so many in this country, chronic diseases, those sorts of conditions that people suffer from for a lifetime. Autoimmune diseases, of course, are classic for that kind of challenge. So most of these patients will have advocacy groups, and I think really advocacy groups in this country can help spearhead, the kind of urging that we were talking about a moment ago. We really do need, from the federal level, we need to change the way patent law works for these sorts of medications, because frankly, patent law opportunities were altered through probably advocacy by the pharma companies to make sure they could use, patent after patent after patent to extend their advantage beyond when it's reasonable to do so. So to make sure that when insurers and patients pay for these medications, that the government isn't creating artificial incentives for the prices actually to be hiked, because that actually happens the way some of our in Medicare pricing rules work in the United States. It's a perverse incentive. You can actually, that unfortunately, raising the price of medications and biologics can actually, unfortunately, benefit folks other than patients, and yet, not because they've done anything better, those who are hiking prices, but just because they can.
Wow.
So these sorts of artificial incentives on the part of government that allow what effectively are abuses. Everybody wants to see innovators incentivized to do more of that. We all want to have a great pharmaceutical industry, and we can have all of those things, but in fact have even more innovation if we can break down some of the barriers to new and more affordable versions of these products coming to market faster.
Nan Hayworth, a pleasure to be with you, former Congresswoman from New York. Nan, let everybody know how they can find you and follow you.
You bet. Well, thank you, Rich. I'm on Twitter, or X now, at Nan Hayworth.
Excellent. Stay tuned. We're coming right back.
Okay, everyone, gather round. It's time for corny jokes about passing the torch.
The team at Kirian's Welding was fused together solid.
Thanks for all the late nights and early shifts.
But double retirements mean the crew must bond with some certified new hires.
You've both gone the extra millimeter.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Okay, everyone, gather round. It's time for corny jokes about passing the torch.
The team at Kirian's Welding was fused together solid.
Thanks for all the late nights and early shifts.
But double retirements mean the crew must bond with some certified new hires.
You've both gone the extra millimeter.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
If you or someone you love suffers from drug addiction, now is the time to utilize your private health insurance PPO plan. If eligible, receive up to $30,000 or more in substance abuse benefits with low or no out-of-pocket cost. We are the National Treatment Network, the premier drug and alcohol treatment referral service operating 24/7. We help connect you with facilities nationwide that accepts PPO private health insurance for substance abuse. If you have PPO substance abuse coverage and you need immediate admittance to a medical detox or residential rehab treatment center, call us now. Call our live referral helpline today. The call is free. This program is not available to Medicare or Medicaid customers.
Call 800-296-1253. 800-296-1253. 800-296-1253. That's 800-296-1253.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer, and we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case, and they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-507-3114. 800-507-3114. 800-507-3114. That's 800-507-3114.
Take her out of cards.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
President Biden today, he's at the White House. He's got some hip-hop legends there, and he butchers their names. And he butchers lots of things. I mean, that's kind of what Joe Biden does oftentimes. He is a butcher of sorts. And Biden's not the only politician. Earlier we were talking about Bob Menendez and this big bribery thing. And ultimately, the Biden administration, they kind of specialize, and I'm going to really expand that to the Democrats in their entirety, and many politicians. Honestly, it's not always a partisan thing, but they make sure they protect themselves. And right now, we've got a proposal from the Biden administration that's insulating themselves from accountability, and they're protecting the bureaucrats from ever being responsible for the things that they do. Yet, with the police and with other things, they want to take away any type of qualified immunity, but they just continue to protect themselves more and more. And I want to get to the bottom of that because this is, I think, A, of import, and B, something the people just need to know. So we've got former special assistant to the president for domestic policy, and he's the current director of the Center for American Freedom at the America First Policy Institute. James Shirk is our guest. James Shirk, welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
You bet. So tell us a little bit about this proposal that the Biden administration is putting forward to insulate themselves and the bureaucracy from accountability.
Happy to. So as you probably know, it is almost impossible to fire a federal bureaucrat. It's not completely impossible if you jump through enough hoops and do everything exactly right. It is possible to fire a bureaucrat, but as a practical matter, you can't really do it. Once or twice in a blue moon, but on any sort of regular basis, the federal bureaucracy has very solid job security, and they know it and they like it. And shock of shocks, the federal bureaucracy is made up of human beings who have their own policy preferences and their own views about what the government should do, and they bring those views, with them to the table when they do their work. They're human. It's very understandable. But you combine that with these very solid job protections, and what you find, and certainly what we found in the Trump administration, is that career bureaucracy, when they did not like the policies the president was pushing, they did not, simply stand up straight and salute and say, yes, sir, we'll do it to the best of our ability. They tried to undermine those policies and sabotage those policies and push what they wanted to have done. But they weren't the ones who were elected by the American people. They weren't the ones appointed by the president elected by the people. They're career bureaucrats who had a job to do. And so what the president did towards the end of his term is he he signed an executive order that said, look, if you're a career bureaucrat in a policy influencing role where you have the ability to shape the direction of the federal government, you don't get these civil service protections anymore. If you want to act like a political appointee, then you will get the same job protections as a political appointee. And if you try and undermine the democratically elected president's agenda, then you are not going to be in your job for very much longer because guess what? You're not protected anymore. It was a very bold move. It was something that no previous presidents had tried to do in the modern era. Washington went nuts and flipped out, and as you might imagine, the bureaucracy did not like it very much. And then Biden, after he took office, rescinded it within a few days of him becoming the president. Now what Biden has done is he's proposed a rule that would basically say if Trump wins the election in 2024, he can't bring this back. This is regulation that basically says if you're in one of these policy influencing roles and you invoke the legal authorities President Trump invoked, well, guess what? You still have your protections. You're still insulated. You're still not accountable to the president and thus not accountable to the American people. It is an effort, a very transparent and blatant effort, to insulate the federal bureaucracy from accountability to the democratically elected president.
Well, this clearly emboldens what many call the deep state or the federal bureaucracy, the permanent Washington, as I've heard it been called. And it begs the question, why would we remove any form, and clearly the Washington swamp is not a meritocracy, but why would we remove any form of a merit-based system where there could be repercussions for not doing your job right, if it not to cover up misdeeds?
Well, I think, broadly speaking, what's going on here is the bureaucracy and the Biden administration are very much in tune with each other. To a large extent, I'm sure there's individual exceptions, but as a broad generalization, the federal bureaucracy likes the Biden administration agenda and did not like the Trump administration agenda. And so they don't face the same sort of conflict in the bureaucracy that President Trump faced when he was trying to drive change. To take one example, in the Department of Justice, they did an investigation, and they found that Yale University was engaging in rampant racial discrimination against Caucasians and Asian applicants for admissions. And so the Civil Rights Division, the people tasked with suing over these sorts of civil rights violation, the leadership decided, hey, we are going to file a lawsuit against Yale University for this rampant racial discrimination. And the career staff, the career lawyers in the Civil Rights Division, understood full well that winning this lawsuit would undermine affirmative action programs and racial preferences in higher education. These sort of racial preferences, which the Supreme Court recently recognized are unconstitutional, are very unpopular among most Americans. I mean, white, black, Hispanic, Republican, Democrat, pretty much everyone by large margin says this is appalling. But among the career staff in the Civil Rights Division, they strongly supported this sort of racial discrimination and racial preferences. And so they said to the Trump administration agency leadership, we're not going to help you with this case. We are not going to work on this case. You want to do that? Have fun. We're not going to be any part of it. And so in the end, they were able to bring a case, but they had to do it by basically reassigning lawyers from other divisions and using political appointees to bring it, because the career lawyers whose job it is to file lawsuits to protect Americans from racial discrimination thought that this was the sort of racial discrimination they approved of, and they weren't going to do anything to combat it. Now, you can, for one or two cases, do the sorts of things they did, reassign employees from different divisions, use the small number of political appointees. You can do it for one or two cases. You can't do it systematically. If you have laws that the career bureaucracy say, not so much, then the political appointees cannot enforce it for them. There's only 4,000 political appointees out of over 2 million, career civil servants, right? There's just not enough. And so, to a large extent, what the Biden administration, I think, is trying to do is lock in their policy preferences. If you can't fire the bureaucracy, and the bureaucracy is in line with what Biden wants to do, and they're not in line with what a different candidate might want to do, then what that means is whether Biden wins the next election or doesn't win the next election, his policies will continue to be in place, and his policies will continue to be what the bureaucracy does. Because as long as the career civil servants can say to the political leadership, not so much,
right,
then who's in charge?
Right. Clearly not the people, and not even the executive branch, because the bureaucracy's already been protected. I just want to remind everybody that we're on with James Shirk, former special assistant to the President of the United States during the Trump administration, and he's now with the America First Policy Institute as their director for the Center for American Freedom. And we're discussing how bureaucrats are protecting themselves. The swamp is making itself stronger and excluding any weigh-in or accountability from we, the people. We'll continue to talk about that and see the role that civil service plays in all of this as we continue to work through this topic. Of course, your calls are welcomed. 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how's the back pain now? 22.
Wonky work from home desks have Dane's Acupuncture booked up.
You need to get in, but this week's so full.
But finding more practitioners has them on pins and needles.
Okay. My lunch is in 20 minutes. How fast can you get here?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
If you're young and healthy, term life insurance should be quick and painless. In fact, if you're 40 years old and in great health, $1 million of term insurance could cost less than $30 a month with no exam and could be issued the same day. But if you aren't a perfect specimen, that's where choosing the right insurance agent could save you thousands of dollars on your premium. If you're overweight or have health issues that come with getting older, you need to call Big Lou. Big Lou has the same issues as you and still knows how to get you quick and painless coverage if you have a few extra pounds, have diabetes, or stop breathing a few times per night. In fact, many 40-year-old clients can still get coverage without an exam and up to $1 million of coverage for less than $100 per month. Call Big Lou today to see how quick and painless life insurance can be at 800-353-9057. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-353-9057. That's 800-353-9057 or biglou.com.
Sponsored by Term Provider.
Do you have a car sitting around you want to get rid of? Then here's a great idea. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Yes, one fast call to the Veteran Car Donation Program and we'll come and remove your car for free. Fast, free towing, and 24-hour response. You can donate most cars, trucks, or SUVs in most conditions. The proceeds raised goes to help active military, veterans, and their families, and you get a tax deduction. All you need to do is make this free call. Get rid of that old car and help the vets. We make it easy. Make this free call now and book your fast and easy pickup. Call the Veteran Donation Program now. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Operators are standing by. Here's the number.
800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. That's 800-540-8816. 132.
By the way, your ratings are up. Congratulations. I had somebody. It's always nice to check. I like to see, even if they're friends, I like to see how are they doing. Up to listening, right?
That's
but
right.
You're doing great.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
All right, amigos, welcome back. Let's go to Cumberland, Maryland, to WCBC and check in with Frank, who's calling in. Frank, welcome. You're on with James Shirk from America First Policy Institute and me. Go right ahead.
Mr. Shirk, I have to take issue with you that it's difficult to fire a federal employee. I was fired quite easily. And because I got on the front page of the Washington Times pointing out that black employees where I worked at the Social Security Administration had a benefit that was denied to white employees, namely a Black Affairs Advisory Council. Just like in Congress, there's a Congressional Black Caucus, but there's none for white people.
Frank, it sounds like an easy way to get fired in today's climate. James Shirk, what say you?
Well, I'm curious if you filed an appeal with the Merit Systems Protection Board or a special counsel complaint. I mean, or an Equal Opportunity Employment Commission complaint. I mean, there's multiple avenues to appeal. I mean, as I said, I don't know the full story of what went on, but it is possible to fire a federal employee. It just happens very, very rarely because of all these different appeal options.
And it seems in the current climate that we have, with the insulation and protection that they're adding to through this proposal, it's only going to make it more difficult.
Well, only in Washington do you find people who think that the biggest problem with Washington right now is that there's too little accountability in government. I mean, you get more than about 20 miles outside of the Capitol, and that view has very little appeal. Independent, Democrat, Republican, right? It's only in Washington do people think the government is too accountable to the people. I mean, it's ironic that even if you look among federal employees themselves, it's widely recognized that there's a problem with not enough accountability for performance. The government conducts this survey. It's called the Federal Employee Viewpoint Survey, and they conduct it every year. And consistently, the Federal Employee Viewpoint Survey has shown very high dissatisfaction among federal employees with their agency's failure to remove poor performers. It's been the number one or number two pain point in terms of the issues that federal employees identify. And that's somewhat ironically, it was the number one or number two consistent pain point. And then the Biden administration removed that question from the survey at the request of federal employee unions, who basically didn't like the way that people like me were pointing out how federal workers themselves were not happy with the way the system was working. It was interesting. President Trump signed some executive orders in May of 2018 designed to expedite and streamline the federal employee dismissal process and make it easier for agencies to get rid of poor performers. And a magazine based in D.C., it's called Government Executive. It's you could think of it as like the magazine for the swamp, is really what it is. But they conducted a scientific survey. I don't know how many people they had to survey to get a representative sample of federal employees, but they did it. And they asked them, do you approve or disapprove of this executive order Trump signed? It had 2-to-1 support among federal employees. Federal employees, the hardworking federal employees are often the ones most annoyed with the poor performers because they're the ones stuck picking up the slack. And they recognize it's a problem. It shows up all the time in surveys of federal employees. They don't like the system.
Yet the president has all the power through the Constitution to do this stuff, so it's kind of hard to stop unless you've got the right person in the White House. James Shirk, just stick with me for a second because I want to take a quick pause and come back and talk about some of the work you're doing in your particular center at AFPI. So, folks, don't move a muscle. We're coming right back. 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
The lights are off. Everything is quiet. You're ready to sleep. But your brain isn't. It's going a mile a minute, stressing about every detail of your life. Like that awkward thing you said when you were 13, or whether you chose the right career, or that unanswered text you sent earlier. Sound familiar? Whether they strike before bed or any time throughout the day, racing thoughts are a pain. Therapy can give you a place to work through all those thoughts and come up with solutions so they don't keep you up at night or stop you from enjoying the rest of your day. With BetterHelp, just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist based on your needs and preferences. Connect by phone, video, or chat from wherever you are. Switch therapists anytime and use flexible week-to-week scheduling to book appointments. Get a break from your racing thoughts with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/open today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/open.
Yeah, I'm looking at the pages right now.
Thomas's translation company just lost its only 2 Spanish speakers. Without the right replacements, he'll be in problemas.
Yeah, we'll have those ready. Tonight's gonna be a late one.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed Instant Match, we immediately show you quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey everybody, Scott Hansen here from NFL Red Zone. Are you ready for 7 hours of commercial-free football? Join me every Sunday afternoon during the regular season to watch your favorite teams and your favorite players on up to 8 screens at once in the Octobox. See every touchdown from every game every Sunday afternoon. Get it now at NFL.com/redzone. See you soon. I'll bring the touchdowns.
A lot of schools talk about training the cybersecurity workforce of the future, but do they really deliver? My Computer Career has been supplying the IT workforce with thousands of skilled, certified pros for 15 years. Train with the experts in support, networking, or cybersecurity and start your career in months, not years. Upskill even faster. On campus or live online, qualified students may get financial aid, including the GI Bill. My Computer Career. Accredited, acclaimed, effective. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu.
Be more cyber zen. Get NordVPN. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers, secure your devices from malware-infected downloads, and block access to malicious websites. With NordVPN, enjoy internet without trackers, without malicious websites, without malware-ridden files. Be more cyber zen. Take advantage of our special offer now at nordvpn.com.
Valdez. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4Valdez. That's Valdez with an S.
All right, America, welcome back. Our guest is James Shirk. He's the former special assistant to President Trump at the White House and for domestic policy. And he's also the director of the Center for American Freedom at the America First Policy Institute. James Shirk, what is the focus of the Center for American Freedom?
Well, a large part of what we work on, obviously, is protecting American freedom. And a large part of that is protecting American freedom from the federal bureaucracy. You've got the administrative state, which to a large extent is handing down rules and dictates governing how Americans live, with very little accountability to voters' elected representatives in Congress. You have a federal bureaucracy, which, to a large extent, not completely. And look, in fairness, there are some very good, federal civil servants out there who do an excellent job. I want to be clear that they're not all rogues, but unfortunately, one rogue bureaucrat's one too many, and we've got quite a lot, more than one rogue bureaucrat. And so we develop policies to hold the federal bureaucracy accountable, and ensure that the next president, if they choose to, will have the tools to require the bureaucracy to carry out their agenda. When President Trump took office, he faced a very hostile bureaucracy, and the tools had not been developed in order to enable him to hold the bureaucracy accountable. If he'd issued that executive order in, say, March of 2017 instead of October of 2020, the next 4 years would have gone very differently, and the bureaucracy would have understood that look, you'll carry out the president's lawful directives, or you can resign if you want, or you can be fired. But what you don't get to do is sit in your job and try and undermine the policies that the president was elected to carry out. When you have rogue bureaucrats trying to undermine the president's agenda, it's not really the president for goodbye. It's the American people.
Right.
Right? Because the president is the one elected by the American people to carry out their agenda. And so it's the votes of every American who cast a vote for that candidate for president who won the election that the bureaucrats are nullifying when they say, we know better. We'll do it our way. And so we're developing policies to make sure that that doesn't happen again.
And overall, the overall mission of the America First Policy Institute, I know you guys are a think tank and very, very proactive on a number of issues, but just tell us a little bit about it.
Certainly. The America First Policy Institute was founded. Our president was my boss in the White House, Brooke Roland. She was the director of the White House Domestic Policy Council under President Trump, and was founded after the election. Went a bit differently than a lot of us had hoped, to continue that America First agenda that we've been pushing for in the White House, and to develop policies that put the American people first. We have a lot of policies, unfortunately, coming out of Washington, don't really seem to be prioritized on putting America first, but seem to be focused on protecting other interests. And we're continuing that fight. My aspect of it is on this taking on the federal bureaucracy and the administrative state. Other colleagues of mine are focused on, say, border security. where the Biden administration does not seem to care at all about the American people and the consequences of just essentially declaring our border an open border and allowing mass illegal immigration. And so whether it's on immigration, whether it's on the economy, in my case, taking on the administrative state, developing and promoting policies that put the American people first.
And if everybody wants to go to your website and check out what you're doing, where do they go?
www.americafirstpolicy.com. All one word. Very simple. www.americafirstpolicy.com.
All right, folks, check out James Shirk and AFPI at americafirstpolicy.com. James Shirk, I want to thank you for schooling us on what's going on. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You bet. Have a good night. All right, folks, there is more to come straight ahead. Open Phone America's up next. Don't go anywhere.
Have you written a book and want to get it published? Then call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573. Immediately. That's 800-506-3573. Page Publishing is looking for authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Page Publishing will take the time to review each and every book submitted to them and give you their feedback. If they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So if you've written a novel, children's book, cookbook, inspirational work, poetry, or a biography and want to get it published, then you need to call Page Publishing and do it immediately. Call 800-506-3573 now for your free author submission kit. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-506-3573. That's 800-506-3573. Your road to fame and fortune could very well start with this simple phone call. Call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573 for your free author submission kit.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors for 35 years. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. You can meet with an InventHelp representative who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. Take action and get the help you need from InventHelp.
Call 1-800-215-7345. That's 1-800-215-7345. Again, 1-800-215-7345.
At your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Christopher Cruz. Striking entertainment writers have reached a tentative agreement with studios, one the union says has meaningful gains and protections. CBS's Elise Preston says the focus now will be on a contract for striking actors.
Picket signs are coming down, but don't expect the curtain to rise anytime soon for your favorite shows. While the writers have reached a deal, it still must be ratified by the Guild's 11,000 members, and more than 160,000 actors are still without a contract. The WGA calls its 3-year deal exceptional. It includes concessions on royalty payments for streaming and protecting writers from being replaced by AI.
Federal agencies are preparing for the real possibility of a shutdown if Congress doesn't pass a budget by September 30th. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller says a shutdown could have an effect on the flow of aid to Ukraine.
We are able to continue to provide assistance, military assistance, security assistance in the event of a government shutdown. But when you have a number of people who aren't allowed to come to work, that could affect the pace of any deliveries. It's why we think a shutdown would be so concerning and why we would urge Congress to fund the government.
Some residents of the hardest hit part of Maui are finally being allowed to return to their properties, or what's left of them, in the town of Lahaina. CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti is there.
Mental health experts are here to assist with those simply overwhelmed by what they're returning to. FEMA agents are still here on the ground. They have been here since pretty much day one, initially putting residents that were displaced in hotels. They have since now been relocated to more permanent housing. FEMA also providing, in some cases, tens of thousands of dollars to individual families to help them get back on their feet.
It's been more than a month now since wildfires destroyed the area, leaving at least 97 people dead. Severe thunderstorms brought large hail to Oklahoma, Arkansas, and central Texas on Monday. Dana Miller says she and her son were caught in the storm on the highway as the hail pounded their car.
He just had tiny shards of glass in his hair, a little bit in his neck, a few pieces in his onesie, but I don't know how he didn't have more on him, because his car seat this morning is just filled with shards of glass.
Actor David McCullum has died. An earlier generation knew him from the 1960s TV spy drama The Man from U.N.C.L.E. David McCullum was 90 years old. A stem cell therapy that's been pushed by people with Lou Gehrig's disease and their families for years will be considered for study by the FDA this week. The agency says the one study conducted by the company that developed the therapy failed to show a benefit to patients. This is CBS News.
You need to hire? Indeed is with you every step of the way, helping you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Late news now.
In the KRMS Radio Newsroom, I'm Mike Anthony. A Wathena, Kansas man seriously hurt in a near drowning early Friday evening in Camden County. The Marine Division of the Highway Patrol says it happened in Miller Hollow Cove at the 21-mile marker when 31-year-old Jared Hawkins entered shallow water head first to retrieve an object. Hawkins was pulled from the water by bystanders before being taken to the Lake Regional. 3 arrests reported by the Morgan County Fugitive Apprehension Security Team. The Sheriff's Office indicates that 37-year-old Amanda Rhodes, 22-year-old James Dorr, both from the Gravois area, were picked up on 2 felony probation violation warrants each. Dorr being held on a $10,000 bond, Rhodes being held without bond. Also picked up by the Morgan County Fast Team, 26-year-old Zachary Brown of Versailles. He was put on a 24-hour hold pending a violation of bond conditions on a traffic-related offense. He's now being held on no bond. All 3 expected to be pulled into court this next week. And on your mark, get set, run. The order of the day for a good cause on Saturday, October 21st in Osage Beach. The Lake of the Ozarks Oktoberfest on the calendar. The event will take place starting at 9 o'clock at the Sanctuary Brewery to benefit Wonderland Camp. Wonderland Camp serving disabled kids, teenagers, and adults. That's your Lake News Now.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Repeat customer Ron visits Driftwood Spa every month.
Today I came for a haircut. Haley cut my hair, and then we went for massage. And Melissa did a fantastic job like she always does. It's just an excellent place just to come and relax. You leave totally refreshed, invigorated.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Clear skies tonight with a low temperature of 61 degrees and light west winds. Tuesday, sunshine with a high temperature of 86 degrees. Wednesday, showers and thunderstorms early in the day, otherwise sunny, high of 82. Thursday, plenty of sunshine, high temperature around 85. Current water temperature sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 78 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 64.
From the city that never sleeps. 17 miles from Madison Square Garden, New York City. It's America at Night with Rich Valdez. America's favorite late night talk program featuring interesting guests from around the world and calls from across America. And now, here is your host, Rich Valdez.
Hi there, good evening, and what's up, America? I am Rich Valdez, Valdez with an S, at Rich Valdez on all of the social media. It's Open Phone America. If you want to join us on our late-night national town hall conversation, feel free to give us a call, 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ. And in the third and final hour of the program, you get to call in and weigh in on everything under the sun. Whatever you want to talk about is fair game for me, and a couple of things I'm going to put out there. So today, Trump made a campaign stop, and he says, I like this gun. I'd like to buy one of these guns. And quickly the media swooped in and says that he, Trump's buying a gun, but he's not allowed to buy a gun because he's under a federal indictment. And, of course, all he said was he liked the gun and he'd like to buy one. And that became a big to-do. So we'll get into that a little bit later. And, of course, the witnesses have now been named for the first impeachment inquiry hearing that's going to happen on Thursday. So we'll chat a little bit about that as well. And Hillary Clinton, she's made some warnings. She's warning Joe El Baboso Biden about third-party candidates. And that's one I really want to dig into. Because earlier we played a clip of audio. And let's cue it up so we could play it again of Hillary discussing with Jen Psaki that, it's kind of like Americans are shopping around for a candidate. And I'm thinking, duh, that's exactly what you're doing during a campaign. But listen to this.
The polling right now for 2024 for the presidential race is tied. Is that something that surprises you or worries you?
No, it doesn't yet. I mean, we're a long way out, and I think there is, a kind of, looking and almost shopping mentality in voters. Like, oh, who am I going to have to vote for? Mm-hmm. And wait a minute, I'm not happy with that. They're never happy with what the choices are. I've seen that for many years.
So she's seen that for many years. Yeah, I think everybody has seen it for many years, Hillary. Again, this is literally what we do. People are looking for the best candidate possible. And she has a warning, right? There's a warning here. And this is interesting, though, because I think this is actually a very good point, and is what I thought was going on from the very beginning. She's warning Biden and his people about a third-party challenge and that he needs to take it seriously. Now, she feels that she lost the 2016 election in part because of the Green Party nominee, Jill Stein, taking some of her potential votes. The climate crazies might have voted for Clinton if Jill Stein wasn't in the race. So now we feel that, or now she feels that Robert F. Kennedy may be the big threat that peels off some Democrat votes, especially if he runs as an independent after the primary. And that's an interesting place to be. So I'm curious to see how this actually plays out. But Hillary is very, very concerned. And, of course, a new poll, I shared that with you earlier, but I'll just reiterate it, just because I think it's, it's just so shocking to me that it comes from the Washington Post and ABC News. If the 2024 presidential election were held today, Trump would win by 10 points, 52% to 42% over Biden. The respondents to the poll had a poor view of Biden's handling of the economy and the border, in addition to his age. Big issues. All big issues that I think are affecting all Americans. I wonder, who would Eric Adams vote for? I don't know. I doubt he's voting for Trump, but I can't see him voting for Biden, right? So it's an interesting thing, this RFK factor. And there was something in this article I wanted to share with you, but it might be escaping me. Let's see if it's still there. If it's not there, it's not there. And we'll continue. But RFK thinks that he hasn't ruled out, is what he said. He hasn't ruled out that he may run as an independent. And I think this is a very interesting proposition because that would be a Ross Perot of sorts, potentially. And I'm wondering what you think. If that does in fact happen, does that mean they tank Biden and Harris? If Biden is ultimately the nominee, or whomever the Democrat is, would RFK Jr. be responsible for toppling the Democrat because of his third-party campaign? I don't know, but I'd like to get your thoughts on that. Let's hit the phones. Let's see what we got here. Where are we going? We got New York City, Evergreen, Montana. Frank is back. Mitchell, South Dakota. Let's go to Mitchell, South Dakota, KORN. Let's go to Rob.
Good evening.
Good evening, Rob. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. I was wondering if you saw the story about the Ford project with the electrical vehicle initiative plant there that was shut down today. $3.5 billion construction project.
No, I haven't seen it. But what are your thoughts on the scenario we just discussed with RFK Jr. and his independent run? Do you think it's an evil thing for him to do that, to run, or is it fair game? Does he tank Biden? Should he get out of the race? What are your thoughts?
No, I think it's fair game. I think anybody that has a voice should be out there. I would be if I was not, in the situation I am here, if I had the ability to travel and get out there.
Yeah, I hear that. Now, all right, so we're looking at the case here that you're talking about. This story is about they hit pause on the construction of a electric vehicle battery plant in Marshall. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
And what are your thoughts on it?
No security. Well, Fox reported that also the national security threat kind of humiliated Congress into forcing it to happen because it's exposed both the Republicans and the Democrats' involvement with the Communist Party of China. And now these bribery stories, tie them into it as well.
And this is
the slavery aspect.
And you're talking about this plant that is going to build batteries for everybody. However, the majority owner was a Chinese investor, correct?
Right. It's just another foothold for the CCP, the Communist Party, to establish in the USA. And then, the electrical, the electronics intrusion, if you know a little bit about how all those systems work in a vehicle, people are under nonstop monitoring.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Somebody that I know recently had a conversation with told me they bought an electric car, or not an electric car, a hybrid car, and even that car has some kind of stealth surveillance going on where they got a call from the dealer saying, hey, it's time. I just got a notification from your car telling me that it's time for your 10,000-mile oil change or servicing and whatever. And they were thinking, how would my car tell you? And obviously the car is communicating back to the dealership, unlike back in the days where they'd say, suggested servicing is at, 10,000 miles, 20,000 miles, whatever. The car now tells them what's going on. You got these Teslas that record. Well, if you get your car keyed up or whatever, the car is recording everything. It's recording all the time. And I think this is something a lot of people don't know. I recently learned that modems, I don't think they do it anymore because they got caught, but modems were sensing motion and were able to turn on and off based on these motion sensors, and people knew when and how people were in your house because of the movement that they were detecting. So this type of smart technology, and of course Alexa is all intrusive. I feel like there's a lot of it, and so much of it's being invited into the home by people who enjoy the convenience of not even going through their phone or to log on at their desktop to order something from Alexa on Amazon, and they just are able to shout it, and Alexa does it for you right away. But I'm always concerned about how in China they kind of force that on you with the surveillance state that they have going on, the police state. But here we're creating whether it's the bribery of the Biden family or whatever you have, we're super sympathetic to the CCP, their policies, their products. They have a monopoly on the minerals that are needed to make these batteries. And it seems like all we do is hear about this incessant push towards making more and more EVs and trying to require them. And ultimately, I feel like, how are you ever going to get away from anybody? You know, if the cops have like a kill switch or something and, okay, we're going to pull you over, we're just going to stop your car. You know, and I know they have some electromagnetic pulse type of technology that can do that now, but it's expensive and it's not easy. I think with EVs, it would be very easy. So to your point, I think you're right. This is a play right into the hands of the communist Chinese. And putting it on pause, I think, is a good thing. I just don't know that it's going to be paused forever. What say you?
I think it should be paused forever for several reasons. First of all, we have those rare earth items here. The problem is the slave labor, like silver, for example. The reason it doesn't rise in value is because it requires slave labor, basically, because they can't. It's a break-even proposition. That's the problem with cobalt and lithium and all these things. So there's that aspect, and then there's the grid aspect where this just cannot sustain charging all these vehicles. So it's become a item where they were trying to stimulate the economy, I believe, and give people like, hey, let's turn your attention to this because we're trying to shut down fossil fuels. But now I think it's opened up a national security rift where they're forced to prosecute it, whereas they were trying to use this as a way to stimulate the economy.
I think you're 100% right. Excellent point. I thank you for the call. Big shout out to Mitchell, South Dakota, and everybody on KORN. We're going to continue with your calls and more straight ahead. Don't go anywhere. The number 833-482-5337.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
At Staples, you can count on every project being print perfect, guaranteed.
I need invitations and posters printed, and they have to be perfect.
I need beautifully bound booklets and presentations for my business.
Your invitations and booklets will be in captivating color and will be done right every time. That's Staples Print Big Promise. And right now at Staples, get $50 off your print purchase of $150 or more. Try Staples and see the difference. Ends 10/14. Exclusions apply. See associate or visit staples.com/print for details.
Hustle up, we've got 8 more floors to go before lunch.
Sarusha's window washing business is reaching new heights.
Wipe, and let's roll.
They need more certified cleaners to keep online reviews crystal clear.
Team, I know we're hustling, but watch for streaks. Candace, can you give me a hand over here?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-898-6155 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call this for your free quick quote today. 800-898-6155. That's 800-898-6155. What do you have to lose? Call 800-898-6155. Again, 800-898-6155.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333. 3.
My hands across America to the liberty-loving Latino, Rich Valdez.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
All right, America, welcome back. Taking your calls and more on all of these topics, 833-482-5337. And the last caller said that China's making headway in the United States. I tend to agree. Do we really want the communist Chinese making headway? It seems like they've doled out enough cash to the White House. I don't know. Let's go to Brooklyn, New York, WFAS, and check in with Alex. Go right ahead.
Hey, Rich, thanks for taking the call. I want to comment
Yes,
about Bob Menendez, who also took money, but not from China, from Egypt. But you were talking about RFK and...
Oh, you mean Gold Bar Bob? Yes, Gold Bar Bob.
Yeah, but I also want to comment about RFK, which you mentioned. I think he's going to run as an independent, and he's not going to have, 90% of Democrats voting for him like he has now in the polls in the primary, because if he runs as an independent, he'll lose some of these people. But you have a lot of these Democrats that said that they're looking for a different option because Joe Biden is not an option when he destroyed so much in this country. And so they looked around, they found RFK, who was not a typical Democrat that was running, and now they bought into him and they won't be leaving him. And I think a nice couple of percent of them, if he runs as an independent, they'll vote for him. But what has been going on here for the last, half a year or more, with Joe Biden being the only typical Democratic candidate and the DNC not setting up a debate when RFK is polling at 20% against Joe Biden, which would say, hey, you got to do a debate. It's just typical when you see how so many people in the party are saying they want a different choice. The fact that there's no other typical Democratic candidate in the race shows you how undemocratic the Democratic Party is, because the handlers aren't allowing, I believe, for Gavin Newsom, Cory Booker, or any other typical Democrats to get into the race. And they're saying, hey, we're the handlers. We put Joe Biden in here. We have the media under our hands. If you go into the race, which Gavin Newsom is dying to get into, we'll besmirch you in the media, will come out against you, and we won't, back you up, and you'll be over. Gavin Newsom is dying to get in, right? He would be in this race if he had a choice to get in, and they're not allowing him to get in, which shows you how undemocratic the Democratic Party is, because one of the main things in the United States and why it's so democratic is because we have a choice in the election, and the government is put in place by the people, and they're telling the voters, no, you don't have a choice. But I also want to comment about Bob Menendez, because...
Yeah, what do you think about Gold Bar Bob?
Yeah, with all the money he's made, and it still hasn't been proven 100%. So, innocent until proven guilty, I think it needs to be applied by everybody. But if it's true that he got all that money...
It's true that he has gold bars.
Allegedly. Yeah, okay, but if he got it from Egypt and they gave it to him because they wanted to bribe him, then he made a big mistake. And his mistake was that he took money from Egypt as opposed from China. And he thought he'll get away with it because he's a Democrat. But the thing is, the Democratic Party, a lot of people there are bought out by the Chinese, not Egypt. And so if you're Joe Biden that's getting money from China or another Democrat, the DOJ is not going to go after you, because a lot of people in the DOJ are bought out by China as well. And Democratic politicians are not going to try to get you canceled like they're doing to Bob Menendez. And you saw how they're defending Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, and because there's an establishment in the Democratic Party that's for China because of all the money they made, but you don't have that kind of defense when you take money from Egypt. So I think the mistake he made is he took the money from the wrong country.
That's an excellent point.
That's what I think.
Thank you, Alex. I appreciate it. Big shout out to WFAS, our New York affiliate, the flagship where this show originates from. And I think you're right. And I want to get into a little bit of, you mentioned Bob Menendez. I want to get into a little bit of his defense of himself. Let me check with the control room. Do we have time for that audio now? I guess we'll play it when we come back. But Bob Menendez, he was out there today, And he, he's just reminding everybody that just like Trump, he is innocent until proven guilty. And, I thought it was interesting that he was saying, that he's innocent until he's proven guilty, despite being indicted alongside his wife. Just imagine the doghouse you would be in if, you get locked up with your wife and then you're like, listen, I'm innocent. not we're innocent. I'm innocent. I don't know. I think that one's not going to land too well. Who knows if she becomes the cooperating witness and says, no, he's not innocent. It was him. Or maybe he's going to say, no, it was her. And I wouldn't put it past anybody, but I'd love to see how that plays out. We're also going to get into, continuation of our conversation on the administrative state, the permanent Washington, as Kash Patel called it, the federal bureaucracy, and how we can combat that. And it seems like it's unending. And I'm sure it is unending, but somehow we have to get our hands around it one way or another. And I see that we have a caller that wants to talk about nanovolts and cell phones. I'm interested in getting into that as well. So we're going to get into all of that stuff straight ahead. Of course, our phone number, 866-505-4626, 866-50-JIMBO. That's the legacy line. You're welcome to use that phone number, of course, or 833-4-VALDEZ. They ring in the same place, but love to give honor and pay homage. Folks, more to come straight ahead. Check out our website, Rich Valdez, AmericaAtNight.com, Rich Valdez, AmericaAtNight.com. We're coming right back with more of your calls and more on the hottest stories of the day here on America at Night with me, Rich Valdez. Don't go anywhere.
Attention taxpayers, ready for some bad news? With $80 billion in new funding from Congress, the IRS has launched their most aggressive hiring campaign ever to ramp up enforcement. If you're ignoring your taxes, don't delay another minute because your paycheck, your bank account, even your home or business could already be at risk. Now, here's the good news. Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm, can get to work immediately, helping to protect you from the IRS. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their tax attorneys and licensed professionals are experts at resolving tax problems. Let them help determine if you qualify for the Fresh Start Initiative or other powerful IRS tax assistance programs. Take control. Call Optima Tax Relief now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Sometimes life is wonderful, and sometimes it's not. Cherish the good, but always be prepared for life's challenges. At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With Private Healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. Private Healthcare is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with medical, dental, vision, and even prescription coverage. When life comes at you unexpectedly, you need to be ready, and health insurance is your financial safety net. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-912-9624. That's 800-912-9624. 800-912-9624.
Here's important new information from the Diabetes Solution Center for you, a family member, or a loved one suffering with diabetes. If you have lost your provider, or if you need a provider for diabetic supplies, you may qualify to receive your diabetic testing supplies now with little or no out-of-pocket cost, regardless of your age. All you need is Medicare or private insurance to be potentially eligible. Call the Diabetes Solution Center right now for details. Just takes a couple of minutes. Our friendly, knowledgeable agents will give you free, no-obligation information, handle all the insurance paperwork, and make sure your supplies are delivered directly to your door for free.
Call U.S. Medical Supply 24 hours a day. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. Call right now. 888-303-9136.
hair in live late night radio 6 years in a row. It's Rich Valdez.
First, a cornerstone of the foundation of American democracy and our justice system is the principle that all people are presumed innocent until proven guilty. All people. I ask for nothing more and deserve nothing less. The court of public opinion is no substitute for our revered justice system. We cannot set aside the presumption of innocence for political expediency when the harm is irrevocable. To those
Menendez is saying that we can't use the court of public opinion for political expediency. What is it that we're doing to President Trump? Right? I mean, it's the court of public opinion. It's the court of law. They're using everything they can, right? So he's been indicted federally. So has Trump. But yet somehow for him, it's like, hey, look, no, listen, I've done nothing wrong. When Trump says, I've done nothing wrong, it's like, no, you're guilty as sin. Lock him up, throw away the key. Yeah, I just think it's such a double standard. Go right ahead.
Those who have rushed to judgment, you have done so based on a limited set of facts framed by the prosecution to be as salacious as possible. Remember, prosecutors get it wrong sometimes. Sadly, I know that. Instead of waiting for all the facts to be presented, others have rushed to judgment because they see a political opportunity for themselves or those around them. All I humbly ask for in this moment, in my colleagues in Congress, the elected leaders and the advocates of New Jersey that I have worked with for years, as well as each person who calls New Jersey home, is to pause and allow for all the facts to be presented.
So Bob Menendez says, look, he's got a, he's innocent. He's innocent. He's innocent. He went on to say things like, listen, I'm Cuban. And because I'm Cuban, we fled communism. That's my family's history. So we always keep money stuffed in our, in our winter coats and stuff like that. And I always keep a couple of gold bars around. So what if you want to call him Gold Bar Bob? Hey, I listen, I'm not mad at anybody for having gold bars. I just think when they come from the Egyptian government because you were doing something favorable for their government as chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, I think you're going to have, what is that Ricky Ricardo said? You're going to have some splaining to do, man. You're going to have some splaining to do. Because, Bobby, no good, no bueno. It doesn't seem like this is a good move. I'd love to have Bob Menendez on the program to explain his innocence. Perhaps he'll join me. I don't know. I'm going to ask the team to make sure that we try to make that happen. Because that would be a really riveting interview, I think. We could ask him some really interesting questions, see what type of answers we get. I doubt he'll answer many because today he gave a kind of prepared statement, didn't answer any questions. Bob says he didn't do it. What say you? Let's go to Matt. He's near Morehead City, North Carolina, WTKF. Go right ahead.
Hello, Rich. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great, Matt. Thanks.
Very good. Well, I have some pointers about Bob Menendez. First of all, what you just said, if you will, I'd love to hear him on your program, too, because I know what it costs to live in New Jersey.
Me too.
And, yeah, unfortunately, I had a plea there. But this Bob Menendez thing, who says it's not out of his savings account? I mean, we don't know. And where's the proof it was the Egyptian government that the bribes? And what about the $20 million allegedly that the Biden crime family bribery? What's your opinion?
Well, I think that's exactly what that's why he's saying he's innocent until proven guilty, which he is. And this is why federal prosecutors are going to have to prove beyond any reasonable doubt that this came from that stuff. Now, we had the former head, the chief of the organized crime section of the Department of Justice, Jim Trusty. He was on Thursday or Friday. And, he's prosecuted a number of bribery cases. And he was saying that this indictment, what he said was he'd seen indictments with a lot less a lot shorter of an indictment that weren't so long and so lengthy, and they got convictions on bribery. And he's saying this one is painstakingly filled with details. And he explained why. He said, A, they want to make a strong case. B, they're looking to really make an example out of Menendez. And C, they want to litigate this in the court of public opinion. They want to sway the public so that it seems like he's guilty as sin, dead to rights. Now, the issue, I think, that I asked him, are they going to have a problem proving it? He said, probably not, because they have a lot of information. They tend to already have a cooperating witness, and we're hearing Menendez speak as if he's the only person that was indicted, and he was indicted with his wife. So to me, that's very telling. He hasn't claimed any innocence for his wife. He didn't say, my wife and I are innocent. This is what we do. I didn't hear a we in there at all. So maybe Menendez becomes the cooperating witness and says, look, and we talked about that with Jim Trusty. If you missed that interview, check it out, richvaldezamericatnight.com. But part of what he said was maybe Menendez will use that as a plea to say, I didn't know that they came after her to try to, in terms of espionage, trying to get at the wife of the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee to influence her, and they were bribing her at thinking that it would influence me. And, I found out when you guys told me. I had no idea this was going on. He may try to claim that. I just think that, typically the FBI doesn't arrest you until they know what's going on. And when they ask you questions, they already know the answers. And they just want to see if you're lying so they can add more charges. So I think that there's a lot more that they have that will come out during discovery and whatnot. And we'll see how it goes. But I don't think they would have brought a second case against Menendez after the first one, which was also lengthy, ended in a hung jury, unless they felt that they had him dead to rights and that they could nail him. So we'll see how it goes. Again, he is Menendez. He's an extremely skilled politician. He's a very smart guy. I'm not a fan of his, but I can tell you, he knows his way around courts. He knows his way around politics, and he's adept at navigating the swamp. So we'll see what happens there. But the idea that it's expensive to live in New Jersey, so I've got my gold bars just hanging out in my house, or I keep loads of cash stuffed in my jacket, or whatever the case is. Again, I imagined that he was going to use these types of defenses, because I would, right? What would you say if, hey, we found a ton of cash? Oh, I like to go out. I don't know. I like to go buy things in cash. Whatever the story is, it's like, when kids get caught smoking weed, they're like, no. Why do you got rolling papers? No, I like to roll my own cigarettes. Okay, sure you do. That type of thing. So I think they ultimately have to prove it, and I think they will. That's just my thought. I don't think they would have brought a second case if they couldn't get him on this one. He's not Trump. With Trump, they'll bring the case. Doesn't matter. They could slow him down in the election, tarnish him with a black eye. I don't think that's the case with Menendez, Matt.
Okay, thank you. Well, it's like what we said. There's nothing illegal about it, but anybody leaves money in their house is an idiot.
Yeah. Well, I think the illegality here is, the appearance of impropriety, and that they have people saying that this happened. They have part of the indictment talks about him interfering in a New Jersey state criminal investigation to protect I think it was a real estate developer or something like that, or a builder that he had some arrangement with. So there's a lot more that's in there. And again, it's a lengthy indictment. I haven't read it. I skimmed through it the day it came out, and the day we discussed it on the air. And I'm curious to see how it plays out as well. I don't want to see an innocent man go to jail, but I definitely want to see a corrupt politician be held accountable. It's about time. Thank you, Matt. Folks, we're going to continue with your calls straight ahead. Don't go anywhere.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
Okay, everyone, gather round. It's time for corny jokes about passing the torch.
The team at Kirian's Welding was fused together solid.
Thanks for all the late nights and early shifts.
But double retirements mean the crew must bond with some certified new hires.
You've both gone the extra millimeter.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Now at Staples, the prices of HP printers are dropping. Save on HP Smart Tank and enjoy even more savings on ink. Save on the HP Inkjet, perfect for high-quality pics. Save on HP laser printers, great for tackling high-volume document printing. Now through September 30th, save on Staples' entire selection of HP printers, some as low as $69.99. With HP printer price drops at Staples, now is the time to upgrade to HP, America's most trusted printer brand. See staples.com/HP for details.
Fall is in the air, and that means crisp mornings, falling leaves, and sweater weather. More importantly, it's the perfect time for fall grilling, tailgating, and cozy comfort food. Omaha Steaks has all your fall cravings covered with 50% off site-wide during their semi-annual sale. That's 50% off all your favorite tender, juicy, extra-aged steaks like their butcher's cut filet mignons. Go to omahasteaks.com today and use code GARDEN at checkout for an extra $30 off your order. The Omaha Steaks possibilities are endless flavor and endless value on incredible entrees, scrumptious sides, decadent desserts, and more. All at 50% off during the semi-annual sale, with every bite backed by their 100% unconditional guarantee. Shop all your delicious favorites at Omaha Steaks for half the price and use code GARDEN at checkout for an extra $30 off. Hurry, this sale ends soon. Minimum purchase may apply.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher. Channel 32 KRMS TV is on the air everywhere, all over the Lake of the Ozarks, and it's free TV. 11 channels of free TV. There's something for everyone. Local lake news and national news, local sports, hit shows from every era, and so much more. All you need is an antenna to receive this digital superstation and watch these channels: 32.1 Cozy TV, network TV series from the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. 32.2 Real America's Voice. It's like Fox News. 32.3 One America's News, national news and commentary. 32.4 Get TV, network entertainment series like Walker, Texas Ranger. 32.5 The Buzzer Channel, all game shows all the time. 32.6 is new to Channel 32. It's YTA, U2 America, entertainment talk shows, I Love Lucy, and a whole lot more. 32.7 Daystar, religious channel for all faiths. 32.8 Nost, nostalgic movies and series. 32.9 The Weather Channel. 32.10 The Country Music Channel, music videos from the greatest artists. 32.11 The KRMS Local Information Channel, featuring daily local talk shows, local news, local sports, city council meetings, and other local events. 11 channels, and it's all free. All you need is an antenna, which you can purchase at Walmart, Menards, or other stores for very little. Or if you need help, call the station at 348-2772. That's 348-2772. And we'll get you in touch with LO Volt Electronics or 21st Century Electronics that will hook you up for a discounted rate if you mention KRMS TV. Now, enjoy the lake's first over-the-air locally owned and operated TV station. You can also watch us on the KRMS TV Roku app or LOZ app or KRMS.TV. Channel 32 KRMS TV is free TV for you.
The initial proposal of that. And in a training exercise, two of these guys that it was originally speculated that they weren't going to have the same type of rigorous training that most federal law enforcement officers have, that they were taking people. And there were some videos going around that I thought were a parody, but there were some really, out of shape looking people that didn't look like law enforcement professionals. And I said, man, they're going to give these people guns. And they were there playing with guns, using them the wrong way. It just didn't look right. And I thought, man, somebody's going to get hurt. Well, we found out that, one agent shot another agent and killed him. And that was horrible. And it's still horrible. And today, out of Fulton County, an investigator for District Attorney Funny Willis accidentally shot herself in the bathroom of the courthouse. Listen to this. An investigator with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office shot herself by accident while inside the county courthouse on Friday. Crazy. The same courthouse where President Trump and his co-defendants were recently arraigned in Georgia on the bogus charges that they put against them, the RICO racketeering charges. According to authorities, the investigator accidentally shot herself in the leg while inside the fourth-floor handicap bathroom stall. Unbelievable. How do you do that? She was not critically wounded. A Fulton County Sheriff's Office deputy responded and administered aid until EMS arrived. The Sheriff's Department said in a statement, there was never an active threat at the courthouse. No, she was the only threat was this investigator to herself. On whether or not criminal charges would be filed, former prosecutor Ash Joshi told the Post-Millennial that it was an accident. The shooting was an accident. So there's no intent to commit a crime. Unfortunately for the investigator, she was the only one who was shot. I wonder why that would be unfortunately. I guess it's unfortunate that she got shot. It almost sounds like, unfortunately, she's the only one that got shot. Should we have shot somebody else? Anyway, the Atlanta police said the investigation remains ongoing. The employee's name has not been released. Of course not. Why would we release any of that information? Nobody wants to know who the cop that shot herself in the bathroom is, right? Anyway, crazy stuff. Where else are we going here? There was Biden on climate change. Not interested. Here's a good one. This is one I wanted to share with you a little earlier. I'll do that in maybe in the next segment because we got a couple of callers I want to get to. Let's go to Sedona, Arizona, listening on KFNX 1100 in Phoenix. Let's go to Pat. Pat, how are you, sir?
Just fine, Rich. As always, a great show.
Oh,
you are the man, I'll tell you. It seems like, you bring up a good discussion about what are we going to do with these guys, how are we going to prosecute them, how are we going to get them. They're folding one layer after another of protection. Well, let's put it this way.
You're talking about the federal bureaucracy now, right?
Yes, like you were talking about how they're trying to get all these things that makes them immune from prosecution. And I'll tell you.
And also immune from getting fired.
Fired. Oh, yeah. But everybody knows that. I mean, it's been like that for I don't know how long. I mean, it's ridiculous. But, I mean, these people, they do it now. I want federal employees who probably are listening that I believe not a very small percentage of them are these people. These people are in key positions. They're higher ups. They're probably good at harassing people and scaring them for their jobs. There's a lot of people because there's a lot of whistleblowers. So that means there's got to be very good people in the FBI, the CIA, the DOJ. I mean, the higher ups, no. I mean, they're all corrupt. And I tell you what, they're not going to get away with it, Rich. They're not going to get away with it. Eventually, this dishonesty in criminality will decay them away. Their families.
I hope you're right, because I tend to think you're right in so much as I think there's a lot of people that say, "Hey, look, I want a good job. I'll serve my country. I'll work in the federal government. Why not? Sounds like a good deal to me." And there are a number of people in life that I've encountered. The majority, in fact, are apolitical people. They don't care about politics. They care about sports. They care about their kids. They care about anything but politics because, A, they don't trust crook A or crook B, the crook from the red team or the crook from the blue team. And that's just how so many people look at things. That's why our voter turnout is always so minimal in a country that has, way more registered voters or even people that are eligible to be registered as voters than actually turn out on presidential elections, let alone any other election. So I agree with you. I think there's a lot of good people out there, and that's why you see so many people that are, fulfilling their patriotic duty to say, you know what, if I see something, I'm saying something. And I think there'd probably be more whistleblowers, but for the fact that people are afraid to lose their job. They're afraid to be marginalized or even worse, keep their job but be miserable in it and be, sent to the quote-unquote Siberia of the federal government. And I think that's a reality. Anyway, Pat, I appreciate you listening in. Always a pleasure to hear from you. Big shout-out to everybody in Arizona. And we're going to continue our conversation straight ahead. Don't move a muscle.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how's the back pain now? 22.
Wonky work from home desks have Dane's Acupuncture booked up.
You need to get in, but this week's all full.
But finding more practitioners has them on pins and needles.
You know, my lunch is in 20 minutes. How fast can you get here?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
At Staples, you can count on every project being print perfect, guaranteed.
I need invitations and posters printed, and they have to be perfect.
I need beautifully bound booklets and presentations for my business.
Your invitations and booklets will be in captivating color and will be done right every time. That's Staples Print Big Promise. And right now at Staples, get $50 off your print purchase of $150 or more. Try Staples and see the difference. Ends 10/14. Exclusions apply. See associate or visit staples.com/print for details.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt?
I owe the IRS $37,000.
Get ready for a toll-free hotline. Take advantage of new IRS tax forgiveness programs that may protect you from IRS collection agencies. They have the power to garnish your wages, put liens on your property, and levy your bank account. Civic Tax Relief can help protect you from the IRS.
Civic Tax Relief basically represented me against the IRS, and by the time everything was completed, I didn't owe the IRS anything.
Find out about the Fresh Start program that is now available through Civic Tax Relief. Civic Tax Relief's special tax hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
I would recommend anyone who has a tax problem to contact Civic Tax Relief.
For free information, call 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908. Don't wait. Call now. 800-841-0908. That's 800-841-0908.
Advertisement sponsored by Allied Injury Group, not available in all states. This important message from Allied Injury Group reminds you that if you or someone you love was injured in an accident that wasn't your fault, you deserve financial compensation for your medical expenses, lost wages, pain, and suffering. Don't rely on insurance companies to look out for you. If you haven't spoken to an attorney, call our legal experts now. Work accident, truck accident, collision with an uninsured driver, or a slip and fall. Allied Injury Group has helped clients win hundreds of millions of dollars in damages. They're available 24/7 to take your call and fight for you. Remember, if you or someone you love suffered injuries in an accident that wasn't your fault, like being struck by a drunk driver, a collision with an 18-wheeler, were a victim of workplace negligence or more, get the financial compensation you deserve. Call Allied Injury Group for a free consultation now.
Call 800-781-1815. That's 800-781-1815. Again, 800-781-1815.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
All right, America, welcome back. It's the speed round. Let's go to Scott, Charleston, South Carolina, WTMA. Scott, go right ahead.
Rich, the Menendez earlier today said that he took this money out of his bank account, this legally earned money over 30 years. If that's true, it will be easy to prove because currency has dates on it as like a series, and it's
right.
Signatures from that. So if he has old current stacks of old currency, that'll be easy to prove or disprove. And I'd also like to mention what they found in his freezer. You know what they found?
What?
A lasagna from Carmela. A lasagna from Carmela Soprano.
That was a little thank you, and it had a nail file inside, just in case, Bobby, just in case Gold Bars Bob gets locked up. There's a little nail file in there from Carmela. Oh, that's good, Scott. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Oh, that was good. Frank, Evergreen, Montana, KOFI. Go right ahead, sir, quickly.
Okay, certainly. I want to just say that lithium batteries are alkaline batteries. Lithium is an alkali, and there's lots of it in Montana, just thousands of tons of it. And we have these alkali flats areas that in eastern Montana, you can't drink the water. It'd kill you. And the average age of someone back in those days in the 1800s was probably 21 years old, because there weren't very many water wells in those days. But it's
so you're saying we could mine that stuff and make our own electric car batteries?
Yes, indeed. And basically, it's cell phones are crystal radios.
You know, it's a good point with that. I think there's so many resources that the United States has. I mean, the California gold rush happened here, right? California. So, I mean, there's so much natural resources in our country, and yet this administration seems to not want to pursue any of them in favor of helping China, in favor of importing oil and other forms of energy, and it bewilders me every day. Frank in Evergreen, Montana, KOFI, thank you. Hasta la próxima. Take care, good night, and God bless. I am Rich Valdez. We'll do it all again tomorrow.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now and start packing.
800-222-0511. 800-222-0511. 800-222-0511. Again, that's 800-222-0511.
Your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Christopher Cruz. President Biden will visit with striking auto workers in Detroit on Tuesday. WBBM-TV reporter Sharda Gray spoke with striking General Motors and Stellantis workers insistent on getting a raise.
Auto workers say they're not asking for anything out of line.
The end goal is to end tiered wages, bring back cost of living allowance that we used to have. You know, we're fighting for other things. Pensions, those were taken away. There's job security issues.
Steve Greger says he's worked in the auto industry for more than 2 decades. He's had to work 2 to 3 jobs just to make ends meet.
I'm making less per hour than I was 23 years ago. What's wrong with that picture?
Former President Trump will be in Michigan on Wednesday. SAG-AFTRA, that's the union that represents striking screen and television actors, says 98% of members who work in video games have approved a strike authorization vote, which gives permission to strike if talks break down with video game makers. The focus is now on those actors after writers came to a tentative deal with producers. KCBS TV's Jeff Nguyen with more.
The striking actors union is still fighting for a new contract.
So a lot of people might kind of hold back, or what you could say slow walk their way back to work, to just make sure SAG-AFTRA get the best deal possible they can with all the leverage they can.
They were walking with us long before they officially went on strike. And so, of course, it's only right for us to do the same for them.
Residents of Lahaina in Maui are headed home weeks after deadly wildfires ravaged the area. CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti is there.
So many people that we have spoken with have returned home to, in many cases, no home at all. In some cases, loved ones lost. But what has been incredible, everyone that we have spoken with, from homeowners to business owners, have told us not only do they intend to remain here in town, but to also rebuild.
The inferno killed nearly 100 people. El Nino conditions are expected to prevail into next year in California. From Sacramento, KOVR-TV reporter Ashley Danfia.
This year's El Nino is forecast to be on the stronger side, with abnormally warm sea surface temperatures in the Pacific Ocean, leading to higher chances of cool and wet weather in the southwest and warmer and drier weather in the northwest.
Gas prices are stabilizing, but it might not help your wallet. Tom Kloza is the global head of energy analysis for the Oil Price Information Service.
I think we're in the retreat for U.S. gas prices. Unfortunately, I think we're going to be advancing for diesel and jet fuel prices, so it's a mixed bag.
The numbers for Monday night's Powerball jackpot: 10, 22, 10, 12, 22, 36, 50. This is CBS News.
If you need to hire, you need Indeed, because Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Late news now.
In the KRMS Radio Newsroom, I'm Mike Anthony. This year's Highway Safety and Traffic Conference, taking a look at safety in Missouri, continues. Local and national safety experts and advocates are in Columbia talking about a wide variety of topics, including the new distracted driving hands-free law in Missouri, a presentation on expanding Interstate 70, and the impacts of cannabis on highway safety. The conference is being hosted by MoDOT and the Missouri Coalition for Roadway Safety. It'll come to a close on Wednesday. A Wathena, Kansas man seriously hurt in a near drowning early Friday evening in Camden County. The Marine Division of the Highway Patrol says it happened in Miller Hollow Cove at the 21-mile marker when 31-year-old Jared Hawkins entered shallow water headfirst to retrieve an object. Hawkins was then pulled from the water by bystanders before being taken to Lake Regional. And the Highway Patrol reporting 5 arrests and 2 traffic accidents in the lake area over the weekend. Both of the accidents in Morgan County. One of them on Route 135 sent 4 people to the ER with serious injuries. The other happened on Route FF, sending 1 person with minor injuries to the hospital. All 5 of the arrests were for alleged drunk driving, 3 of them in Camden County, the other 2 in Miller County. I'm Mike Anthony. That's your Lake News Now.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Repeat customer Ron visits Driftwood Spa every month.
Today I came for a haircut. Haley cut my hair, and then we went for a massage. And Melissa did a fantastic job, like she always does. It's just an excellent place just to come and relax. You leave totally refreshed, invigorated.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
I'm meteorologist Phil Jensko with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Mostly clear throughout the early morning hours. Temperatures hold steady in the region. Winds west around 5 miles per hour. Tuesday, sunny. Highs top out near 86. And then Tuesday night, partly cloudy. Slight chance for showers and storms developing. And lows drop to 62. The current water temperature sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 78 degrees. And the temperature at the studios, right now it's 63.
Channel 32 KRMS TV is on the air everywhere, all over the Lake of the Ozarks, and it's free TV. 11 channels of free TV. There's something for everyone. Local lake news and national news, local sports, hit shows from every era, and so much more. All you need is an antenna to receive this digital superstation and watch these channels. 32.1, Cozy TV, network TV series from the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. 32.2, Real America's Voice. It's like Fox News. 32.3, One America's News, national news and commentary. 32.4, Get TV, network entertainment series like Walker, Texas Ranger. 32.5, The Buzzer Channel, all game shows all the time. 32.6 is new to Channel 32. It's YTA, U2 America, entertainment talk shows, I Love Lucy, and a whole lot more. 32.7, Daystar, religious channel for all faiths. 32. 32.8, Nost, nostalgic movies and series. 32.9, The Weather Channel. 32.10, The Country Music Channel, music videos from the greatest artists. 32.11, the KRMS Local Information Channel, featuring daily local talk shows, local news, local sports, city council meetings, and other local events. 11 channels, and it's all free. All you need is an antenna, which you can purchase at Walmart, Menards, or other stores for very little. Or if you need help, call the station at 348-2772. That's 348-2772. And we'll get you in touch with LO Volt Electronics or 21st Century Electronics that will hook you up for a discounted rate if you mention KRMS TV. Now, enjoy the lake's first over-the-air locally owned and operated TV station. You can also watch us on the KRMS TV Roku app or LOZ app or KRMS.TV. Channel 32, KRMS TV is free TV for you.
Nominated back in 2010 is here. 6 deaths are being investigated. Pregnant or breastfeeding women who consume diet soda or other foods and drinks containing aspartame could experience higher rates of autism diagnosis in their sons, according to a new study. Researchers at the University of Texas Health Center at San Antonio found that young boys who had been diagnosed with autism, their mothers were 3 times as likely to report drinking at least 1 diet soda or consuming an equivalent amount of 5 tabletop packets of aspartame per day. Please be careful. ChatGPT has learned to talk. OpenAI, the San Francisco artificial intelligence startup, released a version of its popular chat box that can interact with people using spoken words, as with Amazon's Alexa, Apple Siri, and other digital assistants. Users can talk to ChatGPT, and it will talk back. Just listen to this.
We want to hear a bedtime story. Tell us a story about the super-duper sunflower hedgehog named Larry. Start with telling us a little bit about him. Larry was a unique hedgehog unlike any other. He had bright sunflower petals instead of spines. Residing in Meadowville, Larry spread joy and color wherever he rolled. People cherished his radiant presence. What was his house like? Larry's house was a cozy burrow beneath a sunflower field. Inside, the walls shimmered with golden petal patterns.
Isn't that amazing? It sounds human. Wow. Obituary piracy, in which people scrape and republish obituaries from funeral homes and websites, has been an ethically dubious business for years. Piracy websites often master search engine optimizations so well that they end up at the top of search results and use the resulting traffic to charge a premium for digital ads that appear next to the text published in bulk from the funeral homes, local newspapers, and other authorized obituaries that come from the publisher. Occasionally, these pirate sites go one step further and manipulate bereaved families into buying memorial gifts such as candles or flowers and pocketing the cash. Lauren Weinstein, our expert on the internet. Is there any sin to any of this, Lauren? My God.
Yeah, this is one of the creepier things that's shown up on the net relatively recently, and what's happening now is that there are YouTube videos on channels that reportedly seem to have a fairly continuous stream of uploads that do consist mainly of random people reading random obituaries. And sometimes, apparently, the same recent obituaries can appear on multiple YouTube channels, 10, 20, more. And typically, there's no relationship between these channels and the people who have died or their friends or families. So it appears that this sort of thing with obituaries being picked up and then repeated in other venues, which has been going on in textual form for years, only recently, very recently, spread to YouTube. And it seems to be very much a volume-based kind of situation. The individual channels, the individual YouTube channels, don't seem to have very large numbers of subscribers each, but there are lots and lots of videos. And it's quite reasonable, to ask, and you alluded to some of the possibilities. What's the point of all this? Yeah, some of the channels do seem to try to sell memorial-type merchandise. The consensus does, however, seem to be that somehow most of this is engaging in SEO, in search engine optimization, in an effort just to get more views and more ad revenue, and this alone might be a partial explanation or even a complete explanation in many cases. And while this isn't by any means the very worst thing that goes on with the Internet, it clearly can be distressing to friends and families of recently deceased loved ones who stumble onto these and may understandably feel that their loss is being exploited. Now, at the moment, most of these YouTube channels that are doing this seem to be using live people reading the obituaries, but it's easy to imagine how that could change. Of course, there are all sorts of other YouTube channels that automatically generate a continuous stream of videos of other kinds to try to draw views, so it wouldn't appear difficult for these obituary channels to automate as well and move over to synthesized voices. And in fact, we shouldn't be surprised to see such channels not only fully automate, but maybe turn to generative AI to reword the obituaries, perhaps have AI-based people simulations to read them on the channels, more and more videos, more and more views. And as for the question of whether or not there's anything that can be done about these obituary channels, can they be controlled in some way? The answer is I don't know. They may not actually violate any existing YouTube policies, and it seems likely that unless Google really took notice of them and decided they were actually harmful to the YouTube community, which an argument can be made that they are if they're causing distress to people in these situations, it seems likely that these channels could unfortunately stick around for quite some time. If it continues to become a bigger and bigger problem and more people complain, then maybe something can be done.
How low can these hackers go, Lauren?
Indefinitely. In the current state of the world, in the current state of the network, indefinitely. And really, unfortunately, most of the efforts that are made to control them, especially a lot of politically oriented efforts, both from the right and from the left, politicians who seem to think they have the answers, a lot of that will just make these situations worse. So it's not a very optimistic situation.
All right, my friend. Thank you. Lauren Weinstein, our expert on the Internet. Hollywood's Writers Union has reached a preliminary labor agreement with major studios in a deal that is expected to end one of two strikes, the others with talent, that have halted most film and television production and cost the California economy billions of dollars. The 3-year contract must be approved by leadership of the Writers Guild of America, as well as union members, before it takes effect. Dr. Sky, Stephen Cates is with us, and he's got some great stories for us tonight. Hello, Stephen.
Hi there, George. We begin, of course, with this amazing story. Many people have seen it, the asteroid Bennu sample return mission, and here's an update. But, George, the Earth is now some 250 grams heavier than it was before, and now that the OSIRIS-REx asteroid sample mission has returned samples of the asteroid, which was known as asteroid 101-955 Bennu, and before that, around the time of its discovery, identified as 1999 RQ-36. But after a 7-year launch to space, this is interesting. The sample capsule has been headed to the Earth since May of 2021. As many of us now know, landing in the Utah desert Sunday, after coming through the atmosphere of the Earth at about 27,000 miles per hour, transported then to a secure location, purging the capsule with nitrogen to prevent contamination. So the 8 ounces of this precious material of Bennu are flown to the Johnson Space Center on a C-17 for detailed analysis of its composition. Thus, George, trying to find out how the universe was created, maybe the concept of, panspermia, that life existed in the universe and was transported to the Earth by asteroids and comets. Closer to home, the northern lights may be the strongest in 20 years. Astronomers say that the next 18 months will see the highest activity of the northern lights of the past 20 years as solar cycle 25 naturally ramps up, as we talk about often. It'll reach its peak, as many say now, in the fall of 2024. But all this courtesy of a group known as the Solar Cycle 25 Prediction Panel. But here's an interesting story, too, George. Over the weekend, a series of G2 magnetic storms produced rare red atomic oxygen auroras. And maybe more on the way. Keep your eyes peeled to the skies. But how about this? This is interesting. It goes into biblical history, an astronomical version of what might have caused the Sodom and Gomorrah story. And the book of Genesis, we know, tells us of the sinful cities of Sodom and Gomorrah and how God revealed to Abraham with the coming destruction, destroying the region near the Jordan Valley or the Dead Sea by fire and sulfur, and telling Lot's wife, of course, as he told her, not to turn toward the destruction or be turned to salt. But now astronomers, George, tell us of a bright fireball which may have hit the region like a nuclear explosion. This interesting, around the year 1650 BC, adding salt and other minerals to the region and thus continuing to add salt to the Dead Sea and regions around it. Fascinating stuff. We end with the live sky. Naturally, look to the moon this week, as Friday night we see the last of the supermoons, as I've been talking about for weeks. This, the full super harvest moon, some 223,000 miles away from the Earth. But now that we move into the fall season right now, and we find out, well, the days seem to be nearly close in equality of day and night. But there's a technical term as we move now toward these few days after the equinox. Some in astronomy call this the equilux. What is that? The near equality of sunrise to sunset times. Check your location for that unusual event. More information at theskylive.com. The Dr. Sky Show at Gmail email is always open, and we love the emails. So what do we say, George? We always mean it. Always remember to keep your eyes to the skies. Simply, I'm your navigator on the highway to the heavens. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sky. Those biblical stories are fascinating. In a moment, Walter Cruttenden back with us. Does our star have a twin star somewhere in the solar system? That's just one of the stories we'll talk about next on Coast to Coast AM.
I was a mess. I had numerous infections. My hair was falling out all over the furniture. My legs were swelling up out of control. It came to a head. Within 24 hours, I had gone into a coma.
Holy tamale.
Mom and Dad decided to get me Carnivore as a 6-week program.
At what point that you started this series did you notice, hey, something might be getting better?
Within 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks, Robert.
It was just incredible. Something amazing happened, which really brought tears to my eyes. My heart actually had contracted. This heart condition is also the world's biggest killer.
These catalysts that Keller discovered literally do miracles for a wide variety of conditions, from infection to autoimmune disease and beyond that.
I was told I was dying with 3 months to live, and I wasn't going to give up. I was treated every day with Carnivore, and it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. That's why I feel so fantastic, and I'm past 80.
Beautiful.
Carnivore will make all the difference in the world.
How about that? We're talking about the power of waking up your immune system, which, as you just heard, has incredible healing powers. The power of your immune system. Think about that. Perhaps that can be called the human body's fiercest power to heal. Call 1-866-836-8735, 1-866-836-8735, or visit carnivora.com, carnivora.com. Call today. Vladimir Putin called the U.S. dollar's drop in dominance objective and irreversible as Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa formally agreed to use local currencies in trade instead of the U.S. dollar. As demand for the dollar weakens, what are you doing to protect your savings? Harness the power of physical gold from Birch Gold Group, held in a tax-sheltered IRA. Text COAST to 989898 for your free info kit on gold. Again, text COAST to 989898 to claim your free info kit on protecting your savings with gold.
I listen on my smart speaker.
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat.
It's always on. I'm always connected.
At your service since 1951. We're News Talk KRMS.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Walter Cruttenden back with us, amateur astronomer, author, director of the Binary Research Institute, where he studies solar system motion, specifically the celestial mechanics of the precession of the equinox and the myth and folklore related to this phenomenon. Through his company, Lost Star Productions, he is the writer-producer of The Great Year, a documentary film that explores evidence of astronomical cycles of time known to cultures throughout the ancient world. Also, Lost Star of Myth and Time, which is a great documentary as well. Walter also produces the annual conference on precession and ancient knowledge. My friend, you've been at this for at least 20 years. You don't give up, Walter. Welcome back.
Hey, George. It's great to talk to you again.
How have you been?
I've been good. Yeah, the Binary Research Institute is going strong. You know, there's a lot of new news out on Bernard Star, and so we're going to talk about that a little bit. And I think we're really zeroing in on what our lost star is and why it is.
Tell us how you began to believe that there could be an extra star somewhere in our solar system.
Well, technically, it's outside of our formal solar system, but it's certainly close. So we all see the sun move through the sky at about 50 arc seconds per year, but Copernicus told us that the sun really doesn't move. It just seems to move because the Earth's axis wobbles. And so that's been the belief for about 200 years, but Newton tried to explain it, and his equations never really worked. And others took a crack at it, Simon Newcomb, Verrier, and others. And still today, the precession formula doesn't quite work. But people don't need it anymore. At one time, you kind of needed to know exactly where we were relative to the equinox to navigate ships and things like this. So it's close enough as far as most people are concerned. But what we found is that the precession formula is broken and the sun really does move through the sky. And if the sun does move through the sky as much as we think it does, and some others are starting to think the same, then it has to have a cause. It has to be going around a very big mass. And so, at first we focused on Sirius, which is about 8.6 light years away, because it's the heaviest mass in the local stellar neighborhood. There's a lot of myth and folklore about it. But that really didn't pan out very well. And then we looked at a few other things. And, if you talk to astronomers, they'll say, well, if we are in a binary system, it would probably be our closest star, which the closest star system is Alpha Centauri, the three-star system, Alpha Centauri A, B, and Proxima Centauri. But that's about 60 degrees below the plane, and so that couldn't really drive the sun's motion, which goes along the celestial equator. And so the search has been going on and on and on. And the reason it's important to us here at the Institute is because there's so much myth and folklore that a companion star to the sun drives the rise and fall of civilization. So we just want to find out if that's true. Do the ages really rise and fall, as some of our, collaborators think? People like Graham Hancock and others that have been on your show have talked about this, the evidence of a long-lost higher age. And if it is true, what causes it? And so that's why we do the work that we do.
Walter, is this star still active or has it burned out?
I think it's very active. And a matter of fact, to just cut to the chase a little bit, because there's a lot to talk about here, we think that it's the second closest stellar object right now, which is Barnard's star. It's a red dwarf, currently a little less than 6 light years away in Fucus. And everyone's noticed that it's the fastest moving star in the sky. You can't see it with the naked eye right now. You need telescopes, binoculars to do that. But people have been noticing since about the 1960s that this star is not only fast, but it's actually called the runaway star, because it's moving between 10 to 100 times the speed of any other star that we see in the sky out there. And if you ask people, why is it moving so fast? Kind of the best answer out there is that it probably came in close contact with another star sometime in the last 10,000 years. And so that's sort of the answer there. But what's interesting to us is that the direction it's moving is directly towards our own sun, which is what you would expect if we are in a binary star system and the two stars are now getting closer. So in a nutshell, George, we think that this orbit period is roughly the precession period, which is now clocks at about 25,700 years. But we think, due to Kepler's laws, stars move faster and slower. They'll keep speeding up as they appear to do right now. And the total orbit period will be about 24,000 years. So this star will, spends 12,000 years coming closer to us. And this is in the ancient myth and folklore that we read about this cycle, that this star is supposed to have been far away from us during the Dark Ages, and it gets closer, it sort of drives us to a higher age. And all the myth and folklore had said that would be about 10,000 years from now. Well, astronomers just came out. They're plotting the trajectory of Barnard's star. And the best guess now is it will be at its closest point to the sun at about 11,800 AD, which is just a little under 10,000 years from now. So all the signs are pointing to this companion star being Barnard's star, a red dwarf that has, maybe 15% of the sun's mass. But that's still big. It's a lot bigger than what the Caltech team's looking for in a Planet 9. They're looking for 5 to 10 Earth masses. This thing is, of course, much farther out, but it's effectively 48,000 Earth masses, and it's coming right at us.
So science is clearly aware of the star.
Yes, they're very aware of it. They've been talking first about its speed, and then this news that it's coming closer to us and will be actually our closest star, overtaking Alpha Centauri, just came out in the last year. And so that's, again, why our antenna really went up. And we thought, gee, it fits all the parameters. It's moving like a companion star. Something's driving it. It should be close just at the time it's supposed to be close. And finally, it answers the astronomers' biggest objection. They think it needs to be our closest star to be a companion. Well, guess what? It's going to be our closest star here in a relatively short period of time as far as stars go.
Walter, how do people see your films, by the way? Where can they watch them?
The Great Year, the one we did with James Earl Jones, narrated it for us.
Right.
And it talks about this cycle of time and the stars. You can just go to the binaryresearchinstitute.org and watch it there for free, or just Google it on YouTube, The Great Year by James Earl Jones.
All right, we're going to come back. We'll talk about Lost Star as well, the other film, in just a moment.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
We love it. It's number one.
When I listen to you, life feels normal.
Listen live on our smartphone app, Alexa, Google Play, and KRMSradio.com.
Explore your universe with Coast to Coast AM.
Now, we've been talking about 100 years of paranormal study, but things are still in flux. When are we ever going to get the answers we really want?
I got to be honest with you, George. I think we really are close. Here in the United States, the vast majority of the population is not going to believe in UFOs until we have something on radar. Well, the fact is, not only do we have something on radar, but we have Navy cockpit videos, among other things, that have been validated by the Department of Defense.
What do you think is changing the perception? Is it obvious that's why they have to come forward with this information now?
The fact is, no serious person can say UFOs don't exist. I mean, that position does not exist anymore. The answers may be very elusive, but the existence and the evidence is as plain as any we've got. And it's an exciting time to be alive. We know that life is not exclusive to Earth, and that's an extraordinary thing.
Classic Cuts.
bassist Jack Bruce recalls how engineer Tom Dowd shaped Sunshine of Your Love by directing Ginger Baker toward a unique drum sound.
Tommy's thing was much more than just an engineer. He didn't sit quietly and move the faders. A good example with Cream was with Sunshine. He completely came up with the idea of this kind of reverse drum beat. He said to Ginger, we'll play something like American Indian thing, you know, Apache or something he described. I can't remember. That's kind of Tommy Dowd's input. You know, he's fantastic.
I've been waiting so long to be where I'm going in the sunshine of your love.
At Coast to Coast AM, we keep our friends close with this.
Are cattle mutilations still happening? I'm George Norian. L.A. Marzulli joins us with his latest research on this bizarre trend. And later on, psychic medium Erica Busahemi joins us to talk about the spirit world.
And we keep our enemies closer at Coast to Coast AM. Get a new view of the world with Coast to Coast AM.
In terms of paranormal activity, do you think it's increasing?
Yes. More and more people are aware of it, so therefore they're even noticing it, because times are scary. But some people, they just want to know there's something out there other than what they see on their TV screen every day. So they're getting into the paranormal. They want to go on a ghost investigation. Let's look into Bigfoot, all the extraterrestrials, to know that there's something more.
Coast to Coast AM sure sounds great in the middle of the night, but you don't have to be nocturnal to enjoy this amazing show. The Coast Insider is your key to a normal life. For 15 cents a day, you can wake up refreshed, knowing that last night's show is waiting for you with podcasting. Listen on your way to work, and again on your way home. Or listen to one of over 1,000 archived shows from the past 5 years. The Coast Insider Club is a must-have feature for all Coast to Coast AM listeners. Visit coasttocoastam.com to sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
If ever I would leave you, it wouldn't be in summer. Seeing you in summer, I never would go. Your hair streaked with sunlight, your lips red as flame, your face with a luster that puts gold to shame. But if I'd ever leave you, how could it be in autumn? How I'd leave in autumn, I never would know. I've seen how you sparkle when fall nips the air. I know you in autumn, and I must be there. And could I leave you running merrily through the snow, or on a wintry evening when you catch the fire's glow? If ever I would leave you, how could it be in springtime, knowing how in spring I'm bewitched by you so? Springtime, summer, winter, or fall. No, never could I leave you at all.
You're hearing Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie, live from somewhere deep below the earth on Premier Networks.
That's the late Robert Goulet. What a great voice. We're going to take calls next hour with Walter Crudenton as we talk about a binary star system, the search for Planet 9. Some call it Planet X. In just a moment. October 14th, that is our live show in Columbus, Ohio. It is less than 3 weeks away, Tom. It's amazing.
We're getting so close. You have your costume.
I got the costume ready to go.
All right.
I'm not going to tell you what it is. It's going to be my surprise.
I know, folks, but this is going to be a lot of fun. Saturday, October 14th at the Lincoln Theater in Columbus, Ohio. It's our Halloween spooky stage show experience, and I just actually talked to some of our volunteers today. People are going to be dressed in so many cool things. I can't wait to see everybody. So it's radio to stage at its best. 4 people on stage: Ghost Professor John Kachuba, Spiritual Warrior Bill Bean, horror host Mr. Lobo. We round out the night with mentalist Jim Carroll. George, you'll belt out some songs with the live band. We do a meet and greet. We salute to our veterans. We want everybody to show up in costume. There is a cash prize for the best costume in the house. When you enter the arena, you can get a free psychic reading from psychic Erica Booser-Haney, who, by the way, will be on, I believe it's tomorrow night, so you can check her out. And a few minutes early before the show starts, we're going to have a special guest artist, Brad Burkhart. He's going to sing a song called The Legend of Buck Cemetery to kind of get us in the mood for Halloween. So this is a packed show. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's a Saturday night. Come on out. Go to coasttocoastam.com, and Lex has got all that info right up there.
Looking forward to that. October 14th at the Lincoln Theater. And, of course, here's something to build up your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put AdaptoStem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with AdaptoStem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's stem cell wellness kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Like many of us, you might think identity theft will never happen to you, but consider this. There's a new identity theft victim every 3 seconds in the U.S. That's over 15 million people by the end of this year, equal to the populations of New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago combined. Even worse, identity theft victims often don't even know they're victims. That's why LifeLock Identity Theft Protection alerts you to identity threats, even the ones that don't show up on a credit report, like data breaches, fraudulent bank transactions, loan and credit card applications, and crimes committed in your name. If your identity is stolen, your own dedicated LifeLock U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but LifeLock protects you in ways that you simply can't on your own. Save up to 25% your first year at LifeLock.com with promo code George. That's promo code George and save up to 25% at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Is it possible that behind the events transforming our nation and your life is a mystery that goes back to ancient times? In his newest blockbuster, The Josiah Manifesto, The Ancient Mystery and Guide for the End Times. New York Times bestselling author Jonathan Cahn reveals the stunning mystery and what it has to do with your life. What does the future hold? And what do you need to know? The Josiah Manifesto, The Ancient Mystery and Guide for the End Times. The book you can't afford not to read. Available wherever books are sold.
Go with your gut. Your dog's immune system is based in the gut. A diet lacking in nutrients can cause itching, scratching, and a weak immune system. However, there is a solution. DINOVITE. Dinovite.
It took a grand total of 2 weeks. The dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out.
Try Dinovite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/radio.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dinovite.
Gets me through my workday.
I always have my radio on at work. Everyone's listening.
KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you, Walter Cruttenden with us. Walter, your other film is called Lost Star. Tell us about that.
Yes, we're working with a number of collaborators. As you probably know, George, we have this conference just about every year. It's called the Conference on Procession and Ancient Knowledge. And they, our speakers are people like Graham Hancock, Jimmy Corsetti, Ben Van Kerkwick, Marco Vigato, Hugh Newman. Others, many have been on your show, of course.
Of course, yeah.
And they're all sort of traveling around the world, exploring ancient cultures, and trying to figure out why, we find these higher cultures in the very distant past, and they're gone now. And so, Graham, for example, will be speaking on a cataclysm. And so we're trying to pull together a lot of these ideas for our film. And for example, Graham's idea that something probably hit the Earth that caused the Younger Dryas period. This was roughly 11,500 BC, which was the last time that Bernard star happened to be close to our sun. And so some say it might dislodge things from the Oort cloud, cause more meteors or comets, that sort of thing. And in fact, in 11,500 BC, roughly, the Younger Dryas was set off. It destroyed the large flora and fauna, the giant sloth, the woolly mammoth, the saber-toothed tiger, all these big animals went extinct, and something left sort of a little layer of charcoal around most of the world. And so the film looks at all these different aspects, and it's still in the works, this film, but we hope to be announcing something here at the conference, which will be this October in Rancho Mirage, actually October 20 to 22nd, the Conference on Procession and Ancient Knowledge.
Walter, when this star comes closer to our sun, does it add added heat to us?
We're trying to figure that out. You wouldn't think so, because we obviously don't feel any heat whatsoever from Alpha Centauri, which is about 4.3, and the best estimate for a Bernard star is it might come to about 3.7 light years away.
Okay.
However, the center of mass would only be about 0.7 light years, because the center of mass, is always closer to the bigger star, which is our sun. So it's easy to plot that, it doesn't need to be going that fast for us to get around the center of mass with Bernard star and vice versa. But I don't think heat is so much the issue as it is just the gravitational effects are probably what's causing all the gravitational effects that have Caltech, concerned about looking for Planet X or Planet 9. It seems to be tugging all these dwarf planets below the plane, having them incline towards the plane, making their orbits very elongated and causing all their perihelions, their closest approach to the sun, to be on one side of the sun. And so it definitely has a gravitational effect. And we really don't know what the other effects are, but somehow it's messing with Earth a little bit.
How is it connected, Walter, to what I call Planet X? You call it Planet 9. How is it connected to that search?
I think it is that, quite frankly. So they announced in 2016 that there must be a planet out there. At first they said 1 to 2 Earth masses, and they realized how much gravitational effects it has, and so they bumped that to 5 to 10. I even heard one person say possibly 99 Earth masses. That's the type of Planet 9 that they're looking for. Normally they find these things pretty quick. When Uranus, when they watched that for a while, they realized, something's affecting it, and they found Neptune very quickly after that, within a couple of years. And then they watched Neptune for a while, and they realized, something's affecting that in its orbit. And they found Pluto very quick, a few days from when the math was finished. And so here, with all our math and all our instruments nowadays, we realize there has to be something big tugging on the solar system. And it's going on 7 years, and they haven't found this thing with all our great instruments. And that's why I think it's because it's not actually a planet. It's actually a star, and it's much, much bigger, but of course much farther out, but has the same effect that they're looking for.
Interesting take. Zecharia Sitchin has written in his works, he's not with us anymore, that there's an object in our solar system that comes around every 3,600 years, and it's on a far elliptical orbit. What do you think of that theory?
Yeah, I think that's one interpretation of some of the ancient myth and folklore. Zecharia Sitchin said he got his information from, some of the old Sumerian stories.
Right.
And I believe they call that Nibiru. But I'm not so certain about that orbit period. As a matter of fact, I looked and looked and looked for where that is, and it sounds like it's somebody's interpretation. Versus the orbit we see in the sky, the speed at which the sun moves across the sky, it moves across the sky at about 50 arc seconds per year. That equates to roughly 25,700 years, and fits very well with this 24,000-year period, which is how long it would take the sun and Barnard star to go around this common center of mass, both traveling at their current speeds right about now.
What will it take, Walter, for science to say, yes, this is happening?
Well, let's look at how science works. When Copernicus said, hey, it's not everything going around the Earth. The Earth's actually going around the sun. He published in 1543, and by 1822, the church agreed with him. So what's that? Close to 300 years or something like that. I do think things are moving faster now, but you actually have to build a consensus in the scientific community. And to build that consensus, you have to get a lot of astronomers, astrophysicists, to really dig into the problem, see what the issue is. And right now, there's not that many looking at the precession problem. I did just read a new paper out of the University of Chicago, which the first line is precession in crisis. And so he makes the same point that, the sun really does move. It's not just all caused by the Earth's axis wobbling. Maybe that is an arc second, a few arc seconds, but in fact, the sun really moves. And I think that will be accepted probably just within the next decade.
Now, you mentioned Sodom and Gomorrah and what had happened. What other possible changes to Earth's history might this star have created?
Well, the myth and folklore there is fascinating. Take the Mithraic culture that flourished during the Roman Greco period, a couple hundred BC or so. And they talk about, they have these two boys, Cautis and Cautopodes. One holds the torch up, one holds the torch down. And they called this second sun Mithras, and he's the guy that turns the zodiac. And they say, you know, when the sun's going through one side of the zodiac, we're in a rising age, and when we go through the other side, a falling age. And the Sumerians themselves talked about the times that they were in a falling age, and things are going to get worse. And sure enough, you know, the time that they're writing this, there's all these beautiful ziggurats, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, this incredible civilization. And by the time of the Dark Ages, it's just nomads hanging out in tents around the ruins. Same thing happened in Egypt, Mohenjo-Daro, Harappa in the Indus Valley. You know, we're finding out that the whole Mayan civilization actually flourished much earlier, and things like this. So I think the cycle is real. And just as the Earth spin on its axis causes a cycle of day and night, it's a celestial motion, and just as the Earth's orbit around the sun causes a cycle of the seasons, this third motion of the Earth, the whole solar system going around another star, is actually what causes this rise and fall of civilization, sort of just like the first two, but obviously on a much longer scale. And, you know, we appear to have left the far point of this star about 500 AD, and we've slowly been getting closer. And what do you see happening? You know, we see us slowly coming out of the Dark Ages, having a renaissance, and now, you know, our consciousness is expanding. You can see it in our technology. And so I do think we're on the upswing in this cycle again. Granted, there's a lot of problems with the world right now, but I think generally mankind is getting a little smarter.
Might this star have created the flood of Noah?
You know, things like that.
It's possible.
Are possibly, because when a star like this comes close, it could, you know, dislodge things in the Oort cloud, as we talked about, and that's sort of Graham's theory and some others. This would cause havoc and maybe help bring a fast end to the Ice Age, the last Ice Age, you know, where the seas rose 400 feet since then. So possibly, and Graham makes this argument much more succinctly than I do, that as you might have had periods in there where you had very rapid rises, sort of biblical type of floods. You know, the whole thing might have taken thousands of years, but there might have been periods of time in there where it was just days or weeks where you might have had 10 to 20 feet increase of sea level, and maybe that's because, you know, an ice cap over Canada or something that had been melting finally breaks loose and flushes into the sea, that sort of thing. I'll leave that up to others to figure out, but it is an intriguing theory, and yes, it could be caused by another celestial object sort of setting it off.
And there's no argument, Walter, that the star exists. The argument is whether it's our binary star system, right?
Correct. Yeah. And the big reason people aren't really looking for it yet is because even though we see the sun move across the sky, we're all told that the sun doesn't move, you know, because it's constrained by the current precession formula to not move. And I think that's the point that where astronomers, astrophysicists are just starting to question a little bit. How much does the Earth's axis actually wobble, and how much does the sun really move? And if they come out like we come out, that the sun moves quite a bit, then they'll sort of all start looking for, okay, what's making it move? And, you know, they've already recognized that Bernard's must have come in close contact with some other star sometime in the last 10,000 years. Well, guess what? We are one of the closest stars, so it probably came in contact with us because exactly what we're arguing. It is our binary star. We come close to it every, you know, at the down cycle 12,000 years, then then we go away from it for 12,000 years. It's a total of about a 24,000 year cycle.
Is this something that we should be concerned about lifestyle-wise?
I think there's a lot of reasons to be concerned in the world today.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not a doom and gloom or anything like that, but I just think it's smart to be prepared for whatever might come. And, it's not that close right now. But over the next 10,000 years, start preparing. Invest for the long term.
We're going to take a short break with Walter Cruttenden and take calls next hour with him, so jump on board. His books include The Great Year Adventures, The Lost Star of Myth and Time, and, of course, his websites are linked up at coasttocoastam.com, and he's got a couple great films called The Great Year and the new film called Lost Star that he's working on right now. So we'll be back in a moment. Let's take your calls. The lines are now open for you. We'll be back in a moment.
The Community Calendar is sponsored by RJ's Family Restaurant in Camdenton. Close to home, yet far from ordinary.
The Sunrise Beach Little Theater will present the musical production of Disney's Frozen Jr. That happens on November 24th, 25th, and 26th. That's today's Community Calendar.
Is your bathroom looking old and worn out? Want to update it, but you don't know where to start? Then let BCI Bath & Shower show you how to turn that old bath into an aisle of beauty and functionality. Our residential bathroom solutions provide the best value on the market, and our customer service is second to none. Our cost-effective BCI Bath & Shower family of products has what you need.
Remodeling our bathroom was a big decision for us.
They didn't make a mess out of our house at all. And at the end of the day, we had a beautiful new bathroom. And it was a great experience the whole way through.
We have the best monthly payment programs in the industry, with payments as low as $68 per month, or no interest, no payments for 18 months. For a limited time, be one of the first 100 callers who schedule a free in-home consultation and receive $500 off. Call 800-721-9985 for a free no-obligation price quote. That's 800-721-9985. Factory-trained and certified installers made in the USA and discounts for seniors and military. BCI Bath & Shower, the leader in affordable bathroom products. That's 800-721-9985.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-426-0557. 800-426-0557. 800-426-0557. That's 800-426-0557.
Service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Christopher Cruz. Striking entertainment writers have reached a tentative contract. CBS's Elise Preston says that could be good news for other members of other unions.
What does this mean for everyone else?
We are in a labor moment. We had dual Hollywood strikes for the first time in 63 years. We have the auto workers out. We almost had UPS out. Workers, even non-unionized workers, are sick and tired and have found a straw that broke their back in terms of income inequality in this country.
It was only last week that studio heads were brought in to try to end the strike
that lasted nearly 5 months.
President Biden will visit with striking auto workers on the picket lines in Detroit on Tuesday.
The president's visit is a show of support, but not a direct involvement in the negotiations, says Peter Berg, who's a professor at Michigan State University. The car makers, he says, will likely look the other way.
I don't think they're going to take this personally, the car makers. They understand what Joe Biden's doing.
While supporting the strikers, the president has said he wants a win-win solution to the strike.
WWJ's Jeff Gilbert in Detroit. We are within a week of the government shutting down if Congress doesn't pass a budget. CBS's Weijia Zhang says the White House is working to put responsibility for any shutdown on Republicans.
President Biden said the cuts would disproportionately impact the black community and put food assistance to 7 million women and children at risk. He also put the blame squarely on the group of far-right Republicans who are holding out on funding the government because they want deep spending cuts.
The resumption of student loan payments will mean reduced spending on clothing, says CBS's Jason Brooks.
Investment firm Jefferies surveyed consumers with student debt and found that 54% of respondents plan to spend less on apparel and accessories and 46% less on footwear.
Ukraine claims it has killed the commander of Russia's Black Sea Fleet. Details from CBS News Pentagon correspondent Cami McCormick.
Ukraine claims the commander was killed in an unprecedented missile strike on the naval headquarters in Crimea last week. Ukraine's special forces say 34 officers were killed, including the commander. The strike in Sevastopol sent huge plumes of smoke into the air and destroyed the headquarters.
Russia is making a lot of money from the increase in oil prices, money it's using to finance its war against Ukraine. The increase is being blamed on Russia and Saudi Arabia, reducing the amount of oil they send to global markets. They are expected to do so through the end of the year. Some analysts believe we could see oil at $100 a barrel, while others believe reduced growth in China and elsewhere could keep prices below that mark. This is CBS News.
You need to hire? Indeed is with you every step of the way, helping you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
In the KRMS Radio Newsroom, I'm Mike Anthony. This year's Highway Safety and Traffic Conference, taking a look at continued safety in Missouri, continues. Local and national safety experts and advocates are in Columbia talking about a wide variety of topics, including the new distracted driving hands-free law in Missouri, a presentation on expanding Interstate 70, the impacts of cannabis on highway safety, speed, community partnerships, and how to reduce traffic fatalities. The conference opened up on Monday. It'll come to a close on Wednesday at the Holiday Inn Executive Center. Highway Patrol reporting 5 arrests, 2 traffic accidents in the Lake area over the weekend. Both of the accidents in Morgan County. One of them on Route 135 sent 4 people to the ER with serious injuries. The other happened on Route FF, sending 1 person with minor injuries to the hospital. As for the arrest, all 5 were for alleged drunk driving, 3 of them in Camden County, 2 of them in Miller County. And it was a beautiful day for a parade, a homecoming parade for School of the Osage. Indian band members, cheerleaders, athletes, students, families, and others converged Monday on the Bagnell Dam Strip in Lake Ozark for the annual homecoming parade. The Indians will hit the field for their homecoming game Friday night against Hallsville. You can hear it on 104.9 Classic Country. That's your Lake News Now.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your Lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group, we want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
I'm meteorologist Phil Jensko with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Mostly clear throughout the early morning hours. Temperatures hold steady in the region. Winds west around 5 miles per hour. Tuesday, sunny. Highs top out near 86. And then Tuesday night, partly cloudy. Slight chance for showers and storms developing. And lows drop to 62. The current water temperature sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 78 degrees. And the temperature at the studios, right now it's 61.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
Are you facing an unexpected financial emergency? You need WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com could help you get up to $3,000 fast. WeFixMoney.com is free to use, available 24/7, and has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. Go to the name you trust, WeFixMoney.com. If you need emergency cash up to $3,000 for bills or anything else, type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. That's WeFixMoney.com.
Yeah, I'm looking at the pages right now.
Thomas's translation company just lost its only 2 Spanish speakers. Without the right replacements, he'll be in problemas.
Yeah, we'll have those ready. Tonight's gonna be a late one.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed Instant Match, we immediately show you quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
KRMS TV joins 93.5 Rocks the Lake as your official homes for Camdenton Laker football.
And then the ball pops out and the Lakers are going to have it.
Watch every exciting play, home and road, in crystal clear high definition on KRMS TV 32.11.
Jabari Stewart ripping that ball out.
You can watch the Lakers on our KRMS TV YouTube channel.
Connects with Borbet to the pylon.
Find the KRMS TV app on your Roku device.
Touchdown Lakers! 19 yards!
Or watch in the palm of your hand on the LOZ app. Just tap the KRMS icon.
Got a wide open receiver in the end zone. It is caught on a diving grab. Touchdown Lakers!
Live radio coverage begins at 6 o'clock with the Summit Natural Gas pregame show on 93.5 Rocks the Lake.
And it's Durnin to Durnin for the first time this year.
Coming up next, it's a road test for the Lakers Friday night at state-ranked Bolivar on 93.5 Rocks the Lake and KRMS TV.
I'm coming your way. It also receives AM and FM and is built for great reception and clear audio. And the CC Skywave also makes an excellent pocket-sized travel radio because it covers shortwave and the aviation band for travelers, which lets you listen to nearby pilots and air traffic controllers. I got one for my granddaughter, who's a 22-year-old commercial pilot already. She's amazing. Her name's Kaya. But I got her one of these radios, and she loves it. Runs up to 70 hours on 2 AA batteries. You can simply call C. Crane now to order the CC Skywave radio at 1-800-522-8863. That's 1-800-522-8863, or visit them online at ccrane.com. Also available at REI and Bi-Mart locations and Amazon.com.
Real people, real stories.
I coughed until I choked 24 hours a day. I couldn't even walk across my floor without literally coughing until I would gasp. So I saw 3 different pulmonologists, and they could do nothing. Someone had mentioned to me about a product that President Reagan had taken. I ordered it within 1 week. 1 week. My coughing had stopped since I've taken the Carnivora. Everyone that would come into our store would say, "What happened? Why are you not coughing?" I told them what I'm doing, and he said, "Well, what's it doing that it stopped that coughing?" I said, "I can't answer that. It just stopped it."
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
more connected than ever before.
Couldn't live without it.
Everyone's listening. KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with your calls. Walter Cruttenden with us as we talk about this binary star system. Is it safe to say that's what it is, Walter, a binary star?
Yes, that's what you'd call it. I think they're pretty common out there nowadays. I believe the latest estimate is about 60% of all stars are in binary or trinary systems.
Is it its rotation that makes it what it is, a binary star?
It means it's gravitationally bound to another star. So, the closest stellar system to us we talked about is Alpha Centauri. So Alpha Centauri A, Alpha Centauri B, and Proxima Centauri are all gravitationally bound. So they kind of move around a common center of mass. And so likewise, we think that our sun is gravitationally bound to Barnard's star, that it actually won't do a flyby as currently projected, that it won't reach an escape velocity, that it will actually go around a common center of mass with the sun.
Walter, what's your thought of the Big Bang? I can't put my finger around it. I just can't do it.
Yeah, George, that's a great question. I've read a few papers on it. Like everyone else, when I first heard about it, it sounded like an eloquent idea. It's actually a very ancient idea. The story of how everything was created was, the ancient stories, of course, would say God created or there was first light or something like that would seem to resemble a Big Bang. But the more I read about it, it's more like a big whimper. Are the latest theories that it's actually space expanding rather than, because there's no space or time in which to have an explosion really, and as it expands, and we need inflation and stuff like this. But it sounds like a big miracle to me. I don't know, George. What are your thoughts?
It is perplexing, to be sure, and I always have to bring God into the equation because science can't answer it for us, Walter. It just doesn't make a logical explanation of how something started from nothing. I don't get it.
I agree. Yeah, everything else we see in the world has a beginning. So, and it has a cause. So I won't disagree with you on that one.
Let's go to some calls. Let's go to Brian, truck driving in Indianapolis, east of the Rockies. Hey, Brian, go ahead.
How you doing, George?
Good, my friend. Thank you.
That's good. Yes, I got a question.
Okay.
Yes, okay. Do most stars like to have binary stars like that? And also another question also is, do you think there are two suns in our atmosphere?
What was that second part, Bri? You were breaking up a little bit.
Oh, okay. And also, do you think there are two suns in our atmosphere?
What do you think of that? Does every system have two suns, Walter? I don't think so.
No. So it's about 60% is the accepted figure out there, that 60% of all stars have some companion. But that was before they started discovering all these brown dwarfs, these very dim, difficult to see stars. And so I hear that some of the estimates are going up closer to 80%. And they might have, most of those would just have one partner and therefore be called a binary star system. But some of them have two or three or more partners. So it seems that, stars like companionship almost as much or more than people do.
That's a huge percent, 60 to 80%, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And, if you think back 200 years, the concept wasn't even known. So they looked in the sky, they thought, oh, those are just two stars that happen to be close to each other. It wasn't until we really had good instruments and could plot these things over a long period of time that we realized, oh, all these stars are in relationships. They're going around each other. And so when they realized it was the majority stars, that's when the sun started to look funny. Well, why doesn't the sun have a companion star? And that sort of set off a lot of conversation on that topic, which we think it does.
Let's go to Mark in Roseville, California. Hey, Mark, go ahead.
Hi, George and Walt. My question is why is there, for our Earth's magnetic field, we have a positive side and a negative side? What are their functions? You know, the sun did a 180-degree pole shift, right? And it turned our compasses on Earth 180 degrees. So I got a compass reading incorporating north is south, south is north, east is west, west is east.
What do you know about that, Walter?
Well, I do know, Mark, that you're right, that the Earth does have a magnetosphere, a big magnetic field around it, and it protects us from some bad elements from space. And so it's good. It's like a cocoon that we need, you know. Otherwise, the blast from the sun every day would cause problems. And if you do get a big, you know, X-class flare or something like that from the sun, it can fry our ionosphere, you know, cause problems with radio communications, things like that. And so it's good that we have a magnetosphere around the Earth. And, of course, yes, the Earth does have a north and south pole. And the geological record shows that it does flip now and then. But my understanding, it's more on the order of about every 700,000 years or so, the poles seem to flip. I'm not aware of any recent shifts, but there are certainly occasional, you know, sort of little loops that cause the compass to act weird or different, especially in certain places on Earth.
What's so amazing, Walter, is it all seems to fit like a puzzle, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah. And, you know, part of that puzzle, George, is I think the ancients actually knew a lot of this, and we're sort of rediscovering so much of it. And that makes it even more fascinating as far as I'm concerned.
Exactly. I mean, how did they know about it without technology? Unless they had technology.
Yeah, you know, there was a guy, professor at MIT, Giorgio De Santillana, and he and his co-worker Hertha wrote a book called Hamlet's Mill, where they tried to understand the origins of science and to figure out where mankind first started doing math and physics and things like this. And they thought they'd start by looking at the Polynesian culture, because they figured if anybody had some knowledge that we don't have today, it was these people that could somehow take a canoe, go over 3,000 to 4,000 miles of open ocean, navigate by the stars, and find a tiny speck of land. And so there is some lost technology there. You know, it might even be more psychic technology. I'm not saying it's some device or something they had. It could just be a knowledge. And when you read about these different ages that ancient culture talked about, they talked about, you know, an iron, bronze, silver, and golden age. And supposedly these silver and golden ages are an age of telepathy, you know, before even writing was required or needed.
You've done some work with Christopher Dunn, Robert Schock, experts on Egypt. Tell me about that.
Yes, Christopher Dunn will be one of our speakers this year in Palm Springs, October 20 to 22nd. And he is, you know, I like his discipline because he comes from an engineering background, and he's looking at different objects that came out of the Egyptian culture. And I think this year we'll be talking about how some of these vases were made and how perfect they are and how perfect some of the statues are. You know, just a casual glance doesn't. It looks beautiful, but it doesn't convey as much as instruments about how accurate and precise some of these structures are. And so they had some type of technology that was lost during the Dark Ages, you know, that we're just getting back in more recent times.
You think
so,
it was You think it was extraterrestrial technology?
You know, I'm a little bit skeptical. I think the universe is populated with lots of different intelligences, so I don't doubt that there's plenty of that. But if you look at some of the technologies that we had that were lost and that were then reinvented, like the geared device, the Antikythera device, completely lost geared devices for almost 2,000 years to the great clockmaking era again. The Babylon battery technology completely lost until Volta reinvents it in the year 1700. And other things like this. It's not aliens that are bringing it back in more recent time. It's humans that are somehow reaching a level of consciousness where we can figure these things out once again. And so I think it's mostly us.
On the wild card line, Diana's with us in Everett, Washington. Hi, Diana.
Hi. Hey, guys. Yeah, I'm really fascinated by this because I'm really interested in astronomy. I've never heard of this before. I'm just wondering if you're saying it's going to come around again in 11,000 years. Do we feel any effects of it before that time? And also, if there is any possibility that if it's going to be so close, we could actually travel there or to any planets? Are there planets around this star?
Hey, that's a great question. Because just a couple years ago, I think it was 4 or 5 years ago, actually, that astronomers were looking closely at Barnard's star, and they think they may have detected a planet. So they're sort of debating that right now. I think a lot of people have said, no, that was just an aberration, but there's still a minority of people that say, yes, there is a planet around it. Because, as you know, they're finding a lot of exoplanets out there around other stars. So that would be really cool. And what was your other part of that question?
Can you travel to the star, but you can't get too close, right?
The common center mass, again, will only be 0.7 light years, so, less than a light year. But the star itself will probably close to 3-4 light years, something like that. You could, I understand that there's some games out there that use Barnard's star and say that there's a planet that's inhabited in it. So I'm not that much into video games, but apparently some people have already thought of this.
Let's go to Mike in Montana. Welcome to the show. Hey, Michael.
Hello. So my question is, I've been studying a model of the solar system, and you may know about it, called the Tychos. And it hypothesizes that Mars is the binary twin of the Sun, and they're in a 2-to-1 relationship. And it hypothesizes a bunch of other stuff, but I'm wondering if you've heard of this theory and or a model, and what you think of it.
I have heard of it, and I don't think too much of it, quite frankly, Mike in Montana. I look at anything. I like to keep an open mind, but, Tycho Brahe was sort of the last holdout on the heliocentric system, which, by the way, the Greeks knew about 2,000 years before Copernicus brought it back.
And Tycho Brahe was an astronomer, wasn't he?
Yeah, very famous astronomer, and actually, he did some meticulous readings of the stars, where he kept very accurate records on their positions and the planets especially, and that helped Kepler, who came and lived with him for a little while, at least in the same town. And of course, Kepler is the one that really helped us understand that orbits are not circular; they're elliptical. And since then, that led to understanding the laws of gravity. It helped Newton. It's probably the biggest breakthrough in astronomy in the last 500 years, Kepler's laws.
Is it safe to say that the binary star is a twin of our star?
No, it's much smaller. It's there's various classes of stars. The sun's a pretty typical star. There's many stars that are much bigger than the sun, and there's a lot of stars that are much smaller than the sun, including red dwarfs and brown dwarfs. So this red dwarf, our Barnard star, is about 15% of the Earth's mass, which is equivalent, as mentioned, to about 48,000 Earth masses. And it's also very dim because, it's a red dwarf, not a blazing sun like we have. And therefore, if Earth was around it, it wouldn't give up much more light than, a few dozen moons, something like that.
Older, younger, same age?
It's supposed to be much older. The guess is about 10 billion years.
Wow.
So that's,
more than double.
So people are wondering, then how did it come into a relationship? Was it just passing by and we captured it? No one really knows.
What's the life of a sun, Walter?
Oh, I think, our sun, the life is something like, I think it's supposedly been around about 5 billion years so far, and people believe it might have that much longer still to go, so maybe 10 billion years or so. But some very some red dwarfs and brown dwarfs might be longer than that, much longer, and then some very super hot stars would burn out much quicker in just a few billion years or less.
When they burn out, do they all become black holes?
No, the best theory now is, it has to be a certain amount of mass before it can become a black hole. And I forget the exact number, but I think it's roughly 3 solar masses would have enough mass there that when it collapsed, it would become a black hole.
Are there still new stars being formed in the universe?
They believe so, yeah. And some of these nebulae out there, they call them, star nurseries.
Like the Horsehead Nebula?
Yes, yeah, exactly. There's so much hot gas swirling around, they think that that's the way that stars might be born.
That is pretty dramatic. Walter, where do people get your books?
Through Amazon. Lost Star, Myth and Time is my first book there. There's a good one out on Audible. We had somebody do it with an English accent, and so I added an extra chapter in there. That's a good way to do it. But they'll also we'll have them at our conference. If people are interested in the Conference on Precession Ancient Knowledge coming up, it's just cpaconline.com. That's cpakonline.com. And we'll have, the 15 speakers I mentioned, researchers all talking about this over 2.5-3 days, and roughly 300-400 people in the audience collaborating with us. So it's really a fun time.
Okay, we're going to come back and take final calls with you in a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
Work for a second.
Couldn't live without it.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
Explore your universe with Coast to Coast AM.
Now, we've been talking about 100 years of paranormal study, but things are still in flux. When are we ever going to get the answers we really want?
I got to be honest with you, George. I think we really are close. Here in the United States, the vast majority of the population is not going to believe in UFOs until we have something on radar. Well, the fact is, not only do we have something on radar, but we have Navy cockpit videos, among other things, that have been validated by the Department of Defense.
What do you think is changing the perception? Is it obvious that's why they have to come forward with this information now?
The fact is, no serious person can say UFOs don't exist. I mean, that position does not exist anymore. The answers may be very elusive, but the existence and the evidence is as plain as any we've got. And it's an exciting time to be alive. We know that life is not exclusive to Earth, and that's an extraordinary thing.
You know those megaships that sail with thousands of passengers? It might surprise you to learn how much passengers win or lose in the onboard casino may determine whether or not the cruise is profitable. I'm Rudy Maxa with today's Travel Minute from Rudy Maxa's World. Cruise lines are offering low prices since several enormous ships came into service this past year. They want to put heads in beds because they have a secret. They often make their money on the ancillary stuff. Don Hanrahan, CEO of Celebrity Cruises, says 30% of the company's revenue comes from onboard spending, which is why cruise lines are increasing the size of their casinos, building big onboard shopping malls, and adding fancy restaurants where passengers pay a surcharge of as much as $30 a head to dine. Traditionally, bars, casinos, and art auctions generated most onboard revenue. But now malls, spas, photographs, internet services, and phone services, along with bingo cards, are important revenue sources. Once, bridge and engine room tours and yoga classes were free, not anymore. So consider that price to take a cruise just the beginning of what you'll spend. The cruise lines sure do. Info at rudymaxa.com.
At Coast to Coast AM, we keep our friends close with this.
Are cattle mutilations still happening? I'm George Norrie, and L.A. Marzulli joins us with his latest research on this bizarre trend. And later on, psychic medium Erica Busahemi joins us to talk about the spirit world.
And we keep our enemies closer at Coast to Coast AM. Get a new view of the world with Coast to Coast AM.
In terms of paranormal activity, do you think it's increasing?
Yes. More and more people are aware of it, so therefore they're even noticing it, because times are scary. But some people, they just want to know there's something out there other than what they see on their TV screen every day. So they're getting into the paranormal. They want to go on a ghost investigation. Let's look into Bigfoot, all the extraterrestrials, to know that there's something more.
Coast to Coast AM sure sounds great in the middle of the night, but you don't have to be nocturnal to enjoy this amazing show. The Coast Insider is your key to a normal life. For 15 cents a day, you can wake up refreshed, knowing that last night's show is waiting for you with podcasting. Listen on your way to work, and again on your way home. Or listen to one of over 1,000 archived shows from the past 5 years. The Coast Insider Club is a must-have feature for all Coast to Coast AM listeners. Visit coasttocoastam.com to sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
There were bells on a hill, but I never heard them ringing. No, I never heard them at all, till there was you. There were birds in the sky, but I never saw them winging. No, I never saw them at all, till there was you. Then there was music and wonderful roses, they tell me, in sweet fragrant meadows of dawn and dew. There was love all around, but I never heard it singing. No, I never heard it at all, till there was you.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Next hour, Teresa Chang joins us as we talk about the Dream Dictionary and some other paranormal aspects, and she'll even interpret some of your dreams later in the program. Make sure you're part of the program. We're going to come back and take final calls with Walter Cruttenden as we talk about the binary star system. Fascinating discussion as well. Tom Danheiser heads up the Paranormal Podcast Network, and he wants to tell you about it.
I sure do. It's up and running. If you use your app on your phone, just download the iHeartRadio app. If you're using a PC, just go to iHeartRadio.com. This is podcasts of the paranormal, the unusual. You're really going to enjoy this. We'd like to focus in and spotlight Shades of the Afterlife with Sandra Champlain. She does a great job. And if you're wondering about what's on the other side, George and everybody out there, she does as good a job as anybody, if not better, at explaining to you and making you feel better about when you do have to leave this earth here. And then, of course, we have anything from UFOs to mummies, everything in between on Strange Things with Joshua P. Warren. So those are the two podcasts we'd like you to highlight. Head over to coasttocoastam.com. Lex has got everything laid out right there, so it's real quick to get to those two shows.
Absolutely. And Sandra will be one of our news guests Sunday night in our show, so make sure you're listening. Have you signed up yet to become a Coast Insider? It's a great deal at 15 cents a day.
Hi, this is Angelina in Redondo Beach, and I love being a coast-to-coast insider because I can tune in at any time of day.
Hi, I'm Julio from Slidell, Louisiana, and I really like being an insider because of all the interesting information.
Hi, this is Ariel from San Diego, California, and I love being a Coast Insider because I can listen to any show, anytime, anywhere, if I'm in the garden or in the kitchen, taking a walk on the beach. And there's no more sleepless nights for me. It's amazing. Give it a try.
Do give it a try. A couple of ways you can sign up. Our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top of the homepage, it says Insider. Click that. Fill out the information. The other way is to go to your app store, download the Coast to Coast AM app. It's free. Once it's on your phone, you can click Profiles and Subscriptions and sign up to become an insider that way. You get 2 weeks free that way, by the way. And either way, if you live in Canada, you can sign up now, too, to be an insider, so take advantage of that. And here's something that'll help your health.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and Adaptostem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking Adaptostem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put Adaptostem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better, faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with Adaptostem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Remember the fun in comic books? Remember the good guys, the bad guys battling it out for the future of the universe? Well, the fun and adventure has returned to comics and graphic novels thanks to our friends at Marvelous Entertainment. Based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by Marvin Sunderland, acclaimed comic creator Andy Fish and his team are bringing that sense of wonderment and thrills and straight-out action adventures that you remember in those great old comic book stories. And these run the gamut from space adventures to downright scary things. I happen to know that producer Tom Danheiser is going to rummage through his garage this weekend looking for old comic books that he is convinced he has stored away out there. We now offer a free bronze membership option that gives you access to behind-the-scenes content, free comics, and other memberships that also provide access to promotional and bonus items like secret decoder rings and puzzles and even more. The fun is back, and get the kids involved with you, too. Join the excitement with titles like I Wag-It, Haunted Planet, Space Rangers, Codename Atom Bomb, Tales of Singularity. Simply join us at iWaggit.com. Let me spell that website for you. iWaggit.com, where you blast off on your free adventure.
Real people, real stories.
I coughed, and I coughed until I choked 24 hours a day. I couldn't even walk across my floor without literally coughing until I would gasp. So I saw 3 different pulmonologists, and they could do nothing. Someone had mentioned to me about a product that President Reagan had taken. I ordered it within 1 week. 1 week. My coughing has stopped since I've taken the Carnivora. Everyone that would come into our store would say, "What happened? Why are you not coughing?" I told them what I'm doing, and he said, "Well, what's it doing that it stopped that coughing?" I said, "I can't answer that. It just stopped it."
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
I always have my radio on at work. News, talk, sports, entertainment. Total Radio. News Talk KRMS.
And welcome back to Coast, our final segment with Walter Cruttenden as we talk about this binary star system. Truly remarkable, Walter. And you know what? You know you're right, don't you?
I sure do. And I don't mean to be egotistical or conceited or anything about it. It's just there's no other way to explain why the sun is curving through space. It's just basic physics. It takes a large mass for that to happen. So we're looking for what that mass is, and we think it's Barnard's.
Is it important that it had this binary star? Does that star enhance our sun at all?
There must be some reason that so many stars form companion relationships, gravitational relationships. And I don't think we have a clue why that is right now. You know, the ancients talk about their higher ages. We're still in a very low age right now. You know, as advanced as our technologies are, I think it's still a pretty simple time as far as answering questions about the universe.
Walter, why isn't NASA jumping on this or some other major organization involved with science?
You know, it moves very methodically. They need to be careful. You know, when they're flying rocket ships to the moon or Mars or something, everything's got to work. So also, it's nobody's job out there. You know, I did talk to some astronomers and physicists out there about this basic theory, and because I've been noticing that all they do is patch up the old theory. Nobody's asking, hey, maybe very little of the sun's motion is due to axial wobble. And when I asked around, I basically found out that it's nobody's job to think of new theories. It's kind of done by, you know, people outside of the industry that ask profound questions. You see that happen in archaeology right now, too. You know, the archaeologists are very careful about interpreting digs, going slowly, not wanting to ruin any artifacts, trying to fit them in place. But they fit them into place in a preconceived notion, Darwinian notion, that anything before us must be more primitive. And you have people outside the field like Graham and Chris Dunn and other speakers we have asking these questions. Well, maybe it isn't so linear. Maybe there's things that happen along the way. Maybe there are cycles. And so I love this type of questioning because it leads to new theories.
Let's go to Joseph in Anaheim, California. Hey, Joseph, thanks for holding.
Hey, George. Hi, Walter. I do have a question. If the great year really exists, what are the higher ages like? You mentioned that many cultures talk of this golden age. What can we expect on our future civilization here?
What does the future hold for us, Walter?
I love this question. So we know what the past holds for us. You know, we go back to the Dark Ages, things were pretty bleak. And we have some myth and folklore about a higher age. You know, Hesiod, the Greek historian, talked about it being a beautiful time when man lives in tune with nature. Nature gives of itself freely. People live to be ripe old ages. And you find all these scriptures from different countries, the Egyptian king list, the Chinese dynastic records, the Persian records. Even the Bible talks about people in these higher ages living to be very long ages. You know, Seth, Methuselah, Noah, etc., like this. And then as you get down into the Dark Ages, people barely live to be 40 years old, you know. And, of course, we've been coming out of that. The lifespan has roughly doubled since the depths of the Dark Ages. But if we're to believe, you know, some of the myth and folklore about a higher age, things are going to get much more beautiful. And I think it's a bumpy road to get there because, you know, we have expanding minds and we develop technology, and sometimes we don't use the technology right. You know, like AI is something you wonder how much we'll use it properly versus improperly. But my hope is that, you know, that we do get back to a time like the Greek mythologies talk about, when man lives in tune with nature once again, and he's fully developed his capacities, you know, like a yogi or a Zen master, things like that. And you don't need as much outward brute technology because, you know, we tune into the trees and the rocks and the landscape, and we just know how to live more naturally. I think there's a lot more happiness in the future. So it's hard to describe in much more detail than that, but I would encourage people to read, you know, Hamlet's Mill, for example, this book by Giorgio de Santillana out of MIT. It's just beautiful, and it hints at how beautiful the higher ages might be.
We take text and tweets. What do we have for Walter, Tom?
Hey, Walter, Jane in Montana wants to know if all planets are affected equally by the sun, or is there one that might be affected more negatively?
That's interesting. Gravitationally, you know, the lighter planets are affected more, and that's why these small dwarf planets, Pluto-sized planets or smaller, you know, really have these elongated orbits and are much more affected versus the biggest massive planet like Jupiter, you know, hardly as much tilt at all, you know, or Saturn would be less affected. Yeah, great thought.
Let's go to first-time caller Judy in Indiana.
Hi.
Hey, Judy.
I've been a coast-to-coast listener since 1993.
Well, thank you for staying with us so long.
And being a first-time caller. No, there's a man named Charles Hall, and he wrote a book called the Millennial Hospitality Series. He said that he was a weather specialist in Dreamland from 1965 to 1967. And we hosted a group of aliens then, and they were from a planet. He couldn't remember the name of the planet, but it was by their star was Bernard's star, and I was just wondering. You said that they believe that there is and he said that Bernard's star was a dwarf star, and there's a planet. You think by Bernard's star?
Yes, so Barnard's is a red dwarf, about 15% of the sun's mass, but it's still big. It's still a very big, hot star. And some speculate that there is a planet around it. And there's been so much speculation, it's made it into video games and things like this. So it's it wouldn't be impossible. They're finding more and more exoplanets, planets around other stars all the time. I went to the Keck telescope once with Jeff Marcy and his team. Jeff used to be head of astronomy at Berkeley, and he was the first at finding a lot of these exoplanets out there. And the technology's really gotten good. So it looks like, there's probably, if there's, a couple trillion stars out there, you multiply that by 2 or 3 or 5 or something like that to imagine how many planets there are. And excuse me, I said 2 trillion stars. I meant 2 trillion galaxies, and each of those has a couple of 100 billion stars. So I don't even know what the number is for the number of planets, but it's big.
It's a big old universe, isn't it?
It's amazing. It sure is, George. And I love the fact that you are not afraid to explore a lot of these questions with your guests and listeners. We need a show like yours.
I want answers. And, Walter, you do a great job. You've been with us a long time, my friend. Let's go west of the Rockies. Heather's with us in Honolulu in Hawaii. Hi, Heather.
Hello. Hi. Aloha.
You too.
Hi, Walter. I teach physics out here at Pearl Harbor, and I teach astronomy for the University of Houston remotely, and I'm very interested, and I'm glad to be pointed at your website tonight because it looks so interesting to me. I want to read up on all the things that you have posted there. But I'm curious if the binary star with this system is considered on the main sequence. Is it burning hydrogen? What's the status of its evolution?
Yes, I believe it is. Let's see. We're an M class. That's correct. And what is Bernard's? I should know that off the top of my head. Obviously, it's a much smaller star than ours. It's a red dwarf, and nowhere near as hot. I believe the surface temperature is something like 3,000 degrees.
Okay.
I think that would still burn hydrogen, right?
Yeah. I mean, the surface temperature of the sun's about 6,000. It takes about 10,000. If you're talking Kelvin, 6,000 to 10,000 degrees. Surface temperatures is what you see from the main sequence, typical of our sun. But is this Bernard's star, or is it another star that is in this binary system?
We believe it is Bernard's star, which is, is the fourth nearest star, the second closest stellar system to us.
Yes, it is.
And, and all the literature shows that it's coming closer to us, coming, pretty much straight at the sun right now. And, of course, everyone believes, it's just going to pass us by. But I don't think it is. I think it's the reason it's accelerated in the first place.
There's catastrophic events in timelines in geology that are showing catastrophism over gradualism in geology records, as well as records indicating cosmic perturbations of some object. And it just really puzzles me that there were papers on this in the late 80s regarding a mysterious object in our solar system, and then they vanished.
Yes. Well, if you're teaching physics, have people really look into the wobble theory of precession. It's very well accepted, of course, and precession is a real phenomena, but it's the amount of precession.
Right.
Yeah, and I think it's only a few arc seconds, and therefore the sun that's moving across the sky at 50 arc seconds, that leaves a lot of room for motion, and you have to explain that some motion some way. So I hope you look into that.
Thanks, Heather. Appreciate what you do out there. It's exciting. Science is exciting, Walter, isn't it?
I love it. Yeah, I couldn't get enough of it when I was a kid, and so I'm glad I still get to do it as an adult.
What's your target on Lost Star, the film?
The film, we have a couple of co-producers that will be at the conference with us. And my partner, Filiberto, is working on a lot of the special effects now. We have a script we absolutely love, so we can hardly wait to get into principal photography.
If you had to guess when it would be out, what would that be?
I'm hoping it's next year.
Super. Any more books coming?
You're always working on some. So if my last main book was Lost Star, I've just completed a paper called Lost Star Found, and it's on our website at the binaryresearchinstitute.org website. And so, a few people have asked us to expand that into a book, and so that's one of the projects on the works.
Walter, thanks again for being on the program. Keep in touch with us, my friend.
Thanks, George. Appreciate what you do.
You take care. Walter Cruttenden. Up next, we are going to be talking about dreams and the paranormal on Coast to Coast. Have you had a strange dream? You need a little help with it? Well, we'll be able to do that, too, when we come back.
The Coast website is now conveniently optimized for mobile devices. If you're a Coast insider, you can listen to live and past shows right on your phone. Just visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
The Home Service Club sponsors this paid advertisement. Attention homeowners. Broken AC, $4,600. Water heater, $1,500. Fridge on the fritz, $1,000. You need home warranty coverage from the Home Service Club. For around $1 a day, if any of your covered appliances and systems break down, HSC will either do the repair or replace them. HSC has over 15,000 pre-screened, highly rated technicians with the fastest response time in the industry. HSC provides coverage for up to 47 different appliances and systems in your home. Call for a free, no-obligation quote from a trusted HSC service specialist about a home warranty for your entire home, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. 800-926-1595, plus $75 off your first year. 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595. That's 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595.
During this unprecedented time of worldwide economic challenge, it's so important that you keep a close eye on your retirement and be ready to take the steps necessary to protect your money. Having a portion of your IRA or 401k backed by physical gold and silver offers Americans the diversification needed to hedge against economic volatility and potential turmoil. Savvy retirement savers are those with the foresight to safeguard with genuine stores of value, like physical gold and silver, which in the past have soared during periods of misery for the rest of the economy. Diversify your hard-earned savings today by calling Birch Gold Group and get your free information kit to teach you how precious metals can protect your family's financial future. Birch Gold is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau and has thousands of satisfied customers. Call them 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152.
At your service since 1951, News Talk KRMS Osage Beach and KRMS FM HD3 Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Christopher Cruz. The WGA says there are meaningful gains and protections in a tentative deal with Hollywood producers. Now CBS's Elise Preston says the focus will be on a contract for striking actors.
Picket signs are coming down, but don't expect the curtain to rise anytime soon for your favorite shows. While the writers have reached a deal, it still must be ratified by the Guild's 11,000 members, and more than 160,000 actors are still without a contract. The WGA calls its 3-year deal exceptional. It includes concessions on royalty payments for streaming and protecting writers from being replaced by AI.
Federal agencies are preparing for the real possibility of a shutdown if Congress doesn't pass a budget by September 30th. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller says a shutdown could have an effect on the flow of aid to Ukraine.
We are able to continue to provide assistance, military assistance, security assistance in the event of a government shutdown. But when you have a number of people who aren't allowed to come to work, that could affect the pace of any deliveries. It's why we think a shutdown would be so concerning and why we would urge Congress to fund the government.
Some residents of the hardest hit part of Maui are finally being allowed to return to their properties, or what's left of them, in the town of Lahaina. CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti is there.
Mental health experts are here to assist with those simply overwhelmed by what they're returning to. FEMA agents are still here on the ground. They have been here since pretty much day one, initially putting residents that were displaced in hotels. They have since now been relocated to more permanent housing. FEMA also providing, in some cases, tens of thousands of dollars to individual families to help them get back on their feet.
It's been more than a month since wildfires destroyed the area and left at least 97 people dead. Severe thunderstorms brought large hail to Oklahoma, Arkansas, and central Texas yesterday. Dana Miller says she and her son were caught in the storm on the highway as the hail pounded their car.
He just had tiny shards of glass in his hair, a little bit in his neck, a few pieces in his onesie, but I don't know how he didn't have more on him, because his car seat this morning is just filled with shards of glass.
It will be a Republican governor against a Democratic governor, one-on-one in a debate. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis will debate California Governor Gavin Newsom on Fox News on November 30th. Actor David McCallum has died. An earlier generation knew him from the 1960s TV spy drama The Man from U.N.C.L.E. He was known to a younger crowd as pathologist Dr. Donald Dunkey Mallard on NCIS. He was 90 years old. This is CBS News.
If you need to hire, you need Indeed, because Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News now.
In the KRMS Radio Newsroom, I'm Mike Anthony. A Wathena, Kansas man seriously hurt in a near drowning early Friday evening in Camden County. The Marine Division of the Highway Patrol says it happened in Miller Hollow Cove at the 21-mile marker when 31-year-old Jared Hawkins entered shallow water head first to retrieve an object. Hawkins was pulled from the water by bystanders before being taken to the Lake Regional. 3 arrests reported by the Morgan County Fugitive Apprehension Security Team. The Sheriff's Office indicates that 37-year-old Amanda Rhodes, 22-year-old James Dorr, both from the Gravois area, were picked up on 2 felony probation violation warrants each. Dorr being held on a $10,000 bond, Rhodes being held without bond. Also picked up by the Morgan County Fast Team, 26-year-old Zachary Brown of Versailles. He was put on a 24-hour hold pending a violation of bond conditions on a traffic-related offense. He's now being held on no bond. All 3 expected to be pulled into court this next week. And on your mark, get set, run. The order of the day for a good cause on Saturday, October 21st in Osage Beach. The Lake of the Ozarks Oktoberfest on the calendar. The event will take place starting at 9 o'clock at the Sanctuary Brewery to benefit Wonderland Camp. Wonderland Camp serving disabled kids, teenagers, and adults. That's your Lake News now.
This news brought to you by Waterfront Brands and the Hydro Hoist Factory Store.
Since 1964, Hydro Hoist Boat Lifts has led the market with award-winning innovation in engineering by providing unrivaled protection for all watercraft. The Ultra Lift, also available in front mount and shallow water, have lifting capacities up to 32,000 pounds with custom-molded high-impact polyethylene tanks and all steel parts above the water in standard installation. The Ultra Lift series is America's #1 boat lift. Hydro Hoist of the Ozarks, located at 448 South Main Street in Laurie, offers factory direct pricing. Call 573-346-7505 or visit boatlift.com.
If you have a smartphone, Alexa, Google Play, or a computer, you have a radio. Now you can listen to KRMS anywhere in the world. Just download the KRMS app for your phone, enable the skill for your smart speaker, or go to krmsradio.com. Live internet streaming is sponsored by Capricorn Insurance. Visit capricorninsurance.net. Now you can listen to all your favorite local programs anywhere in the world. We're at your service. We're KRMS.
I'm meteorologist Phil Jensko with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Mostly clear throughout the early morning hours. Temperatures hold steady in the region. Winds west around 5 miles per hour. Tuesday, sunny. Highs top out near 86. And then Tuesday night, partly cloudy. Slight chance for showers and storms developing. And lows drop to 62. The current water temperature sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 78 degrees, and the temperature at the studios, right now it's 61.
Embarrassed by ugly yellow toe fungus?
Living with toe fungus it's embarrassing. I was afraid to take my socks off. I hid my yellow and crumbly toes from everybody.
Introducing Crystal Flush. Crystal Flush is the only FDA-registered 2-in-1 home treatment that attacks your toe fungus from both the inside and out. Crystal Flush's new and different combination system knocks out toe fungus for good. Guaranteed.
Crystal Flush is different. After just a few weeks, my fungus was gone. 100% disappeared. Crystal Flush was the only thing that ever worked. So if you're skeptical because you tried a bunch of other stuff, Crystal Flush is different. This is a game changer.
Crystal Flush is now available without a prescription, but it is not available in stores. Get your risk-free supply today. Go to crystalflush.com. That's CRYSTAL flush.com. Stop being embarrassed by ugly yellow toenails. Go to crystalflush.com or call 800-204-4484.
KRMS TV joins 93.5 Rocks the Lake as your official homes for Camdenton Laker football.
And then the ball pops out and the Lakers are going to have it.
Watch every exciting play, home and road, in crystal clear, high definition on KRMS TV 32.11.
Jabari Stewart ripping that ball out.
You can watch the Lakers on our KRMS TV YouTube channel.
Connects with Borbet to the pylon.
Find the KRMS TV app on your Roku device.
Touchdown Lakers! 19 yards!
Or watch in the palm of your hand on the LOZ app. Just tap the KRMS icon.
Got a wide open receiver in the end zone. It is caught on a diving grab. Touchdown Lakers!
Live radio coverage begins at 6 o'clock with the Summit Natural Gas pregame show on 93.5 Rocks the Lake.
And it's Durnin to Durnin for the first time this year.
Coming up next, it's a road test for the Lakers Friday night at state-ranked Bolivar on 93.5 Rocks the Lake and KRMS TV.
These email addresses and hashed passwords were found for sale on a hacking forum. It's so important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives. Your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cybercriminal to steal your identity. Protecting your identity can be easy with our friends at LifeLock. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Loans taken out in your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. And if you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. So join now, save up to 25% off your first year with promo code George. Call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock.com. Use promo code George for 25% off.
Real people, real stories.
I coughed, and I coughed until I choked 24 hours a day. I couldn't even walk across my floor without literally coughing until I would gasp. So I saw 3 different pulmonologists, and they could do nothing. Someone had mentioned to me about a product that President Reagan had taken. I ordered it within 1 week. 1 week. My coughing has stopped since I've taken the carnivore. Everyone that would come into our store would say, "What happened? Why are you not coughing?" I told them what I'm doing, and they said, "Well, what's it doing that it stopped that coughing?" I said, "I can't answer that. It just stopped it."
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivora.com.
Around the house, at work, in the car, news, weather, traffic, and sometimes they make me laugh.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Teresa Chung back with us, spiritual author, public speaker, regarded as one of the world's leading dream decoders. She works closely with scientists and neuroscientists reaching consciousness and is the media's go-to expert for opinion on dreams, intuition, afterlife, and the paranormal. Since graduating with a master's degree in theology and English from King's College, Cambridge University, Teresa has written numerous dreams, afterlife, and other spiritual books and encyclopedias. She also hosts The White Shores, the podcast for spiritual beings. Teresa, welcome back. How are you?
Welcome from the UK, and I'm absolutely thrilled and honoured to be back, George. Thank you for having me, and especially as we've just had World Dream Day. I think we've now gone into the next day, haven't we, past midnight, but it's just been World Dream Day, so I've been doing a lot of TV and radio here in the UK to try and promote this platform for dream power.
What a fast year, don't you think?
It's just gone like a dream, hasn't it?
It is. It is.
It really has. And that happens, actually. When you get older, sometimes life just feels almost like a dream, doesn't it? The day slips by, and if you're having very vivid dreams, you can sometimes wonder, was the dream more real? Yes.
I'm here in St. Louis right now. I was at a restaurant earlier, and one of the waiters came up to me and said, "George, what's on the show tonight?" I said, "I'm talking to a dream expert, Teresa, tonight." And he goes, "Boy, I wish I would dream." And I told him, I says, "Ben, you dream all the time. You just don't remember them." Am I right?
Absolutely. I mean, we have at least 2,000 dreams a year. Brain scans show we dream several times a night. What's happened is just got into the habit of not recalling them, and that's probably from messaging from earlier in our lives when we were told dreams don't matter, it's just a dream. That was definitely a focus when it came to dreams and sleep research. But I'm delighted to say that in recent years, particularly the last decade, there's been a massive shift in our understanding of dreams, lots more research into it, and a lot of it proving that dreams are a really good sign of well-being, emotional, psychological, physical well-being, and a lot of investment in dream research, because especially during the lockdowns and COVID, so many people were dreaming vividly as a reaction to the problems going on in the world. That's what dreams try to do. They try to help us problem solve. And it was unprecedented global event for dream research, because people were going on social media for the first time and saying, "I had this weird dream." Now, it happened, I mean, people were having very precognitive and vivid dreams around 9/11, another global event. But social media wasn't quite at the apex that it is now. And literally people will be waking up in the morning and telling others their dreams. And this was unprecedented. And I hate to say it because, you know, it was a very difficult time. But for someone like me, who's been writing about dreams for decades, for 25 years at least, been championing dream power, it was a kind of a dream come true, because suddenly people were realizing their inner world, what's within them, matters. Consciousness matters. What's going on? What's the meaning? And since then, really, I've had so many wonderful opportunities to go on mainstream shows. I mean, yesterday I was on ITV, this morning I was on BBC Radio, and they're talking to me about dreams in a very mainstream way, and that's just an absolute joy. Because what they don't realize when they're talking about dreams, they're really talking about spirituality, psychic ability that we all have innate in us. But the wonderful thing about dreams is they're the door. And I've found that a lot of people are comfortable talking about their dreams when maybe when you go to precognition, telepathy, all these other superpowers we all have, we just don't realize we have or believe in them, people get a bit nervous. So I've found that dreams are the door, the way to open people up to the possibility that there's so much more to us than meets the eye, and we are more than our bodies.
Why are some dreams, Teresa, so sensible, they make sense, and then some others are so whacked out and weird, you can't figure out what they are?
Well, every dream is a piece of precious wisdom. Don't let another dream slip away. Everyone listening, please don't let another dream slip away, whether it's mundane or wacky. Now, it's often said that the more wacky and weird and bizarre the dream, the more profound the meaning. I mean, you could compare that to art. You know, when you see some art and it really doesn't make sense, but it's hailed as a great work of art because people look at that work of art and find all these hidden meanings. So a dream that's really, really surreal, celebrate it because you've got a lot of work to do unpacking the hidden meanings beneath the surface. Now, a dream that's more mundane is still very, very helpful because it's shining the night light on something in your waking life that perhaps you haven't paid enough attention to because your intuition knows it's important for your personal and spiritual growth. But for some reason, you're either avoiding it, denying it, or simply haven't noticed it. And the reason you haven't noticed it is because when we're awake, our ego, our conscious mind, reason and logic take over. And so any subtle hunches or gut instincts don't stand a chance. What our heart wants us to know doesn't really stand a chance. But however, when you fall asleep, your reason and logic and your ego fall asleep too, along with your body, leaving your intuition, your creativity, the inner visionary that you are, because we're all artists and creators and innovators in our dreams, to be unleashed. And I would love people to no longer fear that unleashing and to just write down their dreams when they wake up, get in the habit of doing that, because the more you do that, the more you're going to trigger more dream recall. Like anything in life, where your attention goes in the day is where the reward is. And it's the same. If you think about dreams during the day, listening to this interview actually may well trigger dream recall the following night.
Sure.
Because you spent some time focusing on dreams. Your awareness has gone to dreams, and you're thinking, well, maybe this strange lady from the UK has a point. Maybe my dreams, my inner therapist is trying to tell me something really important that I'm missing. Maybe my inner creative artist can help me problem solve and get me out of a funk that I'm in or a block that I'm experiencing. Maybe my inner intuition, when it's unleashed in the dream state, can make connections between things I didn't realize were possible. That's why so many great innovations in the world, from the speed of light, the theory of relativity, Einstein, to great literature, works of art, medical and scientific breakthroughs, many of them have come in the dream state. When the scientist, innovator, artist woke up with a dream on their mind, wrote it down, and that dream triggered connections that they would not have been able to do in the waking state. Dreams can change the world, and they can also change your lives. And every time someone's life changes for the better, that changes the world for the better, in my humble opinion, because we're all interconnected.
Teresa, who is the major scriptwriter of your dream? Are we doing it to ourselves? It just seems like it's plotted out.
There are many schools of thought about dream interpretation, and honestly, with my academic background from Cambridge onwards, obviously I've researched and fallen in love with each school of dream interpretation. They all have tremendous value. Where the current thinking is, the mainstream thinking is with dream, is that it is your own mindset. It's you meeting aspects of your own personality and looking at your fears, your shadow side, the part of you don't want to acknowledge, but also the part of you that needs to be unlocked, new potentials you need to discover. You kind of meeting aspects of yourself in the dream. However, I'm also a spiritual writer and author of many, many years. I've written about the paranormal. I work with psychics, mediums, experts in that field. And I believe there's also a part of dreams that is indefinable, that sometimes feels like it's being channeled from somewhere else. That can't be forced. It can sometimes happen. Because the trouble is with dreams, whenever we try to put a definition on them, they wriggle. They don't like it. Dreams are elusive. That they are mysterious. And we're always trying to solve them all the time and say, well, a dream means that, or this is why we dream. The wonderful thing about dreams is that they are eternal question mark. And it's in the asking the questions about our dream life that we actually learn and grow as human beings, rather than sometimes finding the answers. And yes, the majority of dreams are about ourselves. We're dreaming ourselves, help us understand ourselves better, because self-knowledge is the beginning of all wisdom and growth. But there's also a part that seems to come from somewhere else. Call it soul, call it spirit, call it God, whatever you are comfortable with. So I hope that sort of answers the question.
Is dream research constantly changing? Are they keeping pace with science, or where does it stand?
Yes, I mean, there is a flurry of articles recently at Dream Research, particularly in lucid dreaming. That's the ability to know you're dreaming when you're dreaming, showing that its ability to help heal stress from people suffering from PTSD, war veterans. There's a study that they use lucid dreaming techniques to kind of re-script their nightmares, to influence the nightmares to ease stress. So Dream Research is working in that area. Also in terms of psychological self-help and therapy. So yes, Dream Research is keeping up with the science of consciousness, and I love that. And I work with these scientists. I've written books with some of them, collaborate with them, do presentations. I love that because they welcome me in, because I'm not a scientist. I'm very open about that. I am a theologian, an expert in philosophy, mysticism, spirituality. But where I've noticed recently, George, that Dream Research is going, a lot of dream experts, and myself included, are suggesting that every element in a dream has a precognitive element, that you are kind of dreaming a potential future. We know the brain is a predictive organ, and that doesn't stop when you're asleep. So what the brain is doing is looking at your current waking life and saying to you, well, if you carry on doing what you're doing, thinking what you're thinking, feeling what you're thinking, this is the future that you are heading forward. So if you wake up with a nightmare fever dream and you don't like what you glimpsed, your dreaming mind is trying to help you and saying, course correct. All we have is the eternal now. This is a potential future I've showcased for you, but you have the power in the now. Change your mindset, because mindset is everything, not just for dream work, but for life, because how you think and feel about yourself is what you attract. Change your mindset. Change your daily actions, your daily rituals in a more optimum direction, because you will notice then that if your dreams start to shift, your waking life does. And that's wonderful, because what's happening in the dream state is you're meeting your unconscious, what you unconsciously believe about yourself and your life. And that's a manifesting rule, isn't it? That what you unconsciously believe is what you attract. However, in waking life, you may be doing your affirmations, your meditation, and all the right things, but you're still not attracting the success you want. And that's because buried in your deep, because dreams are messages from the deep, there's some limiting beliefs that are stopping you in your tracks. The dream state offers you a chance to find out what those blocks are, and then either through lucid dreaming or the daydreaming state, which is just as valid a way to dream, you can re-script that so that deep down you truly believe you deserve success and abundance and all these wonderful things that truly are our birthright, but our fears and anxieties and limitations that we put on ourselves and our obsession with the expectations of others, trying to fulfill that rather than trying to fulfill our own expectations. The dreaming state will highlight all that for you and say, get to work on the deepest part of yourself. Do that, and then your waking life is going to start falling into place.
Now, there are different types of dreams. Are there any ones more important than the others? I mean, is lucid dreaming more important than precognitive dreams, or are they all about the same?
So I'm going to say, I love every single dream. I think every single dream is precious wisdom from your soul.
Even a nightmare?
Even a nightmare, it's a transformative gift. And I tell you why. Your dreaming mind loves you so much. It is prepared to go into your past or for very horrific images to shock you into remembering it. The biggest problem is the dreaming mind is we wake up and our waking consciousness makes us too busy to recall. Your dreaming mind may well have been sending the message of that dream to several nights or weeks or years beforehand. But because it's so gentle and beautiful, maybe you were dancing in a field or walking with animals, you didn't recall it. So what the dreaming mind is doing is shocking you into recall because it knows darn well if you dream of being buried alive, you are going to wake up and think about what did that dream mean, much more so than if you were walking in a field, as I say, or singing a song in your dream or dancing. You're more likely to remember what shocks you, and it does it for tough love. It really does it for tough love because it's been trying to send this message over and over again. That's why you may have had recurring dreams, and recurring dreams sometimes morph into nightmares if you haven't learned the lesson. Because as soon as you learn the lesson of the recurring dream or nightmare, it will shift to another dream scenario for you to learn from, because that's what our dreaming mind wants. It knows the meaning of our life is to learn and grow. So it's sending us all these pointers about how we can learn and grow. So our life isn't a loop, it's a spiral. We're ever spiraling upwards. Think of nightmares also a bit like a fever. A fever is actually a good sign that you're trying to get rid of something toxic that's not helping you. So if you think of a dreaming mind, this is a good sign, I'm healing, I'm on the way, I'm letting go, but I need to find out what this nightmare is alerting me to.
How many dreams are based on real life events? What percent?
All of them. I mean, all of them. Our dreams draw inspiration from our waking life. So if you're finding your dreams rather tedious and repetitive, look to your waking life. Mix things up a bit. Take a different route to work. Connect with people that you maybe would not have connected with before. Experiment with mindsets that maybe are slightly different to the ones that you've had. Take a leap of faith every now and again. Do things a little bit different. Read a great novel to up the creative part of you. As I said, when you dream, you become an artist. You meet the part of yourself, the latent artist and creative and innovator. And a lot of us in our waking life think, oh, I'm not creative, I can't draw, I can't paint, I can't sing, I can't be artistic, I'm not good with words, etc., etc. All these limiting self-beliefs we put on ourselves. But your dreaming mind throws all that up in the air and says, nonsense, you're born with all of this within you. Go and discover it and enjoy it.
We're going to interpret dreams next hour with Teresa Chung and just tell us what's going on. What's the best technique, Teresa, to remember your dream?
Oh, there's so many. I could do a whole hour on this. There's so many things. I mean, I'm going to talk about, you mentioned research earlier. There is a wonderful study showing that B vitamins in your diet. Look to your diet. Sometimes, you need the B vitamins to fire up that part of your brain because dream recall improves, in particular, vitamin B6. Also, when you wake up in the morning, try to wake up without an alarm. An alarm clock, I know it's necessity sometimes, but it is the enemy of physical, mental, and emotional health because it shocks you too much into reality. You need to have that twilight state when you kind of wake up naturally. If you can do that as much as possible. And then when you're in bed, linger in bed a while. I know we're all taught to leap up and do a stretch and our affirmations and all that. Just give it a few minutes. Stay still, keep your eyes closed, and just ask what dreams come bubbling to the surface. If nothing comes, tune into your body, because often dream memories are hidden in our body, because our body is also a predictive organ. It knows what we're feeling often before we do. And then sit up and write down, I feel or I sense. Just start writing, and you'll often find it's almost automatic. Images, thoughts, words, all of them are relevant when you wake up in the morning, because they're all fragments of a dream. They've all come from a dream story that you may not be recalling properly. And if you do that morning after morning for at least 2 to 3 weeks, you will have then your dream voiceover to your waking life emerging. And that's another thing people get hung up on. They get stuck on one specific dream. Dreams work like a Netflix or TV series you love. They run and run and run. You've got to tune in every single night for the next installment.
Hold on for a second, Teresa. We're at a break. We'll come back and talk more about the dream state.
The Coast website is now streamlined for mobile devices. Great news if you're a Coast insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
listen on my smart speaker.
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat.
It's always on. I'm always connected.
At your service since 1951, we're News Talk KRMS.
Explore your universe with Coast to Coast AM.
Now, we've been talking about 100 years of paranormal study, but things are still in flux. When are we ever going to get the answers we really want?
I got to be honest with you, George. I think we really are close. Here in the United States, the vast majority of the population is not going to believe in UFOs until we have something on radar. Well, the fact is, not only do we have something on radar, but we have Navy cockpit videos, among other things, that have been validated by the Department of Defense.
What do you think is changing the perception? Is it obvious that's why they have to come forward with this information now?
The fact is, no serious person can say UFOs don't exist. I mean, that position does not exist anymore. The answers may be very elusive, but the existence and the evidence is as plain as any we've got. And it's an exciting time to be alive. We know that life is not exclusive to Earth, and that's an extraordinary thing.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tony Tantillo, your fresh grocer, and today we're going to do a tip on cluster tomatoes. Okay, backyard tomatoes are all about done, but cluster tomatoes are fantastic. Now, we've talked about these tomatoes before. These are the tomatoes that are attached to the stem. They're also called stem tomatoes. 4, 5, 6 tomatoes, all attached together. What makes these so great, besides growing in hot houses so they control the environment, they're still pulling nutrients from the stem. So the greener that stem is and the redder those tomatoes are, the better it's going to taste. Don't buy them green anyway, and don't buy them with the brown stem. Forget about it. Now what you want to do when you buy your tomatoes like that, one more thing, make sure they have that wonderful aroma. Simply bring them home and store them on the counter, and that's what you want to do. You do not want to store any tomatoes in the refrigerator at any time. Cluster tomatoes. If you want a great recipe of cluster tomato sauce, log on to TonyTantillo.com.
At Coast to Coast AM, we keep our friends close with this.
Are cattle mutilations still happening? I'm George Norrie, and L.A. Marzulli joins us with his latest research on this bizarre trend. And later on, psychic medium Erica Busahemi joins us to talk about the spirit world.
And we keep our enemies closer at Coast to Coast AM. Get a new view of the world with Coast to Coast AM.
In terms of paranormal activity, do you think it's increasing?
Yes. More and more people are aware of it, so therefore they're even noticing it, because times are scary. But some people, they just want to know there's something out there other than what they see on their TV screen every day. So they're getting into the paranormal. They want to go on a ghost investigation. Let's look into Bigfoot, all the extraterrestrials, to know that there's something more.
Coast to Coast AM sure sounds great in the middle of the night, but you don't have to be nocturnal to enjoy this amazing show. The Coast Insider is your key to a normal life. For 15 cents a day, you can wake up refreshed, knowing that last night's show is waiting for you with podcasting. Listen on your way to work, and again on your way home. Or listen to one of over 1,000 archived shows from the past 5 years. The Coast Insider Club is a must-have feature for all Coast to Coast AM listeners. Visit coasttocoastam.com to sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
It's impossible. Tell the sun to leave the sky. It's just impossible. It's impossible. Ask a baby not to cry. It's just impossible. Can I hold you closer to me? and not feel you going through me. Split the second that I never think of you. Oh, how impossible.
You're hearing Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie, live from somewhere deep below the earth on Premier Networks.
Next hour, we'll take your calls with Teresa Chung as we talk about your dreams and what they all mean, so make sure you're part of the program. ParanormalDate.com keeps cruising along. Here's some numbers for you. 575 people shy of 174,000 signed-up members. People are dating, going out, having a great time at ParanormalDate.com.
And we'd also like to remind you, if you're looking for a date or a friendship, maybe with someone a bit more mature, we've covered there too. We've got you covered. Like-minded folks 60 plus are waiting for you now at ParanormalDate.com/seniors. Now, these are people that think like you do, a bit more mature, like I said, 60 plus. So check it out. We've got both ParanormalDate.com and ParanormalDate.com/seniors.
And before you meet anybody, build up your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put AdaptoStem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better, faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with AdaptoStem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code GEORGE for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa formally agreed to use local currencies instead of trading with the U.S. dollar. Not a good sign. And as demand for the dollar weakens, the buying power of the dollar weakens as well. That's why Birch Gold Group is busier than ever right now, with investors and savers looking for an alternative to harness the power of physical gold held in a tax-sheltered IRA, and you can do this too. Simply text the word COAST to 989898 for your free info kit on gold. With thousands of happy customers, an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, and countless 5-star reviews, you can count on Birch Gold to help you navigate transitioning an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. And the U.S. dollar continues to receive pressure from foreign countries, digital currencies, and central banks. Arm yourself with information on how to protect your savings. Text COAST to 989898 to claim your free info kit right now.
Is it possible that behind the events transforming our nation and your life is a mystery that goes back to ancient times? In his newest blockbuster, The Josiah Manifesto, the ancient mystery and guide for the end times, New York Times bestselling author Jonathan Cahn reveals the stunning mystery and what it has to do with your life. What does the future hold? And what do you need to know? The Josiah Manifesto, the ancient mystery and guide for the end times. The book you can't afford not to read. Available wherever books are sold.
Does your current trophy wife want a life insurance policy 3 times the size of your previous mistakes? Relax and call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou says if you're in your 50s, even a bit porky, a $1 million term life policy should only cost about $200 to $300 per month. Call Big Lou at 800-529-2856. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He likes trophies, too. For affordable life insurance, call 800-529-2856.
My station.
We love it. It's number one.
When I listen to you, life feels normal.
Listen live on our smartphone app, Alexa, Google Play, and KRMSradio.com.
And welcome back. We're back with Teresa Chung. Her latest book is called Empower Your Inner Psychic. She also has one called The Dream Dictionary, which I think you wrote that, Teresa, back in 2006, didn't you?
Oh, I would have started research on it in the early 2000s, yes, and it's a blessing to me because it's constantly reissued all these years and was only reissued about a year ago as well. It's currently in Barnes & Noble. It truly, it's kind of my my seminal work, really. Very proud of it.
Do you think a newborn baby dreams?
Oh, yes. I'm sure you're a newborn baby. I wish I could remember when I was that young. But no, I mean, yes. And I believe newborn baby would dream, yes.
That's probably why they giggle in their sleep and stuff like that.
Oh, yes. You can see them smiling and giggling. But, of course, there's so much work for a young brain to do, making connections, forming memories, and, whatever the baby sees in the real world, it'll be processing it all at night in the dream state. That's why babies need to sleep so much. Because I do have this theory that one of the reasons we get tired is it's not so much physical or mental. It's we need to dream. We need to go back to our inner self. We need to go return to self and just go home for a while to ourselves, refresh in that inner world. Because often we get very, very tired when all our validation comes from what's happening around us, which is important. We're on this earth for a reason, to learn lessons and to grow. But sometimes the external can become so overwhelming and overpowering that we get our identity from it. And that's always a mistake when your identity is outside of yourself. I think the journey of all our lives really is a return to understanding that our inner space, what's within us, again, you could call this heart and soul, if you prefer, is where we are truly at home. And in the dream state, we come back to that in all its rich variety. And what we need to do is get over the fear. In the dream state that there are aspects of ourselves we fear. The dreaming mind is just doing that to show us that there's so much more within us than we realize. So don't settle for less in your waking life. There's so much more. Whatever age you are, whatever age and stage in life you are, there's so much more within you. You are infinite. Enjoy that journey of discovery within. It's the most exciting new horizon ever. I mean, we go out in outer space, but, there's a famous story of the astronaut Edgar Mitchell who went out to outer space, and as he was coming back to Earth, he had this transcendent experience, and that felt more real to him than actually walking out in space on the planets and the moon. And it's our inner adventure, especially as we get older, that becomes more and more important. And dreams take us back to that and just remind us there's more teaching.
Astronaut Mitchell was a dear friend of ours.
I know, and I believe you've spoken to the scientists, many of them I collaborate with, Dean Radin, Helena Wabe, Garrett Yount, all these wonderful people that worked with, that worked with ION, the institution he founded.
Does our body try to tell us something in the dream state?
Yes, it does. I mean, as I said, I've studied precognition in depth as well. I've worked with neuroscientists researching presentiment, which is the ability when we're awake to sense the future before it happens. There's been lots of studies done showing that people who are shown shocking images or gentle images, that somehow, and the images go at random, so it's not like logical. Oh, we've had a shocking one. Now we get a gentle one. It's very much random that these images are shown, and a few seconds before a shocking image, it's almost like the body knows, and heart rate increases. There's sweating. That's fascinating. It's called presentiment. That the body is kind of sensing the future before it happens. Wow, how exciting! And of course, if you can do that when you're awake, there's no reason at all why it can't do it in the dream state too, when you're asleep, because you're still you when you're dreaming. People think you're someone different. You're not. You're just going into a different state of consciousness. So that, again, is why a lot of research is clustering now to dreams being potentially predictive, that you're dreaming ahead of time and glimpsing the future. And if you wake up with a strong sensation in your body, be your stomach, your heart, or whatever, hone in on that and try and hear what your gut and your heart, that they are the receptor organs. What are they trying to tell you when you wake up? They're sensing something. Again, write it down, or if I find now, because I hardly write anymore, I speak into a voice recorder. It's so much easier. It's a bit of a shame, really. I remember the days and everything written. That's kind of gone, and my handwriting is so bad that when I write in my dream journal, if I do write, I go back and I think, what was I writing? It looks like a spider's had a battle on the page here. I can't read it, so I use a voice recorder.
Teresa, how do intuitive dreams happen? What are we tapping into in order to tap into the future?
We are tapping into, you could call it source, you could call it energy. I mean, we are, to quote my beloved Shakespeare, coming from the UK, of course I must do, we are the stuff of dreams. We are the same stuff of stars as well. Stars and ourselves are of the same energy. We're tapping into that energy that is us. The part of us that when the body dies, that many, many people goes on in some form, that energy, that consciousness. And this is where a lot of scientific research is clustering now. And what is consciousness? What is that spark of life? Because if you ever had the honor to sit with someone when they're dying, I have, because I in my teens I would work with the dying and sit with people and holding their hands. It's like a spark goes, that spark of life. And when you look at the body, it's almost like a coat that somebody's taken off. And that, again, renewed my passion for researching consciousness. What is this spark of life? It's authentically us, that energy, that inner energy. And I believe in the dream state that we connect to that energy that is us, but it's also an energy that's interconnected with all the energy of the universe. I mean, this does sound, I don't want to border on this sounding woo-woo, because I do very much in my books talk about science with scientists and neuroscientists. But the science is actually moving in that direction and understanding how incredibly mysterious and wonderful human life is, and how precious it is, and how much we have to learn. And all the indications are that the more we learn about dreaming, the more we actually learn about the mystery of life. Because if you think about it, what is the point of dreams? I mean, we're asleep. What's going on? Why does the brain create these fantastic scenarios? There's no reason at all. And as I said earlier, I think the reason we sleep is because we urgently need to dream, to be reminded of who we are, which is a spiritual, precognitive, dreaming being having a human experience.
When we dream, do we have the ability to enter someone else's mind?
I don't think so. I mean, I could be wrong. As I always say, this is in my humble opinion. It is based on decades of research. I think we may be picking up on something empathetically with that person, or that person is triggering something within us that we need to know, to learn and grow. Now, a concept of dream sharing, that does happen when two people actually meet in a dream. That is, again, another fascinating area of dream research. I want much more study done. And it tends to be people who are very close emotionally, that they have a dream, and then the other person wakes up the next morning and says, I had that dream and you were there. That's incredible. But I do not think that we can enter someone else's dream, because we are we have power. This puts us in the victim thing, that things happen to us. The dreaming mind is trying to, you are the artist of your dream. If anyone's not here, when you wake up, process that and make sure they don't reappear again. You can dreamscape, incubate dreams. I'm not giving you a very concise answer here. I'm sorry, because there is no answer. I don't really know. I personally think that it's not possible. I think when people appear in your dreams, it's because something within you has brought the image of them in to teach you something. But then again, I do get people writing to me who believe that this is possible. So who knows, George? I don't know.
Now, you know what remote viewing is, right?
Oh, yes.
There are
you can't. Yes.
There are some remote viewers who are better than others. And I would assume that there are some dreamers who are better than others.
That's simply because, like myself, I mean, I'm a very vivid dreamer now, and many of my dreams do play out in waking life a couple of days later. But that's simply because I've dedicated my life to it. We are all have the ability to dream. However, some people are born with a more, rational, logical mindset. And these are the people who are sometimes less likely to recall their dreams. They're still dreaming. But what happens with these people is once they start maybe doing a bit of meditating or learning about dreams, there's part of their brain that had been dormant fires up incredibly. And then what happens is when their dreams come through, they tend to be much more clear and powerful than maybe someone who is very much in tune with their dreams. And what happens to the people who are logical and rational, who suddenly fall in love with dream work, is that they're able to use their logic and reason to come to a better interpretation. The problem, well, it's not really a problem, the challenge with people who are highly sensitive and dream a lot is that when they wake up, they've got so many messages coming in. They don't know where to start. They don't know what's coming from their ego or is just anxiety or wishful thinking. They can't see the wood for the trees sometimes. The person who is more logical, who then sort of like activates this part of their brain through meditation or dream work, when they have a dream, they are far better able to see clearly the meaning of their dream. So what I'm saying, we're all on a spectrum. There are people who are more likely to dream than others. Their challenge is deciphering the meaning, because so many come through. People lower on the spectrum who dream less and maybe too logical and rational, but once they go on a basic course of meditation or engage with their dreams, their brain fires up, and they are actually more wise dream decoders, more able to see what their dreams are trying to tell them. So wherever you are on the dream recall, dreaming spectrum, and whatever age you are, there are ways around it. You just need to approach it slightly differently. Top end of the spectrum, highly sensitive, very psychic, you need to start, applying a bit of logic and reason and a heavy dose of reality to what's coming through. Lower end of the spectrum, you need to go on a course of meditation, do some introspection, reflection, start recalling your dreams, taking them seriously. But when you do that, you unlock something. Research shows this, actually, that people who say they don't dream or have any psychic experience, when they go on a basic course of meditation, suddenly something happens and they are far better able to understand these symbolic messages, these messages that come through. Hope that helps.
That is dramatic.
Everybody has dream power. They just need to approach it in a slightly different way based on their personality, because we're all utterly unique. We're all similar, and dreams illustrate our shared humanity because we all dream, but we're all utterly unique as well.
What about animals? Do they dream?
I like to think so. I love my dogs and my cats. And you see them. My dog actually is here as a little dachshund, and he's twitching. It's probably the sound of my voice sending him to sleep. But yes, I truly believe that animals dream. I do believe that animals, they show us compassion, empathy, and they have an inner world too. Yes, I do think they dream, and I actually think I believe there was a study recently that I think they dream of their owners a lot because they are so empathetic. So you want to see your dog sleeping peacefully and happily with a little hint of a smile on its face, because that's good news for you.
What would you say is a troubling dream, Teresa? Something that is a warning to you about something. How does it?
Many dreams, that you shouldn't ignore. Drowning dreams that where you're feeling stuck. These kind of dreams, nightmare scenarios. Those are very powerful. As I say, your dreaming mind has resorted to burying you alive or making you paralyzed or dreaming of your house on fire or an out-of-control vehicle or the apocalypse or drowning. These are dreams, and there are about 10 or 20 of them that are very common that happen. When you have them, please reflect. Don't just go about your day as if they didn't happen, because, as I say, your dreaming mind has worked hard to get you to that state when you wake up with a shocking nightmare in your mind. Treat your dreaming mind with respect. Just spend some time reflecting. Write it down. If you haven't got time to decode it, then do it later in the day, but just write it down so that you recall it. And then later in the day, just spend a few moments reflecting. Brainstorm about the symbols. Use a dream dictionary like mine, but remember that my dream dictionary A to Z is popular because it's an A to Z of thousands of the most common dream symbols. But the key interpreter is always you, your personal interpretation. I mentioned dogs previously. If you love dogs, when a dog appears in a dream, the universal symbol is love and unconditional love and companionship, loyalty. But if you fear dogs have had a bad experience, if a dog appears in your dream, it will have a radically different interpretation. So bear in mind when you go online and Google the meaning of your dream, or you use dream dictionaries like my own, it will be the universal, the most likely archetypal sort of meaning. But go for your personal gut instinct first. What does this symbol mean to me? And then just brainstorm about it. Just let your mind wander. Because, as I say, that's how some of the greatest discoveries in the world were made, simply through mind wandering. When the scientist, innovator, visionary artist just let go and allowed themselves to dream and see what connections may come. And that's what your dream is asking you to do, because you've got a shocking image because there's something you are running away from, something that you're not acknowledging, and something that for your personal growth you urgently need to deal with. Otherwise, it's going to start moving from the nightmare into your waking life, that your waking life there's going to be disruption. Think of a nightmare as a gift. It's giving you a heads up. It's a heads-up dream.
A warning sign. Teresa, we're going to take a short break. We'll come back and take phone calls with you. She will interpret dreams, and if you have just a question or two about dreams, do that too.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-466-8813. 800-466-8813. That's 800-466-8813.
If you're struggling to keep up with conversations, avoiding restaurants because you can't understand the waiter, if you've got the TV volume way up, then you really need these. These tiny but powerful little hearing aids are the Nano CIC Rechargeable, priced at only $297 for a full pair. And no, these are not simply amplifiers. These are ultra high quality, ultra reliable hearing aids, priced thousands less than other hearing aids. They fit right in your ear. Nothing shows on the back of your ear. And at only $297 for a full pair. When you order today, Nano will give you a 45-day money-back guarantee. Order right now and Nano will give you a free portable charging case and even ship them to you for free. Here's the number. Call now.
800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. That's 800-984-7197.
At your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Christopher Cruz. President Biden will visit with striking auto workers in Wayne, Michigan later today. He thinks they deserve a raise. WBBM TV reporter Sharda Gray spoke with striking GM and Stellantis workers who are pushing for more money.
Auto workers say they're not asking for anything out of line.
The end goal is to end tiered wages, bring back cost of living allowance that we used to have. You know, we're fighting for other things. Pensions, those were taken away. There's job security issues.
Steve Greger says he's worked in the auto industry for more than 2 decades. He's had to work 2 to 3 jobs just to make ends meet.
I'm making less per hour than I was 23 years ago. What's wrong with that picture?
Former President Trump will be in Michigan on Wednesday. SAG-AFTRA, that's the union that represents striking movie and television actors, says its members have voted 98% in favor of authorizing a strike now against video game makers. It doesn't mean there will be a strike, but it gives permission to strike if talks with the video game makers break down. The focus is now on those actors after writers came to a tentative deal with producers. KCBS TV's Jeff Nguyen with more.
The striking actors union is still fighting for a new contract.
So a lot of people might kind of hold back, or what you could say slow walk their way back to work, to just make sure SAG-AFTRA get the best deal possible they can with all the leverage they can.
They were walking with us long before they officially went on strike. And so, of course, it's only right for us to do the same for them.
Residents of Lahaina in Maui are headed home weeks after deadly wildfires ravaged the area. CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti is there.
So many people that we have spoken with have returned home to, in many cases, no home at all. In some cases, loved ones lost. But what has been incredible, everyone that we have spoken with, from homeowners to business owners, have told us not only do they intend to remain here in town, but to also rebuild.
The inferno killed almost 100 people. El Nino conditions are expected to prevail into next year. From Sacramento, KOVR-TV reporter Ashley Nanfia.
This year's El Nino is forecast to be on the stronger side, with abnormally warm sea surface temperatures in the Pacific Ocean, leading to higher chances of cool and wet weather in the southwest and warmer and drier weather in the northwest.
Separatists in Nagorno-Karabakh say at least 20 people have been killed and nearly 300 others injured by an explosion at a gas station. Thousands of people who live in the region are fleeing now to Armenia. No grand prize winner in last night's Powerball drawing. The jackpot now an estimated $835 million. This is CBS News.
You need to hire? Indeed is with you every step of the way, helping you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
In the KRMS Radio Newsroom, I'm Mike Anthony. This year's Highway Safety and Traffic Conference, taking a look at safety in Missouri, continues. Local and national safety experts and advocates are in Columbia talking about a wide variety of topics, including the new distracted driving hands-free law in Missouri, a presentation on expanding Interstate 70, and the impacts of cannabis on highway safety. The conference is being hosted by MoDOT and the Missouri Coalition for Roadway Safety. It'll come to a close on Wednesday. A Wathena, Kansas man seriously hurt in a near drowning early Friday evening in Camden County. The Marine Division of the Highway Patrol says it happened in Miller Hollow Cove at the 21-mile marker when 31-year-old Jared Hawkins entered shallow water headfirst to retrieve an object. Hawkins was then pulled from the water by bystanders before being taken to Lake Regional. And the Highway Patrol reporting 5 arrests and 2 traffic accidents in the lake area over the weekend. Both of the accidents in Morgan County. One of them on Route 135 sent 4 people to the ER with serious injuries. The other happened on Route FF, sending 1 person with minor injuries to the hospital. All 5 of the arrests were for alleged drunk driving, 3 of them in Camden County, the other 2 in Miller County. I'm Mike Anthony. That's your Lake News Now.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Repeat customer Ron visits Driftwood Spa every month.
Today I came for a haircut. Haley cut my hair, and then we went for massage. And Melissa did a fantastic job, like she always does. It's just an excellent place just to come and relax. You leave totally refreshed, invigorated.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
I'm meteorologist Phil Jensko with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Mostly clear throughout the early morning hours. Temperatures hold steady in the region. Winds west around 5 miles per hour. Tuesday, sunny. Highs top out near 86. And then Tuesday night, partly cloudy. Slight chance for showers and storms developing. And lows drop to 62. The current water temperature sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 78 degrees. And the temperature at the studios right now it's 60.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
KRMS TV joins 93.5 Rocks the Lake as your official homes for Camdenton Laker football.
And then the ball pops out and the Lakers are going to have it.
Watch every exciting play, home and road, in crystal clear high definition on KRMS TV 32.11.
Jabari Stewart ripping that ball out.
You can watch the Lakers on our KRMS TV YouTube channel.
Connects with Borbet to the pylon.
Find the KRMS TV app on your Roku device.
Touchdown Lakers! 19 yards!
Or watch in the palm of your hand on the LOZ app. Just tap the KRMS icon.
Got a wide open receiver in the end zone. It is caught on a diving grab. Touchdown Lakers!
Live radio coverage begins at 6 o'clock with the Summit Natural Gas pregame show on 93.5 Rocks the Lake.
And it's Durnin to Durnin for the first time this year.
Coming up next, it's a road test for the Lakers Friday night at state-ranked Bolivar on 93.5 Rocks the Lake and KRMS TV.
Time at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
This hour we'll take your calls with Teresa Chung as we try to interpret your dreams, or perhaps you have a question about the strange and unusual. We'll do that too when we come back. Hackers are everywhere trying to take advantage of us. It's so important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives. Your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cyber criminal to steal your identity. Protecting your identity can be easy, though, with LifeLock. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Loans taken out in your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. And if you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but it is easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Join now, save up to 25% off your first year with promo code GEORGE. Use my name. Call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to lifelock.com. Use promo code George for 25% off.
Hi, Dave Michaels here. For generations, my family and I lived in the poorhouse, but not anymore. I found a way out, and on the way, I've proved a few things. People who are struggling, people who don't have enough money to enjoy life, don't want to be like that. They don't want to live that way. We just never had anyone to show us how to stop thinking like a poor person. Stop slaving away for a paycheck and take control of your own life. Become your own boss. We don't have to be poor. Get out of debt, repair your credit, plan for your future. It doesn't matter what age you are. I'm teaching my daughter to build her own business. She just bought a car for her mom, and she's only 8 years old. Leave the poorhouse in the rearview mirror. Thank you for listening, and have a fantastic day.
Are you tired of being poor? Do what Dave Michaels did. Change your life for the better and help a lot of people along the way. Check out criticalhealthnews.com for a really good business opportunity. We don't have to be poor. Join our business team and let us show you our path to independence and well-being. New at criticalhealthnews.com. That's criticalhealthnews.com.
Gets me through my workday. I always have my radio on at work.
Everyone's listening.
KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
And welcome back, George Norrie with Teresa Chung. Teresa, why do some dreams seem to reoccur?
Again, it's very similar to the nightmare scenario. It's because you've not learned the message that is trying to impart to you. That you haven't got the revelation from the dream that you need to. So the dreaming mind is just sort of persisting and, okay, here we go again, because you're not quite getting what I'm trying to tell you. As soon as you understand what this dream is showcasing to you or reminding you of or alerting you to, you will find that recurring dream stops.
Just like that?
Yeah. I mean, it might resurface again, but with slightly different, a different setting or a different person. I mean, the similar theme might occur, but you won't have exactly the same dream again if you learn what that dream is trying to tell you. Because as I say, your dreams are problem solvers. That's what they do. Your dreaming mind problem solves what's going on in your waking life. And it's trying to help you think outside the box and to actually understand that everything you need within you, everything you need for your healing and personal growth and to find meaning is within you, if you could just connect to it and understand it.
I mean, I've had some dreams that are fun dreams, that are scary dreams, that are bizarre dreams. There's all kinds, aren't there?
Oh, there are all kinds. And there'll be more and more. I mean, there's infinite possibility in our dreams. It's the ultimate playground, the greatest show on earth, really, that we can have when we fall asleep. And as I said, I've dedicated my life to trying to get people excited about falling asleep, and I hope many of my books are a cure for insomnia. My British humour there. But, I mean, I really do. I want people to think, well, perhaps the most exciting adventure now starts when I'm letting the material, logic and reason go. I'm letting go. There's beauty in letting go, because unless you let go of something, you can't open yourself up to something new. And every night when you go to sleep, it's a beautiful experience. You are letting go. It's ultimate trust when you fall asleep. You are trusting that your body's going to do what it has to do. You are trusting that the sun's going to come up the next morning. You don't go to bed worrying about that, do you? You just let go. And in that letting go, there's beauty of it. You open yourself up to this wild and wonderful nocturnal canvas where you are the artist, the director, the experiencer, the explorer. Everything is there waiting for you. But we've been conditioned over the years to not trust that. We've been conditioned that other people, society, other expectations of others matter more than what's within us.
How did this journey begin for you?
Again, I was born into a family of traveling psychics and spiritualists in the UK. I was home educated, which was very unusual back then. And somehow, I don't know how it happened, I was able to earn a place at King's College, Cambridge University, to read theology. and religion and English. And I did that because my passion was actually to work in the church. I wanted to be a female vicar at the time. I was very, very, very committed to that. But when I went to a hothouse like Cambridge, I was exposed to all other religions, and I began the journey that many people do, is that they realize there's tremendous beauty in the Christian message, and I'm still very in tune with it. But other religions also have great value. They're all paths to heaven or source. But also that we are all spiritual beings having a human experience. Now, of course, when I was at Cambridge, that was a very, trying to get academic approval for that kind of thinking was difficult. And I realized that at that time, the academic study of dreams in particular was deemed unscientific. So I had to find ways around it. But when I left university, the blessing of my life was that I was able to draw on that academic grounding to then be offered by mainstream publishers book after book in this area. And anyone who follows me will know that I'm a not a serial killer, I'm a serial writer. So
no, I don't think you're a serial killer.
Well, in my dreams, maybe I am. Maybe there's a part. But I have written so many books, and people say, since about the late 1990s, I've had at least one or two books coming out each year. It's a miracle actually that I've been able to do that, because Britain is quite skeptical, really. And especially in the early days when I was doing it, my books would come out and they'd suddenly fly to the top 10 in the Sunday Times. I did angel story collections. I was gathering stories of people who believed in angels or experienced them.
Absolutely.
And I have experience of that myself. I love that. So I do a little introduction with, here's my personal experience and what my upbringing taught me about angels. Now, here's what people are telling me. And there will be a beautiful story about angel saved my life, an angel healed me, an angel called my name, all these wonderful stories. And I ended up writing 15 of them for Simon & Schuster and HarperCollins. But there was never any promotion of these books, because it was almost like the publishers didn't quite understand why they were speaking to people. This is a different time, as science and skepticism was ruling the day. But what I did, and I just felt like it was going to be God or heaven, whatever. I would produce these books, put them out in the world, and just see what happened. I didn't promote them. I wasn't as confident as I am now. I was very much an invisible writer. But these books, they flew up the Sunday Times bestseller list, and the publisher kept signing and signing and signing me again. But then what happened about 10 years ago, I wanted to do more than just collect stories and say, well, I believe there's something more. Direct personal experience. I wanted to do something more. So what I did, first of all, is I started to debate with skeptics. I would go on very intense skeptic podcasts and trying to, and debate, because I wanted to debate. I wanted to learn what they were saying and why they were so against this message. And I loved that work and actually found a newfound respect for skeptics. I think they have wonderful, curious minds, and they're just seeking meaning, as we all are. I also started to do my first sort of celebrity podcast. I went on Russell Brand, Under the Skin, actually. That was, he was very, very, at the time when he was talking to me, he was very deep into the science, Jordan Peterson and all that. It was if you ever want to laugh, actually, everyone go and watch my 2019 interview with him. He's very much in the news now for all the wrong reasons. And
the horrible reasons.
Yeah, awful. But I spent 3 hours actually recording for his YouTube channel, Intuition and Mysticism in the Material World. It's on there, and it's a bit of a car crash interview because it's the first interview I'd ever done with a very big celebrity, and I didn't realize it would be visual. And that comes across, it's actually unintentionally funny, but that's another story. But then what I did, the big journey was, I reached out to scientists, and I was a bit nervous because I thought that they would tell me, this is nonsense, this is all woo-woo. And what I found is that this is, again, my kind of like, there was a purpose for my life going to Cambridge, but because I had those credentials, for better or for worse, they were willing to talk to me, allow me to interview them. I collaborated with them. I wrote a book with Dr. Julia Mossbridge, The Premonition Code, about premonitions. I was able to do blogs with them, go to their presentations, and work with them. And I do think it's because the journey of my life has been because I had that academic grounding years ago that they allowed me in as a non-scientist, because it was actually very nerve-wracking approaching scientists, because I speak from the heart and from personal belief. And when you work with scientists, that's not how they work. First and foremost, whatever their beliefs, they are a scientist. It's data, data, data. But it also gave me a passion to focus on people collecting their own personal data to kind of prove to themselves that they are a dreaming being and a citizen scientist in a way. And dream work is one of the best ways to do that because it's the least overwhelming, the least scary, the least sensational, and it's something we all do. And I love it, actually, when I do media, that they always come across skeptical, but they always want to know what their dreams mean. You know, they always want that, and it's absolutely lovely when that happens, because I'm connecting to them on a spiritual level, because people don't realize when they share their dreams, they're sharing a very deep part of themselves. You could call it their soul. So I treat it with the utmost respect whenever people share their dreams with me, and I can tell you I've had thousands of dreams shared with me over the years. I feel very privileged to be in that position now, having written so many books. Sorry, that was a long rambling journey to where I am today.
Let's go to the calls as they line up for you. First-time caller Michael in Atlanta, Georgia. Hello, Michael. Go ahead.
Hi. First, I'd like to say, well, never mind. So I had this one dream that was profound to me because I'm an actor, and it was like a dream I've never had before. It was more real. It was the most real dream I've ever had. Okay. And it was with David Bowie. And so we were floating through space. We were flying through space, and I'm sure he was telling me some great things. And the next morning, I wake up, and I find out that he died that night. And so I heard your comment. Yeah, and I'd never dreamed about it. I've never had a dream about David Bowie in my life. I like David Bowie, but I'm not like a big David Bowie, like, fanatic. And so I guess my first question is, should I pursue? Like, was he trying to come to me in his dream? I mean, he died that night. We were
Yes, you are a precognitive being. Again, I love this because we've been talking about dream research now shifting towards dreams being precognitions of potential futures. But of course, you tapped into something here that actually happened in real life, as people did actually before 9/11. I was sent stacks of. I have a record of it. That a few weeks before people were dreaming of towers and planes, there is this mysterious ability within people, within us all, to kind of sense a potential future. Now, yours played out, and wow, Michael. Cherish that. What I'd love you to do now is to start writing down your dreams, because you've had the proof. You've had the data now. What are you waiting for? So you've had the proof that you've got this precognitive potential. Write down your dreams. Spend time decoding them, but most important of all, what you need to do is you need to go back in time. That's the third important step people forget with their dream work. They sometimes write them down and they sometimes decode them, but what they don't do is they don't go back a couple of weeks and see what their dreams were predicting or sensing or suggesting about the future. If you start doing that, you're probably going to start gathering more and more proof, and this will strengthen your belief. Because the more you believe that you are a precognitive being, the more you are going to have these precognitions, not just when you're asleep, but also when you're awake. And also the fact that you're in space, I mean, that's all about, it's a powerful symbol, isn't it? A dream symbol.
Sure is.
Of going beyond limiting concepts or boundaries, right? An expanded awareness. So it's a very, very exciting symbol. And of course, David Bowie, with his famous song as well. So I mean, just be careful, though, that, keep your foot, we're still on this earth, so keep your foot in both worlds. Don't get too spaced out with it, forgive the pun, but dreams love puns. Don't let it, completely head in the clouds. Keep your feet firmly on the ground, but know for sure that because you had this dream about David Bowie passing before he did, you are clearly precognitive. And what you maybe lack is someone saying, yes, go for it, trust it, record your dreams, backtrack, and see how they are sensing the future. I absolutely love this.
Let's go back to Michael for his follow-up.
I love it.
Michael, you had a follow-up? Go ahead.
Well, it was my follow-up was like dying dreams when you die in a dream. And it was the same kind of scenario. I was, at this point in my dream, I was a famous actor, like everyone knew me in the world. And I was going back home to my hometown, and there was a party, and some people were at the party, and I happened to sneak away with some people, and we drive, and they're doing drugs in the car, and no one's paying attention to the road, and we hit a brick wall, and I died. Like, I woke up. So...
Wow. Okay, there's so many symbols here. As I said, when one dream could fill an entire hour. There's so much that I want to talk to you about here. I mean, you talked about dying, first of all, when you became famous, which is interesting because that for me is not about your real death. It's a very personal interpretation I would go for this, because what it's saying is that you could likely get what you want and be famous. But when you do, be careful, because you're still got a life to live, and where you're going to get your meaning then from. So what it's saying is don't get all your sense of self and your meaning from your career as an actor, however much you love it. Because as we see played out in the media, there are people who have these fabulous opportunities on screen who are desperately, desperately unhappy because they haven't worked on their inner being. So what your streaming mind is saying, please focus on the journey rather than the destination. Just love what you do. Make sure you connect with that powerful inner precognitive world, because one day that world will actually be more exciting to you than becoming a famous actor. That will sustain you and give you the inner strength you need far more than any fantastic movie career will. Because if fantastic movie careers could make people happy, why are so many movie actors with fantastic careers deeply distressed and unhappy? And I'll tell you why, because they've externalized, they've got all their validation from outside themselves, and then when they get what they want, they have no idea who they are. You know who you are, Michael, right? And that's more valuable, more rich than any external success. The vehicle as well, this is a dream very much about your direction in life. Because you're saying you're in a vehicle and there's a party, and it's all about you getting in the driver's seat of your life and understanding that your mindset is key, and that as long as you're loving what you're doing and feeling alive in the present moment and happy and content, that is key. If you're in a vehicle in your dream, this is a tip for everyone listening, and you're not in the driver's seat, you need to try and work out who is driving that car. Because the ultimate aim, especially if you do dream incubation or dreamscaping, is to drive your dream cars and bikes and planes, be the pilot of your own plane, the captain of your own ship. Because then your dreaming mind's saying, yes, you are setting the course. So be careful who is driving those vehicles. But a really, really rich dream. Again, calling you back to that earlier David Bowie dream, it's saying that's the magic. But you've got to see that. You've got to understand that that is the true magic. And if you speak to people at the end of their careers, who have got everything they want, they won't necessarily talk about that as the defining moment of their lives. It will be the messages from their heart, their inner world, that will be so much more important. When we reach the end of our lives, it would be, who are we from the inside out? Do I love myself? Have I fully explored my creativity and my sense of connection with others? That is going to be key now, Michael, because you know what happens when you get that inner world right? Success in the natural world just happens. Too many of us try and think, well, when I'm famous, then I'll be happy. If you could focus on being happy now, trust me, the good things will come. That's how the universe works. And I found it in my own life as well, time and time again, when I get the self-belief, truly, and it doesn't really matter what happens externally, somehow things fall into place. But it's a journey of our lives getting there, because it's first of all self-wisdom, self-care, self-love, belief that you are a precognitive dreaming being, an inner spirit. That's got to come first. Focus on that. The rest in your life will fall into place.
We're going to take more calls after the break with Teresa Chung. Teresa, in the 30 seconds we have before the break, tell folks where they can get your books.
Oh, well, they're currently in Barnes & Noble, actually. I'm delighted they're reissued in a Barnes & Noble edition. You can find them in every Barnes & Noble. And, of course, the usual suspects, Amazon.com, my publisher's HarperCollins. You can find my books.
And you're on the website, you've got Facebook, Instagram, you're all over the place,
I'm
right?
not very good at this, as I say. www.teresachung.com. I'm also on Instagram at the Teresa Chung, and I have a Facebook author page, which is probably my busiest. But yeah, and you just need to Google me. I'm quite prolific. I do a lot of media these days.
Well, we've got links for you on all that. So we'll come back in just a moment here on Coast to Coast and take final calls next.
Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief with George Norrie. Just log on to beyondbelief.com.
More connected than ever before. Couldn't live without it.
Everyone's listening. KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
Explore your universe with Coast to Coast AM.
Now, we've been talking about 100 years of paranormal study, but things are still in flux. When are we ever going to get the answers we really want?
I got to be honest with you, George. I think we really are close. Here in the United States, the vast majority of the population is not going to believe in UFOs until we have something on radar. Well, the fact is, not only do we have something on radar, but we have Navy cockpit videos, among other things, that have been validated by the Department of Defense.
What do you think is changing the perception? Is it obvious that's why they have to come forward with this information now?
The fact is, no serious person can say UFOs don't exist. I mean, that position does not exist anymore. The answers may be very elusive, but the existence and the evidence is as plain as any we've got. And it's an exciting time to be alive. We know that life is not exclusive to Earth, and that's an extraordinary thing.
Hi, I'm Ty Pennington, and this is another one of Ty's tips. I don't know if you've noticed, but I tend to work in situations where there are lots of people trying to get many things accomplished all at the same time. Say, for instance, when we pull in volunteers to help us paint. It's awesome to have the help, but if you're going to do a painting party in your house, heed this advice from someone who really knows. First, cover everything that isn't supposed to get paint on it, including the floors, doors, and the trim. With more people, there are more splatters and more spills. Second, before you start, make sure everyone has a task. 5 people with rollers means nobody is cutting in. Look, don't let the group dynamic turn into a war. It's just paint, and chances are any mistake you make can be fixed. Look at me. My parents told me I was a mistake, and I've been fixed. Wait, no, that didn't come out right. But I think I was tutored.
At Coast to Coast AM, we keep our friends close with this.
Are cattle mutilations still happening? I'm George Norrie, and L.A. Marzulli joins us with his latest research on this bizarre trend. And later on, psychic medium Erica Busahemi joins us to talk about the spirit world.
And we keep our enemies closer at Coast to Coast AM. Get a new view of the world with Coast to Coast AM.
In terms of paranormal activity, do you think it's increasing?
Yes. More and more people are aware of it, so therefore they're even noticing it because times are scary. But some people, they just want to know there's something out there other than what they see on their TV screen every day. So they're getting into the paranormal. They want to go on a ghost investigation. Let's look into Bigfoot, all the extraterrestrials, to know that there's something more.
Coast to Coast AM sure sounds great in the middle of the night, but you don't have to be nocturnal to enjoy this amazing show. The Coast Insider is your key to a normal life. For 15 cents a day, you can wake up refreshed, knowing that last night's show is waiting for you with podcasting. Listen on your way to work, and again on your way home. Or listen to one of over 1,000 archived shows from the past 5 years. The Coast Insider Club is a must-have feature for all Coast to Coast AM listeners. Visit coasttocoastam.com to sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the Gateway to the West, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We're going to come back with Teresa Chung and take final calls as we talk about dreams on Coast to Coast. On our next Coast to Coast program, L.A. Marzulli joins us to talk about continuing cattle mutilations, what's going on there, and then psychic Erica Busahaney joins us. She's going to be our psychic at our live show in Columbus, Ohio, giving free readings. So that's a nice little perk for you when you're there. But she'll be our guest tomorrow night in the second half, and we'll do some readings later on in the program with her as well. Beyond Belief, that is our television program, and Tom will love for you to sign up to watch the episodes.
We sure would. We have some ad-free episodes we've put up there right now, so go to beyondbelief.com. Scroll down just a little after you watch those ad-free episodes, and there's a 7-day free trial. You really want to sign up for that because that'll get you access to over 500 shows that we've done of Beyond Belief, as well as all the material on the Gaia Network. So check it out. It's beyondbelief.com.
And our YouTube channel, close to 566,000 signed-up members.
That's a lot of fun. It's interviews of recent and past shows. Just head over to coasttocoastam.com. Go to the top. Third icon from the left is the YouTube icon. Click that. It's free to subscribe and have some fun.
And here's something for you to stay healthy.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put AdaptoStem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better, faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with AdaptoStem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code GEORGE for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
Sea Crane has one of the best ways to help you be prepared for those occasional extreme weather conditions that can knock out the power. It's called the CC Skywave Radio, and it sounds an alarm when the NOAA Weather Band issues an alert, and the weather in the alert can warn you in advance of an impending problem. It also receives AM and FM, is built with great reception and clear audio for you, and the CC Skywave also makes an excellent pocket-sized travel radio. Why? Because it covers the shortwave band and the aviation band for travel, which lets you listen to nearby pilots and air traffic controllers. It's really cool. Runs up to 70 hours on a couple AA batteries. Simply call Sea Crane now to order the CC Skywave at 1-800-522-8863. That's 1-800-522-8863. Or visit them online at seacrane.com. Also available at REI, Bimart, and Amazon.com. Vladimir Putin called the U.S. dollar's drop in dominance objective and irreversible as Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa formally agreed to use local currencies in trade instead of the U.S. dollar. It's the first shoe to fall. As demand for the dollar weakens, the buying power of the dollar weakens. That is why Birch Gold Group is busier than ever. Investors and savers are looking to harness the power of physical gold held in a tax-sheltered IRA, and you can too. Text COAST to 989898 for your free info kit on gold. With thousands of happy customers, an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, and countless five-star reviews, you can count on Birch Gold to help you navigate transitioning an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. As the U.S. dollar continues to receive pressure from foreign countries, digital currency, and central banks, arm yourself with information on how to protect your savings. Text COAST to 989898 to claim your free info kit now.
Makes me forget about work for a second.
Couldn't live without it.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
And welcome back. George Norrie, our final segment with Teresa Chung. As we mentioned, her website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. She's got a presence on Facebook and Instagram. Her latest book is called Empower Your Inner Psychic, but she's also written one on dreams called The Dream Dictionary from A to Z, which she wrote in 2006. Let's go to the phones. John in Wisconsin to get our started. Hey, John.
Hello, George. Hello, Teresa.
Hi.
I have a quick comment, and then I'd like to share two regular dreams I have and get Teresa's interpretation, please. But my comment is, Teresa, my long-time pastor's wife grew up in Liverpool and went to school at Cambridge University. She's a wonderful lady. And Teresa, your clarity and wisdom remind me so much of her. So congratulations on all your accomplishments.
Thank you so much, John. I'm fearful. Thank you. That's a lovely thing to say.
You're welcome. Now, Teresa, here's the two situations. Let me just back up a little bit. 4 years ago, at age 62, I had to retire due to an unexpected disability. So I had a lot of time on my hands. 3 years ago, I discovered Coast to Coast. I rarely miss a show, but my sleeping patterns are kind of unusual. They work for me. I rarely sleep more than 3 hours a night. But these two dreams are regular. Actually, they're nightmares, Teresa. The first one is I'm always missing appointments, missing customers, late for my sales calls. I was in sales for 30 years prior to retiring. That's number one. And the second one, and I just had this one last night, I'm on the top of a very tall building, just sitting on the edge, looking down. And I want to jump down because I don't want to be on top of the building, but I know I would get hurt if I jump down. And I'm dangling on the edge. I'm thinking and praying, how am I going to get down here? And it's scary and frustrating, and then I wake up. But Teresa, these two dreams are regular. I'm paying attention to what you're teaching us tonight on the meanings of dreams and the interpretation. I wonder if you could help me, please, interpret those two challenges I have.
First of all, John, thank you again for your kind words and for phoning in, and I'm delighted that Coast to Coast is giving you sustenance. You know, you've had some tough times, but, you know, you always have your dreaming mind. It is your best friend who doesn't lie to you. So let's talk about these two dreams. I'm really grateful you did, because they're actually very common dreams, but, of course, you've dreamt them in your own personal way. The first one is always like feeling like you're late. Is that what I correct, or that you're missing out? And that you're not on time. Is that the first dream that distresses you?
That's correct.
Yeah, I mean, this is your dreaming mind being a bit cathartic and trying to exercise in the sleep state your anger and frustration about what's happened to you. It is a tough life challenge. But with every tough challenge, the opportunity for growth, you know, triples here. So the opportunity for you, now the physical world, the material is not so easy for you. You really are going to get your strength from within. And so dreams, this is what this dream is trying to do. It's trying to help you cathartically release that stress. So think of it in a positive way. It's trying to help you release that stress in your waking life, because you sound like a very kind and courteous man, very humble. And in waking life, maybe you aren't expressing that frustration enough because you don't want to upset the people you care about, because you care about them. You know, that's the kind of person you are. And I could tell that immediately when you started this call by saying something nice about me. You care about how other people feel. So you do that, which is wonderful, and I'm sure you're so much loved as a result. However, your dreaming mind is saying, what about me? I need to stamp my feet. I need to deal with my frustration. So please think of both these dreams as your dreaming mind simply being cathartic and trying to deal with these difficult emotions that you've got to process at the moment. Clear it out. And in particularly the one where you're sitting on top of a building and thinking about jumping down, that is letting go as well. You've got to let go of the past, which you are doing, I can tell you are doing, but you've got to truly let it go and see, well, life's an adventure right now. This is what it is. I have no control over that anymore, but I do have control over my mindset, over my dreams. I can dreamscape. I can go on this fantastic inner voyage and maybe be part of the revolution of people, you know, many listening to Coast, who know that there is more to this life than meets the eye, the material. And actually, we talked a lot with George about dream research. There's a lot of dream research done on people with disabilities at the moment, and using it to help them experience what they might be missing in their waking life as well. I'd love you to set the intention to dream and do in the dream state things that you maybe not got a chance to do before your disability, because the brain doesn't know the difference. So you've kind of done it in the dream state as well. So you when you wake up, you will have this feeling of liberation. I hope this is helping in some way. But what I'm saying, both these dreams, please don't fear them anymore. Please fall in love with them. They're your dreaming mind trying to help you process the shocks that you've gone through, and also trying to assert itself and say, well, in your waking life, you consider other people so much, but I want it all to be about me now. And that's the wonderful thing about dreams. It's all about you. And it's trying to get the focus on you. And I'd love your dreams to start moving forward to more exciting things than being late for an appointment that you don't really need to get to anyway. or sitting on a building and maybe not looking at the view. Maybe next time you're in the dream, if you could maybe practice some lucid techniques and see, I'm going to look at space. I'm going to look at the sky when I'm sitting here. I'm not going to worry about falling. I'm going to see what's seen, the bigger picture here. That's what your dreaming mind wants you to do. It wants you to escape from those kind of limitations that you might be putting on yourself personally as a reaction to what's happened. And it wants to show you that material stuff is not all there is. It truly isn't. And there's so many people in tune with that message now. I'm going to go all Braveheart here now. They may take our lives, but they never take our freedom, if you know what I mean.
That's right.
What your dreaming mind is trying to connect you to and give you that wild sense of joy that, your consciousness is well and truly alive, whatever happens externally to your body.
Next up, let's go to Scott in Costa Mesa, California. Go ahead, Scotty.
Hello, George. Glad to talk across the pond to the UK. Hello, Teresa.
Hello, it's lovely to talk to you. Thank you.
I love my dreams. I had a dream about 30-plus years ago, and it was like it was last night I had it. It was still so vivid in my brain. I love the enjoyment, the experiences that they provide to me. They're such fun. It's hard to explain.
What's that dream? You've got to tell us.
Well, it's a long-winded one. I have actually more of a question than interpretation, but just sort of like it's hard to explain some dreams to people just because they don't have the same reference point as I have, and depending on who you're talking to, like you would get it, but sometimes I think our dreams belong to us, you and you alone, in a way. My question to you is... You're
absolutely right. Unless you're initiated into dream work, unless you get... Dream sharing isn't particularly helpful, and you may find if you have a friend who doesn't understand, they glaze over and they're just being polite when they listen. There can be nothing more tedious sometimes when people share their dreams if you don't understand dream work, as you clearly do. That dream from 30 years ago, it's a memory, isn't it? It's a memory. I mean, we've all had memorable dreams that just stay with us. And it becomes a memory that you can revisit for sustenance over and over again.
It is. And if I could ask like a question, sort of like you were saying about like being the driver of your vehicle or the sailor of your ship, like water. Water, I hear, sometimes symbolizes like rebirth. What about like falling or flying or floating? What are some
Falling actually is a sign of feeling unsupported in your waking life. It's typically one of the top three dreams, because there is a dream chart. I love that in recent years, again, showing the explosion in dream research. There is like the top 100 dreams regularly refreshed each year, and falling and flying, like flying not so much so, and I'll explain why later, but falling. And particularly, as I said, during the pandemic and everything, falling dreams are very common. It's feeling unsupported and that you've got no firm ground. But if you do have a falling dream, the best thing is to just go with the flow with it and enjoy it rather than panic. And you to become aware that you're dreaming, because it can then be a very positive dream. Flying dreams are seeing the bigger picture, liberation. And it's sad in a way that people used to dream about flying much more than they do these days, because there's so many people panicking and worrying about things and being told what to do externally. I want the world to start making flying dreams number one again, because when you fly in a dream, I love it when I wake up with a flying dream, because I know I've risen above. I can see the bigger picture of my life. It's like I know I'm more than my body and my mind. I've risen above. I see the beautiful bigger picture, and I'm free. It's beautiful. I want flying dreams right up there. At the moment, currently, the most common dream things are falling and snakes and spiders. Those are very common. But actually what's promising is dream babies. A lot of people, both men and women, are dreaming they're pregnant, whether they want to have a baby or not. And that is a sign, actually, of new ideas and new beginnings, yes, but more so for nurturing your own inner child, that your inner child is crying out for being noticed. And you can notice and nurture and help your inner child overcome any trauma in the dream state as well. It's a wonderful way to kind of grow up again and be there for yourself in the dream state if in your life, for whatever sad reason, parents or carers weren't there for you, or you had a trauma in the past that you need to revisit. You can do that in the dream state and nurture and connect with your inner child.
Let's go to Lori in Brighton, Illinois. Get you in here, Lori. Go ahead.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Well, we don't have too much time, do we?
Pop out your dream real fast. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, this one's kind of short. Well, I was in a room with a woman who was your assistant, and she was like interviewing me and for a job from you, and I asked her, I kind of like asked her what I would be doing or something, and she just said, there's one word I couldn't remember, but she just said that you're so something smart or something, you'll figure it out. And then you walked in, and you didn't say anything, though, and that was just it of that one.
You're dreaming about me, huh? Oh, well, what does that mean, Teresa?
That means, George, that you are symbolizing something very important for Laurie's personal growth, that she's listening to you and she's learning from you, and your dreaming mind is saying carry on doing that because it's helping you find a sense of connection with your own inner world. But again, your dreaming mind is always pulling you back to your role, because when you have dream of jobs, it's all about the role that you feel you have in this life. You've got to think, what role do you feel that you have, and are you currently feeling in line with that? Now, I suspect this dream is probably much more complicated, so I'd urge you, just don't hesitate to message me. I also forgot to say I'm also on X now as well. I don't have such a big presence on there, but I'm also on X, Facebook, Instagram. Feel free to message me, and I will give you a more in-depth interpretation because we're running out of time, or as well as via my website, www.teresachung.com. If you found that the dream was there were too many details for you.
I was going to ask you that, Teresa. You get comments through your website, right?
All the time. It's one of the greatest joy. I feel so privileged and blessed to have the opportunity to have my job being constantly writing books about subjects I love. If any reader who messages me, and I always give my email in my books, I will always, sometimes it takes a while, always reply and either point them to someone else who can help them or offer suggestions or tips, and that's something I just absolutely love to do. And I'll just go back to Laurie because there was a voice in her dream. Laurie, listen to the voice in your dream. You know, in Jungian school of dream analysis, the voice is, when you hear voices in your dream, it's the most powerful call from your inner world, and it's telling you you're smart. Trouble is, your waking self, I don't think, is fully believing that. You need to believe that.
And Teresa, I want you to come back more quicker than 3 years, okay?
Oh, I'd love to. I've got 3 more books coming out next year.
All right, you let us know when you're ready. Thank you. Teresa Chung, great dream interpreter. For Dan Galante, Tom Danheiser, Lisa Lyon, Lex Lonehood, Sean Ladouceur, Stephanie Smith, Chris Burrows, Tim Banal, George Knapp, and Ian Punnett, I'm George Norrie, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe, everyone.
Christian Faith Publishing is looking for Christian authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Christian Faith Publishing reviews each and every book submitted to them, and they give you their feedback. And if they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So whether you've written an inspirational work, a novel, a children's book, poetry, or a biography, and want to get it published, you need to call Christian Faith Publishing and do it immediately.
Call 800-615-7736 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-615-7736. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-615-7736. That's 800-615-7736. Work with a publisher who shares your core Christian values of integrity and honesty. Call Christian Faith Publishing at 800-615-7736 for your free author submission kit.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? How do you get in front of companies or get a patent? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors just like you for 35 years. And thousands of people contact them every month. With 65 offices, you can meet with an InventHelp representative near you who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. And they offer 3D animations and prototyping services.
At your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. We begin in Michigan, where President Biden will join United Auto Workers on the picket line today in a show of solidarity with their now 12-day-old strike.
The president's visit is a show of support, but not a direct involvement in the negotiations, says Peter Berg, who's a professor at Michigan State University. The car makers, he says, will likely look the other way.
I really think they understand what's going on. I don't think they're going to take this personally, the car makers. They understand what Joe Biden's doing.
While supporting the strikers, the president has said he wants a win-win solution to the strike. Jeff Gilbert, CBS News, Detroit.
Former President Trump plans to visit striking auto workers tomorrow. With a government shutdown looming Sunday, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is still trying to coax a small group of GOP hardliners to accept a short-term fix. CBS's Weijia Jiang from the White House.
The White House is calling this a Republican shutdown and warns that without a solution, at least 4 million federal workers won't get paid. Food safety inspections could be delayed and cancer research could be stalled. President Biden said the cuts would disproportionately impact the black community and put food assistance to 7 million women and children at risk.
8 passengers and a crew member were hospitalized after severe turbulence on a JetBlue flight from Ecuador to Fort Lauderdale. Professor Anthony Brickhouse at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University.
They do everything they can to avoid turbulence, but every now and again, you may encounter something that we call clear air turbulence, where you really don't get much of a warning.
The plane's been taken out of service for inspection. 4 years after he gunned down 23 people in a racist rampage at a Texas Walmart, Patrick Crusius has agreed to pay more than $5 million to families of the victims. KDBC TV's Ariana Para.
Crusius was sentenced to 90 consecutive life sentences back in July after pleading guilty to the federal hate crimes. A restitution hearing was scheduled for Crusius, and while that hearing did not take place, U.S. District Judge David Guadarrama signed off on the over $5 million restitution for what is expected to conclude the federal case.
He became a teen heartthrob in the 1960s.
Ilya Kuryakin. I'm with the UNCLE.
Scottish-born actor David McCallum, who played a secret agent with a blonde Beatles haircut in Man from U.N.C.L.E., has died 40 years after U.N.C.L.E.
I hope you don't mind that I let myself in.
He was an eccentric medical examiner on NCIS. McCallum was 90. This is CBS News.
If you need to hire, you need Indeed, because Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
In the KRMS Radio Newsroom, I'm Mike Anthony. This year's Highway Safety and Traffic Conference, taking a look at continued safety in Missouri, continues. Local and national safety experts and advocates are in Columbia talking about a wide variety of topics, including the new distracted driving hands-free law in Missouri, a presentation on expanding Interstate 70, the impacts of cannabis on highway safety, speed, community partnerships, and how to reduce traffic fatalities. The conference opened up on Monday. It'll come to a close on Wednesday at the Holiday Inn Executive Center. Highway Patrol reporting 5 arrests, 2 traffic accidents in the Lake area over the weekend. Both of the accidents in Morgan County. One of them on Route 135 sent 4 people to the ER with serious injuries. The other happened on Route FF, sending 1 person with minor injuries to the hospital. As for the arrest, all 5 were for alleged drunk driving, 3 of them in Camden County, 2 of them in Miller County. And it was a beautiful day for a parade, a homecoming parade for School of the Osage. Indian band members, cheerleaders, athletes, students, families, and others converged Monday on the Bagnell Dam Strip in Lake Ozark for the annual homecoming parade. The Indians will hit the field for their homecoming game Friday night against Hallsville. You can hear it on 104.9 Classic Country. That's your Lake News Now.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your Lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group. We want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
I'm meteorologist Phil Jensko with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Mostly clear throughout the early morning hours. Temperatures hold steady in the region. Winds west around 5 miles per hour. Tuesday, sunny. Highs top out near 86. And then Tuesday night, partly cloudy. Slight chance for showers and storms developing. And lows drop to 62. The current water temperature sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 78 degrees. And the temperature at the studios right now it's 60.
Media Networks. This is America's First News. This morning with your host, Gordon Deal.
Menendez pushes back. Good morning, I'm Gordon Deal, along with Jennifer Kashenka on this Tuesday, September 26th. Glad you're on board. Here's what's up this hour.
New Jersey Democratic Senator Bob Menendez makes his first public comments since he and his wife were charged with taking bribes.
House Republicans will try to pass spending bills this week in an effort to keep the government funded. The Democratic Senate won't pass them.
And President Biden will join striking auto workers in Michigan today. It's an unprecedented move.
And homeowners taking risks to lower their rising insurance bills.
Part of the reason is the increase in natural disasters. That's a big one across the board, across the country. We're seeing areas that never used to get damaged getting damaged, and so that's boosting up claims. Another reason is good old inflation.
Veronica Dagger at the Wall Street Journal on ways to potentially lower your homeowner's insurance. New Jersey Democratic Senator Bob Menendez says he won't step down after prosecutors charge him and his wife with taking bribes from 3 New Jersey businessmen. Some elected Democrats, including New Jersey's governor and senators from Ohio, Vermont, and Pennsylvania, have publicly urged him to step down. Former House Speaker and senior Democrat Nancy Pelosi told MSNBC late yesterday that she also felt Mr. Menendez should resign. The probe is the 3rd time he's been under investigation by federal prosecutors, though he has never been convicted.
Some of the people calling for my resignation for political reasons say I have lost the trust of the people of New Jersey. That couldn't be more wrong.
Prosecutors want him to forfeit assets, including his home, a 2019 Mercedes-Benz convertible, and $566,000 in cash, gold bars, and bank account funds. Mr. Menendez, his wife Nadine, and the businessmen are expected to appear in Manhattan federal court tomorrow. The charges Mr. Menendez and his wife face carry a sentence of up to 45 years in prison. House Republican leaders will try to advance steep spending cuts this week that stand no chance of becoming law and could force a partial government shutdown starting Sunday. When the House returns today, lawmakers will take up 4 spending bills for the coming fiscal year that would impose new restrictions on abortion access, undo an $11 billion Biden administration climate initiative, and resume construction of the Mexico-U.S. border wall. Hundreds of thousands of federal workers will be furloughed, and a wide range of services will be suspended if Congress does not provide funding for the new fiscal year that starts October 1. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy.
Well, you have to keep the government open. I mean, if people want to close the government, it only makes them weaker. Why would they want to stop paying the troops or stop paying the border agents or the Coast Guard? I don't understand how that makes you stronger. I don't understand what point you're trying to make.
Mr. McCarthy has been unable so far to muster support for a temporary spending extension as a group of hardline Republicans have refused to go along. In an unprecedented move, President Biden today will travel to Michigan to join the picket line with members of the United Auto Workers who are on strike against the Detroit Three. Meanwhile, Shawn Fain took over the UAW in April with a promise to reverse the union's waning influence and transform it into a political powerhouse. In less than 6 months, he's fulfilled that pledge by organizing a historic strike and holding hostage his endorsement of President Biden. But the strategy has risks. Here's Jeff Murdoch, White House reporter at the Washington Times. Jeff, what's Mr. Fain trying to do?
What he's trying to do is he's trying to raise the public's perception. He's trying to raise the political stakes. So that's why he's expanding the strike slowly. It's why he didn't put everybody on strike at the same time, because it keeps the strike in the news. You know, after a while, you see with the strikes, they go on. You see this with the writer's strike. The press kind of didn't give it the coverage after a little bit because there was no news. By slowly expanding it, he's keeping politicians' attention on it, and he's keeping the public's attention on it.
What's missing, I think, noticeably here is the lack of an endorsement from the United Auto Workers of President Biden in the re-election bid.
Well, and that's really interesting because it reflects Shawn Fain's strategy to make the UAW much more political. It was a political kingmaker back in the 60s and 70s, but its influence has waned, has union memberships declined, people have bought more foreign cars. He's trying to bring that back, and essentially what he's doing is holding the endorsement hostage to get some action from the president and his administration on this strike. The president has largely stayed on the sidelines until Friday afternoon when he announced he's going to walk the picket line with striking workers this week. That's, an extraordinary moment. It's the first time in U.S. history we've ever had a president walk a picket line with striking workers.
Yeah. President Trump, former President Trump, trying to tap into this as well.
That's exactly right. It's really interesting how Shawn Fain has really managed to get the politics almost getting both sides to support his workers, but for different reasons. You have President Biden and the Democrats coming out for the workers saying they're victims of corporate greed and really saying that this is corporations putting profits before people. And then you have the Republicans coming out for the workers saying, no, these workers are victims of the woke EV, electric vehicle push, and they're victims of this of the environmental movement, and this is affecting jobs, this is affecting people's pay. And it's really interesting how they've gotten, both sides have turned this into a political football for them.
We're speaking with Jeff Murdoch, White House reporter at the Washington Times. This piece is called Strike Raises Stakes for UAW Leader in Bid to Reclaim Political Influence. That's a reference to Shawn Fain, who's the head of the UAW. What about credibility for the union following its embezzlement trials?
Well, that has also helped. That's also helped deteriorate the UAW's influence, which Shawn Fain's trying to reclaim. He was elected. He's an interesting guy. He was elected. He's the first rank and file auto worker to ever head the UAW, and it was a contentious election. It was a court-supervised election because of the corruption scandals. They had 2 former UAW presidents in the past decade have gone to jail for embezzlement. So, Shawn Fain's trying to move it away, and by moving it away, trying to make it more of a political force than it has been. If you look, the UAW in the political realm hasn't been as relevant as, say, the teachers union, which has been incredibly relevant and incredibly political in the last couple of years. That role used to be the UAW, and now that's part of Shawn Fain's goal here is to get this to come back. It's pretty interesting. It's also interesting because he's relatively new, and this strike, it's a historic strike. The first strike against the big 3 automakers, he's only been in his position in April. This is something that requires tremendous skill, tremendous maneuvering for somebody who's only been in the job 6 months. It's quite an ambitious goal, because not only is the future of the UAW riding on this, but the success of this really is going to dictate, I think, the success of the labor movement within the next decade.
Thanks, Jeff. Jeff Mordock, White House reporter at the Washington Times. 14 minutes after the hour. On This Morning, America's First News. Coming up next, the drinking water crisis in New Orleans. If you own or operate a business, whether it's a local operation or a global corporation, partnering with Bank of America could be your smartest move. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll enjoy exclusive digital tools, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful you'll make every move matter. Position your business to capitalize on opportunity in a moment's notice. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, N.A., copyright 2023.
Be more cyber zen. Get NordVPN. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers, secure your devices from malware-infected downloads, and block access to malicious websites. With NordVPN, enjoy internet without trackers, without malicious websites, without malware-ridden files. Be more cyber zen. Take advantage of our special offer now at NordVPN.com.
Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. They may add up to transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download.
Ron had a tax problem he just couldn't handle on his own.
I owed the IRS taxes for over 5 years, but I didn't have any money to pay the taxes.
Those years cost him dearly.
Most of it was fees and interest. It was horrible.
Ron finally called in the pros.
I called Optima Tax Relief, and boy, am I happy I did.
The leading tax resolution firm, Optima, is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. They've resolved over $1 billion for their clients. Ron was overjoyed.
They settled my account with the IRS. I was ecstatic. They are a lifesaver. They are. I am so happy.
Take Ron's advice and call Optima now for a free consultation.
Yeah, don't do like I did and wait. Call Optima Tax Relief. Do it now. You'll be ecstatic like me.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
News Talk, KRMS.
The top national stories with the context to make sense of it all. This is America's First News. This morning with Gordon Deal.
Hey, glad you're with us. Welcome into Tuesday. There's a drinking water crisis in New Orleans because salty water from the Gulf of Mexico is making its way up the shrinking Mississippi River. More from this morning's Mike Gavin.
Local water resources in South Louisiana are being strained as salt water from the Gulf of Mexico intrudes into the historically low water levels of the lower Mississippi, posing a potential health risk for the public water systems. The National Weather Service expects the river volume to fall to new lows over the next several weeks. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers last summer built an underwater barrier sill to help delay the flow of salt water, but the intrusion overtopped the sill last week as crews prepared for additional work. Gordon.
Thank you, Mike. Governor John Bell Edwards urged residents not to panic or rush to buy bottled water, adding residents will be notified in advance if salt water is impacting their area. Around 15 million gallons of fresh water is being brought in for residents in impacted areas. This portion of the program is brought to you by Policy Genius. A good life insurance plan can give you peace of mind. It serves as a safety net for your family. Life insurance can cover mortgage payments, college tuition, car payments, and other expenses, allowing your loved ones to get back on their feet and focus on what's most important should people who depend on them. They simplify the process of getting life insurance so you can protect the people you love. With Policy Genius, you can find life insurance policies that start at just $292 per year for $1 million of coverage. Some options offer same-day approval and even avoid unnecessary medical exams. And Policy Genius has licensed award-winning agents who can help you find the best fit for your needs. Your loved ones deserve a financial safety net. You deserve a smarter way to find and buy it. Head to policygenius.com to get your free life insurance quotes and see how much you could save. That's policygenius.com. 20 minutes after the hour on This Morning. Here's Jennifer Kashenka.
And now, the three big things you need to know. Number one.
With the government shutdown 5 days away, Congress is moving into crisis mode as Speaker Kevin McCarthy faces an insurgency from hard-right Republicans eager to slash spending, even if it means curtailing federal services for millions of Americans. The House is expected to vote this evening on a package of bills to fund parts of the government, but it's not at all clear that McCarthy has the support needed to move ahead. Republican Congressman Mark Molinaro of New York.
I would say a government shutdown is in no one's best interest.
Meanwhile, the Senate is preparing its own bipartisan plan for a stopgap measure to buy some time and keep offices funded past Saturday's deadline.
Number two.
Democratic Senator Bob Menendez of New Jersey says he won't resign from Congress and offered an explanation for the large amounts of cash found in his home in his first public remarks since he was indicted by a federal prosecutor in a bribery scheme.
These were monies drawn from my personal savings account based on the income that I have lawfully derived over those 30 years.
Menendez didn't say if he plans to run for re-election, but the scandal could make the race more competitive for Republicans.
Number three.
The first of thousands of residents who lost their homes in the wildfire that destroyed the Hawaii town of Lahaina returned to their devastated properties Monday. In the days following the August 8th wildfire, some people were able to return to their properties to evaluate the damage. But since then, the burned area has been off limits to all but authorized workers. Authorities opened one small part of it yesterday, allowing residents in for supervised visits from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. A pair of front row balcony tickets to Ford's Theater on April 14, 1865, the night President Abraham Lincoln was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth, sold at auction for $262,500. The tickets are stamped with the date Ford's Theater, April 14, 1865, this night only. A ticket stub in a collection of Harvard University is the only other used April 14th Ford's ticket known to still exist.
Oh, really? All right. Thank you, Jen. 22 minutes now after the hour. On This Morning, America's First News. Coming up next, strategies for your rising homeowners insurance.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code SOUL at checkout. That's harrys.com, code SOUL. Enjoy!
One smile is great, but one smile in a community of smiles is so much better. A smile has a secret power that most people don't know about. A smile multiplies. It spreads from one person to the next, stretching across entire groups of people. Smile Train knows this and is proud to be creating a wave of smiles across the cleft lip and palate community in over 70 countries. Patients, doctors, advocates, fundraisers. Collectively, our smiles are a celebration of the transformed lives of over 1.5 million children. Learn how Smile Train is helping the cleft lip and palate community at smiletrain.org/learn. Smile Train, changing the world one smile at a time.
At first glance, Terrence and Shania have nothing in common. Terrence is a musician. He's constantly traveling. He's 32 years old, single with no kids, and started smoking when he was 16. Shania, on the other hand, just turned 45. She owns a coffee shop, she is married with 2 kids, and has never smoked. What makes Terrence and Shania similar is that they both have been diagnosed with small cell lung cancer, and it was caught early. That's right, small cell lung cancer can affect anyone. The good news is early lung cancer screenings can detect small cell lung cancer before it spreads, when the disease is most treatable. Join Stand Up to Cancer and Jazz Pharmaceuticals to raise awareness of small cell lung cancer and accelerate the pace of research. Ask your healthcare provider about screening options that might be right for you or a loved one. Visit standuptocancer.org/lung to learn more.
News Talk, KRMS.
Thanks for being with us. Homeowners in search of relief from rising insurance bills are offering to pay more out of pocket in the event of a fire, theft, or other damage to their property. In practice, consumers are doing this by raising their deductible, but the strategy is risky. Here's Veronica Dagger, personal finance reporter at the Wall Street Journal. Veronica, what's the market like right now?
Premiums are jumping, so people are pretty stressed because their premiums in certain markets are going up 20% or more. So your insurance bill for your home is going up so much, along with all of your other bills. And so people are looking for ways to save and takes back some control over this rising, all these rising costs.
All right, so why are we seeing this rise?
Well, there's part of the reason is the increase in natural disasters. That's a big one across the board, across the country. We're seeing areas that never used to get damaged getting damaged, and so that's boosting up claims. Another reason is good old inflation, right? And so to rebuild a home, it's going to cost more. Labor is going to be more expensive. Materials in many cases are still more expensive, and so the insurance companies are passing on some of that cost to the consumer.
I think this was why you said in your story, like, shopping around doesn't always serve you well here.
It doesn't, especially these higher, riskier areas for people are having, especially when the risk in your neighborhood has increased in the insurer's point of view. Shopping around is not going to help you because every insurer is going to be asking for you to pay higher premiums. There's not a lot of negotiation or comparison shopping you can do anymore.
All right, so how do you help yourself then? You choose a higher deductible be one way. How does that work?
One way is choosing the higher deductible. And so, as you know, the deductible is the amount paid by a policyholder before insurance kicks in. And so generally higher deductibles mean lower premiums, but that means you as the consumer are taking on more risk. Standard deductible is like $500 to $1,000, but some people are opting for a deductible of $2,000 or $2,500. But that means any damage you get, say you've damage to your roof that's going to cost you $2,000, well, you're going to be out of pocket that $2,000 now because your deductible is at that level. If you had a $500 deductible, you'd have to put at $500 of your own money, and then the insurance would kick in for the rest. If $2,000 damage, you're footing the bill for that entire amount. So you have to make sure you have that money saved in an emergency account, and you're ready to pay that bill off the bat.
Yeah. We're speaking with Veronica Dagger, personal finance reporter at the Wall Street Journal. Her story is called Homeowners Take Risks to Lower Their Insurance Bills. How much might you reduce your premium if you kick up your deductible?
Yep. So there's a study, and it said raising your deductible to $1,000 from $500 might decrease the cost of your homeowner's insurance by 6% on average. And that's according to a recent analysis by insurance research site ValuePenguin.com. How much you save really depends on the insurer, where you live, if you've had past claims, level of risk. So there's a lot of variables at stake here.
Did you say, too, that in some cases insurance companies are kind of nudging their customers toward doing this?
Yes, they are, because they are trying to pass off the risk. You know, there's a lot of financial machinations that goes on behind the scenes, but basically, if the insurance companies have to front less risk for consumers, the people that insure the insurance companies will give them a more favorable lending sort of backstop to their finances. And so it just makes sense for the insurance companies to take on less risk from their own financial point of view, because the people they borrow money from view that more favorably.
It's reporter Veronica Dagger at the Wall Street Journal. 30 minutes now after the hour on This Morning, America's First News.
When the winter chill hits, the question isn't whether you've got a cozy blanket, hot cocoa, or a roaring fire. No, the real question is, does your winter plan include a sun-drenched beach? As you know, this year we sold our first Beat the Winter Blues trip in 3 weeks to Punta Cana. But we still had a number of people that wanted to go with us. They wanted to go to an all-adult luxury resort that was very safe, an exclusive place that was easy to get to at a great price. So we put together a Beat the Winter Blues trip to Costa Mujeres, January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino. Now this resort is less than 1 year old. It's north of Cancun in a very uncrowded, exclusive area. We only have a few seats left. This all-adult paradise 5-star all-inclusive resort has 4 gourmet restaurants, many pools, super soft beach, and your ticket includes airfare, room, airport transfers, top-shelf drinks, gourmet food, even your tips are all part of our package, all for just $17.99 per person. We'll leave nonstop out of St. Louis on Frontier. Check it out on the radio station website and click on Beat the Winter Blues for details and to sign up. You only have a short time to book at this price. Call Kim at Direct Travel in the Outlet Mall, 309-205-5749. And let's beat the winter blues January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino in Costa Mujeres with your friends from the lake. Presented by KRMS Radio and TV.
Has your heater or air conditioner busted? Appliance broken? Computer crashed? Then you need an ARW home warranty. Home system and appliance repairs and replacements can cause stress and cost you thousands of dollars per year. With an A-plus BBB rating and a top-rated home warranty company on Consumer Affairs and Trustpilot, ARW Home provides superior service, featuring the industry's lowest service call fee. ARW Home has warranty plans that cover your kitchen and laundry appliances, heating and air conditioning systems, electrical and plumbing systems, and much more. Call 800-941-4085 to customize your plan. Plus, ARW has partnered with Azurian to protect your new and used tablets, laptops, TVs, and other home tech from accidental damage and wear and tear. All plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call 800-941-4085 for your free quote. That's 800-941-4085.
Attention business owners, listen carefully to this important message. Are you tired of struggling with monthly bookkeeping or always being behind? Maybe you're fed up with paying your CPA ridiculously high hourly rates for subpar services. At Finance Pal, we know your pain. We're small business owners who understand your tax and accounting needs. At Finance Pal, we take over your books and design a program custom tailored to fit your needs. Whether it's bookkeeping, payroll, bill pay, inventory tracking, or taxes, we have you covered. We handle some or all of these services for one flat, affordable, low monthly fee. Stop worrying about your books and drowning in paperwork. Let us worry while you focus on growing your business. The setup is easy, and we give you the tools and technology to make your monthly finances streamlined and organized.
Call now at 800-509-1764 for a free business assessment. That's 800-509-1764. 800-509-1764.
Finance Pal, the only friend your business needs.
Attention all authors. Page Publishing is looking for authors. Have you written a book and want to get it published? Page Publishing will get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, Apple iTunes, and other outlets. They handle all aspects of the publishing process for you. Printing, cover art, publicity, copyright, and editing. Call 800-506-3573 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-506-3573 for your free author submission kit. Again, 800-506-3573.
News Talk, KRMS.
Cutting through the clutter to bring you the people and stories that matter to you. You're listening to America's First News This Morning with Gordon Deal.
Hey, glad you're with us. Welcome into Tuesday, September 26. Gordon Deal, Jennifer Kashenka. Some of our top stories and headlines. Senator Menendez says he won't step down. House Republicans try to fund the government. Biden to walk the United Auto Workers picket line today. Drinking water crisis in New Orleans. 7 candidates qualify for tomorrow's Republican presidential debate. The Powerball jackpot climbs to $800 million. The sports retailer Fanatics says Taylor Swift attending the Chiefs game Sunday has led to a spike in sales of Travis Kelce jerseys. And the family with 3 babies in 4 years, all born on the same day. That story in about 20 minutes. This portion of the program is brought to you by Dell. Now your ideas don't have to wait. Dell Technologies and Intel are pushing what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com/welcome to now. Since the pandemic, America has been living in an economic version of the greased pig game. Prices have been running free despite assurances from policymakers and economists that the pig, known here as inflation, will be caught soon, which is to say, brought down to the Federal Reserve's 2% target. For the past few months, it seemed like we may have finally caught the pig, but just as greased pigs are unpredictable, so is inflation. It's a piece by Lynette Lopez, reporter at Insider. Lynette, explain.
Well, the main topic in this economy, the guiding force in what policymakers are looking at right now is inflation. We've been experiencing inflation since the pandemic started due to dislocations in the supply chain, not being able to get stuff, not being able to do stuff. And now that the economy is open, everybody has some money to burn. We have stuff we want to do. We have things we want to buy. All of this unbalancing is coming back to rebalance. And the question is, do we get rebalanced in a hard way or in a soft way? Do we get rebalanced easing into a normal economy, or do we have to go through a recession to go through it? So,
right. As you point out, you say we could here be entering the messiest phase of this this greased pig chase because there's evidence of some reacceleration of prices. Explain that.
Well, that's the thing about a greased pig. It's hard to catch, slippery. You might kind of fall on your face while you're trying to get in and it'll wiggle out of your hands. And that's the kind of battle the Federal Reserve, which is hiking interest rates in order to cool the economy down. That's the battle that the Federal Reserve is trying to win. It's trying to catch this pig, but it might have to get its hands dirty doing it, which is to say, slow down the economy to the point that it might mess with the labor market and people could lose their jobs. Or, we just have a very sluggish economy for a while as the Fed gets its arms around this thing.
We're speaking with Lynette Lopez, senior correspondent at Insider. Her piece is called "America is Stuck in a Greased Pig Economy." Is there a chance that this works out on its own, that the consumer, as I think Jamie Dimon said, will run out of steam?
There is a chance. What makes this economy so unstable or so hard for market participants to understand is we don't know how it's going to end. We don't know if we're going to fall in the mud before we catch the pig. We don't know if it just leaps kind of into our arms and we move along and the chase is over. We don't know how this will end. What we do know, though, is that while we are in this mode of pig catching, interest rates will remain higher, which, as you, I'm sure, have noticed, puts a strain on people who want to purchase a house, makes credit card payments. If you carry balance, that's more expensive. Life is just going to be more expensive than it was when we had pretty much 0% interest rates, which has been it for, financial crisis up to the pandemic. That's what it was.
This greased pig got a little greasier in August. How come?
Yeah, so the pig doesn't have to run in a straight line. So we've been having inflation has been going down substantially since this time last summer. Like that last June 2022 is at 9%, and that was really hurting Americans' wallets. Now we're at around 4%. But there are signs within the data that inflation could be reaccelerating. And we're also seeing it in, gas prices. Gas prices are going up. That hurts people's wallets directly. So this could turn around on us. The U.S. economy is healthy. But the thing is, is it too healthy? This blows economists' minds. It's very confusing. And again, no one knows when it's going to end.
Yeah, no real playbook here, obviously. Household income, as you said, fell last year. That makes this all the more critical, the next approach.
Yeah. No, inflation really does eat into your wallet. No one likes price instability. No one likes constantly, seeing their grocery bill and seeing it go up and up and up and up and up every week. So this is a really important fight. And I understand why the Fed is fighting it. It's just because the pandemic was so weird. Because what we went through was who just turns the lights off on an economy and then turns it back on again? It's very bizarre. So we don't know what's going to happen. But so far, we haven't been managing it that badly. We just, again, don't know when it's going to end. And the longer you keep interest rates up, the more it changes your economy in certain ways. Like people make different decisions about how and when to borrow money, for example. And the longer we have higher rates, the more those decisions will start to become normal for us, and it changes us as an economy, as a country.
Nice, Lynette Lopez at Insider. 19 minutes in front of the hour on This Morning, America's First News. Coming up next, the awkward photo sent to family members by a man on his honeymoon.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code SOUL at checkout. That's harrys.com, code SOUL. Enjoy.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Be more cyber zen. Get NordVPN. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers, secure your devices from malware-infected downloads, and block access to malicious websites. With NordVPN, enjoy internet without trackers, without malicious websites, without malware-ridden files. Be more cyber zen. Take advantage of our special offer now at nordvpn.com.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
News Talk, KRMS.
Hey, thanks for spending time with us. Welcome into Tuesday. It's time now for the Mic Drop with this morning's Mike Gavin.
Good morning. Well, anyone navigating the world of dating apps knows that it's no picnic out there dealing with the dating apps and the other modern ways that people meet these days. The only saving grace is that the apps are usually cheap to use and not, say, half a rent payment. That's how much Tinder is hoping desperate singles will fork over for their new monthly subscription plan. It's called Tinder Select, and if you're selected, you'll get to pay $499 a month.
What?
Yes, for the privilege, Gordon, of joining. For that cash, you'll get the ability to message people before matching, have your profile unblurred in other users' likes page, and also get a special badge to notify others that you're the real deal. Tinder says it only offers the plan to less than 1% of its users it considers extremely active, and that the applications will open up on a rolling basis. If selected to apply, users will have to meet the company's 5-point select screen. That means their profile must include a verified photo, a biography, 5 interests, at least 4 images, and details about what kind of relationship they're looking for.
Wow.
And also probably a credit check, right? You're going to need to know that somebody can afford to pay that every single month.
That $4.99 a month, I better find somebody pronto.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's
I
a
don't
lot
need
of pressure at that point, right?
I don't need months 2, 3, and 4 rolling over, charging me $4.99 a month.
Yeah. How active can you be in 1 month, right? And find the love of your life, hopefully.
I like that too. If selected to apply.
I mean, that's how.
So this is either, a very exclusive group that you've been chosen for, or Tinder seems to believe that you're desperate.
Yes.
Well, one of those two things.
It's probably a combination of the two.
If selected to apply.
Yes, good luck.
Wow.
And even if you do find your true love, the pitfalls are many. Then you can wind up on the couch or even divorce court with an errant swipe of a finger. Let's hope this guy was able to patch things up after a mortifying mistake on his honeymoon. In a viral post on Reddit, a man said that he was enjoying the first days of married life with his new wife in Hawaii. Taking tons of pictures, as everyone does, he uploaded the pictures to an online folder and then sent the link to the folder to his family and friends. Problem is, one of the pictures was a topless picture of his wife in the hot tub.
Uh-oh.
Now, to be clear, her back was turned and no private parts were visible, but it's still not the kind of pic that parents and siblings would want to be seeing. The groom was eventually able to delete the pic from the folder, but not before they had been offline for 36 hours, and the photo had been viewed by almost everyone who had the link.
Yeah, whoops.
Yeah, too little, too late. Who knows what happened to that picture?
Hey, honey, listen. Can we have a quick talk?
Oh, boy.
I sent a photo.
You hope to at least get through your honeymoon unscathed. That's
Right.
like the one place where you think that everything's going to be fantastic. You can start real married life when you get home.
Remember when you were in the hot tub and took your top off? Yeah. Thanks, Mike. 13 minutes in front of the hour. On This Morning, America's First News.
At Staples, you can count on every project being print perfect, guaranteed.
I need invitations and posters printed, and they have to be perfect.
I need beautifully bound booklets and presentations for my business.
Your invitations and booklets will be in captivating color and will be done right every time. That's Staples Print Big Promise. And right now at Staples, get $50 off your print purchase of $150 or more. Try Staples and see the difference. Ends 10/14. Exclusions apply. See associate or visit staples.com/print for details.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
At first glance, Terrence and Shania have nothing in common. Terrence is a musician. He's constantly traveling. He's 32 years old, single with no kids, and started smoking when he was 16. Shania, on the other hand, just turned 45. She owns a coffee shop. She is married with 2 kids and has never smoked. What makes Terrence and Shania similar is that they both have been diagnosed with small cell lung cancer, and it was caught early. That's right. Small cell lung cancer can affect anyone. The good news is early lung cancer screenings can detect small cell lung cancer before it spreads, when the disease is most treatable. Join Stand Up to Cancer and Jazz Pharmaceuticals to raise awareness of small cell lung cancer and accelerate the pace of research. Ask your healthcare provider about screening options that might be right for you or a loved one. Visit standuptocancer.org/lung to learn more.
I'm 54, so basically, it's too late to start saving for retirement, right?
Not right. Starting to save, even in your 50s, can really make a difference.
Well, right now, saving seems hard to wrap my head around. Plus, with the way this year's been going...
Hey, listen, it's okay. You still got this. Just go to aceyourretirement.org. It's an online tool from AARP that can help you get your retirement savings on track no matter your age. It's free and only takes about 3 minutes.
I like 3 minutes.
Yeah, at aceyourretirement.org, you'll chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach. Just answer a few questions and you'll get a personalized plan and tips to help boost your retirement savings. Tips that are easy to understand and tailored to your lifestyle.
I like that too.
Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back. Just head to aceyourretirement.org and make your plan to start saving for retirement.
Thanks.
That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
News Talk, KRMS.
We don't take sides. We deliver the information you need to start your day. You're listening to America's First News. This morning with Gordon Deal.
Glad you're with us. There are certain things that are harder to dispose of than others. Fox News has a few common items that cannot be thrown away in your trash and where to toss them instead. Number one, batteries. Alkaline batteries, which include the standard AA or 9 volts, can be tossed in the garbage. However, button cell or coin batteries, like the ones used for calculators, should go to a battery recycler. Number two, for smartphones, the easiest way to get rid of them is by trading one in for a new one. Some carriers will take care of your old device for you. Number three, televisions. TVs contain glass, lead, and other chemicals. See if your electronics store will take care of your TV. You can also contact your local recycling facility. And number four, motor oil. If you change the oil in your car, set aside the container that the new oil came in. You can bring used oil to a recycling facility or to an auto center. 8 minutes now in front of the hour on This Morning. Once again, here's Jennifer Koshenka.
And now, the 3 big things you need to know. Number 1.
Moody's Investor Service says the U.S.'s credit rating could face additional pressure if the federal government shuts down next week. The ratings agency says while a short-lived shutdown would not impact government debt service payments, it isn't expected to disrupt the economy. It would underscore weakness and demonstrate the significant constraints that intensifying political polarization put on fiscal policy making at a time of declining fiscal strength. Congress has until Sunday to pass a federal budget.
Number 2.
Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson fell short of qualifying for the second GOP presidential debate this week, but the other 7 candidates who were there for the first debate in August will be back on stage tomorrow in California. Doug Burgum, Chris Christie, Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Mike Pence, Vivek Ramaswamy, and Tim Scott have all qualified for the second debate. Former President Trump has refused to pledge support to the party's eventual nominee, meaning he cannot qualify.
Number 3.
The identities of jurors for the Georgia election interference case of former President Trump will be kept secret until the end of the trial. A judge in Fulton County Superior Court says the jurors shall be identified by number only in court filings or in open court during the pendency of trial. Parties in the case are barred from disclosing the names, addresses, phone numbers, or identifying employment information of the jury or any prospective jurors. The ruling follows violent threats made against officials in Fulton County, which prompted an FBI investigation. An explosion at a fuel depot in Azerbaijan has killed 20 people and injured hundreds more. Nearly 300 people have been admitted to hospitals. It comes as the Armenian government said more than 13,000 refugees crossed into the country. State Department spokesman Matt Miller.
Azerbaijan has a responsibility to protect civilians and ensure the humane treatment of all, including those it suspects of being combatants.
The disputed Nagorno-Karabakh region is home to a majority of some 120,000 ethnic Armenians. With a tentative deal between Hollywood writers and the major entertainment studios on a new labor contract, some TV talk shows may return to air in a matter of days. The programs likely to return to production first include The Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon and Jimmy Kimmel Live. Staffers working on daytime talk shows will likely return to work during the second week of October. Scripted shows will likely take longer to return because of the ongoing actors' strike.
Got it. Thank you, Jen. 6 minutes now in front of the hour. Coming up next, a Florida mother beats the odds.
Now at Staples, the prices of HP printers are dropping. Save on HP Smart Tank and enjoy even more savings on ink. Save on the HP Inkjet, perfect for high-quality pics. Save on HP laser printers, great for tackling high-volume document printing. Now through September 30th, save on Staples' entire selection of HP printers, some as low as $69.99. With HP printer price drops at Staples, now is the time to upgrade to HP, America's most trusted printer brand. See staples.com/HP for details.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com/welcome to now. That's Dell.com/welcome to now.
Can your employer fire you for actually taking your agreed upon sick days? Or insist that you take a cut in pay in order to keep your job? I'm Curtis Howard. Join me every day as we learn the answers to these and other actual court cases on America's Radio Court, Point of Law. You'll be amazed, amused, and sometimes annoyed. Join me here every day and be a part of it. And see if you agree with the judge.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway, next to Golden Corral.
Hey, airline travelers, let's say you have a problem and you need to change or cancel an existing airline reservation. What do? Well, Skywatch is a free service that can help anyone with any airline reservation fix it. Whether you want to cancel it, change your dates, or add passengers, we can help fix your airline reservations so you get exactly what you need. We've updated our computer database and now have access to every airline around the globe. So now you can make one phone call regardless of who booked your airline tickets, and we'll change it, cancel it, and fix it for you. We know the insider secrets to fixing reservations that the airline airlines don't want you to know about. So if you need to cancel, change, or modify an existing airline reservation, call Skywatch right now. It's a free call, so let us fix it for you. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. That's 800-930-9129.
Discover the power of radio. If you're a business owner looking to grow, you should know that radio sells with intimacy. When you have something important to communicate, which would you prefer? To show them a picture? To write to them? Or would you talk to them using the emotion of the human voice? Radio sells with intimacy. Discover the power of radio.
Put the power of radio to work for your business. Call KRMS and 93.5 Rocks. We can help. Call 348-2772.
News Talk, KRMS.
Pledge with us. A Florida woman has a thing for Labor Day drama. Saury Turner has now given birth to 3 girls in the past 4 years, all born on the same day, September 3rd. It was Jasmine in 2020, Jessica a year later, now Juliet 3 weeks ago. Dad Jeremy tells the Washington Post the birth dates of the 3 Turner sisters at Advent Health Ocala Hospital were not planned, explaining his wife went into labor naturally each time, was not induced. By one measure, the odds of 3 siblings having the same birth date are more than 48 million to 1. Ms. Turner says in the future there will be 3 sets of presents, but they're not sure about 3 cakes, and they're still working on how to sing the happy birthday song since there are 3 names to fit in. Regarding a 4th September 3rd baby, Ms. Turner says, I think I'll take a break now. That'll do it for this hour. For Jennifer Kashenka and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
The following ad contains shocking material. Listener discretion is advised. Is someone in your family playing a dangerous game of Russian roulette? Over 43,000 people die a year from drug overdose. 120 people a day. 5 people every hour. 1 person every 12 minutes. 88,000 people die every year from alcohol abuse. Over 240 people a day. 10 an hour. 1 person every 6 minutes. Somebody you know may be next. Learn how to help someone you love get away from the drugs, alcohol, and bad influences. With the FMLA, people can take a leave of absence from their job and still keep it. Call Quit Drugs 321 now at 800-338-6906. 800-338-6906. 800-338-6906. That's 800-338-6906.
At your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Striking United Auto Workers in Michigan will be greeted by a familiar face today. President Biden will join the picket line in Detroit. CBS Chicago's Sharda Gray.
Auto workers say they're not asking for anything out of line.
The end goal is to end tiered wages, bring back cost of living allowance that we used to have. You know, we're fighting for other things, pensions, those were taken away. There's job security issues.
Steve Greger says he's worked in the auto industry for more than 2 decades. He's had to work 2 to 3 jobs just to make ends meet.
I'm making less per hour than I was 23 years ago. What's wrong with that picture?
Donald Trump will visit striking union workers tomorrow and skip the Republican presidential debate. Members of the Writers Guild are scheduled to vote today on a tentative contract agreement with Hollywood studios that could end their more than 4-month-old strike. Striking actors will be back on picket lines after a break for the Yom Kippur holiday. WGA member James Olive will join them.
They were walking with us long before they officially went on strike, and so of course it's only right for us to do the same for them.
In Washington, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy hopes to convince holdouts in his own party to vote for a temporary spending bill tonight that would avert a government shutdown Sunday. CBS's Weijia Jiang from the White House.
President Biden said the cuts would disproportionately impact
protect the black community and put food assistance to 7 million women and children at risk. He also put the blame squarely on the group of far-right Republicans who are holding out on funding the government because they want deep spending cuts.
Another 600,000 people in North Carolina will be eligible for government health insurance in December. Democratic Governor Roy Cooper's been fighting for Medicaid expansion since he took office almost 7 years ago.
Since January the 1st, 2014, states have had the chance to say yes to billions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of health insurance policies for working people.
Gas prices are inching up as Russia sells oil at discounts to countries that haven't sanctioned Moscow, and that leaves less on the market. Energy analyst Tom Kloza.
On the one hand, yeah, that enables Vladimir Putin to get revenues to sort of stoke his war machine, but he doesn't get quite as much as as if he would get if they didn't have rogue nation status.
Fast forward 250 million years, and a new scientific model suggests mammals, including humans, will be extinct thanks to a brighter sun, continents lumping together into one, and increases in carbon dioxide. This is CBS.
You need to hire? Indeed is with you every step of the way, helping you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how's the back pain?
Lake News now.
In the KRMS Radio Newsroom, I'm Mike Anthony. A Wathena, Kansas man seriously hurt in a near drowning early Friday evening in Camden County. The Marine Division of the Highway Patrol says it happened in Miller Hollow Cove at the 21-mile marker when 31-year-old Jared Hawkins entered shallow water head first to retrieve an object. Hawkins was pulled from the water by bystanders before being taken to the Lake Regional. 3 arrests reported by the Morgan County Fugitive Apprehension Security Team. The Sheriff's Office indicates that 37-year-old Amanda Rhodes, 22-year-old James Dorr, both from the Gravois area, were picked up on 2 felony probation violation warrants each. Dorr being held on a $10,000 bond, Rhodes being held without bond. Also picked up by the Morgan County Fast Team, 26-year-old Zachary Brown of Versailles. He was put on a 24-hour hold pending a violation of bond conditions on a traffic-related offense. He's now being held on no bond. All 3 expected to be pulled into court this next week. And on your mark, get set, run. The order of the day for a good cause on Saturday, October 21st in Osage Beach. The Lake of the Ozarks Oktoberfest on the calendar. The event will take place starting at 9 o'clock at the Sanctuary Brewery to benefit Wonderland Camp. Wonderland Camp serving disabled kids, teenagers, and adults. That's your Lake News now.
This news brought to you by Waterfront Brands and the Hydro Hoist Factory Store.
Since 1964, Hydro Hoist Boat Lifts has led the market with award-winning innovation in engineering by providing unrivaled protection for all watercraft. The Ultra Lift, also available in front mount and shallow water, have lifting capacities up to 32,000 pounds with custom-molded high-impact polyethylene tanks and all steel parts above the water in standard installation. The Ultra Lift series is America's #1 boat lift. Hydro Hoist of the Ozarks, located at 448 South Main Street in Laurie, offers factory direct pricing. Call 573-346-7505 or visit boatlift.com.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunshine today with our high nearing 85. Scattered showers and thunderstorms overnight, mostly cloudy with a low around 63. Some rain may linger early Wednesday, then sunny with a high of 82 and clear skies and 62 throughout Wednesday night. Mostly sunny and 86 Thursday. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently at 60 degrees.
Good morning. This is America in the Morning from Westwood One. I'm John Trout. It's Tuesday, September 26th, 2023. Here's what's coming up on America in the Morning.
The clock is ticking on Capitol Hill.
Why would they want to stop paying the troops or stop paying the border agents?
I'm Clayton Neville.
Former President Donald Trump is back on the campaign trail.
We did phenomenally here.
I'm Jackie Quinn.
The U.S. military has captured a key Islamic State militant in Syria. I'm Norman Hall.
President Biden is set to visit striking auto workers in a show of support. I'm Julie Walker.
On Wall Street, investors are bracing for a possible government shutdown at the end of the week. I'm Jessica Ettinger.
The Biden administration is announcing money for projects aimed at boosting railway safety. Sagar Magani, Washington.
New York's governor calls in the National Guard. And life in prison for child sex trafficking. Those stories all ahead on America in the Morning. It's 7 after the hour. The clock is ticking on Capitol Hill and pressure growing on House Speaker Kevin McCarthy to get a deal done to avoid a government shutdown. Our top story from correspondent Clayton Neville.
The Republican-led House has until 11:59 Eastern on Saturday night to get a deal done. If it doesn't, the government will shut down, something House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says shouldn't happen.
Well, you have to keep the government open. I mean, if people want to close the government, it only makes it weaker. Why would they want to stop paying the troops or stop paying the border agents or the Coast Guard?
McCarthy has a short-term resolution that would keep the government open through October, and it addresses spending cuts, including things like the U.S. southern border, opposed to sending more money to Ukraine.
I truly think we need to deal with the disasters that have happened in America. I don't understand why the president would want to tie those two together.
Democrats say the resolution would bring 8% spending cuts and don't expect it to be signed by President Biden if passed. Just days ago, the president singled out a group of Republicans for getting in the way of a spending agreement he says he had with Speaker McCarthy.
Now, a small group of extreme Republicans don't want to live up to the deal. So now everyone in America could be forced to pay the price.
Democrats and Republicans continue to negotiate with the clock ticking. Some Republicans, though, are focused on their own party.
We've already reached an agreement on the top line number. Now all we got to do is get the work done on the different appropriations bill. 4 of these are actually going to come to the floor this week if those Republicans that are kind of holding out allow the rule to go through.
Republican Congressman Carlos Jimenez spoke with Fox Business.
We got to get those 5 or 6 Republicans to change their minds. If not, you're kind of forcing those moderate Republicans to start working with the Democrats. I think that's the last thing we want to see.
The 4 spending bills expected to be taken up this week touch on abortion access and money for a border wall. This on the heels of a warning from credit rating agency Moody's, which said that a government shutdown would be another mark on the nation's credit. I'm Clayton Neville.
It's 9 after. Former President Trump is back on the campaign trail, and it'll be his busiest week of campaigning so far. As correspondent Jackie Quinn reports, Trump spent Monday focusing on the early voting state of South Carolina, with other stops planned in Michigan, Iowa, and out west, but not at Wednesday's GOP presidential debate.
On my first day back in the White House, I will terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration and begin the largest deportation operation in American history.
In Summerville, South Carolina, the front-running Republican candidate stopped at a gun store where he admired a Glock and said he wanted to buy one, also touring a boat-making company and rallying a crowd outside.
And I'm the only candidate who can make this promise to you. I will prevent World War III, and we're a lot closer than anyone knows. We are a lot closer to World War III than anyone knows, and that will be a war like no other. That will be obliteration.
As for Wednesday's candidate debate,
they ought to stop wasting their time. You know, they're wasting a lot of time with these ridiculous debates that nobody's watching. Their last debate was the lowest rated debate in history. That's a good compliment, isn't it? And what was I doing, Marjorie? I was someplace else, wasn't I, huh? I was doing another interview. We had 271 million people listening to the Tucker Carlson interview. That's an all-time record.
Trump instead will be in Michigan a day after President Biden rallies with striking auto workers.
We did phenomenally here. We've always done well here, and we're going to do it at a level that nobody's ever seen.
Trump claims his poll numbers are so high, he doesn't need to face off with the other candidates.
Every time we get a good poll, we get indicted.
He's been indicted 4 times in 4 jurisdictions and faces 91 criminal counts. I'm Jackie Quinn.
Not to be outdone, President Biden will join the UAW picket line. At 11 after, we'll have that and more when America in the Morning continues after these messages.
The lights are off. Everything is quiet. You're ready to sleep. But your brain isn't. It's going a mile a minute, stressing about every detail of your life. Like that awkward thing you said when you were 13, or whether you chose the right career, or that unanswered text you sent earlier. Sound familiar? Whether they strike before bed or any time throughout the day, racing thoughts are a pain. Therapy can give you a place to work through all those thoughts and come up with solutions so they don't keep you up at night or stop you from enjoying the rest of your day. With BetterHelp, just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist based on your needs and preferences. Connect by phone, video, or chat from wherever you are. Switch therapists anytime and use flexible week-to-week scheduling to book appointments. Get a break from your racing thoughts with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/chatter today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp. HELP.com/chatter.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how's the back pain now?
22. Wonky work from home desks have Dane's Acupuncture booked up.
You need to get in, but this week's all full.
But finding more practitioners has them on pins and needles.
You know, my lunch is in 20 minutes. How fast can you get here?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you facing an unexpected financial emergency? You need WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com could help you get up to $3,000 fast. WeFixMoney.com is free to use, available 24/7, and has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. Go to the name you trust, WeFixMoney.com. If you need emergency cash up to $3,000 for bills or anything else, type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. That's WeFixMoney.com.
Thirteen past now. This is America in the Morning and a check of the nation's weather today. Here's Carl Babinski from AccuWeather.com.
On this Tuesday, various parts of the country will be encountering showers and locally heavy thunderstorms. We'll begin in the southeast, where yesterday there were some strong thunderstorms in parts of central and south Florida, which produced torrential rain. And today, more rain is expected. Also, portions of the Gulf Coast will see a few thunderstorms. These will extend back into central and south Texas. Meanwhile, another area of low pressure located over the Great Lakes will cause some thunderstorm activity. In fact, a marginal risk for severe weather has been posted by the National Severe Storms Forecasting Laboratory for northern parts of Illinois and northwest Indiana. In Chicago today, showers will be accompanied by a gusty thunderstorm. Highs will be mostly in the low 70s. Meanwhile, still some of that Ophelia rain continuing in the northeast. Most of it will be occurring in New England today and in New York. It will tend to taper off late this afternoon and early tonight, though. Expect highs today mostly in the upper 60s and lower 70s. The mid-Atlantic states should be relatively dry, and the Northwest has seen some beneficial rain as of late. In Seattle and Portland, there's been between a half an inch and an inch of rain. More to come both later today and tomorrow, as a continuous stream of moisture moving into the Northwest will promote more rain. Temperatures both today and tomorrow will be in the upper 50s and lower 60s in western parts of Washington and Oregon. In fact, on Monday, some of that rain occurred in northern parts of California, but today it should dry out. And across the northern Rockies and Plains, some dry weather is expected today, highs in the 60s in the Dakotas, but as high as the lower 80s in parts of Montana. And that's the weather across America. Today, a shower and thunderstorm in Indianapolis, high 78, a thunderstorm in San Antonio, high 92. That's the nation's weather. I'm AccuWeather.com meteorologist Carl Babinski.
Now 15 past, America in the Morning continues. I'm John Trout. In the Middle East, the U.S. military says it's captured a key Islamic State militant in Syria. Correspondent Norman Hall has that.
U.S. Central Command says an operator for the Islamic State extremist group was captured during a helicopter raid in northern Syria. The operator, Abu Halil al-Fadani, is said to have had relationships throughout the ISIS network in the region. A command spokesman says the capture increases the chance that U.S. counterterrorism operations will be able to target additional members of the group. The U.S. has approximately 900 troops in Syria focused on countering the remnants of the Islamic State group, which had held a wide swath of Syria until 2019. I'm Norman Hall.
President Biden will visit striking auto workers in Michigan today. Correspondent Julie Walker reports the head of the UAW will join Biden on the picket line.
UAW workers in Bellevue, Michigan walked off the job Friday as part of the strike expansion against GM and Stellantis, formerly Fiat Chrysler, but not Ford because the company met some union demands. President Biden visits Michigan Tuesday, tweeting to join the picket line and stand in solidarity with the UAW as they fight for a fair share of the value they helped create.
You take a look at the significant increase in salaries for the executives and growth of the industry, they should benefit from it. So yes, I always support the UAW.
Also in Michigan Wednesday, former President Trump, the frontrunner for the Republican nomination, he'll be giving a speech to auto workers instead of taking part in the GOP debate. I'm Julie Walker.
A scare in the skies for an NFL team. Correspondent Gethin Coolball reports engine troubles briefly made for a concerning situation for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
The Pittsburgh Steelers charter flight home following a Sunday night win in Las Vegas made an emergency landing in Kansas City early Monday. Team spokesman Burt Lawton posted on X, formerly known as Twitter, that, quote, everyone on the plane is safe. KDKA TV, which had a pair of journalists on the team plane, reported the plane was dealing with an oil pressure failure in one of the engines. The team was originally scheduled to arrive in Pittsburgh around 5:30 a.m. I'm Gethin Coolbaugh.
Coming up next, more on the UAW talks and what Ford is planning, plus the NFL star and the pop star. At 18 after, we'll have those stories and more when America in the Morning continues after these messages.
Paid actor portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
America in the Morning rolls on. It's 20 after the hour. Automaker Ford is putting the brakes on their construction of an electric vehicle battery plant in Michigan, putting 2,500 jobs on hold. The concern was raised by members of the Republican Party over Ford's plans to use licensed Chinese battery technology. At issue is Ford receiving federal dollars and relying on technology from a company based in China. The battery plant was slated to be built in Virginia, but Governor Glenn Youngkin has raised concerns about teaming up with a company that may have Chinese government ties. With more on Ford, the UAW, and market news, here's CNBC's Jessica Ettinger.
Wall Street opens this morning after a winning day for stocks yesterday. They were mixed all day until the very end of trading. Bond yields were up, but the S&P 500 index and the NASDAQ each snapped four-day losing streaks yesterday.
Let's just call everything flattish at this point, but there's been a lot of damage underneath the surface here. The S&P is down almost 4% for the month. That's a terrible performance. Dow's only down 2% because of healthcare did a little bit better.
CNBC's Bob Pisani. A government shutdown looms at the end of this week. Some say House Speaker Republican Kevin McCarthy's in a unique situation.
Keep in mind, most of the people who are in this haven't been there very long, so they haven't seen how this plays out. So my guess is that combined with a very narrow margin. If Kevin had a margin of 15 or 20 votes, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. But his margin is 3, 4, 5 votes on any given day. So all those things together, in my mind, make this a little bit different. I think they go into at least a little bit of a shutdown, if nothing else, to teach the new folks the lessons as to how awful it is for conservatives when that happens.
Former White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney on CNBC. OpenAI says its ChatGPT can now speak, listen, and process images. The update to the chatbot will roll out to paying customers in the next 2 weeks. It's now week 2 of the UAW strike. Ford is said to be closer to a deal with the union, while GM and Jeep parent Stellantis are facing more pickets at more of their locations. President Biden should be in Michigan today.
President Biden will be visiting picketers. There were very active talks between the UAW and Ford on Saturday and Sunday. Ford issuing a statement saying, we are making progress, but there's still some big gaps that they need to clear before they're close to a tentative agreement.
CNBC's Phil LeBeau.
Why are investors watching the NFL star and the pop star?
Well, Taylor Swift went to that Kansas City Chiefs game Sunday with Travis Kelce's family. The team beat the Bears amid dating rumors, but Hollywood marketers and theater owners are thinking this.
A cynical person might question whether Taylor Swift's appearance at the game is related to the fact that she has a movie coming out in 3 weeks and might want to get some of those football fans to come see it.
Puck founder Matt Bologna on CNBC. On today's watch list, we get new home sales numbers for August. The S&P Case-Shiller Home Price Index for July will be out. So will the latest on consumer confidence. Costco reports earnings today, and NVIDIA celebrates its $1 trillion market cap today at the Denny's, where it was founded in San Jose.
There's CNBC's Jessica Ettinger at 24 after the hour. New York's Governor Hochul calls in the National Guard. That and more when America in the Morning returns after these messages.
A lot of schools talk about training the cybersecurity workforce of the future, but do they really deliver? My Computer Career has been supplying the IT workforce with thousands of skilled, certified pros for 15 years. Train with the experts in support, networking, or cybersecurity and start your career in months, not years. Upskill even faster. On campus or live online, qualified students may get financial aid, including the GI Bill. My Computer Career. Accredited, acclaimed, effective. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.com.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2023 Bank of America, N.A.
If you have a smartphone, Alexa, Google Play, or a computer, you have a radio. Now you can listen to KRMS anywhere in the world. Just download the KRMS app for your phone, enable the skill for your smart speaker, or go to krmsradio.com. Live internet streaming is sponsored by Capricorn Insurance. Visit capricorninsurance.net. Now you can listen to all your favorite local programs anywhere in the world. We're at your service. We're KRMS.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. They can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align, because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit Make-A-Wish at wish.org. Go.
"26 after. Welcome back to America in the Morning. New York Governor Kathy Hochul has called in the National Guard reinforcements to address the ongoing migrant crisis in the Empire State. In a press conference yesterday in Manhattan, the Democrat governor blamed Republicans for the ongoing issues, saying the migrants did not travel thousands of miles to live in shelters, and says some may be looking for bus tickets to go to other states. Her announcement comes as busloads of migrants continue to arrive in New York, overwhelming shelters and other public services. The Biden administration is announcing money for projects aimed at boosting railway safety and capacity. Washington correspondent Sagar Meghani is following that story.
Some 70 projects in 35 states and here in Washington will get $1.4 billion. That'll help upgrade tracks and speed bridge repairs, among other things. The awards include money for restoring passenger service to parts of the Gulf Coast for the first time since Hurricane Katrina. Rail safety has become a big concern after February's derailment of a train carrying hazardous chemicals in Ohio.
This is good news for people living along railroad lines, wanting to make sure that they're not going to be the next community affected by a derailment. It's a good day for rural America, and I should mention that 2/3 of these investments are going to rural communities and locations.
Still, a proposed rail safety reform package has stalled in the Senate. Sagar Meghani, Washington.
Governor Gavin Newsom has signed a bill that will classify child sex trafficking as a serious felony in California. The new law goes into effect at the start of next year and marks the first time ever the California legislature has added a crime to its 3 strikes law, which imposes 25 years to life in prison for those who have prior convictions of violent or serious felonies. Lawmakers made small changes to the bill earlier this month to ensure victims who are sometimes forced to help traffickers are not ensnared in prosecution. America in the Morning for Tuesday, September 26, 2023 is produced by Jeff McKay. Senior producer Kevin Delaney. I'm John Trout. This is Westwood One.
If you or someone you love suffers from drug addiction, now is the time to utilize your private health insurance PPO plan. If eligible, receive up to $30,000 or more in substance abuse benefits with low or no out-of-pocket cost. We are the National Treatment Network, the premier drug and alcohol treatment referral service operating 24/7. We help connect you with facilities nationwide that accepts PPO private health insurance for substance abuse. If you have PPO substance abuse coverage and you need immediate admittance to a medical detox or residential rehab treatment center, call us now. Call our live referral helpline today. The call is free. This program is not available to Medicare or Medicaid customers.
Call 800-296-1253. 800-296-1253. 800-296-1253. That's 800-296-1253.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-507-3114. 800-507-3114. 800-507-3114. That's 800-507-3114.
Do you have a car sitting around you want to get rid of? Then here's a great idea. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Yes, one fast call to the Veteran Car Donation Program and we'll come and remove your car for free. Fast, free towing, and 24-hour response. You can donate most cars, trucks, or SUVs in most conditions. The proceeds raised goes to help active military, veterans, and their families, and you get a tax deduction. All you need to do is make this free call. Get rid of that old car and help the vets. We make it easy. Make this free call now and book your fast and easy pickup. Call the Veteran Donation Program now. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Operators are standing by. Here's the number.
800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. That's 800-540-8816.
This is America in the Morning from Westwood One. I'm John Trout. Coming up this half hour,
Senator Bob Menendez is rejecting what he calls one of the more salacious accusations against him. Sagar Meghani at the White House.
Donald Trump begins a busy week of campaigning by skipping the presidential debate. I'm John Stolness.
American tanks are on the ground in Ukraine. I'm Clayton Neville.
Authorities are allowing residents of the town in Maui devastated by wildfire to return for the first time in 7 weeks. I'm Jennifer King.
Second GOP debate features everyone but the frontrunner.
The next version of AI will see, hear, and speak back to you. I'm Chuck Palm.
There are still some steps to complete before the writer's strike is over. I'm Kevin Carr.
Back after these messages.
The lights are off. Everything is quiet. You're ready to sleep. But your brain isn't. It's going a mile a minute, stressing about every detail of your life. Like that awkward thing you said when you were 13, or whether you chose the right career, or that unanswered text you sent earlier. Sound familiar? Whether they strike before bed or any time throughout the day, racing thoughts are a pain. Therapy can give you a place to work through all those thoughts and come up with solutions so they don't keep you up at night or stop you from enjoying the rest of your day. With BetterHelp, just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist based on your needs and preferences. Connect by phone, video, or chat from wherever you are. Switch therapists anytime and use flexible week-to-week scheduling to book appointments. Get a break from your racing thoughts with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/chatter today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp. HELP.com/chatter.
Now's a great time to take the next step in your career. Welcome to LakeJob.com. LakeJob.com is your one-stop shop for finding job openings in long-term rental housing in the Lake area. The best part is it's completely free. These sponsors make LakeJob possible. JBEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting, First State Bank Mortgage Team Lassen, All Phase Heating and Cooling, Keys to the Lake, and Ellerman Roofing, a division of Kimes Corp. LakeJob.com is a service of Newstalk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9 and 98.7 The Cove.
Update your home's flooring today and get 11% off everything. Now at Menards. Add comfort and style to your home with new carpet. Mohawk stylish carpet collections deliver fashion, softness, and easy maintenance. Weston plush carpet features advanced stain and soil protection. Right now it's on sale for only 79 cents a square foot after 11% off. Good through October 1st. Savings are a mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
It's 25 till. Welcome back. You're with America in the Morning. A menacing storm continues to bring showers to parts of the nation. Here's AccuWeather.com meteorologist Carl Babinski.
During the past 3 days, the impacts associated with what was once Tropical Storm Ophelia have been felt in the eastern region. Yesterday, there was some more rain, some of it heavy in parts of New England and in New York. Not so much, though, in the mid-Atlantic states, which got its heaviest rain over the weekend. Today, showers are expected to linger, especially in New England. Temperatures are going to be in the 60s and 70s across much of the Northeast. Actually, western and central parts of New York State should be fairly nice, where there will be more sunshine and highs will be in the mid-70s. It's also looking pretty good in the mid-Atlantic states as well. In the southeast, a nearly stationary front has been a catalyst for thunderstorm activity lately in central and south Florida. Today will be no exception. We've also seen a slow-moving front pushing through Texas, and today there will be additional rounds of showers and thunderstorms along the I-10 corridor. It'll reach the low 90s in cities like San Antonio and Houston, but that won't stop thunderstorms from forming, and some of these could produce heavy rain later this afternoon and this evening. Even back into New Mexico, a few strong thunderstorms are possible today. This is an area where the National Severe Storms Forecasting Laboratory has issued a marginal risk for severe weather. There's another one, too, located in the Midwest. In parts of northwest Indiana and northern Illinois, storms today could produce strong wind gusts and a downpour. Highs will be mostly in the upper 60s and lower 70s across Illinois, Indiana, and Michigan. Some beneficial rain will continue in the Pacific Northwest. Seattle has seen at least half an inch of rain since early Monday. More to come both today and tomorrow. Highs are expected to be in the upper 50s and lower 60s the next couple of days. That's the nation's weather. I'm AccuWeather.com meteorologist Carl Babinski.
Now 23 till. America in the Morning continues. I'm John Trout. In a vigorous defense, New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez is rejecting what he calls one of the more salacious accusations against him in a federal indictment. Washington correspondent Sagar Magani has details.
Today I'm announcing that my office has obtained a 3-count indictment charging Senator Robert Menendez, his wife Nadine Menendez, and 3 New Jersey businessmen, Weil Hanna, Jose Uribe, and Fred Davies, for bribery offenses. The indictment alleges that between 2018 and 2022, Senator Menendez, the senior U.S. Senator from New Jersey and the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and his wife Nadine Menendez, engaged in a corrupt relationship with Hanna, Uribe, and Davies. The indictment alleges that through that relationship, the senator and his wife accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars of bribes.
Prosecutors say FBI agents found nearly $500,000 in cash in Menendez's home.
Prosecutors get it wrong sometimes. Sadly, I know that. Instead of waiting for all the facts to be presented, others have rushed opportunity for themselves or those around them.
The senator says he kept the cash on hand for emergencies and because his family used to fear its assets being seized in its native Cuba.
For 30 years, I have withdrawn thousands of dollars in cash from my personal savings account, which I have kept for emergencies and because of the history of my family facing confiscation in Cuba. Now, this may seem old-fashioned, but these were monies drawn from my personal savings account based on the income that I have lawfully derived over those 30 years.
In announcing the indictment Friday, prosecutor Damian Williams noted the cash had some tie to Fred Davies, one of the 3 businessmen from whom Menendez is accused of taking bribes.
Some of the envelopes of cash contain Davies' fingerprints, Davies' DNA.
All I humbly ask for in this moment, in my colleagues in Congress, the elected leaders and the advocates of New Jersey that I have worked with for years, as well as each person who calls New Jersey home, is to pause and allow for all the facts to be presented.
Sagar Magani at the White House.
Former President Donald Trump has undertaken a busy week of campaigning. At 21 before the hour, Washington correspondent John Stolness tells us one stop the former president won't make is at Wednesday's GOP presidential debate.
While touring a gun shop in small-town Somerville yesterday,
you must have loved guns from the time you were like 3 years old.
There was some confusion as to whether Trump purchased a Glock handgun while at the store.
Oh, I like that one. We thought you might like it.
Do you want to see it?
A campaign spokesman tweeted that he had. Later, a different spokesperson clarified that Trump had not. As Trump faces federal indictment, it would have been a federal crime for him to purchase a firearm. Later, in a speech at a boat building facility, Trump touted the big lead he's holding in South Carolina, just days ahead of the second Republican presidential debate.
We did phenomenally here. We've always done well here, and we're going to do it at a level that nobody's ever seen. So we broke the record twice. We're going to break it a third time. We're going to break our own record.
Trump joking that some of those good polling numbers could have some negative consequences.
In fact, I'm getting a little concerned because we had a poll this weekend that was so big. I said, here we go, more indictments. Every time we get a good poll, we get indicted.
Trump did not attend the first debate and will not be in attendance in California tomorrow night either.
You ought to stop wasting their time. You know, they're wasting a lot of time with these ridiculous debates that nobody's watching.
Instead, the former president will be in Michigan, meeting with striking workers from the United Auto Workers Union. President Biden is heading there today, one day ahead. Trump criticized Biden's trip in a social media post, saying, quote, Biden had no intention of going to visit the United Auto Workers until I announced I was heading to Michigan to be with them. Trump has also broken with Speaker Kevin McCarthy in a post on social media, saying Republicans should shut down the government unless Democrats give them everything they want. The deadline to keep the government open is midnight on Saturday. I'm John Stolness.
More weapons are arriving in Ukraine as troops there push forward in their counteroffensive against Russia. Correspondent Clayton Neville has the latest on the American delivery and a Ukrainian strike that targeted senior Kremlin military leaders in Crimea.
The first American-made Abrams tanks are now on the ground in Ukraine. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made the announcement during his nightly video address.
We are preparing them to reinforce our actions against the occupiers, and it will be a significant reinforcement. We are also working to get all the other weapons capabilities we need. This includes F-16S. We are preparing pilots and infrastructure. This also includes long-range weapons. We are doing our utmost to enable Ukraine to do more to liberate its territory.
Ukrainian special forces are touting Russia's loss of the commander of its fleet in the Black Sea following an attack in Crimea that Ukrainian officials say killed more than 30 senior Russian officials. Russia tight-lipped on that for now, but Ukraine bracing for the Kremlin's next move. Meanwhile, during an update to the Human Rights Council, the chair of the UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry said that the council's still looking into whether or not Russia's committed genocide in Ukraine.
The Commission is deeply concerned at the scale and gravity of violations and the continuous evidence of crimes committed by the Russian armed forces in Ukraine.
In the U.S., the White House making clear it stands firmly behind Ukraine, while some Republicans continue to push back, arguing that more resources are needed in other places, like the U.S.-Mexico border, and questioning how long the U.S. can afford more aid packages for Ukraine. I'm Clayton Neville.
17 till residents of Maui now permitted to return home, and the 4-day school week becoming popular. Those stories and more when America in the Morning continues after these messages.
Hun, we need to stop putting off getting life insurance.
I know. It's just been so busy, and I'm sure the cost is out of our budget.
Well, Jen told me that they got a $500,000 term life insurance policy from Ethos for less than $23 a month. All online with no complicated forms and no medical exam. All they had to do was answer a few health questions.
Wait, no medical exam and all online?
I know, right? It's not easy to think about, but if something happened to you, James and I would be...
Okay, I get it. Let's get a quote from Ethos right now. Wow, you were right. There's no medical exam, and Ethos makes the whole online process fast and easy. And look at these rates and coverage options. It's great protection and totally fits our budget.
Ethos. They've removed all the barriers from getting coverage. Go to checkethos.com to get your free online quote. That's checkethos.com. Quote based on a healthy, non-smoking 30-year-old male with a 20-year term policy. Rates may vary.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
Welcome back to our program. I'm John Trout at 15 till. You're listening to America in the Morning. Authorities are allowing residents of a town in Maui devastated by wildfires to return for the first time in 7 weeks. Correspondent Jennifer King reports.
Residents of Lahaina who survived the wildfire on August 8th are eager to see their devastated properties and collect anything that might remain. Authorities divided the burned area into 17 zones and have started handing out passes for today and tomorrow.
As of now, we still are at 97 fatalities. 89 people have been identified, and we have 15 outstanding investigations. So we're getting closer to knowing the full scope of our loss.
Hawaii Governor Josh Green.
The president did approve our request to pay 100% of the debris removal over 6 months, and that should accelerate the removal of the debris, and we'll make sure that people have a chance to go to their properties starting on Monday to get closure.
Maui Emergency Management official Daryl Oliveira says it's sure to be an emotional moment.
For many of them, they have lost everything, including loved ones. We want to make this process as comfortable and as easy on them and keep them safe.
Jess Clayton says she just wants the freedom to be there and absorb what happened and bring back whatever she might find. Officials are urging people not to sift through the ashes for fear of raising toxic dust.
We have 7,782 individuals across 40 hotels, and that represents about 3,167 families. We'll gradually move people into long-term rentals so they can be more comfortable, but we will provide housing for at least 18 months for everyone, and we'll build. We'll build with the blessing of the people of Lahaina.
I'm Jennifer King.
A Texas gunman who killed 23 people in a racist attack on Hispanic shoppers at a Walmart in 2019 has agreed to pay restitution. Correspondent Mike Hempen reports.
Patrick Crusius has agreed to pay more than $5 million to the families of the victims. In July, he was sentenced to 90 consecutive life sentences after pleading guilty to federal hate crime charges. It was one of the worst mass killings in U.S. history. Crusius, who is white, still faces a separate trial in Texas court that could end with him getting the death penalty. Crusius pleaded guilty in February after federal prosecutors took the death penalty off the table. But Texas prosecutors have said they will put him on death row when he stands trial in state court. That trial date has not yet been set. I'm Mike Hempen.
It's 12 till. America in the Morning continues. The stage is set for the second GOP presidential debate that will be held tomorrow night at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in Simi Valley, California. The 7 White House contenders who qualified and announced they will attend in alphabetical order are North Carolina Governor Doug Burgum, former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, former UN Ambassador and former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, former Vice President Mike Pence, biotech entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy, and Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina. To participate in that debate, candidates needed to reach polling and donor thresholds set by the RNC. One who qualified, former President Trump, who has also not signed a pledge to support the eventual winning candidate, will instead be in Michigan, where he'll address striking auto workers. President Biden has found the time to meet with picketers today. Shifting gears, more schools around the country are adopting 4-day school weeks. But for some parents, the challenge is what to do about day 5. Correspondent Julie Walker reports.
Independence, Missouri has a 4-day school week. Brandy Pruitt sends her kids there. She's a teacher in a neighboring district with 5 school days.
I think there's a
an argument, too, that it's not the school's job to babysit. True. But it is the school's job to provide a quality education.
Hundreds of school systems around the country have adopted 4-day weeks. Policy researcher Christopher Doss says it's a quick fix to a more complex issue.
You're not really looking at the underlying causes of stress in the education system.
School districts cite cost savings and advantages for teacher recruitment, although some have questioned the effects on students. I'm Julie Walker.
It seems AI is popping up everywhere, and soon it'll be able to see you and interact directly with you at your office or home. Here's Chuck Palm with that in today's Tech News.
OpenAI's ChatGPT is getting a major upgrade. Soon, your artificial intelligence will be able to talk back and show facial expressions. The viral chatbot will be able to have normal voice conversations with users, putting it on par with popular AI software like Siri and Alexa. The new version of ChatGPT will offer voice features that will be able to narrate bedtime stories, settle debates at the dinner table, and speak out loud text input from users. With added image support, users will be able to take pictures of things around them and ask the chatbot to troubleshoot why your grill won't start and explore the contents of your fridge to help you plan a meal. AI has been adopted by many companies for a wide range of tasks, from summarizing documents to writing code, that has set off a race amongst big tech companies to launch their own version of artificial intelligence. The new features will be released in the next 2 weeks for Plus and Enterprise Plan subscribers of ChatGPT. Tell us what you think at allthetoptech.tech. I'm Chuck Palm.
9 till, let's get a check of sports. Here's Robert Workman.
A Monday Night Football doubleheader, the Eagles soared past the Buccaneers 25-11 in a battle of unbeatens. Jalen Hurts threw for 1 touchdown, ran for another, and then crushed Tampa Bay's comeback hopes with a 15-play game-ending drive that ate up the last 9+ minutes on the clock. In his last 21 regular season games, Hurts has won 20. Bengals rallied to dodge the Rams 19-16 for their first win of the year. Joe Mixon had the go-ahead touchdown run. 9 teams started the week at 2-0 with 7 unbeatens in the NFC. We're down to just 3, the Eagles, the Dolphins, and the Niners. 9 others came in at 0-2. 4 remain winless, and as luck would have it, those 4 are paired off this weekend. The Broncos are at the Bears, and the Vikings at the Panthers. Week 4 begins Thursday with the Lions at the Packers. Baseball, the race in the American League West, is starting to come into sharper focus. The Rangers hit back-to-back-to-back homers in the 6th to take down the Angels. Adolis Garcia, Mitch Garver, and Nathaniel Lowe all connected.
Hit something hard because, it was hot at the time, and get it while it's hot. 3 in a row is something really cool. I've never been a part of something like that before.
Texas has won 6 straight and remained 2.5 games ahead of Houston. The Astros stranded the Mariners. Justin Verlander took a shutout into the 9th on just 3 hits. The win puts Houston a 1.5 games ahead of Seattle for the final AL wildcard. Yankees topped the Diamondbacks. Arizona now tied with the Cubs for the 2nd NL wildcard. And the Giants got 2 in the 8th to trip the Padres. That's Tuesday Sports.
Thank you, Robert. It's 7 till. When we return on America in the Morning, sexual assault allegations involving a leading actor and the FDA on treatment for Lou Gehrig's disease. Those stories and more when America in the Morning returns after these messages.
Consumer Cellular's award-winning customer support is 100% based in the U.S., and you are 100% based in the U.S. That's something you have in common with Consumer Cellular's customer service. Consumer Cellular's customer service likes pizza, and you like pizza. You want a free month of service, and we want to give you one. We obviously can't wait to hear from you. Visit consumercellular.com/free month and enter code FREEMONTH to get your 2nd month free. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Promotion is subject to terms and conditions.
A lot of schools talk about training the cybersecurity workforce of the future, but do they really deliver? My Computer Career has been supplying the IT workforce with thousands of skilled, certified pros for 15 years. Train with the experts in support, networking, or cybersecurity and start your career in months, not years. Upskill even faster. On campus or live online, qualified students may get financial aid, including the GI Bill. My Computer Career. Accredited, acclaimed, effective. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
It's 5 till. Welcome back to America in the Morning. Before the writers go back to work, there are still I's to dot and T's to cross before the strike is officially over. Kevin Carr has the latest.
While the WGA has come to a tentative agreement with the AMPTP, the strike is not yet over. Once the language is finalized, the WGA leadership will vote to recommend the deal to its membership as early as Tuesday. The next step would be for the 11,500 members to vote on the new contract, which is expected to take a couple days. While the details of the agreement have not yet been made public, the WGA has characterized it as, quote, exceptional. On Monday, WGA member Joe Rousseau told KTLA this makes him optimistic.
What we know is our negotiating committee is very happy. They called it an exceptional deal. You know, them saying we got an exceptional deal makes me very excited because I think we might have actually saved the film and TV industry with this strike.
Daytime talk shows like those from Drew Barrymore and Jennifer Hudson, who briefly considered restarting during the strike, are expected to be back within the first 2 weeks of October. Late-night talk shows should return in mid-October, and Saturday Night Live, which normally debuts in late September, is expected to return closer to Halloween. However, full television and movie productions are still stymied by the actors' strike. SAG-AFTRA leadership is likely to use the WGA agreement as a template for their negotiations. If the actors' strike is resolved in a timely manner, most productions are expected to resume after the holidays in early 2024. I'm Kevin Carr.
Legal troubles for actor and comedian Russell Brand are spreading overseas. Entertainment correspondent Margie Zaraletta reports that London police are looking into sexual assault allegations after a recent British media story.
London's Metropolitan Police confirm it is looking into non-recent sexual offenses after Britain's Channel 4 and the Times and Sunday Times newspapers ran reports on Russell Brand. Police do not mention Brand by name, but refer to the reports. No arrests have been made. The reports quote 4 women as saying Brand assaulted them, and one says Brand raped her. Brand has denied doing anything wrong and says his relationships were consensual. I'm Margie Zaraletta.
The Food and Drug Administration says it will meet this week to consider a much-debated treatment for Lou Gehrig's disease. Correspondent Jackie Quinn reports.
The FDA has just reiterated its long-standing position that one study by drug maker Brainstorm is not enough to provide convincing evidence that its stem cell-based therapy can actually help patients with ALS, known as Lou Gehrig's disease, a debilitating nerve condition that does lead to death. The agency scheduled the Wednesday hearing after getting a petition with 30,000 signatures. A study of Neurone failed to show a significant difference between patients who received the drug and those who got sham injections, but the company says the results were skewed. Some wonder if there could be a compromise ruling approving Neurone for some patients. Jackie Quinn, Washington.
America in the Morning for Tuesday, September 26, 2023 is produced by Jeff McKay. Senior producer Kevin Delaney. I'm John Trout. This is Westwood One.
Have you written a book and want to get it published? Then call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573. Immediately. That's 800-506-3573. Page Publishing is looking for authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Page Publishing will take the time to review each and every book submitted to them and give you their feedback. If they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So if you've written a novel, children's book, cookbook, inspirational work, poetry, or a biography and want to get it published, then you need to call Page Publishing and do it immediately. Call 800-506-3573 now for your free author submission kit. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-506-3573. That's 800-506-3573. Your road to fame and fortune could very well start with this simple phone call. Call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573 for your free author submission kit.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Striking auto workers will get a show of support from President Biden when he visits them on the picket line in Michigan today. Steve Greger is among the almost 19,000 who walked off their jobs 12 days ago.
The end goal is to end tiered wages, bring back cost of living allowance that we used to have. You know, we're fighting for other things. Pensions, those were taken away. There's job security issues.
Former President Trump plans to visit picketers tomorrow as both he and Mr. Biden vie for working class voters in next year's election. In Washington, the Senate plans to vote on a short-term spending bill today to keep the government up and running. But Republicans in the House are still divided. CBS's Jared Hill.
Congress is in crisis mode with just 5 days until a government shutdown. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy frustrated with his own party.
Why would they want to stop paying the troops or stop paying the border agents or the Coast Guard? I don't understand how that makes you stronger. I don't understand what point you're trying to make.
A group of hardline Republicans lobbying for deep spending cuts is pushing for a shutdown, emboldened by former President Trump, who posted on social media, "Unless you get everything, shut it down."
Hundreds of thousands more people will become eligible for free health insurance in North Carolina December 1st through expanded Medicaid. Democratic Governor Roy Cooper.
We finally know the date of the start of life-saving health care for North Carolinians. And it's a good feeling.
Cooper signed a landmark Medicaid law in March, removing his state from a list of 11 that hadn't accepted expansion. The border crisis is slowing down trade between the U.S. and Mexico. Correspondent Cammie McCormick.
As many as 8,000 trucks carrying $1 billion worth of goods are stranded along the Mexican side of the border. That is, the U.S. shuts down crossings and imposes extra security checks. The backup is causing some plants in Mexico to shut down production. U.S. border authorities suspended cargo processing at one of El Paso's international bridges last week to shift officers to process more migrants.
Some rare good news on climate. CBS's Vicki Barker is at the foreign desk.
Fatih Birol, the head of the International Energy Agency, admits that greenhouse gas emissions from burning fossil fuels remain stubbornly high. But with spending on renewable energy up 40% in the past 2 years, and with more and more of us driving electric vehicles, he says he's optimistic that the world might yet be able to mitigate the worst effects of climate change.
S&P futures are down 19. Dow futures off 131. This is CBS News.
If you need to hire, you need Indeed, because Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. This year's Highway Safety and Traffic Conference, taking a look at roadway safety in Missouri, continues. Local and national safety experts and advocates are in Columbia talking about a wide range of topics, including the new distracted driving hands-free law in Missouri, a presentation on expanding Interstate 70, the impacts of cannabis on highway safety, speed, community partnerships, and how to reduce traffic fatalities. The conference conference is being hosted by MoDOT and the Missouri Coalition for Roadway Safety. It opened on Monday and comes to a close on Wednesday at the Holiday Inn Executive Center. With the main construction season all but over for MoDOT, the focus now turns toward making sure there's enough personnel to make it through the winter in the lake area.
We are looking for seasonal maintenance workers or emergency operators for the winter. So if you are a local truck driver, ready-mix driver, dump truck driver, already hold a CDL and just looking to make up some extra cash in the during inclement weather when you're probably not hauling any materials.
Central District Area Engineer Danny Rager says more information about the seasonal job openings is available on MoDOT's website. Otherwise, there are still some delays along North 5 for asphalt work, and detours are in place for the Route C bridge closure near Brumley. New business and a closed session are expected to highlight discussion during tonight's Board of Aldermen meeting in Eldon. Those new business items include the Neighborhood Improvement District Special Assessment, electro-hydraulic rescue tools, and engineering services for the Rock Island Trail. The closed session is expected to cover legal and personnel issues. The Eldon Board of Aldermen meeting begins tonight at 6 o'clock in the Public Works Building on Y Highway. When you see news happening, contact the KRMS Newsroom at area code 573-317-TALK. If you have any pictures or videos, you can email those to us at newsroom@krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
I'm Jennifer Webster from Heritage Bank of the Ozarks in Camdenton, where you will find everything you need in a bank. Mobile and ATM deposits, person-to-person transfer, and instant issue debit cards. Plus, your dollars stay local. When you bank locally, your local dollars are invested in our local communities with local lenders and local decisions. At Heritage Bank, we are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Mizzou football's undefeated 4-0 run continues. They're in the top 25 in both the Associated Press and coaches polls. We told you about that yesterday, and some pivotal games are on the way. First, SEC opener on Saturday. They'll go to Nashville to take on Vanderbilt. Tigers will be double-digit road favorites. And then announced yesterday, Mizzou will take on LSU at 11 a.m. in Columbia on October the 7th. Won't be a primetime game, but will be on ESPN on that Saturday morning. There'll be some big SEC games later that night as number 1 Georgia takes on currently undefeated Kentucky. Alabama takes on Texas A&M in College Station for that CBS 2:30 kickoff. But some big games on the way for the Tigers. The Cardinals play their final road series starting tonight in Milwaukee. Zach Thompson and Adrian Hauser will be on the mound. Cardinals need to win the rest of their games to at least potentially avoid a solo last place finish. Just one more loss would ensure that and guarantee the Cardinals finishing solo last for the first time ever in the Central Division. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded. If you have a smartphone, Alexa, Google Play, or a computer, you have a radio. Now you can listen to KRMS anywhere in the world. Just download the KRMS app for your phone, enable the skill for your smart speaker, or go to krmsradio.com. Live internet streaming is sponsored by Capricorn Insurance. Visit capricorninsurance.net. Now you can listen to all your favorite local programs anywhere in the world. We're at your service. We're KRMS.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunshine today with our high nearing 85. Scattered showers and thunderstorms overnight, mostly cloudy with a low around 63. Some rain may linger early Wednesday, then sunny with a high of 82 and clear skies in 62 throughout Wednesday night. Mostly sunny and 86 Thursday. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is, currently it's 58 degrees.
The Star-Spangled Banner is presented each weekday morning by Lori Marine, and you're reminded that freedom isn't free. It's paid for by the sacrifices of brave men and women in our armed forces.
Good morning, Lake of the Ozarks. Good morning, Osage Beach, and good morning to the communities in the counties of Camden, Morgan, Miller, and Benton. A pleasant good Tuesday morning to you. Today is Tuesday, September the 26th, 2023. Well, it's not as bad as it's been in the past couple of days. That fog, the dense fog, is it's not actually visible today, but we still have high humidity of about 84%. Presently, we have 66 degrees. Our winds are out of the southwest at 1 mile per hour. Barometer's holding steady at 30.09 inches. Sunrise this morning, 7:01. It will set at 7:02. It'll be about another month, and then we'll be moving those clocks back. We'll fall back 1 hour, but that's about 30 days away or so. We don't have to worry about that right now. 12 hours and 1 minute of daylight, and the equinox is really upon us, and this is more of what is happening around the Earth, astronomical-wise. But on the calendar, it was actually on September the 23rd is when they did that. Records on this date: 89 set back in 2021, 38 set back in 1989. Our averages on this date, 78 and 56. Highs today of around 85 degrees. Well, lake level 657.64, river level 552.10. Truman is at 704.78. Tell you what, there was a great match last night. We're talking the battle at the lake. Osage and Camdenton. Camdenton came out on top as the winner at the Battle of the Lake, but a well-fought battle as far as Osage goes, and they really started coming on strong in the third set, but just could not quite move over the edge, and it was 23-25, and so Camdenton took that. But boy, oh boy, these girls really fought hard, and good talent here in the Lake of the Ozarks as far as competition. Tony Herman and I were over there calling that game. It was just a lot of fun. And so there's a lot more action as far as volleyball, softball, soccer, golf. By the way, this morning, the golf team of Osage, they're teeing off at 9 o'clock at Osage National. And you are invited to watch and attend. But the thing is, you can follow along in the golf cart on the cart path, but you need to follow behind the group, and there's no coaching. This is like a tournament. And so just really good stuff. Well, gas prices. Well, we always get to those, as we always do, but AAA says that's going to be costing more. But first, let's hear this from Jennifer Kuiper.
Global oil prices have been climbing, so you're paying more to fill up your car, truck, or SUV. Factoring into gas prices is Saudi Arabia cutting its oil supply by 1 million barrels a day in July. Russia has also limited its output. And according to energy analyst Tom Kloza,
we're likely to see some increased production somewhere, certainly not before the end of the year from Saudi Arabia, but I think in 2024 right now, they're probably planning on increasing output.
Some analysts say they expect a barrel of oil to cost $100. Kloza says the price of oil has likely peaked for the year. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Well, here locally, as far as gas prices go, well, we're starting to see a little bit of a decline, and even nationally it went down a penny. Here in Osage Beach, Murphy is at $3.47, the Shell $3.58, Hy-Vee $3.63, Conoco $3.57, Cenex and Casey's both at $3.48. Phillips 66 and break time at Lake Ozark, there at $3.69. Camdenton, more of a mixed bag. We start with Murphy at $3.55, the Shell at $3.60, Cenex $3.65. That's being reported this morning from Gas Buddy. Casey's at $3.58, $3.59 at Gerbs and Signal and CNN-CNK. Bledsoe's is at $3.89. Eldon $3.84. For the Shell station, Cenex, Casey's, and Phillips 66, they're all at $3.85. Lori, the Shell's at $3.74, Cenex $3.69, Phillips 66, $3.79 a gallon. The average around the state dropped a penny again to $3.60 a gallon. The national average, as I mentioned earlier, dropped a penny to $3.83 a gallon. In our brackets this morning, they have all trended down about a penny. So here we go. Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Alabama, Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, Georgia, both Carolinas, $3.26 to $3.51. Oklahoma, Kansas, Wisconsin, Michigan, West Virginia, and Florida, 351 to 368. New Mexico, Nebraska, Iowa, Indiana, 368 to 383. Wyoming, both Dakotas, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, and New York, 383 to 413. Illinois, our neighbor, 388. Colorado, 393. And California went up 2 cents to $3.84 a gallon. News time is 6:16. We'll be checking in with Kara Foster at 6:20 in just about 4 minutes. Well, it's time for the American Automobile Association's 2023 Your Driving Cost Study. The spreadsheet breaks down the average yearly cost of owning a new vehicle and driving it a little bit further for 10,000, 15,000, or 20,000 miles in a year. Now, according to Autoblog in 2019, the Your Driving Cost came up with an annual outlay of $9,282 for the first 5 years of ownership, driving 15,000 miles, and then a 5% bump over that was over 2018. In 2021, the annual cost went to $96.66 for the same usage. This year's study is out, and no one will be surprised that costs are up. AAA says it costs an average of $12,000. Wow, that's up about 30%, isn't it? $12,182, and that's about $1,015 every month to drive for 5 years at 15,000 miles. Oh, my goodness. How about that? Well, the government shut down, and there's some back and forth here, and Donald Trump says, wait a minute. Let's put a hold on this government spending business.
Donald Trump posted on his Truth Social account that Republicans should block any deal that doesn't defund an awful lot of things, including Jack Smith's prosecution of Donald Trump. That's not really on the table for a bipartisan negotiation. Kevin McCarthy is saying, I think unequivocally, that a shutdown is bad. It's bad for the House getting leverage in negotiations. It's bad politics. It's also just bad no matter your party because constituents are going to take it on the chin.
Well, coming up in just about 2 minutes or so, we've got Kara Foster with a look at weatherology for this morning. And then we've got CBS Money Watch, 625, 626. It's the USDA Ag Minute. And then in 7 o'clock, we'll be talking with Mike Koenigsman and then Danny Ellison, the educated redneck. So we've got a lot on our plate this morning, plus our usual features. We're going to be taking a listen to the Tech Mobility Minute with Ken Chester at 6:53, and then we'll find out what's trending this hour. This is the Ozarks This Morning on News Talk KRMS, the voice of the lake. We've been the voice of the lake since 1951. We are broadcasting from the Radio Television Center right here in mid-Missouri. My name is Guy Wayman. The time is 6:18.
Americans, I'm Todd Starn. Stand by for news and commentary next.
Take advantage of the warmer weather and come explore Liberty University's campus, ranked number 4 best college campus in America by Niche.com. Join us for Experience LU, an all-day event that shows off our dorm rooms, classrooms, and award-winning dining hall. Or, if you're short on time, attend a 4-hour student-led campus tour to hit the highlights. To learn more or schedule your visit to Liberty University, text Visit LU to 49596. Again, that's Visit LU to 49596.
The Biden administration ordered a German homeschool family to leave the country. The Romeike family was forced to flee Germany in 2008. They were persecuted by the government there for homeschooling their children. The Germans levied fines against the family, threatened to take away their kids. The Romeikes and their 5 kids eventually settled in eastern Tennessee, and they were granted indefinite deferred action status. The evangelical Christians were allowed to live, work, and remain safely in the United States. In the past 10 years, they've had 2 additional children, and 2 of their grown kids have married Americans. They also have an American grandchild. But a few weeks ago, during a routine check-in with the American government, the family was ordered to pack their bags and head back to Germany. They're being kicked out of the country. So let me get this straight. Biden turns a blind eye to the murderers coming across the border, but it's the Christians getting the heave-ho. I'm Todd Starn.
The voice of Mid-Missouri. News Talk KRMS.
Wake up with the best.
Why would anyone listen to anything else?
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Grab that cup of joe. We've got some breakfast on the way. And to serve it on up this morning, Kara Foster. Good morning, Kara Foster.
Good morning.
All right, National Pancake Day. You get some bacon there going, maybe a side of scrambled eggs and a cup of coffee. Man, we're cooking.
That sounds very good, especially in this morning.
Yes, it does. Johnny Appleseed Day. Now, up there in Minnesota land, you probably don't. You have John Bunyan up there, or Paul Bunyan, rather.
Paul Bunyan, yes.
Yeah, but Johnny Appleseed, he went back and he gave all these apples and planted all these seeds for all these apple trees in the Ohio Valley, and it stretched down across the country.
I have heard of Johnny Appleseed, yes.
All right.
But I didn't really know exactly what he did, so that's good to know.
Yeah, well, Appleseed, okay. Season 32 premiere of Dancing with the Stars. Have you ever wanted to do that?
Mm-hmm. Well, funny story is actually one of the teachers on that show is actually my old dance partner.
Really?
Yeah, we danced together when we were 5. He's partnered with Jamie Lynn Spears this year.
Well, has he tried to lure you into Dancing with the Stars?
No. My parents almost taught on it. They were asked several times. But they turned it down. Wow. But I turned down the dancing life early on. I went into other sports, soccer and volleyball.
Well, we had the Battle of the Lake last night. We had 2 of the big high school teams in the area, Osage and Camdenton, battle at the lake, and it went.
Nice.
It was just a lot of fun, and so
that is fun.
Get a nice competition going. Well, all right, Johnny Appleseed and Pancake Day. What's our weather going to be like?
All right. Well, a lot of sunshine for today, high of 85. Isolated showers for tonight, mostly cloudy, dip down to 63. Showers may continue early tomorrow morning. I mean, chances are very small, so we probably won't see much. Sunshine for tomorrow, high of 82. Clear and 62 for Wednesday night. And then from there, we're going to be warm. High of 86 and sunny Thursday, 88 and sunny on Friday, 87 Saturday, and 86 on Sunday. We do have a lot of sunshine, which is nice. We're still definitely needing that rain, so I'm hoping that next week does kind of come out for us. But, I mean, we did get a lot of rain possibilities last week, so we can, just enjoy the summer-like weather that we have for our first full week of fall. I'm meteorologist Kara Foster.
All right. We will catch you next hour. Thank you so much, Kara.
Catch you then.
All right, Kara Foster right here on the Ozarks this morning. You can hear her 3 times live each morning, one at 6:20, the other one at 7:50, and the third one is at 8:50 right here on the program. Coming up, we have CBS Money Watch and then the USDA Ag Minute talking about the Christmas tree traditions that affects the farmers and all. Coming up on 6:24, our news time.
The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Coast to coast.
Can your employer fire you for actually taking your agreed upon sick days? Or insist that you take a cut in pay in order to keep your job? I'm Curtis Howard. Join me every day as we learn the answers to these and other actual court cases on America's radio court, Point of Law. You'll be amazed, amused, and sometimes annoyed. Join me here every day and be a part of it, and see if you agree with the judge.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway, next to Golden Corral.
Join KRMS for our East Side Social on Wednesday, September 27th at Lake Billiard Sports Bar and Grill in Osage Beach.
Enjoy complimentary appetizers and the lake's best networking starting at 5 p.m. Everyone's welcome. Meet great people, get new business, and there are no dues to pay.
The social on September 27th is sponsored by LOZ App, your guide to the Lake of the Ozarks.
East Side Socials are presented by News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9, 98.7 The Cove, and KRMS TV 32.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
We've got 66 degrees. The time right now is 6:25.
CBS Money Watch.
Video game voice actors and motion capture performers have voted to authorize a strike if labor negotiation talks with gaming companies fail. The union representing them, SAG-AFTRA, is also representing thousands of Hollywood actors who walked off the job more than 2 months ago. In a partnership with online marketplace Sesame, Costco is expanding its members-only perks to now include virtual primary health care for just $29. Virtual checkups involving a standard lab panel and virtual follow-ups with a doctor are listed online at $72, while virtual therapy sessions are as low as $79. That's your CBS News Money Watch report. I'm Chanel Call.
Fall into a hiring spree with Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates. Sponsor a job and instantly receive a short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credits.
Well, it's time now for the USDA Ag Minute. And this morning we're talking about the Christmas tree traditions and the farms.
This year's selected U.S. Capitol Christmas tree originates from the Mountaineer State. And as Amy Albright of the U.S. Forest Service in West Virginia observes, the selection continues a storied tradition of her state providing what is known as the People's Tree.
This is actually the third opportunity that West Virginia and the Monongahela National Forest had the honor to provide the tree, joining the ranks of 4 other forests that have had the opportunity to provide the tree at least 3 times in the program's history. So we'll be joining the Green Mountain National Forest in Vermont, the Pisgah National Forest in North Carolina, and the Ottawa National Forest in Michigan.
The Monongahela also provided the People's Tree in its initial year of 1970, as well as during our nation's bicentennial in 1976. The 2023 tree will be harvested in early November and paraded around its home state for 2 weeks before arriving on the Capitol grounds. I'm Rod Bain reporting for the U.S. Department of Agriculture in Washington, D.C.
It's game day at Jim's house, and the spread is impressive.
Mike's already done some damage with the hot wings, and now he's dropping back and going deep for another slice of pizza.
I sure hope he brought the Pepto.
Mike knows that Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5-symptom relief from unexpected stomach upsets. He's no rookie.
The way he's throwing back those nachos, he's the GOAT.
Be ready for game day with Pepto-Bismol.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Do you struggle with occasional nerve aches in your hands or feet? Try Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1 nerve care company. Nervive tablets contain alpha-lipoic acid to relieve nerve aches, weakness, and discomfort, plus B-complex vitamins to support healthy nerve function as you age. Live life with less nerve discomfort with Nervive Nerve Relief. Learn more at nervivehealth.com. And try Nervive Pain Relieving Cream to block nerve pain signals at the source. Use as directed.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
Well, coming up this Saturday, it's the beginning of the festivals because it starts with Eldon and the Turkey Festival, goes right through Versailles, and they have the Apple Festival, and just a great time of the year. Turkey Festival is this Saturday over in Eldon. It's been an ongoing tradition for 37 years. And they'll have food vendors, homemade crafts, commercial sale vendors, and a whole lot more. The week is the homecoming week for the Eldon Mustang football team, and a lot of class reunions. There's a demolition derby, golf tournament, Friday night action as well. And so the 37th Annual Turkey Festival. For more information, go to the eldonchamber.com website. You can find out a whole lot more there. And it goes on from 9 o'clock in the morning on Saturday to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And a little piece of information, if you want those turkey legs, get there early, because if you get there late in the afternoon, they're gone. Our news time coming up on 6:30. This is the Ozarks This Morning on News Talk KRMS.
Embarrassed by ugly yellow toe fungus?
Living with toe fungus it's embarrassing. I was afraid to take my socks off. I hid my yellow and crumbly toes from everybody.
Introducing Crystal Flush. Crystal Flush is the only FDA-registered 2-in-1 home treatment that attacks your toe fungus from both the inside and out. Crystal Flush's new and different combination system knocks out toe fungus for good. Guaranteed.
Crystal Flush is different. After just a few weeks, my fungus was gone. 100% disappeared. Crystal Flush was the only thing that ever worked. So if you're skeptical because you tried a bunch of other stuff, Crystal Flush is different. This is a game changer.
Crystal Flush is now available without a prescription, but it is not available in stores. Get your risk-free supply today. Go to crystalflush.com. That's CRYSTAL flush.com. Stop being embarrassed by ugly yellow toenails. Go to crystalflush.com or call 800-204-4484.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
CBS News Brief. President Biden flies to Michigan today to join striking auto workers on the picket line.
If you take a look at the significant increase in salaries for the executives and growth of the industry, they should benefit from it. So, yes, I always support UAW.
Donald Trump plans to be there tomorrow. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy still hoping for a vote on a temporary spending fix to keep the government funded past Sunday. CBS's Jared Hill.
A group of hardline Republicans lobbying for deep spending cuts is pushing for a shutdown, emboldened by former President Trump, who posted on social media, "Unless you get everything, shut it down."
Members of the Writers Union expected to vote today on a tentative contract agreement. Actors are still striking. Deadline Hollywood editor James Patton.
A lot of people might kind of hold back, or what you could say slow walk their way back to work, to just make sure SAG-AFTRA get the best deal possible they can with all the leverage they can.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. This year's Highway Safety and Traffic Conference, taking a look at roadway safety in Missouri, continues. Local and national safety experts and advocates are in Columbia talking about a wide range of topics, including the new distracted driving hands-free law in Missouri, a presentation on expanding Interstate 70, the impacts of cannabis on highway safety, speed, community partnerships, and how to reduce traffic fatalities. The conference is being hosted by MoDOT and the Missouri Coalition for Roadway Safety. It opened on Monday and comes to a close on Wednesday at the Holiday Inn Executive Center. With the main construction season all but over for MoDOT, the focus now turns toward making sure there's enough personnel to make it through the winter in the lake area.
We are looking for seasonal maintenance workers or emergency operators for the winter. So if you are a local truck driver, ready-mix driver, dump truck driver, already hold a CDL and just looking to make up some extra cash in the during inclement weather when you're probably not hauling any materials.
Central District Area Engineer Danny Rager says more information about the seasonal job openings is available on MoDOT's website. Otherwise, there are still some delays along North 5 for asphalt work, and detours are in place for the Route C bridge closure near Brumley. New business and a closed session are expected to highlight discussion during tonight's Board of Aldermen meeting in Eldon. Those new business items include the Neighborhood Improvement District Special Assessment, electro-hydraulic rescue tools, and engineering services for the Rock Island Trail. The closed session is expected to cover legal and personnel issues. The Eldon Board of Aldermen meeting begins tonight at 6 o'clock in the Public Works Building on Y Highway. When you see news happening, contact the KRMS Newsroom at area code 573-317-TALK. If you have any pictures or videos, you can email those to us at newsroom@krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
I'm Jennifer Webster from Heritage Bank of the Ozarks in Camdenton, where you will find everything you need in a bank. Mobile and ATM deposits, person-to-person transfer, and instant issue debit cards. Plus, your dollars stay local. When you bank locally, your local dollars are invested in our local communities with local lenders and local decisions. At Heritage Bank, we are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Mizzou football's undefeated 4-0 run continues. They're in the top 25 in both the Associated Press and coaches' polls. We told you about that yesterday, and some pivotal games are on the way. First, SEC opener on Saturday. They'll go to Nashville to take on Vanderbilt. Tigers will be double-digit road favorites. And then announced yesterday, Mizzou will take on LSU at 11 a.m. in Columbia on October the 7th. Won't be a primetime game, but will be on ESPN on that Saturday morning. There'll be some big SEC games later that night as number 1 Georgia takes on currently undefeated Kentucky. Alabama takes on Texas A&M in College Station for that CBS 2:30 kickoff. But some big games on the way for the Tigers. The Cardinals play their final road series starting tonight in Milwaukee. Zach Thompson and Adrian Hauser will be on the mound. Cardinals need to win the rest of their games to at least potentially avoid a solo last place finish. Just one more loss would ensure that and guarantee the Cardinals finishing solo last for the first time ever in the Central Division. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Channel 32 KRMS TV is on the air everywhere, all over the Lake of the Ozarks, and it's free TV. 11 channels of free TV. There's something for everyone. Local lake news and national news, local sports, hit shows from every era, and so much more. All you need is an antenna to receive this digital superstation and watch these channels: 32.1 Cozy TV, network TV series from the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. 32.2 Real America's Voice. It's like Fox News. 32.3 One America's News, national news and commentary. 32.4 Gap TV, network entertainment series like Walker, Texas Ranger. 32.5 The Buzzer Channel, all game shows all the time. 32.6 is new to Channel 32. It's YTA, U2 America, entertainment talk shows, I Love Lucy, and a whole lot more. 32.7 Daystar, religious channel for all faiths. 32.8 Nost, nostalgic movies and series. 32.9 The Weather Channel. 32.10 The Country Music Channel, music videos from the greatest artists. 32.11 The KRMS Local Information Channel, featuring daily local talk shows, local news, local sports, city council meetings, and other local events. 11 channels, and it's all free. All you need is an antenna, which you can purchase at Walmart, Menards, or other stores for very little. Or if you need help, call the station at 348-2772. That's 348-2772. And we'll get you in touch with LO Volt Electronics or 21st Century Electronics that will hook you up for a discounted rate if you mention KRMS TV. Now, enjoy the lake's first over-the-air locally owned and operated TV station. You can also watch us on the KRMS TV Roku app or LOZ app or KRMS.TV. Channel 32 KRMS TV is free TV for you.
When you come to the lake, every minute is precious. After all, the boating season is way too short. So when you get out on the water and you want to stay there, giving up time for cleaning up after your fun is not part of the plan. ASAP Concierge gets that. Because we're boaters too. Hi, this is Selena Coble. We'll clean your boat and make it easy for your next trip out on the lake. Check us out on the web at asapconcierge.net and you can book your next cleaning there. That's asapconcierge.net. ASAP. We put the leisure in lake time.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunshine today with our high nearing 85. Scattered showers and thunderstorms overnight, mostly cloudy with a low around 63. Some rain may linger early Wednesday, then sunny with a high of 82 and clear skies in 62 throughout Wednesday night. Mostly sunny and 86 Thursday. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is, currently it's 58 degrees.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
.39 the time. This is the Ozarks This Morning from beautiful Lake of the Ozarks. And we're broadcasting from Broadcast Hill. And it's the Radio Television Center right here in Mid-Missouri. We're the voice of the lake. We have been since 1951. Welcome aboard. Glad to have you. Well, mark the date, and we're talking just about a week from Friday, and it's the Lake of the Ozarks Council 6365 Knights of Columbus annual Tootsie Roll Drive. Oh, Tootsie Rolls are everywhere during this drive. The Knights of Columbus Development Center at the SSM Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital, and locally Lake Area Industries, Lake Ozark Developmental Center. Be on the lookout for the Knights in their yellow-red aprons at convenient locations. Be generous and support the persons with developmental disabilities. And so the drive is for that cause. And Tootsie Rolls abound. So Knights of Columbus, and that's October 6th and 7th. Well, we've got the government possible shutdown coming up in just a few days. Bob Menendez, the senator from New Jersey, he does not want to resign, although it's pretty hard when, when you find envelopes of cash everywhere that total close to $500,000. He's got gold bars that they have found. His wife took a $60,000 Mercedes from the Egyptian people. And so this is really a pretty serious offense here. And this is on Bob Menendez.
New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez says he's bracing for his biggest fight yet and showed no signs of backing down.
I firmly believe that when all the facts are presented, not only will I be exonerated, but I still will be the New Jersey's senior senator.
Flanked by a handful of supporters, the Democratic lawmaker took no questions.
Are you running for re-election? Are you running for re-election?
As he responded publicly to a 3-count indictment filed last week.
And I'll tell you what, it just seems like everywhere you look, once you get in office, and unless you've got your moral compass straight and narrow, it seems like those lobbyists and everybody else have got their claws into the politicians, and it just goes running amok. And you got President Biden, and then we've got all these multiple indictments against Donald Trump, and most of those are all, trumped up, not to use the pun there, but it's just a mess is what it is. It's a mess. Well, another thing that's a mess is our immigration border down there in Texas area. Ben Brunson, Frank Vernuccio, and myself. Frank Vernuccio with the American Analysis of News and Media. Ben Brunson, he's the author of The False Death Enigma and Esther Sling, and spent 10 years at Solomon Brothers up in New York. We discussed the issue. Immigration is now falling apart. The Biden policy and under the immigration czar of Kamala Harris, which has totally flunked in her position. If she was going to school, she'd be sent back for remedial reading, is how bad it is. Immigration, we've got Eric Davis, the mayor of New York City, saying enough, we can't handle it anymore. That was a sanctuary city. We're seeing it in other sanctuary cities across the country. And it seems like these great cities in some beautiful states across the country, they're being destroyed by an immigration policy that is just run amok because they want to put everybody into this country with open borders. Okay, Frank, go.
Fascinating study in psychology. Even Democrat mayors are saying that their cities are being destroyed by the excess immigration, illegal immigration, and yet they refuse to condemn the very reason that excessive illegal immigration is occurring. It is Joe Biden's open border policy in New York. As you mentioned in the opener, Mayor Adams has talked about cutting 5% of every city service and agency, including police, fire, and EMS, because of the cost of housing, feeding, medicating, educating illegal immigrants. But he remains loath to talk about the reason that this is occurring, which is Biden's open border policy. Instead, he blames Governor Abbott of Texas for sending busloads of illegals to New York, not even mentioning that it is Biden's open border policy that's causing it. We've seen Texas desperately try measures to take care of this issue, to address this issue. They developed a waterborne barrier across, I guess, the Rio Grande to prevent folks from wading across that river to come into Texas. The administration moved to force Texas to remove the barrier. We've seen individuals on the Mexican border, individual landowners take steps to try to prevent the illegals from coming onto their property. They are condemned, in some cases brought into court systems, charged with criminal actions for defending their own property. There is a disconnect within the leadership of the Democratic Party and the reality on the ground. I believe there's something more going on here. The Democrats are destroying their own major cities, the cities mostly run by Democrats, as a result of this illegal immigration policy. Is it possible that the Democrats simply believe they can no longer win elections because their other policies have failed so miserably, and they need to flood the country with new Democrat voters? And let's look ahead at an issue that is going to be explosive in the 2024 election. I think it's very probable, in fact, it is, I think, almost a given, that these illegals are going to be turning up and voting illegally. If you challenge them, you'll be called a racist. But this is the Democrats' lifeline. They see the trends going forward. They see their country rejecting the failed policies of the Democratic Party. They need these people to come into the country, people who have no affinity to the Constitution, no affinity to the country at all. And that's going to be their basic voting bloc.
Very interesting on that premise there, Frank. And Ben, it is also worthy to note, as you've noted on other programs here, that the Latino vote, like say down in South Florida and all, they're very pro-family. They are very pro-faith.
Well, look, the Latino vote in terms of established Latino citizens is moving inexorably towards the Republican column. And we saw that in the last midterm. We saw that in the last presidential election. And it's happening. There's a poll that was just released in New York City, not New York State, but New Yorkers in the city, 41% supported the completion of a wall on the southern border. Now, for New York City, that's a pretty astounding poll because obviously it's a fairly liberal city overall. But the impact of this horrible policy of just opening our southern border and having millions upon millions of people come in, whoever wants to come here, and everyone knows that the majority of that in-migration is going to wind up in big cities, big northern cities primarily, New York, Chicago, Philly, Seattle, places like that. And as Frank said, these policies are destroying these cities. Mayor Adams, to his credit, has become increasingly honest about the impact of this on New York City, even though he's not honest enough to blame the president and put the blame where it belongs. But New Yorkers are figuring it out. Democrats are figuring it out. And if you look at the polls, go look at the right track, wrong track polls, which are always one of the best barometers of how a party's going to do in an upcoming election. Only 25% of Americans feel we're on the right track. 2/3 of Americans plus now believe we're on the wrong track as far as the country where it's headed under the Biden administration policies. So it bodes pretty well for upcoming elections. And the train is being driven really off the tracks in a pretty pronounced way by this administration. And as we talked about in the first segment, there seems to be not just no self-reflection on any level, but a doubling down or a tripling down of every single one of these policies. The war on energy in this country, the open borders, the unwillingness. We see federal cadres go to Texas and undo what Texas personnel do to try to close the border. You can see film of federal agents opening up gates on the border that were manned by Texas troops and National Guardsmen, and they just step in and open the gates up so that thousands of illegal migrants can come across. It is a completely philosophical and political war against the United States. It is geared ultimately, I think, to bringing this country to its knees. And as Frank said, the only hope the Democrats have are somehow, as we've already seen, allowing illegals to vote in these elections. And you will see that that's going to be a major movement, along with trying to get Trump off of the federal ballots, the state ballots, in the upcoming presidential election.
Okay, we just have about a minute left here, Frank. Impeachment seems to be given the green light.
Yeah, but it's not going to happen. The fact is the clock is against it. We're practically at the precipice of 2024 and then subsequently the 2024 elections. Given the timing and the fact that the Democrats in the Senate won't go for it, it seems to be a non-starter, both because of Democrat opposition and the calendar. So I don't see that happening. The Republicans would be wiser, I believe, to start talking about 25th Amendment, which they would have a possible role in. And I think that is probably the more likely course the Republicans will eventually take.
Frank Vernuccio and Ben Brunson and myself discussing the immigration and a whole lot more at our border. Mike Koenig's been coming up after the top of the hour, and in just a few jiffies, we've got our Tech Mobility Minute. Our news time, 6:50.
The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Coast to coast.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates on weather patterns, market shifts, agricultural news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS. AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded. When the winter chill hits, the question isn't whether you've got a cozy blanket, hot cocoa, or a roaring fire. No, the real question is, does your winter plan include a sun-drenched beach? As you know, this year we sold our first Beat the Winter Blues trip in 3 weeks to Punta Cana, but we still had a number of people that wanted to go with us. They wanted to go to an all-adult luxury resort that was very safe, an exclusive place that was easy to get to at a great price. So we put together a Beat the Winter Blues trip to Costa Mujeres, January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino. Now this resort is less than 1 year old. It's north of Cancun in a very uncrowded, exclusive area. We only have a few seats left. This all-adult paradise, 5-star, all-inclusive resort has 4 gourmet restaurants, many pools, super soft beach, and your ticket includes airfare, room, airport transfers, top-shelf drinks, gourmet food, even your tips are all part of our package, all for just $17.99 per person. We'll leave nonstop out of St. Louis on Frontier. Check it out on the radio station website and click on Beat the Winter Blues for details and to sign up. You only have a short time to book at this price. Call Kim at Direct Travel in the Outlet Mall, 309-205-5749. And let's beat the winter blues January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino in Costa Mujeres with your friends from the lake. Presented by KRMS Radio and TV.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
That'll wake you up on a Tuesday morning, Tuesday, September the 26th. And we've got 6:53 the time, 66 degrees. We're on our way to a high of 85. Sunshine to start the day, and then a few afternoon clouds this evening. Well, there might be a scattered thunderstorm or two overnight. Lows tonight around 61. Winds will be light and variable. And, then tomorrow, 82 is our high. Let's check in with our good friend, Ken Chester.
It's time for a Tech Mobility Minute.
According to the Rocky Mountain Institute, a nonprofit think tank that seeks to improve American energy usage practices, growth in EV sales is accelerating globally. The report from RMI says that much of the new EV sales growth and drop in fossil fuel demand will be driven by China, currently the world's #1 consumer of new vehicles. In 2025, RMI expects EV prices in China to achieve parity with internal combustion vehicles. Europeans are on track to see price parity between EVs and fossil fuel vehicles by next year, while the United States is on track to receive price parity with EVs by the year 2026. It's expected that a rapid shift in purchasing decisions is likely to occur once EVs become cheaper to buy than fossil fuel vehicles. Coordinated global policies to phase out fossil fuel vehicles by 2035 would enable a faster, cheaper, and fairer transition for everyone. I'm Ken Chester.
This has been a Tech Mobility Minute.
The Tech Mobility Minute, sponsored by Lake Collision Repair, located on Bluff Drive in Osage Beach. Their phone number to contact Barbara and the entire team, 573-302-0229. They work on all makes and models, foreign and domestic. Their goal is to return your vehicle to pre-collision condition or better. We're talking to good guys. LakeCollisionRepair.com. Let's find out what's trending.
Now you can buy your 100-pack of TP, get your tires changed, grab a chicken roll, and see a duck all in one trip. I'm Stacey Lynn. Here's what's trending. Costco's offering members virtual primary care visits. They're cheap too, only $29, which is just under the cost of 6 Costco rotisserie chickens, which are still only $4.99 after more than a decade. It's showtime! Paw Patrol the Mighty doesn't hit movie theaters until Friday, but it's already breaking records. 219 dogs set a Guinness World Record for most dogs attending a film screening. That's apparently a thing.
The mark to beat for most dogs attending a film screening is 199.
Wonder if they had any popcorn. Man, filling up the car's gotten way more expensive again. Rising oil prices are to blame.
We're likely to see some increased production somewhere, certainly not before the end of the year.
And that's what we need to get those prices back down.
Lake Regional Health System is pleased to welcome neurologist Dr. Justin Malone full-time to Lake Regional's medical staff. Dr. Malone is board-certified in sleep science, electrodiagnostic medicine, and neurology. He cares for patients with stroke and other neurologic disorders, including Parkinson's and essential tremors. To make an appointment with Dr. Malone, call Lake Regional Sleep Medicine at 302-2715. That's 302-2715. To learn more about Dr. Malone, visit lakeregional.com. Lake Regional Health System. Our commitment runs deep.
Experience the ultimate in dining at Bentley's. Open Tuesday through Saturday. Enjoy custom cuts of prime rib, succulent seafood, split crab legs, and hand-cut steaks. Savor the flavors with a glass of aged wine from our extensive wine list. First-class service and an English atmosphere is Bentley's, the perfect destination for a night of sophistication. Call Bill for reservations today at 365-5301. Treat yourself to Bentley's, the ultimate dining experience. The Genuine Country Music Association will host its annual Classic Country Jamboree, October the 8th at the Lodge of the Four Seasons. The event benefits the Lake of the Ozarks Soccer Association, Wonderland Camp, and State Fair Community College. Join Classic Country 104.9 for our live broadcast from noon until 2 p.m. Sponsored by John Farrell Real Estate, BG Tree Service, Top Deck, The Healing Box Project, and Vicki Lloyd Seal the Deal Team Remax Lake of the Ozarks.
You should know, when you're not listening to us,
Not listening.
people are judging you. News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
All right, this hour has really moved right along. Mike Konigsman of the Lake West Chamber. He'll be joining us at 7:10 this morning, and then Danny Ellison at 7:40, right here on News Talk KRMS. Our news time, 6:58.
No pressure, low prices.
Hi, this is Jason at Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton. I invite you to come see our incredible selection of pre-owned vehicles here on our lot, starting as low as $4,000, and combined with our friendly no-pressure sales staff. Hewlett's also is proud to offer aggressive subprime rates and options if there is a need. Our prices and photos of all pre-owned inventory is always available to view at shophewlett.com.
Bulletin. Right now, 2023 Silverado light-duty trucks are available for qualified buyers at 3.9% for 60 months.
Make this the year you experience the Inclusive Collection, part of Hyatt Hotels and Resorts. Hi, this is Tim Davis from Direct Travel. Whether it's a dream vacation, a fairy tale honeymoon, or a destination wedding, let Direct Travel help you make it happen. Imagine the beautiful beaches of Impression, Isla Mujeres by Secrets, or Secrets Mochi, Playa del Carmen. Relax at a wellness spa like the Secret St. James Montego Bay. Find entertainment and recreation at the breathless Cancun Soul Resort and Spa, all with amazing amenities you'll never forget. Book an air and hotel package before October 6th for travel before June 11th of 2024 and receive our Direct Travel exclusive discount. For more information, call Direct Travel today at 348-3166 or stop by our office in the First Bank Center at the Outlet Mall at Osage Beach. You can see us online at directtravelci.com. And remember, Direct Travel is Central Missouri's vacation authority.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates on weather patterns, market shifts, agricultural news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS, AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Many federal agencies now have plans in place to weather a government shutdown as divided House Republicans get set to vote today on a short-term fix to keep funding going past Sunday. CBS's Jared Hill has our top story.
According to the White House, a shutdown would mean at least 4 million federal workers won't get paid. Food safety inspections could be delayed, and even cancer research could be stalled. Some veterans are worried they'll lose out on discounted health care and food if services on local military bases are cut off.
It'll be difficult. The way we live today and the rising cost of living, it would be very, very difficult.
President Biden flies to Michigan today to show solidarity with striking auto workers like this man.
I don't need to be working shoulder to shoulder with my brothers and sisters, and we are all on different pay scales. I mean, that's not what the union is about. And like I said, we're fighting this corporate greed. They want to suppress our wages. They want to keep us in the building 24/7.
Thousands of members of the Culinary Union vote today on a possible strike against Las Vegas resorts and casinos. And in Hollywood,
picketing has stopped, and the WGA is considering officially lifting the strike to allow writers to get back to work within the next 24 hours. Today, the WGA board and council will vote to move the deal forward. Then over the next few weeks, writers will decide whether to officially accept the new terms.
CBS's Elise Preston from L.A. The actor strike continues. This morning, Hunter Biden filed a lawsuit against Rudy Giuliani and his former attorney, Robert Costello. The president's son claims they hacked his laptop data and shared it with allies like Steve Bannon. There are questions over Ukraine's claim that it's killed the commander of Russia's Black Sea Fleet. Correspondent Cami McCormick reports.
Viktor Sokolov was pictured today attending a video conference a day after Ukrainian forces said they had killed him. The Russian Defense Ministry released the photograph, though it isn't clear when it was taken. He was shown with the Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu. The Ukrainians claim Sokolov was killed along with more than 30 other Russian officers in a missile strike last week on the Black Sea Fleet headquarters in Sevastopol.
More than 300 colleges and universities in New York and California have agreed to standardize information about financial aid offers to undergrads. The goal is to make it easier for families to figure out how much they owe for their children's education or compare the cost of one college with another. 10.1 parents sending their kids to college are still paying their own loans. This is CBS News.
You need to hire? Indeed is with you every step of the way, helping you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. This year's Highway Safety and Traffic Conference, taking a look at roadway safety in Missouri, continues. Local and national safety experts and advocates are in Columbia talking about a wide variety of topics, including the new distracted driving hands-free law in Missouri, a presentation on expanding Interstate 70, the impacts of cannabis on highway safety, speed, community partnerships, and how to reduce traffic fatalities. The conference is being hosted by MoDOT and the Missouri Coalition for Roadway Safety. It opened on Monday and comes to a close on Wednesday at the Holiday Inn Executive Center. Mother Nature held off without any spoilers, and this year's Lake of the Ozarks Fall Food Truck Festival went off without a hitch over the weekend at the City Park in Osage Beach.
We were right around 6,000 people, about 4,000 on Saturday, 2,000 on Sunday, and the weather was beautiful. I think we talked about it last week. It's so neat. You see the kids laying out on blankets, dogs walking around, and the people having a great time with the ice cream, and the food was delicious, and it just could not have been a better event.
Next up for the city of Osage Beach will be a job fair with several potential positions up for grabs to qualified candidates. The event is being put on by the city in conjunction with the Missouri Job Center. It will run from 2 to 4 p.m. next Tuesday, October 3rd at City Hall on the Osage Beach Parkway. What appears to be a short agenda awaits the Lake Ozark Board of Aldermen when it convenes later on tonight. Published agenda items include the possibility of changing meeting times from the current 6 o'clock to 5:30 on the second and fourth Tuesdays of the month, approving a plat amendment, purchasing sound recording equipment for the boardroom, and a special event application for a food drive. A closed session to take care of real estate and legal issues also appears on the agenda. The Lake Ozark Board of Aldermen meeting begins tonight at 6 o'clock. For breaking news anytime, visit us on social media at KRMS Radio on Twitter and Facebook.com/KRMS News. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your Lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group, we want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
Mizzou football's undefeated 4-0 run continues. They're in the top 25 in both the Associated Press and coaches polls. We told you about that yesterday, and some pivotal games are on the way. First, SEC opener on Saturday. They'll go to Nashville to take on Vanderbilt. Tigers will be double-digit road favorites. And then announced yesterday, Mizzou will take on LSU at 11 a.m. in Columbia on October the 7th. Won't be a primetime game, but will be on ESPN on that Saturday morning. There'll be some big SEC games later that night as number 1 Georgia takes on currently undefeated Kentucky. Alabama takes on Texas A&M in College Station for that CBS 2:30 kickoff. But some big games on the way for the Tigers. The Cardinals play their final road series starting tonight in Milwaukee. Zach Thompson and Adrian Hauser will be on the mound. Cardinals need to win the rest of their games to at least potentially avoid a solo last place finish. Just one more loss would ensure that and guarantee the Cardinals finishing solo last for the first time ever in the Central Division. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
This sports report is sponsored by Spiderlift Boat Covers. Visit SpiderliftBoatCovers.com.
Join KRMS for our Eastside Social on Wednesday, September 27th at Lake Billiard Sports Bar and Grill in Osage Beach.
Enjoy complimentary appetizers and the lake's best networking starting at 5 p.m. Everyone's welcome. Meet great people, get new business, and there are no dues to pay.
The social on September 27th is sponsored by LOZ App, your guide to the Lake of the Ozarks.
Eastside Socials are presented by News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9, 98.7 The Cove, and KRMS TV 32.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates, on weather patterns, market shifts, agricultural news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS, AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunshine today with our high nearing 85. Scattered showers and thunderstorms overnight, mostly cloudy with a low around 63. Some rain may linger early Wednesday, then sunny with a high of 82 and clear skies in 62 throughout Wednesday night. Mostly sunny and 86 Thursday. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is, currently it's 58 degrees.
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Welcome aboard on this Tuesday morning, and we've got the sun coming on up, and it's going to be a beautiful day to start, and then the clouds are going to be rolling in, and then this evening a possible thunderstorm or two, and we'll deal with that as it comes. But nonetheless, We cannot complain. It's been a nice fall so far. This hour of the Ozarks This Morning, sponsored by Reagan Cabinets, RAGAN, ReaganCabinets.com. Go to their website to view cabinets, accessories, various projects. And their showroom is located Highway 42 in Osage Beach. Their phone number, 573-234-6830. Our good friend Mike Koenigsman from the Lake West Chamber of Commerce, he's on the line. Good morning to you, Mike.
Good morning, guy.
All right. Boy, you sound like you're in good voice this morning. You've been up for a little bit?
Well, a little bit. Not too long. You know, I'm actually got a day off today, so I was going to sleep in. Then you reminded me yesterday that I needed to call in. So I'm up. I got my coffee, and we'll have a good little talk here. Let people know what's going on.
Absolutely. We had a good time over there when the bikers rolled into the American Legion up there in Sunrise Beach. What a great time.
Yeah, that was an amazing event. It always is each year. You know, American Legion, they do so much for our veterans and our community, and to see the support from, you know, people from all over, literally all over the country that were there was truly amazing.
All right, so what's on your mind this morning, Mike?
Well, we got a couple things going on. You know, first of all, can you believe we're already going to talk about October, and the end of the September is here already? Yeah. I mean, I tell you, it just amazes me how fast time flies when you get old.
Yeah, and speaking of time, in another month, we're going to be changing the clocks.
I know. But you know what? We're still going to enjoy ourselves, and we're still got things going on. We're going to support our local businesses. First thing we got coming up is October 5th. We've got Coffee with the Chamber. That's October 5th over at our meeting room there at the Lake West Chamber from 8 to 9 a.m. And we've got Lake Regional Health System and Lake Days Rentals. Those are our sponsors for that, so they both get some prime time up there, letting people know what's going on in their world and how they can either be of service to us as a community, or you know what their business goals are and things they want people to know about. Then on October 6th, we've got Eggs and Issues over at Lake Valley Country Club. The sign up for that, registration for that ends on this Friday. So if you want to go to the Eggs and Issues over at Lake Valley Country Club, check that out. And let me get I'm working off my phone here, so give me half a second here so I can get to that and let you know that it is sponsored by, make sure I get the right, I just don't want to say, you know, a name wrong, the CADV, Stop Human Trafficking Coalition, and COMC. So they're going to be talking about some stuff there at that Eggs and Issues. That's, you know, really something that we need to be aware of here at our lake area. Then on October 10th is our networking event. So we talked about the American Legion Post a minute ago. The Lake West Chamber networking event will be at the American Legion Post on October 10th. That starts at 5, and it is co-sponsored by Sullivan Bank. So that's always a good event there. And then on October 16th, we have a joint chamber ribbon cutting over at Bridal Cave for their 75th anniversary, and that's at noon on October 16th. I'm really looking forward to that. I love going over to Bridal Cave. They do such a great job over there with their visitors. The cave tour, I don't know how many times I've been on that, and I enjoy it every single time. Never gets boring, never gets tiring. And to have that 75th anniversary there and truly, you know, be a part of that, and hopefully, you know, we can get a lot of people out there to celebrate 75 years of Bridal Cave. That'll be a really good day.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where we're at on, you know, our current upcoming events.
All right, well,
slows down a little bit in the fall, doesn't it?
Well, not that much, because right now is the perfect time to get that float planned for your big parade.
Oh, that's true. That's true. We do have our lighted Christmas parade coming up, and that is always on the Saturday after Thanksgiving. So if you want to get a float, truck, boat, whatever it is that you want to bring, put some lights on there, decorate it up. We had some great floats last year. We're hoping to have the biggest parade, you know, ever this year. We had our biggest one last year, and we want to keep building that up. But get some lights out there, because it is a lighted Christmas parade. We don't start till after dark, so nobody's going to see you if you don't put some lights on there.
That's exactly right. Well, Mike, it's always good to chat with you. Any final thoughts?
You know, it is fall officially now after last weekend, and I have seen some leaves starting to turn. Oh, this is a great time to get out on the lake. You know, it's not quite so busy. Get those boats out if you can. Get on the lake, find a friend, get out on the lake, check it out, or just drive around. You know, and as you're driving around or you're on the lake, you know, still support those businesses that are open. I know some of them are getting ready to start closing, or they got minimal hours right now, but that's okay. You know, still support them. If you're out driving around, support the local businesses and enjoy the beautiful area it is here at Lake of the Ozarks. You know, you just can't find a much better place to live than here.
Hey, Mike, you're a biker, and we need to pass along that with these leaves falling, that bikers need to be careful when taking these turns, that they're not going too fast and it slips out.
Oh, absolutely. It's just like ice. Especially if the leaves are a little wet and damp, and it's just like ice when you're riding a motorcycle. So, same with you know, don't blow the leaves onto the roads. Don't blow grass onto the roads, because it does make it very slick for a motorcycle. You know, so it's, you know, a safety thing. We don't want to see anybody injured or have an accident, and so try and keep the leaves and stuff off the road, and any blowing grass or anything like that off the roads for our friends that ride motorcycles, and myself as well. You know, that's one of those things we always got to watch out for. Got to always be safe.
All right, how can people find you up there?
All right, they can find us at lakewestchamber.com. That's our website. It's very easy to find. It's got our information on there. It's got our events on there, and it's got membership information on there. You can also give us a call at 573-374-5500, or you can shoot me an email at director@lakewestchamber.com. And we'll be more than happy to talk to you about what's going on at the lake, and talk to you if you have questions about membership or, you know, events that we've got going on, or things we can help you do here at the lake. Just give us a call or shoot us an email, and we'll be more than happy.
Super. We'll catch you in a couple.
All right, guy, you have a good one.
You bet. Mike Koenigsman, the Executive Director of the Lake West Chamber of Commerce. And then tomorrow, we'll be talking with our good friends from the Lake Area Chamber of Commerce and Morgan Craneshaw. And we have our chamber reports in the middle of the week right here on the program. News time, 7:17. We've got 65 degrees.
Embarrassed by ugly yellow toe fungus?
Living with toe fungus it's embarrassing. I was afraid to take my socks off. I hid my yellow and crumbly toes from everybody.
Introducing Crystal Flush. Crystal Flush is the only FDA-registered 2-in-1 home treatment that attacks your toe fungus from both the inside and out. Crystal Flush's new and different combination system knocks out toe fungus for good. Guaranteed.
Crystal Flush is different. After just a few weeks, my fungus was gone. I mean, 100% disappeared. Crystal Flush was the only thing that ever worked. So if you're skeptical because you tried a bunch of other stuff, Crystal Flush is different. This is a game changer.
Crystal Flush is now available without a prescription, but it is not available in stores. Get your risk-free supply today. Go to crystalflush.com. That's CRYSTAL flush.com. Stop being embarrassed by ugly yellow toenails. Go to crystalflush.com or call 800-204-4484.
This news brought to you by Waterfront Brands and the Hydro Hoist Factory Store.
Since 1964, Hydro Hoist Boat Lifts has led the market with award-winning innovation and engineering by providing unrivaled protection for all watercraft. The Ultra Lift, also available in front mount and shallow water, have lifting capacities up to 32,000 pounds with custom-molded high-impact polyethylene tanks and all steel parts above the water in standard installation. The Ultra Lift series is America's #1 boat lift. Hydro Hoist of the Ozarks, located at 448 South Main Street in Laurie, offers factory direct pricing. Call 573-346-7505 or visit boatlift.com.
Hi, this is Jeff Smith with Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel. We're the Lake's full-service, one-stop printer that can handle all of your printing, custom apparel, and promotional product needs. From business cards to business shirts and bandanas to brochures, we can make you and your business stand out. Our in-house design team can put your imagination on paper, apparel, and or social media. State-of-the-art printing equipment gives you the highest quality finished products with a quick turnaround time. We have the best printing prices in town and can meet all of your printed needs, including rack cards, posters, and full-size banners. Our printed products are produced locally and support the lake area. Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel is locally owned and operated in Osage Beach at 1140 Industrial Drive. Stop by and see us or give us a call at 348-5900 for a free quote. For all your printing needs, Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel are here to help you increase your reach.
News, sports, weather. Hear it first, right here.
I love your station.
The voice of the lake. News Talk KRMS.
Some Huey Lewis in the news this morning on this Tuesday, September the 26th, 2023, and kind of brings you back to the Future days, and that movie's back in the 80s. Boy, the 80s had some fantastic movies, didn't it? And so we had that, and then you can just kind of reminisce about all those great movies back in the 80s. Well, right now it's time for the American Minute, sponsored by Adair's Animals.
At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With Private Healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-626-4910. That's 800-626-4910.
Mortgage rates have dropped 25%, the lowest mortgage rates in years. So maybe you should drop everything and call Zoom Refi. Refinance your home now and slash your mortgage payments. Take cash out and save maybe hundreds of dollars every month. Zoom Refi mortgage rates are super low. Zoom Refi closing costs are super low. And Zoom, we approve you right over the phone. Call Zoom Refi today. 888-913-1825. 888-913-1825.
History was made on today's date. Stay tuned for an American Minute with Bill Federer.
The oldest institution of higher learning in America, located in Cambridge, Massachusetts, declared its purpose was to train illiterate clergy. 10 of its 12 presidents prior to the Revolution were ministers, and over 50% of the 17th century graduates became ministers. The rules and precepts for the students, which were adopted this day, September 26, 1642, stated, "Let every student be plainly instructed and earnestly pressed to consider well the main end of his life and studies is to know God and Jesus Christ, which is eternal life." The name of the college was Harvard.
This has been an American Minute with Bill Federer. For a free transcript, call American Minute at 1-888-USA-WORD.
The American Minute with Bill Federer is sponsored by Adair's Animals. And Adair's Animals, they are the wildlife removal service here at the lake, offering affordable solutions for all of your residential and commercial nuisance animal problems. Now, Adair's, they put the wildlife back where it belongs, in the wild. Give them a call for a wildlife inspection of your home today. Adairs-animals.com is the website. Their phone number, 573-378-8739. Well, the Big Apple Festival's coming up. We talk about all these festivals. Turkey Festival this weekend, Apple Festival in another week, and it just kind of goes on down the road. And the Chamber of Commerce, they have the 43rd annual Old Time Apple Festival. And there's a parade, and the parade is just, it's kind of fun to watch because there's every kind of band that comes on out, and the kids walk, and it's great. Vendors selling their wares, lots of food booths, a car show at the For Sale City Park, fiddle contest, apple pie. So you get the turkey legs, and then you get on one weekend, and then the next weekend you get the dessert with the apple pie. It's so delicious, all those pies. Saturday, 9 to 5. The parade starts at 10 o'clock. Sunday, 9 to 4. This is October 7 and 8. For more information, you can go to the For Sales Chamber website, forsalechamber.com. or for sales, applefestival.com. They have their own website there. 724.
Plants are the easiest way to bring birds into your landscape. Increase the number and diversity of wing visitors by adding a few feeders. Hi, I'm Melinda Myers, horticulturist and gardening expert. Get the whole family involved by making a few from leftovers from the breakfast table. Use the rind from that grapefruit and fill it with thistle seed for the finches or grape jelly for the cedar waxwings and hang it in a tree. Gather a few evergreen cones and coat them with peanut butter or homemade suet and roll in birdseed. Attach and hang it from a colorful ribbon. Make sunflowers into feeders. Punch 4 evenly spaced holes in the flower head with a screwdriver. Run twine or colorful yarn through the holes to create a hanger. DIY or purchase a kit to convert soda and wine bottles into bird feeders. Homemade feeders make great gifts for kids to make and give away. Check out our website for this and other gardening tips.
Melinda's Garden Moment is sponsored by the Motor Hut. We're just days away from the big grand opening fall open house on September the 30th from 8 o'clock in the morning until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We're talking the Motor Hut's 6,000 square foot expansion of the showroom. What a great facility. They have those great selling brands like Steel, Gravely, Grasshopper, Husqvarna, Wright commercial mowers. They even sell those barbecue grills so you can get something to play with and enjoy some great food. It's the Smoker Brothers pellet grills, and they're made right here in Missouri. For more information, you can visit their website, themotorhut.com. They are at 13 Chestnut Avenue in Camdenton. Give them a call at 573-346-6110. Putt to the Motor Hut. News time, 726.
I'm Peter Greenberg, and this is today's Eye on Travel Minute. With over-tourism still topic A in some destinations around the world, 2024 is now shaping up as the year of the fee in an attempt to control the number of visitors. Venice has already announced an entrance fee if you can't prove you're staying at a hotel. In Mexico, the state of Quintana Roo will charge $18 to go to Cancun and Playa del Carmen. New Zealand's fee, $19. Sometimes the fees don't work. Last year, Bhutan was charging a whopping $200 per night for visitors, but fewer people came than the government wanted, so they just lowered the tax to $100 a night. But it's still an expensive fee. For more information, visit petergreenberg.com. I'm Peter Greenberg, and this is today's Eye on Travel Minute.
As the leaves change, leave the hiring to Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
10 years ago, Papo's set out to make a better pizza with fresher ingredients and fewer additives.
At Papo's, we keep it real and we keep it fresh.
Huge congratulations to Papo's. 10 years.
A lot has changed in the last decade, but not our pizza. From our first restaurant in Springfield to our newest in Lee Summit and stores 10 and 11, coming soon to Branson and Camdenton, we're still here to keep it real and keep it fresh. So cheers to you, our amazing customers, and here's to another 10 years.
Show Me Taxi welcomes you to the lake. Professional people, tourists like Show Me Taxi. 573-280-5511. Need a ride to dinner, grocery store, pick up your boat, or a car? We are here. Ride the wave at the lake as you enjoy the beautiful scenery and fun at the lake. Call Show Me Taxi 573-280-5511. Show Me Taxi 573-280-5511. Thanks, Cindy Lou. Be safe.
Travel on, there's one day here and the next day gone. Sometimes you bend, sometimes you stand, sometimes you turn your back to the wind. There's a world outside every darkened door where blues won't haunt you anymore, where the brave are free and lovers soar. Come ride with me to the distant shore. We won't hesitate to break down a garden gate.
You're going to have to go over to Classic Country 104.9 to hear the rest of that by Rascal Flatts. That's Life is a Highway. And we have great music over there. Classic Country 104.9. That's the radio home of the Osage football team, the Osage Indians. 93.5. That's the official home of the world champion Kansas City Chiefs and Camdenton Lakers football. right there on 93.5. That's the 50,000-watt powerhouse that broadcasts dam to dam. You lock in on that on your HD radio, guess what? You can take HD with you also, dam to dam, HD 1, 2, 3, and 4. Number 2 is the classic country station. Number 3 is the talker right here, KRMS AM. And then number 4 is our sister station, The Cove, 98.7. And then don't forget about TV, KRMS TV 32. Well, Focus on the Family, they're sponsoring Bridal Cave. Focus on the Family, sponsored by Bridal Cave. And they're celebrating 75 years in their diamond anniversary this year, October 14 through the 16th. You can register to win a Romance to Remember wedding package. You can pan for diamond earrings in the sluice. And on the 16th, well, the rolling back cave tour prices to what they were 75 years ago. $1.25 for adults and 50 cents for the kids. You can find out more at bridalcave.com. Happy 75th anniversary to our friends underground at Bridal Cave.
I've had to overcome a lot. My mom died when I was 9. My stepdad abandoned me and my siblings within hours of her funeral. After that, I spent time in foster care, and a couple of years later, my biological father died of alcoholism. No doubt you've survived some difficulties of your own. Struggle seems to be universal. So are the solutions for overcoming it. Here are 4 ways to break free from your past. Number 1, accept the fact that your suffering cannot be changed. The more you embrace the bad that's happened to you, the less power it will have, and the more gratitude you'll feel for the good things in life. Number 2, invest in who you are today. What are you passionate about right now? Don't sit around waiting for your life to begin. Discover your purpose. Get out there and make something happen. Maximize your now while you anticipate your later. 3, envision a better future for yourself. Set goals, seek out new opportunities. Anchor yourself in a greater purpose that motivates you and propels you forward. And 4, guard against bitterness. Bitterness will trick you into believing that you improve your future by holding on to the grudges of the past. The truth is, you build a better future by freeing yourself from the past. If you're struggling and can use someone to talk to, give one of our counselors here at Focus on the Family a call. The number is 1-800, the letter A, and the word family. I'm Jim Daly.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 844-94-BIBLE. That's 844-94-BIBLE. 844-94-BIBLE.
If you have a smartphone, Alexa, Google Play, or a computer, you have a radio. Now you can listen to KRMS anywhere in the world. Just download the KRMS app for your phone, enable the skill for your smart speaker, or go to krmsradio.com.
Live internet streaming is sponsored by Capricorn Insurance. Visit capricorninsurance.net.
Now you can listen to all your favorite local programs anywhere in the world. We're at your service. We're KRMS.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
CBS News Brief. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy still planning to hold a vote on temporary funding to prevent a government shutdown despite disagreement within his own Republican Party.
I think we're much stronger when we stay open. I don't understand how not paying the troops and not paying our border agents.
The United Auto Workers strike has entered its 12th day, and President Biden will hear from union members like this man when he joins the picket line in Michigan today.
The end goal is to end tiered wages, bring back cost of living allowance that we used to have. We're fighting for other things. Pensions, those were taken away.
Striking riders vote today on a tentative agreement to end their 4-month-old walkout. CBS's Elise Preston.
It appears that the WGA got a lot and got more than expected.
Entertainment attorney Jonathan Handel.
On basic wage increases, the writers were asking for 6%, the studios were offering 5%. They've presumably compromised somewhere in that range.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. This year's Highway Safety and Traffic Conference taking a look at roadway safety in Missouri continues. Local and national safety experts and advocates are in Columbia talking about a wide range of topics, including the new distracted driving hands-free law in Missouri, a presentation on expanding Interstate 70, the impacts of cannabis on highway safety, speed, community partnerships, and how to reduce traffic fatalities. The conference is being hosted by MoDOT and the Missouri Coalition for Roadway Safety. It opened on Monday and comes to a close on Wednesday at the Holiday Inn Executive Center. With the main construction season all but over for MoDOT, the focus now turns toward making sure there's enough personnel to make it through the winter in the lake area.
We are looking for seasonal maintenance workers or emergency operators for the winter. So if you are a local truck driver, ready-mix driver, dump truck driver, already hold a CDL and just looking to make up some extra cash in the during inclement weather when you're probably not hauling any materials.
Central District Area Engineer Danny Rager says more information about the seasonal job openings is available on MoDOT's website. Otherwise, there are still some delays along North 5 for asphalt work, and detours are in place for the Route C bridge closure near Brumley. New business and a closed session are expected to highlight discussion during tonight's Board of Aldermen meeting in Eldon. Those new business items include the Neighborhood Improvement District Special Assessment, electro-hydraulic rescue tools, and engineering services for the Rock Island Trail. The closed session is expected to cover legal and personnel issues. The Eldon Board of Aldermen meeting begins tonight at 6 o'clock in the Public Works Building on Y Highway. When you see news happening, contact the KRMS Newsroom at area code 573-317-TALK. If you have any pictures or videos, you can email those to us at newsroom@krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
This news brought to you by Waterfront Brands and the Hydro Hoist Factory Store.
Since 1964, Hydro Hoist Boat Lifts has led the market with award-winning innovation and engineering by providing unrivaled protection for all watercraft. The Ultra Lift, also available in front mount and shallow water, have lifting capacities up to 32,000 pounds with custom-molded high-impact polyethylene tanks and all steel parts above the water in standard installation. The Ultra Lift series is America's #1 boat lift. Hydro Hoist of the Ozarks, located at 448 South Main Street in Laurie, offers factory direct pricing. Call 573-346-7505 or visit boatlift.com.
This sports report is sponsored by Skelton's Key and Lock. Reasonable rates, reliable service, and recommended by everyone.
Mizzou football's undefeated 4-0 run continues. They're in the top 25 in both the Associated Press and coaches polls. We told you about that yesterday, and some pivotal games are on the way. First, SEC opener on Saturday. They'll go to Nashville to take on Vanderbilt. Tigers will be double-digit road favorites. And then announced yesterday, Mizzou will take on LSU at 11 a.m. in Columbia on October the 7th. Won't be a primetime game, but will be on ESPN on that Saturday morning. There'll be some big SEC games later that night as #1 Georgia takes on currently undefeated Kentucky. Alabama takes on Texas A&M in College Station for that CBS 2:30 kickoff. But some big games on the way for the Tigers. The Cardinals play their final road series starting tonight in Milwaukee. Zach Thompson and Adrian Hauser will be on the mound. Cardinals need to win the rest of their games to at least potentially avoid a solo last place finish. Just one more loss would ensure that and guarantee the Cardinals finishing solo last for the first time ever in the Central Division. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Are you a busy contractor? Let the designers at Reagan Cabinets help assist your customers with their kitchen and bath design. We offer indoor and outdoor cabinetry with lines to fit any budget. I'm Andrea Fisher, one of the designers at Reagan Cabinets in Osage Beach. Let us put our design expertise to work for you. Call Reagan Cabinets today to set up an appointment, 573-234-6830. You can also see us on our website at reagancabinets.com. That is RAGAN cabinets.com.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunshine today with our high nearing 85. Scattered showers and thunderstorms overnight, mostly cloudy with a low around 63. Some rain may linger early Wednesday, then sunny with a high of 82, and clear skies in 62 throughout Wednesday night. Mostly sunny and 86 Thursday. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 77 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is, currently it's 58 degrees.
If you and your wife have never gotten along, are you entitled to damages from someone who injures her? That was the discomforting dilemma in the case of the wailing wife. I'm Curtis Howard with today's Point of Law.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway, next to Golden Corral.
Maggie and Jake Barlow were the most quarrelsome married couple in all Terwilliger County. They never actually came to blows, but there were a number of near misses with crockery. Their yelling and screaming was all over the neighborhood. One night, Jake was working late at his office. The phone rang. It was Maggie, and she was hysterical. "Jake," she cried, "help me. I'm in jail." Jake couldn't believe it. "You? In jail? Now, this isn't a joke, is it?" Maggie was weeping noisily. "You know that nasty Ben Kearns? I paid him for the washer-dryer I bought last year, only I made a mistake on my bank balance and the check bounced. And he had me arrested for passing a bad check. Oh, Jake, if you get me out of here, I'll never, ever yell at you again." This, Jake sincerely doubted, but he rushed to their lawyer and quickly got her released on bail. Maggie was still in shock when he got her home. She cried, "They'll try me and send me to the state penitentiary. I know they will." She was terribly upset, and she had to go to bed and required medical care. Jake repeatedly told Maggie not to worry. It was just a mistake on her part, and no judge would find her guilty. And he was right. When the case came to court, she was quickly acquitted. Then Jake turned around and filed a civil suit against Ben Kearns, who had filed the criminal complaint against her in the first place. Jake's attorney told the court, "Kearns knew Maggie simply made a mistake and had no intention of defrauding him. So what he did adds up to false arrest and malicious persecution. He's responsible for Maggie's incapacity and nervous upset for several weeks. And Jake, as her husband, is entitled to damages too." Kearns' attorney said, "It's possible Maggie has some claim for damages, but Jake certainly doesn't. He wasn't arrested. He didn't become nervous or upset. He was always fighting with his wife. He was heard to say he couldn't stand the sight of her. He even left her several times. Now, he has the audacity to ask damages for injury to her. Jake isn't entitled to a dime." Who should get the nod in this battle? We'll hear the court's decision after this.
The Law Office of Christopher Rohr reminds everyone to be polite and share the road with our motorcycle enthusiasts as they rumble their way around our beautiful Lake of the Ozarks. Here in the lake area, we are proud to offer some of the nation's most scenic rides through the rolling hills. Be safe, share the road, drive smart. That's the wish of the Law Office of Christopher Rohr. If you're in need of an attorney, call the Law Office of Christopher Rohr for a free consultation. 573-348-3313. Remember, 573-348-3313.
If you and your wife have never gotten along, are you entitled to damages from someone who injures her? Yes, said a Tennessee court. A husband is legally entitled to damages for loss of his wife's services and companionship, no matter what his opinion of her. This right of consortium has been recognized by the courts for centuries. Here, Ben Kearns' actions resulted in legal injury to Jake through deprivation of his wife's companionship. Jake is therefore entitled to damages. It's a point of law.
Hi, this is Jeff Hedberg, your local full-time real estate professional. Our Lake of the Ozarks real estate market is always changing. Is it a good time to buy? Is it a good time to sell? What is my property worth? Give me a call to discuss your personal situation. No obligations. Jeff Hedberg with Next Home Lake Living, the Bobby Bash team, 573-819-4446, or check out my website at lakehedberg.com.
You should know, when you're not listening to us,
Not listening.
people are judging you. News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
All right, it's time for Danny Ellison. He is the Educated Redneck, sponsored by the Educated Realtor. His name is Jeff Hedberg. He's your next home real estate professional with the Bobby Bash team. And you can contact Jeff direct at his phone at 573-819-4446. And he works just as hard for his buyers, too, as he does for sellers. The ability to negotiate with buyers and agents. Contact Jeff direct. All right, here we go. Danny Ellison, good morning to you.
Greetings from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Oh, my goodness. You got it, baby.
Yeah, that's right. I was out strip walking last night, saw the new Sphere. That thing is awesome.
Really?
Oh, yeah. It's a gigantic building with a display on the entire outside, and it is just something to see.
Okay, let's get right to it.
All right, let's get to today's probably true fact in honor of Las Vegas. The Skybeam at the Luxor costs $51 an hour to operate.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I know you've got a rant going on because Washington's a mess.
Well, also gas prices, folks. I'm out here, and we're paying $5 and $6 a gallon out here around Vegas and all over the place. Remember when Joe Biden famously strutted in the office with his pen like a great dictator and shut down the pipelines and did all these things to oil? And he's sitting here going, it's not my policies affecting oil. Yes, it's your policies directly affecting oil. You talk against oil. You want to have these battery-operated cars, and we have grids that can't even handle it. Texas is having all kinds of problems with their power grids. I'm sure cars will help. We're going for $160, $170 barrel of oil. The Saudis have cut off our oil supply. We have oil, but we're not allowed to drill for it. These are all direct policies of Biden. Biden has caused inflation to jump. Biden has caused the price of gas to jump. If you're feeling pain in your pocket, folks, it's direct result of Joe Biden. Of course, he doesn't know because I don't even think he's aware of what day of the week it is when he ends his speech with, I've got to go to bed. This is an embarrassment of a president. This Jimmy Carter, again, is happy that Biden is president because now he is no longer the worst president to ever be. Biden wins this title hands down. I can't believe the Democrats have bypassed the process of having a primary so that there can be a challenge to Joe Biden. I don't even think he knew if he was challenged. He's that far gone. Yet they're going to ride this old pony into the next election and realizing that in 4 years, this already decrepit old man will be worse than he already is. And his backup, a cackling hyena of a vice president who talks in as many circles as Joe Biden, doesn't offer much help. We are sitting here at a crossroads in this country. We have an inept president, an inept vice president. We have inept gasoline policies that are driving inflation of gasoline prices. And if you're happy with this, and this is something you want to vote for, you can't be that much of an intelligent person, to be quite honest with you.
A lot of people think that Barack Obama's pulling the strings.
Think? No. There's a shadow government behind Joe Biden. Joe Biden couldn't make a decision on what to have for dinner, let alone how to run the country. It's obvious he's a puppet. That's why they love him. They love his ineptness because it makes it very easy for him to steer. He faces no real questions, and anytime he does face questions, he starts rambling, and then somebody jumps in and shuts him down. This is an absolute embarrassment, folks. We should call for Biden to step down, and we should call for Kamala to step down, because neither one of them are fit to run this country.
They say that the option is that Biden leaves. They're going to find a way to, and there's a big effort right now. You can see it amongst mainstream media that they're setting it all up, Washington Post and ABC News, because they're now revealing the poll numbers in real time that Biden's down by 10%.
Well, that's until the mail-in votes show up, and then he'll be up by 20%. Because here's an interesting fact for you. In the last election, Trump won all of the in-person voting. He won that. And Biden won all of the mail-in vote in every single state. You can't tell me that that wasn't a rigged election, that Biden took that election. He was implemented into Washington, and we need to have a fair election next time, at which point Trump will thoroughly trounce him. But if it's not a fair election, just like the last one, he'll be reinstalled, and somebody will replace him very shortly, because that man's no way going to make it through a full term in office.
I would not be driving through Fulton County, Georgia. How can people find you, Danny?
EducatedRedneck.com. The schedule's up. We're out on tour, Jokers and Jesters tour. I got a couple days off in Vegas, and then we head down into Arizona. So jump on there, find our tour schedule, drop out and find us.